Chapter 81, End of the Road. But the snakeman demigod suffered a heavy blow, but did not do so. Which can only mean that the demigod has no divine power left. Obviously, he has lost all his believers, and has no source of faith value. The divine power he accumulated before has been used to heal wounds and suppress poison. At this time, the snakeman demigod has reached the end of his road. A demigod without divine power or faith power is like a gun without bullets, a mage without mana, and a sharp decrease in combat power. Even Lin Xiao is so powerful now because of the nearly 30 million faith points he harvested before. If he didn't have so many faith points to back him up, how could he dare to be so bold as to attack a demigod? Kill! At this time, it was time for cannon fodder to come in handy. The fishmen scattered around the sanctuary rushed to the temple from all directions. Even if the demigod was seriously injured and at the end of his rope, it was not something that ordinary fishmen could do. They probably couldn't even touch him. But the temple of God was different. This thing was the core and cornerstone of the sanctuary. Once it was destroyed, the sanctuary would collapse. The collapse of the sanctuary meant that all the assets that the snakeman demigod had spent thousands of years on would disappear. Without all this, the snakeman demigod would definitely fall from a demigod to an ordinary divine creature. This was definitely not a result that he could accept. So, when the first wave of fishmen rushed to the temple of God, the snakeman demigod was angry but helpless. So he had to return to the temple of God. At this time, he was no longer as high-spirited as before. His aura plummeted and never recovered. There was no other change after returning to the temple of God. Even his body size was greatly reduced. He stood at the exit of the temple of God to resist the continuous influx of fishmen. At this point, the most critical stage had passed. The next step was to consume the power of the snakeman demigod with a steady stream of cannon fodder until the limit was reached and then harvest. Waves of murlocs rushed over and were killed one after another. After 2 hours, 50% of the remaining murlocs had been killed and could no longer hold on. Lin Xiao asked the less than 20,000 murlocs left in the sanctuary to retreat, and waved his hand to let the main force of Naga, lava lizardmen and harpies to take action. At the same time, the three of them followed closely. It doesn't matter how many murlocs die, but it's not okay if too many of these elite families die. At this time, the three of them were in a good mood. Yin Rangjia looked at the wounded snakeman demigod with some envy, and whispered in Lin Xiao's ear, "Lin Xiao, can you sell me a portion of the demigod's flesh and blood later?" On the other side, Wan Ying's beautiful big eyes glanced over and listened attentively. He knew what Yin Rangjia wanted to do. He wanted to cultivate a hero with the demigod's flesh and blood. "How many do you want?" When Yin Rangjia heard that there was a chance, he quickly replied, "Not much. Just 1 arm will do. What do you want in exchange?" "I got 1 epic 5-star card, 3 rare 5-star cards, and 6 random 5-star cards in this final exam. How about giving them all to you?" Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay." Strictly speaking, Yin Rangjia got a little advantage in this exchange, but they did a lot in this operation, so there is no need to worry about it. Speaking of which, the remaining strength of the Snake Man demigod was indeed beyond his expectations. Judging from the battle just now, if it weren't for the two of them, it would be very unlikely for Lin Xiao to kill the Snake Man demigod alone. Even if he used delaying tactics to consume it, the success rate would not be very high. In short, the 2 points of divinity are worth spending, and there is no loss. Just as the two of them reached an agreement, a crisp cough came from his ear. He turned around and saw Wan Ying with a slightly red face. She put her small white fist against her chin and coughed lightly, and said a little embarrassedly, "Lin Xiao, okay. It's also an arm. How about the same conditions as Yin Rangjia?" Her beautiful big eyes blinked. A trace of joy emerged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she nodded repeatedly. Then it settled. In a few words, they decided to divide up a demigod, as if the snakeman demigod was already in their pocket. But the fact is that unless a miracle happens, the snakeman demigod, who is at the end of his rope, has no chance of turning the tables. At this time, he can't burn his divinity like before. If he dares to burn his divinity in his current state, he will fall immediately. His current state is not enough to support him to explode again. When the main clans of the three of them joined the battlefield, hundreds of level 4 Naga shark hunters guarded the front. The harpies hung above, and the 800 or 900 lava lizardmen behind the Naga drew their bows and arrows and shot waves of arrows in the direction of the temple. They didn't need to attack. They just threw arrows from a distance, more than 700 or 800 meters away to the temple. If the snakeman demigod wanted to live, he had to use his body to block the arrows shot at the temple. Of course, if he blocked it hard, he would die. It would be a death sentence. The overall situation is determined. It's amazing. They really succeeded. Congratulations. Let's celebrate together. Outside the sanctuary, 3 head teachers hid at the edge of the sanctuary. The head teacher of Class 1 and Class 2 bowed to Wu Hai with a complicated expression. And he couldn't stop smiling. This move not only benefits his students, but also benefits him. Not to mention the various bonuses and benefits. Just by virtue of the performance that has not been seen many times in the thousands of years of history of this school, he can directly upgrade his professional title and get the opportunity to continue teaching the second year of high school. You should know that normally with his professional title and qualifications, he can only teach first-year high school students. After the students are promoted to the second year of high school, he will go back to continue teaching the new first-year high school class. Now that his professional title and qualifications have been upgraded, he can become the head teacher of the second year of high school. It seems that he is only 1 level higher. But in fact, this represents the improvement of identity and status. That is to say, by then, in terms of identity and status, he will be 1 level higher than the head teachers of Class 1 and Class 2, and his treatment and benefits will be better. Thinking that all this was brought by his students, Wu Hai looked at Lin Xiao with more and more fondness. He felt a little sorry that he didn't have a daughter. Otherwise he could try. Hey, what is that? The sudden surprise from Zheng Yifan, the head teacher of Class 2, interrupted his reverie. He quickly looked into the sanctuary and saw what Zheng Yifeng was surprised about. Above the central shrine of the sanctuary, the snakeman demigod, whose head was half broken and whose divine light was almost invisible, and whose aura had declined to the extreme, turned around and smashed the shrine to reveal a throne emitting a mysterious aura. He turned around and walked towards the throne representing the authority of the sanctuary, letting the rain of arrows fall. One shot an arrow at the back of the snakeman demigod. His huge body shook violently, and his snake waist twisted, and he almost fell down. But he didn't even look back. He stepped up the steps step by step to the shrine, slowly turned around, and half of his face showed a hideous and miserable grin that made them a little creepy. What is he doing? Lin Xiao frowned, and his mind quickly turned to recall the information about the sanctuary recorded in the encyclopedia. There was no desperate means such as the sanctuary's self-destruction. In fact, not only the sanctuary, but also the kingdom of God and even the gods, etc., have no so-called self-destruction. Of course, excluding some special species or special priesthoods, such as the explosion priesthood. Neither the kingdom of God nor the gods can self-destruct and perish together. At most, they can release all their divine power to cause a huge impact on the enemy. But this is not self-destruction. And this is not like the self-destruction in novels. Chapter 82, Lost Treasures. The Broken Fate Judgment Scale. Since he cannot self-destruct, what does his expression mean? Is there any hidden trick that can turn the tables? Lin Xiao was wondering when he saw the snakeman demigod glass sitting on the throne and stretching out his right hand. In an instant, the entire sanctuary suddenly lit up, and the blood cloud in the sky above the sanctuary quickly melted, revealing a huge, tattered-looking virtual image of the scale behind the blood cloud. As Glass stretched out his hand and grabbed it, the huge virtual image of the scale quickly shrank into his hand, condensing into a small scale with a dark gold texture and cracks all over it. Glass looked at the small scale in his hand with 3 parts of excitement, 3 parts of expectation, and 3 parts of fear, as well as a trace of inexplicable meaning, and said in a trembling voice, "Do you think you have one? Delusion. Glass will let you know how ridiculous all your efforts are in the face of fate." Crazy? Lin Xiao, Yin Renjia and Wanning looked at each other, and could see the doubts in each other's eyes. The 3 of them approached carefully, and were about to ask each other, when they suddenly heard the urgent warning from their class teacher. Danger! Leave immediately. Yin Renjia and Wanning also heard the warning from their class teacher, although they didn't know what was going on. They followed the teacher's advice without hesitation, and quickly turned around and ran away. At the same time, they ordered their families to continue attacking the temple to see if they could delay it. Outside the sanctuary, the 3 class teachers looked at the snakeman demigod glass in the center of the sanctuary with shocked expressions. or more precisely, the dark gold scale full of cracks in his hand. With surprise on their faces. There is a relic in this plane. Where did it come from? The other two class teachers shook their heads together. Xiao Liang, the class teacher of Class 1, looked at his students with some concern and whispered, "The relic in the shape of a scale is generally related to judgment or judgment. And I don't know which one this is. Hope is judgment." On the throne, Glass looked at the three golden figures fleeing quickly with a mocking look. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked down at the dark gold scale in his hand. Hesitation and fear intertwined in his eyes, and finally turned into expectation and deep hope. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The judge of the fate of all things in the world, I appoint in the name of the ruler." He raised his eyelids and looked at the three people who fled, slowly suppressed the hesitation and fear in his eyes, and turned them into determination, and shouted loudly, "Give the target the judgment of fate." He hesitated for a moment, and slowly uttered two words, "Destiny." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark gold scale, that was already covered with cracks, had several more cracks added to it. At the same time, an extremely mysterious law of fluctuation surged out from the judgment scale and disappeared. The next second, Lin Xiao, who had already escaped several miles away, felt an unimaginable force descending, directly solidifying himself in the void and unable to move. At the same time, he saw a huge phantom of the scale appear out of thin air in front of him. He was standing at one end of the phantom of the scale, and at the other end was a phantom whose shape was constantly twisting and deforming and could not be seen clearly. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt a great terror enveloping him, but he was surprisingly calm. In the midst of it, a piece of information appeared in his mind that made him clear about his current state. He was now in a high-level relic, a broken scale of fate judgment, and was accepting the judgment of his fate by the scale of fate judgment. Not only him, but all the existences in the entire sanctuary, whether they were the three divine creatures, their families, every Naga, lava lizardman, harpy, and even every fishman had to accept the judgment of fate. And because this high-level relic was broken, even the current owner of the relic, the snakeman demigod Glass, was no exception, and had to accept the fate judgment of the scale of fate judgment. Everyone understands the meaning of judgment, and the meaning of fate is also easy to understand. But the two together are not easy to understand. Fate judgment? Judgment of fate? Lin Xiao didn't know. But he knew very well that he was in an extremely dangerous situation at this time. Even if the broken scale of fate is a high-level treasure, its power is not even resisted by a weak true god. Not to mention a divine creature like him, who is not even a demigod. So he has no choice but to accept the judgment of fate. The small scale of judgment seems harmless, and can be stepped out in one step. In fact, it can be done. But if the consequence of doing so is to resist the judgment, the consequences are quite serious. Lin Xiao stood obediently in the plate at one end of the scale, keeping a steady breath and looking at the distorted phantom in the plate at the other end of the scale that could not be seen clearly and understood. That was the scale of fate judging his fate. He also didn't know the principles and rules of this judgment. Fate was too mysterious. Even a powerful true god couldn't understand it. A small shrimp like him could only passively wait for the result. Yin Renjia and Wan Ying, who were not far away, were standing at the same end of the phantom of the scale as him, and were accepting the judgment of the scale of fate as he was. In the center of the distant temple, the snakeman demigod Glass, the owner of the scale of fate judgment, was also being judged by the scale of fate. Normally, the owner of the relic does not need to be judged, but judges others. Unfortunately, this scale of fate judgment was too badly damaged. Not only did the owner not have this privilege, but he also had to be judged. The results of the judgment of fate were fast or slow. The weaker the strength, the faster the judgment. Lin Xiao soon saw the results of the fate judgment of a large number of fishmen in the swamp below. One end of a fishman in a small scale suddenly slowly dropped, and the fishman on the plate showed a horrified expression. As the fishman's plate dropped to the bottom, the fishman exploded into a ball of flesh and blood. There was another fishman in the scale who did not drop at one end, but slowly rose. When the plate rose to the top, a dazzling golden light surged out and wrapped the fishman. Soon after, the golden light disappeared, revealing a fishman who was much stronger than his companions. This fishman broke through the species limit from a second-level fishman warrior and was promoted to a third-level fishman leader. The results of the fate judgment of the Murlocs continued to be released. Some of the scales were high and some were low. Those who were lowered either died without a complete body or lost their arms and legs. Those who were raised basically received additional benefits. Not all of them could be directly promoted to a higher level, but they all received certain benefits more or less. After more and more Murlocs accepted the judgment of fate, Wei Ning's harpies began to change. One by one, the scales of the scales were lowered or lowered. Lin Xiao frowned. He found that the scales of the harpies seemed to be all lowering. He looked up at Wei Ning. Her delicate face was full of tension and fear. This was not a good sign. However, he soon had no time to observe others, because his Naga family and Yin Renjia's lava lizardmen began to be affected. One by one, the scales kept rising or falling, which made him feel relieved. At least, they were not completely destroyed. Chapter 83: The Terrifying Judgment of Fate and the Fall of Wei Ning. As all the families were affected and judged one by one, the three of them became more and more nervous. They had a premonition that it would be their turn to be judged by fate soon. Outside the sanctuary, all 10 class teachers and Vice Principal Su had arrived, but none of them dared to enter the sanctuary. Not even Vice Principal Su. He was only a weak divine power of the 3rd level of the godhood, and he was also unable to be exempted from the influence of a high-level relic. If he entered the sanctuary, he would also be judged by the scales of fate. Seeing the fishmen or Nagas gaining benefits or disadvantages because of the fate judgment, he was also anxious. It didn't matter if the families of the 3 students died, but it was mainly troublesome if these 3 students got into trouble. Although there was a death indicator for entering the outer domain for the final exam, the death of ordinary students and the death of such elite students were 2 different things. But at this time, he could do nothing. It was too late to notify the principal or the old principal, so he could only pray that they had better luck. What is coming will eventually come. After the heroic Harpy King Underwaning also began to accept the judgment of fate and directly degenerated into a mixed-haired harpy with an eagle head and a human body. The judgment of fate finally came to the 3 of them. Lin Xiao finally gave Wanning a helpless look and retracted his gaze from the Harpy King. In one round of fate judgment, her family was annihilated and none of them had a good ending. This was a very bad omen. Wan Ying's beautiful face turned pale, and she could feel that it was not good. But she had no choice but to accept the judgment of fate. As the mysterious and illusory light ball on the plate at the other end of the scale surged with incomprehensible mysterious fluctuations, Lin Xiao felt the scale tremble slightly. His heart skipped a beat, and when he saw the scale, he began to slowly descend. His face suddenly turned pale. Damn! No way! Lin Xiao was almost scared to death on the spot. How could it descend? But the fact is that, although the decline is very slow, it is indeed declining. What to do? He was anxious and thought about it. But the level of the fate judgment scale was too high, completely beyond his understanding and contact, and he didn't know what to do at all. It was like a high-level math question that only colleges would teach suddenly appeared in the final exam for elementary school to junior high school. It was completely beyond the knowledge point. I didn't even know how to understand it, let alone write down the answer. Hack! Seeing the scales slowly and steadily descending, a terrifying darkness of impending disaster slowly came over Lin Xiao. He could no longer sit still, and desperately put his hands together and bowed to the 4 directions, chanting, 3 pure ones, Tathagata Buddha, Jade Emperor, God, Allah, Jesus, the 4 gods, the 5 elders, Atashtusk Sulu. The voice suddenly stopped, and his consciousness quickly sank into the Sea of Gods, and saw the magic cube of creation hanging in the center of the Sea of Gods, and rotating back and forth. And circles of inexplicable fluctuation slowly spread out, with the magic cube of creation as the center. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up immediately, and he passed his thoughts over, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. The irregularly rotating magic cube paused slightly, made a crisp click sound, and quickly turned in the opposite direction. And an inexplicable message emerged. Do you need more energy to resist the power of the destiny scale? Lin Xiao understood, and without saying a word, he took out a few cards and stuffed them into the magic cube of destiny. As the magic cube slowly turned, it was slowly transformed into the energy of destiny, and slowly spread out. From the outside, it seemed that his body suddenly slowly emitted circles of invisible fluctuations, and the scale plate, where he was located, also slowed down its descent. It worked! He was delighted, and immediately grabbed a handful of cards without hesitation, including other loot from before, except for the few rare and epic quality cards. The rest were all taken out and stuffed into it to transform into the energy of destiny. At this time, his life was in danger, so he didn't care whether these card loot was valuable or useful. He would use them to save his life first. He stuffed all the 6 random quality 5-star cards from the 2 tasks, and the 12 random quality 5-star cards obtained from Wan Ying and Yin Renjie into it. All the 18 5-star cards below rare quality were decomposed, and a steady stream of good fortune energy poured out, which immediately changed the situation. The speed of the fate judgment scale was getting slower and slower. Lin Xiao suddenly understood, and his mind swept through the remaining 2 epic and 11 rare quality 5-star cards, and picked out 6 blue rare quality 5-star cards from them to integrate into the good fortune magic cube. More powerful good fortune energy poured out than before, and the scale plate he was standing on immediately stopped falling and began to rise. Not long after, the plate he was standing on rose to the top of the scale. A crisp sound from the depths of the soul sounded. The fate judgment is over. You will be favored by fate and gain a trace of fate power. Then, the shadow of the scale under Lin Xiao's feet disappeared. Then nothing happened, except for a trace of the so-called power of destiny that was collected by the creation cube. There was no other change. He did not successfully pass the trial and gain power enhancement like his subordinates and family members. After consuming a full 23 precious cards, he only got a trace of the power of destiny that he didn't know what to do. Lin Xiao didn't know what to say. Fortunately, being able to survive is a win. No matter how good the things are, their lives are more important. Besides, there are still 2 purple epic quality and 5 rare quality 5-star cards left. In addition, there will be a bunch of better loot after killing the Snakeman Demigod Glass later, so it won't be a loss compared with him, who passed the level by cheating with Krypton Gold. Yin Renjie and Wan Ying were not as lucky as him. Like him, their scales were declining, but one was declining slowly, and the other was declining quickly. Yin Renjie's scale was declining slower than Lin Xiao's, but it was still declining at a very slow speed after all. As for Wan Ying, her destiny scale dropped faster than Lin Xiao's. When he cheated and spent money to pass the level, Wan Ying's destiny scale had already dropped to the bottom. Wan Ying's pale face was full of fear for the unknown horror that was about to come. Fate will not show mercy just because she is beautiful. When the scales of fate fell to the bottom, a wave that made Lin Xiao feel terrified came. No! Wan Ying suddenly screamed. Right under his eyes, the divine power of her body quickly dimmed. Then her smooth and tender skin suddenly began to turn gray, dark, and swollen. Her flesh and blood suddenly began to rot and fall off. She looked at the arm with white bones exposed after the flesh and blood fell off in horror. Even her arm began to turn gray and rough after the flesh and blood were separated. A light breeze blew, and the gray bone powder flew away, leaving no divinity. In less than 10 seconds, a petite and cute girl with a perky but turned into a pile of flying ashes and disappeared, completely perishing. Chapter 84 Killing Demigods. Bang! Xiao Liang, the head teacher of Class 1, punched the stone wall hard. He was very sad to see his most promising student die without being able to do anything. But there was really no other way. He would not sit idly by if he could save him. The death of Wan Ying had an unprecedented impact on Lin Xiao and Yin Renjie. Compared with Lin Xiao, who was somewhat relieved, Yin Renjie was even more anxious when he saw that his scale was slowly declining. At the same time, Glass, the most powerful Snakeman demigod in the entire sanctuary, finally began to accept the judgment of the scale of fate. The scale he was on moved slightly and began to decline. Good guy. All of them were declining, and none of them were rising. This was simply. But Lin Xiao was still very happy. The decline of the scale of fate judgment of the Snakeman demigod meant that the end of the Snakeman demigod glass would also be miserable. This was a good thing. Speaking of which, he was very moved by the hacking fate. In just an ordinary medium-sized plane with no civilization and no true gods, there would be a relic. And it was a high-level relic. I don't know where Glass got it from. Although it was severely damaged, and it was estimated that it would not be used many times. It was also a high-level relic. Its power was so strong that even the vice president of the school could not interfere. Lin Xiao had seen the so-called relic in the encyclopedia of the other plane before, but he had never seen it in reality, because this thing is extremely rare. The entire school, from the principal and the old principal to ordinary teachers, hundreds of faculty and staff, and dozens of true gods, seemed to have only two. One was said to be in the hands of the old principal, and the other was in the divine domain of a senior class teacher in the 3rd grade. The name and effect of the relic in the hands of the old principal were unknown, but the name and effect of the relic in the hands of the senior class teacher in the 3rd grade were not secrets. Many people knew that Lin Xiao had seen it before out of curiosity. The relic of the senior class teacher in the 3rd grade was a first-level relic, called Giant Power Hammer. The effect is very good. After being integrated into the god's domain, all the clans in the god's domain will have their strength increased by 1 point. 1 point of strength is equivalent to the strength of an adult man. The increase alone is not much, but this increase refers to all the clans in the god's domain. You should know that the senior class teacher in the 3rd year of high school is a true god. The god's domain is huge, with millions of clans. If all the clans have their strength increased by 1 point, this bonus is very terrifying. With this comprehensive bonus, it is difficult for the true gods of the same level to be his opponent. And this is only a lowest level first level relic. There are also second level relics, third level high level relics, and more powerful super relics above. The effect is simply, let's put it this way. Lin Xiao saw in the encyclopedia that the most powerful 4th level relic was recorded in the hands of a great being. It was called the Pillar of Eternity. It had 3 passive effects and 1 active effect. It was very powerful. He still remembers its specific properties. Pillar of Eternity 4th level super relic. Passive effect 1. When placed in the god's domain, it can increase the upper limit of the lifespan of all clans by 1,000 years. Passive effect 2. Placed in the god's domain, all followers automatically gain additional high-level regeneration. Passive effect 3. Placed in the god's domain, all followers gain an unlimited resurrection opportunity within their lifespan. Active effect can be used once a year to designate a follower to gain immortality. Evaluation. This is a super relic that contains the rules of life and eternity, and the owner will gain immortality. This thing cannot directly increase the combat effectiveness of the followers, but for a god, its effect is far better than directly increasing the combat effectiveness of the followers. Think about it. All followers gain an additional 1,000 years of life, which is enough to slowly cultivate the followers of the followers to at least the level of devout believers, not to mention fanatics. And then one follower with devout faith can be designated to gain immortality in a year. Think about how long the life of a great god is. 1 day in the main world is 1 year in the god's domain, not to mention more. Even if the main world is 10,000 years, the god's domain is 3.6 million years, which means 3.6 million fanatics with infinite lifespans. TSK. Millions of fanatics or devout believers. How exaggerated the faith that can be provided. The more devout believers accumulated later, it is simply exaggerated. If this fate judgment scale had not been damaged in its heyday, it would have been very powerful. Fortunately, it was damaged. Otherwise they would have died. The scales of Yanrengia and glass were slowly descending, but the speed of descent was very slow. I don't know how long it took, but it stopped descending when it reached a certain point. The scale was in a tilted state, and the tilted plate stopped a distance away from the bottom of the scale. Just as Lin Xiao was wondering what would happen next, the scale reacted. Yanrengia, who was on the tilted scale, suddenly roared in pain, and then a golden light slowly rose from his brow and left him, and his aura also decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. He did not die, but because the scale fell, he was stripped of a little divinity. The snakeman demigod Glass, who was above the temple, also roared in pain. Then a golden light flew out from his forehead, quickly opened up, and turned into a sea of blood, which quickly evaporated and disappeared. Glass's aura also plummeted. He was worse off than Yanrengia. Yanrengia was only deprived of a little divinity, but he was directly stripped of the blood priesthood. Poisoned, his burning divinity greatly reduced his strength. All his believers died, and now he was deprived of a major priesthood. The snakeman god Glass's condition has been reduced to the extreme, and even the snakeman priesthood can't be maintained and slowly disappears. Lin Xiao and his many followers are in the best condition in the entire god's domain. With a thought, the followers who had been eager to move rushed to the temple excitedly under his drive, and crossed the ruins of the temple without any hindrance into the temple where a faint divine power still remained, and came to the snakeman demigod sitting on the throne. When he found out that it was not Lin Xiao, but some mortal races who came, Glass felt insulted and roared, "You are insulting Glass. You will be punished? He stood up with all his remaining strength. His tall figure and the remaining divine power made the fishmen subconsciously take a step back. However, many Nagas, led by the great Naga leader, were so bold that they did not retreat but advanced instead. They threw a javelin from a distance and hit Glass in the waist. Golden divine blood flowed out of the wound, causing the eyes of the surrounding Naga fishmen to show strong desire. Glass uttered a muffled groan, and with a swing of his thick and long snake tail, he smashed over and swept away the Naga who wanted to grab the divine blood. Damn mortal! As soon as the voice fell, hundreds of short spears were thrown down. Glass's strong body was so weak that he could not even resist the Naga's javelin. His huge body was full of javelins, but he was powerless to resist. He was too weak. At this point, Lin Xiao was relieved. He waved his hand to signal his followers to retreat. He was afraid that letting his men take action would make Glass's divine blood flow away, which would be a waste. Chapter 85. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 86. The True Face of the Fate Judgment Scale. At this time, the Snakeman demigod was lying powerlessly in front of the throne, leaning on the throne. But Lin Xiao did not kill him immediately. Instead, he reached out and picked up the Fate Judgment Scale that was about to break beside the throne and glanced at it. Fate Judgment Scale Level 3 High-Level Relic. Broken State. Passive Effect 1. Placed in the God's Domain. All clan believers will receive a random buff every day damaged and unusable. Passive Effect 2. Placed in the God's Domain. Any enemy will receive a random negative buff when entering the God's Domain damaged and unusable. Active Effect. Fate Judgment every year. Consume at least 1,000 years of life to activate the Fate Judgment Scale, and implement Fate Judgment on one or more targets. Note 1. You can choose the result of the Fate Judgment, but the stronger the judgment result, the longer the life required. Note 2. The Fate Judgment Scale is in an extremely serious state of damage. While judging others, the holder will also be judged, and the result of the judgment is uncontrollable. Evaluation. This is a high-level relic containing the rules of fate and judgment, but it has been severely damaged after many battles. If it can be repaired, it will reproduce the terrifying power of the high-level relic. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was somewhat glad that this thing was damaged. If it was intact, he would definitely follow Wan Ying's footsteps. This thing can only be put in the warehouse to collect dust for the time being. With his current ability, he is definitely not able to repair it. After putting the things away, Lin Xiao raised his eyelids and looked at the demigod with the gray body of the snake man. This guy is dead. Even if he doesn't care, he won't be able to maintain his divine duties for long and will degenerate into a divine creature. But he obviously can't wait for him to die. After putting away the Fate Judgment Scale, he strode to the snake man demigod. Yin Renjia also came here after recovering from the pain of being deprived of divinity. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the endless golden mist, which gathered into a spear. He stabbed the dying snakeman demigod's head without hesitation. With a muffled sound of bang, a ball of golden light burst out from the tip of the spear. The pure golden spear pierced through the golden skull of the snakeman demigod and inserted into it. With a painful roar, the snakeman demigod, who had no power to resist, finally died under his spear. At the moment the snakeman demigod fell, he clearly felt that the entire sanctuary was dim. If there were no accidents, the sanctuary would collapse and disappear after a while. It's a pity that this is not a game. Otherwise I don't know how much experience this shot would have. When the snakeman demigod died, Lin Xiao let out a long breath, turned around and saw 11 golden lights flying from the edge of the sanctuary, and flashed behind them. Lin Xiao and the pale-faced Yin Renjia saluted together. Your Excellency Vice President, teachers, Vice Principal Su, and the teachers all looked unhappy. Although they had accomplished the feat of killing a demigod in the first year of high school, Wan Ying was dead. Of course, the school would not have any trouble because of this. After all, the school itself had death quotas. In every final exam, more or less, some students would die due to accidents. It was just that the students who died this time were not ordinary. Wan Ying's parents could not cause trouble for the school because of this. Vice Principal Su nodded. His eyes fell on the body of the snakeman demigod, and a smile appeared on his face. His depressed mood improved a little, and he said, once this snakeman demigod dies, the sanctuary will begin to collapse. You can directly integrate the sanctuary into your divine domain to expand the area of the divine domain. I will collect it now. Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly, looked up at the faint glow emanating from the sky of the sanctuary, and felt like the ink on the edge of an ink painting was diluted by water. That was a sign of the collapse of the sanctuary. But it would take a long time before it completely collapsed. At this time, Vice Principal Su said again, "This demigod corpse can probably extract 3 or 4 points of divinity. Wanting sacrificed. But Yin Renjie was stripped of a little divinity just now. The teacher will discuss with you to transfer Wan Ying's little divinity to Yin Renjie. What do you think? Lin Xiao?" Lin Xiao nodded immediately and said, "I have no problem. This is definitely no problem. Anyway, it has been agreed that 2 points of divinity will be divided out. There is no difference between giving 2 and giving 1. Besides, this is the vice principal discussing with me. Although it will be okay if he doesn't want to divide it. It will definitely make everyone unhappy. And it will also make everyone feel stingy. Which is not good for the future." "Well," Vice Principal Su nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's great. According to the previous agreement, everything in this sanctuary belongs to you. You take the demigod corpse first, and then hand it over to Yin Renjie after extracting the divinity. When the task rewards return to the artifact platform, you can apply for the designated type of card from the artifact spirit yourself. Finally, it is best for you to return as soon as possible after your divine domain devours the sanctuary. In addition, this matter should not be spread for the time being." "Okay." At this time, the muscles on Lin Xiao's face trembled, and he could hardly suppress his smile. After so much effort and hard work, it is finally time to reap the rewards. When all the teachers Yin Renjie left the sanctuary, he immediately jumped hundreds of meters high in the air, raised his hands to the sky and laughed loudly, sweeping away the pessimism and depression caused by the fall of Wan Ying. The thick snake tail swung excitedly in the air. Everything in this huge sanctuary was mine. After laughing for more than 10 minutes, Lin Xiao's excitement slowly subsided, and he had time to count his spoils. First of all, there are 2 purple epics and 5 blue rare quality 5-star cards left, all of which are fine and good things. In addition, there will be a golden myth and an orange legendary quality 5-star card later, as well as 10 random 5-star cards with a grade lower than legendary quality. A huge anchor 7 or 8 meters long. A huge turtle SH.L more than 40 meters long. A 40-meter long pure gold spear, which is the weapon of the Snake Man demigod. A demigod corpse. A sanctuary. A pile of metal. A damaged relic. Well, that's all. The rest of the gains were basically thrown into the cube of fortune and decomposed into nutrients when I spent money to save my life. In addition, with Lin Xiao's previous performance, there is no doubt that he is the best performer in the whole grade. And he is 100% the first. He will receive a divine card awarded by the class teacher, as well as the school's final exam reward and the old principal's super freshman summer camp quota. Well, I dare not say that the last one is 100% sure. After all, the old principal said that this quota is for the top 3. Now he and Yin Renjie are in the top 3. I can only say that his probability is the highest. Almost 99% possibility. But it is not ruled out that the old principal gave it to Yin Renjie in a daze. But no matter what, regardless of whether the so-called super freshman summer camp quota is given to him or not, the harvest from this final exam alone is already a super rich harvest, which directly makes him soar to the sky. This is also the main reason why everyone is willing to come to the final exam even though they know that it is dangerous. As long as you have the ability and a little luck, you can reap more benefits than the previous accumulation, especially for civilians with limited resources. It is not to be missed. It is very simple to collect the sanctuary. Just use your own divine domain to devour the sanctuary and increase the area of the divine domain. In a sense, the sanctuary is actually a super God's domain expansion card that exceeds 5 stars. The God's domain card that Lin Xiao obtained before was actually made by using the sanctuary or the kingdom of God. Any God's domain card in the world is made by the sanctuary or the kingdom of God. Only the sanctuary and the kingdom of God can be transformed into the God's domain. Other plain fragments cannot be transformed into the God's domain. First communicate with the artifact platform, and first teleport the remaining Nagas and fishmen in the sanctuary back to the God's domain. Of course including the mother Nagas and the little Nagas and the fishmen left in the overseas tribes. Regardless of whether they are gray fog fishmen or indigenous fishmen. As long as they are their own believers, they will all be taken back to the God's domain. It just so happens that this battle has huge losses. Whether it is gray fog fishmen or ordinary fishmen, the remaining ones add up to just over 10,000. Return to the gods' domain and cultivate them well. After a few generations, they will all be gray fog fishmen. With a thought, he communicated with the divine realm. A faint attraction spread out with Lin Xiao as the center. In the blink of an eye, the attraction was so strong that it distorted the void. Circles of invisible fluctuation spread out with him as the center. The entire sanctuary began to tremble slightly, and the space began to ripple and wrinkle. It felt like the entire sanctuary space was like a painting. He gently pulled the scroll in the middle to pull the wrinkles, and the entire sanctuary space began to shrink. At the same time, after the edge of Lin Zhao's divine realm in the subspace swallowed the endless source of the sanctuary, the crystal wall at the edge of the divine realm boiled like boiling water. The great chaotic power rolled, and the earth grew inch by inch as the chaotic power surged outward, and the divine realm began to expand. Unlike the divine realm card, he can freely transform the type of divine realm by swallowing the sanctuary directly. The divine realms transformed by the previous divine realm card were all fertile land. Now he thought about it. 50% of the newly grown divine realms are plains, 20% are mountains, and the remaining 30% are oceans. However, unlike the specially processed God Realm card, the God Realm land transformed by devouring the sanctuary is just pure barren land, without any vegetation and no nutrients. It is necessary to find a way to cultivate the land and give it nutrients in order to grow plants. This is a big project. But this is not a problem. The most precious land is already there. So what else is a problem? So many family members have nothing to do most of the time in the God Realm. So it is just right to find something for them to do. Half an hour later, the sanctuary with a diameter of about 13 kilometers was less than 1 mile. And the huge sanctuary was basically swallowed up. This is reflected in the God Realm. That is, the area of the God Realm expanded rapidly. And it suddenly doubled. His original God Realm was 6 kilometers long, 3.5 kilometers wide, and 1 kilometer high. 78% of it was shallow sea, 15% was peninsula, and 7% was island. After devouring the sanctuary of the Snake Man demigod, under Lin Zhao's intentional control, the area suddenly became a huge God Realm that was 8 kilometers long from east to west, 5 kilometers wide from north to south, and 1 kilometer high. Under his intentional control, the land and water area of the god's domain was adjusted, of which 40% was land, 57% was shallow sea, and the remaining 3% was islands. At this time, the layout of the god's domain was the same as before, with the sea located in the east of the god's domain and the land located in the west of the god's domain. The two sides were on each side, and the paths were clearly separated. When the core throne of the sanctuary collapsed, the remaining sanctuary also collapsed, turning into a chaotic energy vortex and being swallowed by him. When the last bit of energy disappeared, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and saw the huge Snake Man demigod statue on the platform of the holy mountain collapsing and falling. So far, the last trace of a demigod in the world has disappeared. Even if the Snake Man and Frogman return here many years later and believe in the Snake Man demigod glass again, he will not be able to return from the astral world like the true god. He has completely fallen. With a thought, he soared up to a height of thousands of meters, looking at the mountains and swamps in the distance. Lin Xiao smiled and suddenly waved to the depths of the distant sea. He communicated with the artifact platform outside the plane with his mind. Return. A golden light soared into the sky. Chapter 87 returned to the artifact platform. He slowly opened his eyes, and in front of him was the familiar artifact platform. Not far away was Yen Renjia, whose face was still a little pale, but in much better condition. He saw the returning Lin Xiao coming over, gritted his teeth, and said with a complicated face, "Congratulations. You are already the third most talented student since the school was founded." What kind of talented student? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, but immediately realized what he meant. He should be saying that he was the third student who successfully killed a demigod in the first year of high school since the school was founded. Talented student. The corners of his mouth curled up high. Not pretentious. He liked this title very much. Of course, he had to be humble on the surface. Smiling and waving his hand. "I can't be worthy of this. The other two seniors did it by their own ability. I used all means to weaken the Snake Man demigod. And with your help, I am far behind the two seniors." As he spoke, He suddenly couldn't help grinning. As we all know, when people encounter something very happy, sometimes they can't help laughing. Just like he is now. Which is very reasonable. Yanrangjia's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. The strong envy and jealousy made him feel that he couldn't talk anymore. He said a few words casually and left the artifact platform in the name of taking a rest, and went directly back to his own divine domain. Lin Xiao bit his lower lip to keep from laughing loudly, and looked around at the other students, who returned to the platform. They didn't know what earth-shattering thing he had just done. There was a little regret, but there was no way. I couldn't deliberately run over and tell them that I was so cool. Right? In fact, he did have this idea, but Vice Principal Su had told him not to spread the matter first. And he also had the intention of protecting him. Of course, it is impossible to keep it a secret forever, but it will be fine to keep it a secret for a few months, and then tell it after he digests this rich harvest. After a long time, the excitement slowly subsided, and Lin Xiao was in the mood to communicate with the artifact platform and receive his task reward for killing the demigod. But to his surprise, the artifact spirit that had just communicated with the artifact platform said this first. Congratulations to Lin Xiao for completing a rare feat in the history of the school. Killing a demigod. This unexpected extra treatment is a bit cool. The artifact spirit didn't speak so nicely before. After the extra congratulations, the artifact spirit restored its mechanical voice and said, according to the vice principal's instructions, Lin Xiao can choose 1 myth quality 5-star card, 1 legendary quality 5-star card, and 10 legendary quality 5-star cards, and can freely choose the card type. TSK. He rubbed his hands excitedly and asked anxiously, what are the myth and legendary quality 5-star cards? The artifact spirit immediately answered, there are 4 golden myth 5-star cards and 28 legendary 5-star cards. As he spoke, a light curtain unfolded in front of him, showing 4 gold and 28 orange cards. A total of 32 cards. Lin Xiao's eyes swept over the cards that were shining with golden and orange light. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide after just passing the first one. The first golden card of mythical quality was a divine card, which contained a little divinity. The second golden card of mythical quality was an ancient war tree. After using it, it could summon 4 ancient war trees of level 6, which were as high as 100 meters, and could throw war fruits covered with thorns, like a catapult. Those above level 5 were ranked extraordinary, and their combat power was one of the strongest among the same level. The third golden card of mythical quality was a divine domain card, which was larger than the precious extraordinary divine domain card that Lin Xiao had fused before, and was almost as big as the sanctuary of the snakeman demigod. In other words, he had just fused a divine domain card of mythical quality. The fourth mythical gold card is a rare resource card, a small magic spring. When placed in the divine domain, it can form a small spring containing magic water. If the family lives around the magic spring for a long time, the offspring will have relatively higher mental power, and there is a very small probability that they will awaken the hidden power in their blood and become a blood warlock. Of course, the premise is that they have warlock blood. Simply put, this thing is suitable for cultivating professions such as mages and warlocks in the divine domain. Compared with the mythical quality cards, the 28 legendary quality cards are relatively worse, but the difference is limited. After all, they are extremely rare. He glanced at them and found that there are some good things in them. You can choose 1 card of each quality. Lin Xiao first carefully browsed the 28 legendary quality cards and picked a warrior profession card from them. He doesn't need the others. Now he just lacks a profession to further exert the strength of his family. As for the golden mythical card, there is no doubt that you must choose a divinity card. The more of this thing, the better. If the size of the god's domain and the strength of the clan are fundamental, then divinity is the core. Isn't it the purpose of gathering divinity to get so many? The stronger the divinity, the stronger the strength. There is no such thing as too much. After choosing these 2 big heads, the next is 10 5-star cards of random quality below legend. However, although it is said to be random, there is still a fixed number. 1 purple epic, 2 blue rare, 3 green rare, and 4 blank. Lin Xiao thought seriously, and spent some time to purposefully select 10 cards from the densely packed cards, and put them in his pocket. Then he accepted the divinity card that the class teacher rewarded him, and the light curtain disappeared. After getting the things, he had no interest in staying here, so he went straight back to his own god's domain. As soon as he returned, he immediately found that the kingdom of God had become so empty, and the corresponding God's domain had also become larger at the same time. Tens of thousands of fishmen and more than 300 Nagas were busy in the tribe. The kingdom of God was filled with petitioners, all of whom were believers who had died in the previous attack on the sanctuary of the snakemen semi-gods and had come to his kingdom after death. There were about 50,000 to 60,000 of them in total, including 257 Nagas. There are already 100,000 Murlocs killed in the battle. The reason why there are only so many is that the believers who died in the sanctuary of the snakemen semi-gods cannot be brought back. The believers who died in the kingdoms of other gods will be directly devoured by the enemy kingdoms and cannot be brought back. The kingdom of God is already full with so many petitioners. Fortunately, the petitioners do not need to eat. Otherwise they cannot be supported. Lin Shao selected all the Naga petitioners as the guards and managers of the kingdom of God. These devout followers have been promoted to level 4 before their death. Their strength is much stronger than his original kingdom of God guards. After becoming petitioners, they will recover to their peak state before their death. Of course, based on the principle of fairness. He also selected a group of elite Murloc petitioners to serve as divine guards. And the remaining petitioners were all placed in various parts of the kingdom of God, managed by elite Murlocs and Naga petitioners. Lin Shao changed the rules of the kingdom of God, turning the earth into rich, fertile black soil. As long as the seeds are sown, they will grow and harvest. The river is full of fat fish and shrimps. The earth is full of fruit trees, and the branches are full of heavy fruits. The bushes are full of sweet and juicy berries that can be picked with your hands. The sea is full of fat seaweed and fish and shrimps. And the seashore is full of fresh, fat and juicy sea cockroaches and other insects. Once you bite them, your mouth will burst with sauce. Just like heaven, the petitioners do not need to eat to survive. But he cannot help but prepare these for the petitioners. Moreover, these are all illusions created by him changing the rules of the kingdom of God with divine power. They are illusory and deliberately create a paradise-like world so that the petitioners can live happily in the God's domain, so that they can maintain the most pious faith in him, the Lord of faith, and provide faith for him for life after life, until they become weaker and weaker due to too many resurrections, and eventually can no longer maintain their bodies. They will completely integrate into the kingdom of God and become part of the kingdom of God. However, this is the attitude of the native gods of the alien crystal wall towards the petitioners. The civilization of the main world is not so backward and barbaric. The gods of the main world have contributed their faith to the petitioners for life after life, until they can no longer provide faith. They will not let the petitioners integrate into the kingdom of God, but let the petitioners reincarnate in the God's domain and be reborn. As the most devout believer who has believed for several lifetimes, he is born close to the Lord of the God's domain and does not need guidance. As long as he is exposed to faith during his growth, he can naturally believe in the Lord of the God's domain again, and his faith is extremely devout. The kingdom of God does not need so many petitioners for the time being. Lin Shao set these 50,000 or 60,000 fishmen in the state of reincarnation, and they can be reincarnated immediately when a fishman in the God's domain becomes pregnant. There is no need to pay attention to the God's domain for the time being. Lin Shao has more important things to do now, which is the exciting inventory of spoils. 2 golden mythical quality divine cards. One is a task reward, and the other is a reward from the class teacher. Unfortunately, the final exams are not over yet, and the school rewards have not been issued yet. A legendary quality warrior occupation card. Occupation, warrior. Level 5. Occupational bonus, Constitution +1. Strength +1. Agility +0.5. Expertise, Basic Melee LV1. Basic Footwork LV1. Skills, Charge LV1. One-Handed Sword Mastery LV1. Evaluation, Basic Melee Occupation for Beginners. These attributes are additional attributes after becoming a warrior, overlapping with the original attributes. A set of skill cards, including 1 epic quality, 2 rare quality, 3 rare quality, and 4 blank cards, all of which are 5-star skill cards that he just deliberately selected. He has a bold idea to try. A huge anchor of 7 or 8 meters long. A huge turtle L of more than 40 meters long. A 40-meter-long pure gold spear, which is the weapon of the snake man demigod. A demigod corpse. A sanctuary. A pile of metal. A broken relic. This is all he gained from this final exam, which is really cool. After counting the spoils, Lin Xiao held his chin with his hand and thought for a while, and decided to decompose the demigod corpse first, and extract the remaining divinity in the snakeman demigod corpse. This does not require the use of the creation cube. Any divine creature can do it, and it is a universal ability. First, the huge demigod corpse was taken out, and the body, which was dozens of meters long from head to tail, was horizontally arranged in the square. The wounds on the body had closed, and the surface of the body was gray and dark yellow. No longer the bright golden luster at the beginning. Demigod. Such an existence with infinite lifespan and immortality in theory fell, and the body was placed here for others to dissect. Lin Xiao was quite emotional. But this is fate. If you want to become stronger, you have to grow on the corpses of your enemies. Not only demigods. If he continues to improve in the future, even true gods will have to face it. At the same time, as he grows by stepping on the corpses of his enemies, he may become the nutrients for the growth of others in the future. Just like Wei Ning, he fell at the hands of the strong men in the alien crystal wall. If he doesn't want to fall to such a point, he can only make himself stronger. Chapter 88: Extracting Divinity and Fusion of Divinity. To be honest, Lin Xiao was a little impulsive this time. Afterwards, he calmed down and thought about it. Fortunately, he did not greedily agree to Wan Ning and Yan Renjia's participation, with two people sharing the pressure. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be quite difficult to defeat the Snake Man demigod. Even if the demigod is in a bad state, it is still a demigod. In the last battle, the Snake Man demigod showed his strength at home and was still much stronger than him. Without two people sharing the pressure, he might not be able to beat him. Although he won in the end, the lesson needs to be learned. If there is a next time, he will be more cautious. After summarizing himself, Lin Xiao retracted his thoughts and looked at the body of the Snake Man demigod. His eyes almost glowed. Rubbing his hands excitedly, he stretched out his right hand and slowly pressed it on the chest of the Snake Man demigod glass's body. A faint golden light lit up and quickly became thicker. A series of faint golden light waves, like pulses, quickly spread all over the body of the Snake Man demigod with his palm as the center. The divine power stirred the remaining divinity of the demigod corpse, and the originally dark corpse began to glow with bright golden light, as if it had come alive. After a few seconds, his eyes lit up and he whispered, "Get up." He pressed the corpse's hand and grabbed it, and the bright golden light that spread from the corpse quickly flowed back to his palm and gathered, as if his palm had an attraction and was sucking the golden light from the corpse. Soon, the golden light in his palm gathered and condensed into a dazzling golden light ball. 3 points of divinity. Lin Xiao was a little disappointed. It was a little less than he thought. If it was 4 points, it would be better. From this, it can be seen that the Snakeman demigod in its prime should have 7 points of divinity. A few decades ago, he lost 1 point in Lin Xiao's divine domain, burned 3 points, and left 3 points. The normal standard for becoming a demigod is 5 points of divinity. The accumulated divinity of the Snakeman demigod just exceeded the standard, and it was also the bottom level among the demigods. 3 points of divinity were divided into 2 for Yan Renjia, 1 for himself, 1 for the task reward, and 1 for the class teacher reward. So there were 3 points. I just don't know if there is a divinity card in the myth card awarded to the first place in the school's final exam. If there is, he will definitely choose the divinity card. In this way, Lin Xiao himself has a little divinity, and there is 1 point that has not yet been condensed. By integrating these 3 points, he will have a total of 5 points of divinity, which has initially reached the minimum divinity requirement for condensing the priesthood to become a demigod. As long as he is willing, he can condense the 2 priesthoods of creation and Naga to become a demigod. But this is obviously impossible. How could he be so short-sighted and condense the priesthood to become a demigod so early? At least, he must accumulate dozens of divinity to become a demigod. Well, in principle, the more the better, because this involves the strength of the condensed priesthood and potential. As we all know, there are thousands of priesthoods in the world. Some are strong and some are weak. The gap between condensing a strong priesthood and a weak priesthood is quite large. For example, both are demigods, but one condenses the priesthood of war, and after being deified, he becomes a god of war with explosive combat power, while the other condenses the priesthood of pawns, and after being deified, he is called the god of pawns. Needless to say, the gap between them is extremely exaggerated. A powerful priesthood requires more divinity to carry. For example, low-level priesthoods such as ponds or lakes only need 1 or 2 or 3 points of divinity to carry them. However, powerful priesthoods such as war, killing, destruction, death, magic, etc. cannot be condensed without dozens of divinity. Of course, the creation priesthood that Lin Xiao has now is also a powerful priesthood. But his is a gift from the law in the dark, which is an additional possession, and can be carried with only a little divinity. In addition, because he is the creator of the Naga species, he only needs less divinity to carry the priesthood of this race than the priesthood of other races. These two priesthoods are additional special cases. But Lin Xiao can't just condense these two priesthoods. These two priesthoods are not good at fighting, so they have to work hard to condense a powerful combat priesthood. Of course, priesthoods can be promoted, even if the first condensed is the pawn priesthood. In the future, as long as there are enough opportunities and efforts, you can integrate other priesthoods to promote your main priesthood to a more powerful priesthood, such as ponds plus shallow water or lake water to synthesize lake priesthood. For example, if the main priesthood is lakes, and the priesthood of water is added, as well as the priesthood of shallow seas, tides and other related priesthoods, the powerful priesthood of the ocean can be synthesized. Even the priesthood of war, which can be condensed in one step, can also be synthesized from a small branch priesthood, such as conflict, riot, battle, fighting and other small priesthoods related to combat, which can be synthesized and upgraded to a powerful priesthood of war after integrating other related priesthoods. But, although it is said that even the weakest priesthood has room for growth, if you can have a powerful priesthood in one step, why wait for it to be upgraded slowly later? Isn't it good to have a powerful priesthood now? Moreover, if you have a powerful priesthood at the beginning, you will be valued by all parties at the beginning, whether it is a school or a family. If Lin Xiao is promoted to a demigod with a powerful priesthood, he can be sure that he will be valued by the entire family. Whether it is to gain benefits for himself or to make his beautiful mother look good, he will choose this. Moreover, he also holds the magic cube of good fortune, with a golden finger in hand, so he should choose this. Therefore, 5 points of divinity are just a starting point for him. He has to try his best to accumulate at least 20 to 30 points of divinity in the 3 years of high school, so that he can condense a powerful priesthood in one step. After extracting the divinity, the golden luster on the body of the snakeman demigod became even dimmer. At this time, the god corpse is just equivalent to a corpse containing powerful energy. The only function for Lin Xiao is to extract the remaining demigod flesh and blood essence in the god corpse, and give it to one of his most pious and powerful clans. He wants to create a hero. Before refining the god corpse, Lin Xiao must first fuse the 3 points of divinity. Fusion of divinity is very simple. Decompose the 3 dazzling golden light balls in the magic cube. Erase the remaining will and spiritual imprint in the divinity, and turn it into pure divinity. And then slap it on your forehead. The light ball directly passes through the skin, flesh and skull and merges into the body. And then the soul communicates with the divinity and returns to the sea of gods, and merges with the soul. As the dazzling golden light ball on his forehead slowly sank into his brain, Lin Xiao heard the fusion divine prompt from the divine domain login system. He turned a deaf ear and closed his eyes, waiting for the 3 points of divine power to merge one by one. At this moment, he could clearly feel the moment when these 3 points of divine power merged with himself. A stream of extremely hot warm current surged from the sea of gods and quickly flowed to his whole body. The muscles became tighter, and his strength soared. A faint golden mist sprayed out from his mouth and nose and enveloped his whole body. With his breath, his body was also slowly expanding. As the 3 points of divine power gradually merged, the real body naturally grew slowly, and the upper limit of the power that could be accommodated would also increase. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes and opened his god panel. Username: Lin Xiao, citizen number TXWD 542154895147. Real name: Cyberlux Meyer. God's name: Lord of the Sea. God of Nagas and Murlocs. Godhood: none. Clergy: none. Divinity: 4+1. Divine fire: not ignited. Divine power: 0. Divine supernatural power: Tide Caller. Kingdom of God: Grey Fog Sea. Sect: Ancestor God of Nagas and Murlocs. Followers: Black Scale Nagas. Grey Fog Murlocs. Occupation: none. Faith value: 2.28 million points. The biggest change is the huge increase in divinity. As long as you gather 100 million faith points, you can immediately gather a little more divinity to reach the minimum standard of condensing priesthood. Other than that, there is not much change. However, Lin Xiao pondered for a while, and with a thought, the name of the kingdom of God on the God panel changed from Gray Fog Sea to Cube Kingdom. In fact, he wanted to call it the Kingdom of Good Fortune. But this name was too cool, and he felt that he couldn't afford it. He would use this name as a transition when he became stronger in the future, such as becoming a true god. He could name his own divine domain the Kingdom of Good Fortune. After closing the panel, Lin Xiao cast his eyes on the corpse of the god on the floor. First, cut off one arm of the corpse of the god, which was for Yan Renjia, and then stuffed the rest of the corpse of the god into the magic cube. With a thought, the magic cube began to rotate slowly, and a mysterious wave surged out of the magic cube's space. The huge corpse of the god shattered into a dark golden blood mist under his eyes. Then, it was purification. Decompose the excess flesh and blood residue in this dark golden blood mist, leaving only the purest flesh and blood essence. This step took a little time, but not long, and Lin Xiao waited patiently. As the power of the Good Fortune cube eroded, the dark golden blood mist began to slowly shrink, and a large amount of impurities were directly decomposed and absorbed by the magic cube. Although it is an impurity, it is also a nutrient for the magic cube. After absorption, it is converted into a trace amount of good fortune energy and stored. In the future, when the magic cube decomposes or fuses cards, the good fortune energy is insufficient to make up for the lack of some. There is nothing surprising about the bloodline of the Snake Man demigod. It is just that a very powerful Snake Man is worshipped and believed by his own people, thus becoming a divine creature, and then slowly becoming a demigod. In essence, it is no different from other snake men. Lin Xiao had previously decomposed the snakeman bloodline and integrated it into the Naga bloodline, so it was no longer needed. About 5 minutes later, the blood mist ball in the magic cube disappeared, replaced by a dark golden crystal the size of an egg. Divine blood crystal myth, special material that can enhance the life essence of qualified life forms and promote them to a hero. This is a material with a golden myth quality extracted from the magic cube. If it is converted into a card, it is a super rare 5-star card with a myth quality and a value comparable to a little divinity. The effect of this thing is very simple. It promotes a qualified life form to a hero, and this so-called condition is the upper limit of the species level. For example, if it is used for the black scale Naga, it must be used by a Naga that has reached the upper limit of the Naga level 4 to be promoted to a hero. It cannot be promoted below level 4. For example, if it is used for the Grey Mist Murloc, only level 2 is enough, because the upper limit of the Grey Mist Murloc is the level 2 Murloc warrior. Lin Xiao has a lot of Nagas and Murlocs who meet the requirements, but in his eyes, there is only one most suitable family member, and that is the big Naga leader who is stronger and wiser than his own people. Chapter 89 Powerful Fusion Occupation Almighty Warrior. Heroes generally refer to people with great courage and force, or people with heroic qualities, or people who are selfless, brave, and fight for the interests of the people, and have admirable moral character. And heroes in the god realm generally refer to people with great courage and force, and have firm beliefs, with both good and bad moral character. Of course, it does not mean that you can become a hero if you have courage and force. This is just a prerequisite. Whether you can become a hero depends largely on luck. Except for heroes like Lin Xiao who are created with special treasures. Ordinary heroes generally have strength that reaches the upper limit of their race. And then, because of certain circumstances, they break through the upper limit of their race. There is a very small probability that they will become a hero, but it is more likely that they will not be able to become a hero, but just break through the limit of their race, and then advance to the next level. It's like a fishman warrior whose race limit is only level 2 is promoted again through some treasure. The most likely possibility is to be promoted to level 3 fishman leader. There is a very small possibility to be promoted to level 3 fishman ridiculer. And there is only a very small possibility to be promoted to a fishman hero. The basic strength of a hero is related to the race he was born from. Even if he is just born, he has strength that exceeds the race limit. But this is not the point. The point is that the hero has broken the racial shackles. As long as he is properly trained, he can theoretically be promoted infinitely. For example, a fishman hero. As long as he does not die and is well trained, can theoretically be promoted to level 7, level 8, or even level 9, becoming a legendary hero who can easily slay dragons. Of course, Lin Xiao will not give this precious divine blood crystal to a fishman. He already has a goal. However, before the fusion, he must first synthesize a new profession and load it to all his clans, and then promote the hero based on the profession. The gap between heroes with professions and heroes without professions is quite large, which is equivalent to one fighting by instinct and the other with a systematic career plan. The gap between the two becomes larger and larger as time goes by. Lin Xiao stretched out his right hand, and a warrior occupation card appeared in the palm of his right hand. He flipped his left hand again, and a stack of cards with different light and dark appeared in his left hand. These were 10 5-star cards of random quality below legend that were rewarded for killing a demigod. He chose all skill cards. He had a plan in mind early on. He used the decomposition and fusion ability of the creation cube to decompose and extract a series of skills, and then merge them into the occupation card, greatly strengthening this occupation card, or reshaping a new occupation. The occupation card did not move. He first put the 10 skill cards into the creation cube one by one, decomposed them separately, and extracted the skills and put them aside. Then the key point came. He used the authority of the Black Scale Naga creator to temporarily strip off all the skills of the Black Scale Naga, which were bloodthirsty, slashing with the trend, basic footwork, and salted fish stab. The sudden deprivation of skills really caused a panic among the clans in the gods' domain. Many devout believers thought that the gods were angry and knelt down to pray in fear. Fortunately, Lin Xiao quickly issued a divine prophecy to appease them, so there was no trouble. As the creator of the Black Scale Naga species, Lin Xiao has the authority to grant them skills and talents, and also the authority to deprive them of them. Only the creator has this ability, not the non-created species. For example, Yanrenjia's Lava Lizard Man was not created by Yanrenjia, so he cannot deprive the Lava Lizard Man of any ability. Moreover, his deprivation does not belong to the racial enhancement of the Black Scale Naga, but is just a normal adjustment. Racial enhancement involves the fundamental bloodline, that is, talent, which means that as long as he deprives the Black Scale Naga of its talent or grants it a new talent, even if it is just an adjustment, it is considered a racial enhancement, and it is considered to have consumed an opportunity for racial enhancement. Lin Xiao has a plan in mind for the racial enhancement of the Naga, but he does not have all the appropriate racial talents to load. According to his plan, some of the talents and expertise that the Naga currently has are useful, and some are quite useless. At that time, he will have to replace at least half of them, and add a few carefully selected powerful talents and expertise. It doesn't need to be too many, but it must be strong. These are all things for the future. Now the focus is on recasting skills. He planned to integrate all skills into the profession, including the powerful skill of Salted Fish Thrust, and adjust the Salted Fish Thrust skill by the way. He had long been dissatisfied with the way this skill was used. Most of the 10 skill cards included basic passive skills, including the most common weapon skills, such as one-handed sword specialization, two-handed sword specialization, archery specialization, etc. He planned to integrate all weapon skills into one. With a thought, all the basic weapon skills in the creation cube were fused into a violently rolling chaos. Then, the bloodthirst skill was directly decomposed and melted into nutrients. This skill felt useless and occupied a skill position. As for the slash, it felt that there was nothing to strengthen. According to the skill concept, he felt that there was nothing to strengthen, and now he had insufficient resources to strengthen it. He could only wait until he had more resources in the future to try to strengthen this skill. Then, there was the Salted Fish Thrust. He merged it with the warrior's general skills Charge and Intercept, absorbed the advantages of these two skills, and then decomposed 2 rare cards for nutrient strengthening. Then, merged the warrior skill Leap Attack with the warrior general skill Thunder Strike, and then decomposed the remaining skills as nutrients to strengthen the basic skill. At this point, all skill cards have been decomposed. After a while, all skills have been strengthened separately, and then all these skills are integrated into the career card. A card emitting rich golden light hangs in the magic cube of creation. Lin Xiao took out the card impatiently and immediately looked at its attributes. Career, unnamed. Level, level 5. Career bonus, Constitution +2. Strength +2. Agility +1. Expertise. Basic Melee LV2. Basic Footwork LV2. Multi-Weapon Specialization LV2. Skills. Salted Fish Thrust Modified. Thunderbolt Modified. / Evaluation. A magical warrior variant profession. Able to skillfully use various weapons to fight. As for the name, Lin Xiao casually named it Almighty Warrior. After all, the multifunctional weapon specialization includes common weapon specializations, including archery. So it is very appropriate to call it Almighty Warrior. After being strengthened, the power of Salted Fish Thrust has not changed, but the impact speed is faster, and it can charge without a target. Before, it could only charge at a designated target, but now it can charge at an empty space without a target, so it can naturally intercept the target and use it more flexibly. The effect of Thunderbolt is still the same as before. Use weapons to slam the ground, causing shock damage twice the amount of your own attack to the surrounding enemies, and slowing them down. The stronger the strength, the larger the shock range. Now, in addition to the original effect, you can also jump to 20 meters away, and apply the effect of Thunderbolt when landing. Similarly, the stronger the strength, the farther the jump distance. It is possible to jump hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters away with strong strength. Theoretically, there is no upper limit. Holding this golden card and looking around, Lin Xiao loaded it into the god's domain with great satisfaction. The loading conditions are the same as before. Anyone who is a true believer can obtain it, and it is not limited to Naga or Murloc. However, Murlocs must be promoted to the first level Murloc warrior before they can be loaded. The unupgraded Murlocs are too weak to support this profession, whether it is Naga or Murloc. As long as the profession is loaded, everything given by the profession can be obtained immediately, including the attributes, expertise, and skills of the profession bonus. In other words, any first-level Murloc warrior who loads the all-round warrior will obtain a series of professional bonuses and immediately have the strength comparable to the original second-level Naga. The most important thing is that the professional level and the species level are calculated separately and can be superimposed. In other words, the Murloc species is destined to only be upgraded to the second-level Murloc warrior, but the all-round warrior professional level can be upgraded to level 5. That is, after the Murloc warrior is upgraded to the race limit. It can also improve its strength by upgrading the professional level. It's just because the race cannot be upgraded. The strength is definitely not as good as that of other high-level races. But for the famous useless race of the multiverse, the Murlocs, it is already very good to have a profession. How dare they ask for so much? The Murlocs in many crystal wall planes in the multiverse do not have such a thing as a profession. Even the Murlocs in the player's divine domain in the main world. Few people are willing to get a profession card to load for the Murlocs. Most of them choose a second race after they are strong enough, and slowly replace the weak race they chose at the beginning. Lin Xiao, this is also because the Naga and the Murlocs are from the same source. The main basic bloodline used to create the Naga is the Murlocs. So the Murlocs can also load this profession. Not that he specially prepared this profession for the Murlocs. It's so damn real. He had decided that the weak had no fish rights. But he had no shame in his heart. After synthesizing the profession and loading it, Lin Xiao set his sights on the God Blood Crystal. And now he can be promoted to a hero. But before that, he had to issue a divine revelation and let the believers hold a large prayer ceremony. It would be a waste if such a big thing as the promotion of a hero was not used to promote it and enhance faith. While the believers were preparing for the large prayer ceremony, Lin Xiao was not idle. He took out the huge anchor that was 7 or 8 meters long and refined it. He used the magic cube of good fortune to refine the impurities inside, and only pure steel remained. The size of the anchor also shrunk from 7 or 8 meters to less than 6 meters, preparing to reward his hero as a weapon. At the same time, he refined a large amount of metal harvested from the Serpent Man half-god's sanctuary, and cast it into a 4-meter-long wrist-thick fine steel spear, which he would reward together. These were all the spoils he obtained from the Serpent Man half-god's treasure house. Whether it was divinity or the divine blood crystals refined from the Serpent Man half-god's corpse, they could be used at will without restrictions. As for the career card, it was actually restricted. But unfortunately, he had 10 days before the final exam and happened to get a slot for a fusion card, which was just right for him. It is worth mentioning that during the 2-month vacation after the final exam, the limit of his fusion card is still calculated based on the first year of high school, 1 quota per month. Exactly 12 quotas per year. Only when the second year of high school starts. There will be 2 quotas per month. Chapter 90 Epic Heroes Slardar. Inside the tribe, tens of thousands of fishmen and more than 300 Nagas gathered in the center of the expanding tribe, dancing around the altar in the Maori war dance that Lin Xiao had taught his family before. The altar was built of huge stones and was larger than before. The side was filled with food, mostly fish from the sea. There was a freshly slaughtered bison. The big Naga leader was holding a bone staff and leading many tribesmen to dance around the altar with enthusiasm. As the moon rose above the head, the ritual prayer entered the most enthusiastic stage. Lin Xiao, who had prepared early, decisively consumed 500,000 faith points. The sky suddenly brightened, and the dark clouds in the sky were pushed away by an invisible force, revealing a faint golden light. As the dark clouds were pushed away and became brighter, a huge golden outline appeared above the sky, illuminating the entire divine domain. The great creator, the supreme lord of the sea, the god of Nagas and fishmen. That huge face was so huge and so majestic. The believers who were dancing and praying devoutly all bowed their heads and bent their bodies devoutly at this moment, reciting his name devoutly. At this moment, Lin Xiao could clearly sense the piety of many believers on earth. He was quite professional in managing the faith of believers. With a thought, the majestic face of the sky that occupied most of the divine domain slowly opened its eyes, and a rumbling sound like thunder sounded, echoing between heaven and earth. I say that the brave should be praised, the evil heretics should be punished, and my brave warriors should be rewarded. Under Lin Xiao's control, every word he said was like thunder roaring, containing awe-inspiring divine power, which could make mortals feel awe and fear, and thus produce awe. Lin Xiao has a lot of experience in this regard. He has carefully studied the books about spreading faith in this world, combined with the famous religious deeds of the previous life and the words of modern masters, combined with his own understanding, and has a set of missionary ideas that belong to him. He tried it in his own divine domain and felt that the effect was very good. I said, as the voice fell, a golden light fell from the sky like a pillar of light, covering the leader of the great Naga. His more majestic voice echoed between heaven and earth. My most devout warrior, your extraordinary bravery and faith are all in my heart. If you make a mistake, you should be punished. If you have made a contribution, you should be rewarded. I will give you infinite power. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiao threw the divine blood crystal in his hand from the kingdom of God into the divine domain. In the eyes of all the believers, it fell straight into the forehead of the big Naga and merged into it. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and roared. His pupils emitted dazzling golden light. A ray of golden light sprayed out from the scales for several feet, reflecting the scales with golden color, which was reflected by the black scales and turned into a dark gold color. The powerful power contained in the fusion of most of the flesh and blood essence of a demigod madly transformed the Naga leader. He roared, and his body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing bigger and longer. His breath grew rapidly like a pump. His eyes became more and more fanatical, and his faith became more and more fanatical. However, the more Lin Xiao looked at him, the more he frowned. After thinking for a while, he sent out a divine thought to communicate with this believer. There was no way. He had seen that this believer was turning into a fanatic, and he had to stop him. If other believers were promoted to fanatics, he would not stop them, but would be happy to see it happen. But this one was not possible. The reason was simple. As his first hero, and a hero who was promoted by fusing the crystal of divine blood, this Naga leader was destined to have an extremely long life, and it was possible that he would have an immortal life in the near future. It would be a waste if such an important believer became a fanatic. Lin Xiao paid such a high price not only to get a fanatic, but also to get a saint. You know, there are 4 levels of believers: true believers, devout believers, fanatics, and saints. Although the power of faith provided by fanatics is higher than that of devout believers, fanatics have a fatal flaw. That is, they can no longer be promoted to saints, which means that the faith of fanatics has come to an end. If you want to get the highest saint, you can only skip the level of fanatics from devout believers and directly promote. If other believers become fanatics, the more the better. However, as a hero that he has spent so much effort and resources to cultivate, he will definitely have high hopes for him. How can he let him become a fanatic? So he had to actively communicate with this believer with his divine thoughts. constantly hinting from the side that he should stay rational and not be fanatical. He could only hint, and directly saying it would affect the purity of his faith, and he would never become a saint. This short period of less than a minute was extremely painful for Lin Xiao, who was afraid that his efforts would fail. But fortunately, he was lucky, and the qualifications of this great Nada leader were good. So he finally kept his sanity, and did not transform into a fanatic when he withdrew his divine thoughts. Less than a minute later, this family had grown wildly from the original 7 meters, from head to tail to more than 10 meters. With a stronger and thicker body, thicker scales, and a color that changed from pure black to black with a hint of gold, and was changing to dark gold. As the fusion promotion was completed, the Nada leader, whose body had grown rapidly, slowly stood up. A light red halo spread from his feet to 100 meters away. Hero halo. Epic hero. Lin Xiao was delighted. This corpse flower was worth it. The sky was bright, and a thunderous voice sounded again. My bravest warrior, I will give you the name of Slarda. At the same time, another golden light fell from the sky beside Slarda, and a big pit was smashed with a boom. It was the big anchor prepared for him as a weapon. Open the newly popped up hero panel, and the attributes of the newly promoted hero Slarda are clearly listed. Hero, Slarda. Race, Black Scale Nada. Level, Epic. Hero Halo. Blood-sucking 25% of the damage caused to the enemy is converted into life energy and fed back to itself. And the friendly forces in the halo gain half of the effect. Hero Talent, Epic Hero Constitution. Immune to instant death damage. Advanced regeneration. 25% reduction in physical damage. And overall resistance plus 25%. Hero Skills, Sprint LV1. Salted Fish Thrust LV1. Thunder Crush LV1. Physique, 17 points. You have an extraordinary physique, and your finger cuts will heal automatically within seconds. Strength, 18 points. You can wrestle with fierce beasts such as ferocious bears and Asian dragons. Agility, 18 points. You are more flexible and faster in water than on land. Spirit, 5 points. Your spirit is very strong, and you can easily become a spellcaster after training. Evaluation, this is a very powerful epic hero with powerful melee ability, and his strength will be even stronger in water. The hero levels from low to high are ordinary, elite, epic, and legendary. It is said that there are stronger heroes above the legendary, but there is no record in the encyclopedia, and Lin Xiao doesn't know what it is. Those are too far away from him. At this stage, for him, a student who is only in the 2nd year of high school, the epic hero is already quite powerful. You must know that the Harpy Queen under Waning is just an ordinary template hero. The skills of heroes are determined by the talents and expertise they possess before being promoted, and are generally a comprehensive and enhanced version of the original talents and skills. For example, many of Slarda's talents were directly integrated into the talent of epic hero physique, and the 3 skills are also enhanced versions of many skills. What surprised him most was the hero's blood-sucking aura. This thing is not available to all heroes. Only heroes above epic level have the aura. And the source is also related to the time before being promoted. Slarda's ability to obtain the blood-sucking aura is probably related to the blood priesthood that the Snakeman demigod once possessed. Slarda was promoted to a hero, and his faith was still a devout believer. But he was far more devout than ordinary devout believers. He was comparable to an ordinary fanatic, but he was not fanatical and remained rational. This is exactly what Lin Xiao wanted, only with the most devout faith and rationality, plus an extraordinary understanding of the doctrines of the gods. Can the 3 be combined to be promoted to a saint? Of course, Lin Xiao has no church now, and the doctrine is incomplete, so he can never be promoted to a saint. But you can prepare first. When you are in the 2nd year of high school, the courses taught in the school are more professional than those in the 1st year of high school. All students must start preparing to establish a church with complete doctrines among their own divine believers, and the faith will be standardized. There is no future to continue the original primitive faith. After all, in the 2nd year of high school, you will go to the outer domain to take classes from time to time and try to invade some small plains. At that time, it will be difficult to convert the newly conquered natives with primitive worship beliefs. It will take a long time, and the efficiency is far less than that of regular church missionary work. So far, many spoils of war have been consumed in this final exam. Only a 40-meter giant tortoise SHL is left in the warehouse, and I don't know how to use it for the time being. a 40-meter-long golden spear, which is the weapon of the Snake Man demigod. Lin Xiao is going to take the time to use his divine power to refine it, and use it as a weapon for himself in the future. And there is an epic quality 5-star card, and 3 rare quality 5-star cards. In addition, the damaged relic was also thrown into the warehouse. With his current ability, he could not repair it. Not only his father could not repair the 3rd-level relic, but even his own ancestors could not repair it. At least a true god with medium or above divine power, and the 2 priesthoods of judgment or fate could repair it. Of course, Lin Xiao tried to throw it into the creation cube, which showed that it could be repaired, but it needed to be decomposed to repair other relics. He did not have any relics now. But even if he had them, he might not be willing to decompose them to repair them. It takes a lot of relics to repair a 3rd-level relic. If it is a 1st-level relic, it may take more than 10. Wouldn't it be nice to keep so many 1st-level relics in the god's domain? Even if they only increase a little strength. 10 stacked together is 10 points of strength. Just think about a fishman stacking more than 10 points of strength, which is equivalent to 10 times the strength of an adult man. How powerful is the burst at that moment? This thing. For now, let's ignore it. After all, given the rarity of the relics, it's hard to say whether we can encounter another one before the college entrance examination. It's too far to think about it now. In the next period of time, it is the recuperation of the divine domain, controlling the reproduction rate of the fishmen and encouraging the Nagas to reproduce vigorously. This species suffered too much loss in the attack on the semi-sacred snake men. Now, including the young ones, there are less than 400. The 2 months and 60 days of vacation after the final exam is equivalent to 60 years in the divine domain. He has to work hard to increase their size to more than 2,000. In addition, he has to train them vigorously, whether it is Nagas or fishmen, to improve their professional levels. Unlike the race level that requires combat experience to improve, the all-round warrior professional level only needs training. Not only does it not require experience, but also does not require faith value. Half a month later, Lin Xiao received a message from the teacher that the final exam was over and asked him to gather at the artifact platform. Chapter 91 5-star building card Bloody Arena. The artifact platform was crowded with people, and many teachers looked at the noisy voices on the platform without saying a word. When the teacher officially announced the end of the final exam, a total of 7 students died in this final exam, including Wan Ying. Many students could not suppress their shock and whispered to each other. The voices were so loud that they temporarily overwhelmed the teacher's voice. Even when the teacher announced that the top 10 students in this final exam were ranked first, Lin Xiao, the dark horse, did not care much. Everyone was shocked by Wan Ying's death. Every year, students die in the final exam because of greed or accident, which is not surprising. But it is rare for a genius student like Wan Ying to die. Fortunately, the teachers did not tell the students in detail the reason for her death, and naturally did not mention what Lin Xiao and Yin Renjie did. They just reminded the students to do everything within their ability, and not to do things beyond their ability. The final exam ended in a cacophony of noise. Many students who were still in shock returned in 2s and 3s. Lin Xiao communicated with the artifact platform to receive his reward for the first place in the final exam, which was also a 5-star card of golden mythical level. Speaking of which, this final exam was a great harvest. There were 2 golden mythical level cards alone, several treasures comparable to this quality, and a bunch of extremely rare good things. His harvest this time alone exceeded the sum of all his previous harvests by several times. For this 5-star mythical card, he specially selected a rare building card, Bloody Arena, from the dozens of card libraries provided by the school. 5-star building card Bloody Arena Mythical. A Bloody Arena can be summoned and placed in the divine domain. Effect: the Bloody Arena can provide 5 types of gladiatorial combat, 1 vs 1, 3 vs 3, 5 vs 5, 10 vs 10, and 100 vs 100. Gladiators can gain a lot of combat experience and professional experience by defeating the enemy. There is no divine card in the dozens of card libraries provided by the school, so you can only choose the one that suits you best. With this, you can let the family enter the arena to fight in the absence of enemies and gain experience, so that the combat effectiveness of the family can be guaranteed in a long period of time without war. After all, according to the time difference between the main world and the god's domain, if there is no fighting for 30 years in a month, many experienced old families in the god's domain will die. and the new families cannot improve their strength without fighting. Over time, the strength of the gods' domain will decline. Using this arena, families can fight each other to maximize the combat effectiveness of the family. However, this card cannot be integrated into the god's domain for the time being. He has no card position, and has to wait until next month. Swish! Light blue mist spewed out from the god's domain landing cabin. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, and looked at the light blue mist in front of him. He exhaled lightly. He did not come out of the god's domain landing cabin immediately, but continued to lie inside and meditate. He was thinking back on his experience during this final exam. From entering the plane to do his first mission, to his daring plan to take down a demigod, and all the experiences in between. Re-examine this experience in your mind. Summarize your experience. See what shortcomings you have, what you have not done well enough, whether you can do better, etc. In the eyes of some people, this may be hindsight. Things have already passed. What's the point of summarizing it? A person will not make the same mistake again next time he encounters such a thing. Is there any need to summarize it? But for Lin Xiao, experience summary is indeed useful. It is not just about not making the same mistake again next time, but from the experience summary afterward, whether your behavior is reasonable from the perspective of an observer, and whether you can do better if you change your perspective. The most important thing is that summarizing experience is not just about not making the same mistake again next time, but about being able to draw inferences from one example and expand the scope of imagination. It is not just about the same mistakes, even similar mistakes. And even as long as you encounter a certain degree of similarity with the experience you have encountered in the past, you can make better responses through this point. This is the correct use of summarizing experience. After the final exam, even if it is a holiday, many students left the school after coming out of the god's domain landing cabin. Lin Xiao came out of the god's domain landing cabin, packed up and went to the office of the head teacher Wu Hai first, and left the school to go home after a few hours. So far, the next 2 months of vacation will be a full 2 months later. After 2 months, he will be a sophomore in high school. After returning home, he had a good sleep. When he woke up at noon the next day, he found that he had a lot of unread messages, including one from his beautiful mother. He clicked it and saw that his mother, who looked like a young girl, appeared in front of him and said with concern, "Son, I heard that something big happened in your school's final exam. Something happened to the girl in the Wan family. What happened?" "This is the message from the mother, which cannot be shared," she said with some sighs. "The girl is pretty. Mom originally wanted to find an opportunity for you to be friends, but she didn't expect. By the way, do you know how she got into trouble?" I said, "You must pay attention to safety no matter how hard you work. Son, you must pay attention. Don't take risks if you are not sure. Mom doesn't ask you to stand out, as long as you are safe. Also, how are your grades in this final exam? The school said that the results will be released in half a month. Tell Mom how your grades are." There are several messages below, all of which are from his mother's chatter. The concern revealed in her words made Lin Xiao's mouth curl up slightly. "It feels so good to have someone care about you." Rubbing his hair like a chicken coop, he replied, "Don't worry. Your son is fine. He performed well in the final exam this time, and is likely to enter the elite class." He looked at it, and tapped the send button. "I'll wait for the transcript to come out, and give her a surprise." Less than 5 seconds after sending it, my mother responded, "Really? Is he really in the elite class? Son, you are great. I will make you something delicious when you come back. By the way, your final exam is over, so go home early. It's your grandfather's birthday in a few days. Your grades are so good, and your grandfather will definitely be very happy when he hears it." Lin Xiao's mind already had a scene of his mother dragging him to show off in front of his aunt and second aunt. Women, when you are young, you show off your husband. When you are middle-aged, you show off your son. And when you are old, you should show off your grandson. No problem. I will go home tomorrow. But there is no way. Who said he is a son? He said tomorrow. But in fact he booked a car that night, packed up casually, and got on the car to go home. This home is the location of Lin Xiao's family, located in a small village in the mountains more than 100 kilometers outside Dongning City. The whole village is the Lin family, and their relatives or servants. It is said to be a small village in the mountains, but it is actually equivalent to a miniature city, also called Linjiabao. with hospitals, elementary schools, supermarkets, etc., and also a large-scale station. Lin family. A small family with two true gods located near Donglin City. The patriarch Lin Yud, Lin Zhao's grandfather, established the Lin family 2,000 years ago and has been passed down for more than 2,000 years. There are 5 sons and 3 daughters. But 2 sons and 1 daughter died. Now there are only 3 sons and 2 daughters left. And the 2 daughters are married. The eldest son Lin Qirong, Lin Zhao's great-uncle, is a high-level demigod. The second uncle Lin Chanhong is the second true god in the family. The third uncle has died, but he left descendants. The fourth is Lin Zhao's grandfather Lin Chunglei, also a high-level demigod. The fifth uncle has also died, but he also left descendants. The 5 sons have gone their separate ways, each with a number of children. In total, there are about 300 or 400 people in the Lin family. Grandfather Lin Chunglei has 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest uncle Lin Chandong, a high-level demigod, has 1 son and 1 daughter. The second uncle Lin Sunrui, an ordinary demigod, has 2 sons and 1 daughter. The third is Lin Zhao's father Lin Haolin, a high-level demigod with only 1 son. As a family of true gods, the younger generation can not only obtain the blessing of true gods, but also have no shortage of various resources. As long as the direct descendants of the previous generation do not die midway, they can basically obtain enough resources to become a demigod. But it is limited to becoming an ordinary demigod. Whether you can become a high-level demigod depends on your own ability. As for the true god, this is not something that can be piled up with resources. It also depends on personal ability and opportunity, as well as understanding of the rules. This is the most important. So even if you are the son of a powerful god, if you are not good at this, you can't become a true god. Of course, if you are really a descendant of powerful gods, if you can't become a true god in the main world, you can also choose to enter the outer domain and become an indigenous god without a divine domain. Many direct descendants of powerful gods have chosen this after they have no hope of advancement. The strength of this indigenous god is far inferior to the new god in the main world. But after all, he has immortality, and is also a true god. Linjiabeo is divided into 5 parts according to the 5 rooms, namely 4 corners and the center. The big room occupies the center, and the other 4 rooms each occupy a corner. The 4th room where Lin Xiao is located in the northwest corner of Linjiabeo. The flying car stopped at the station, and after paying, he walked out of the station alone with a bag on his back. He swiped his card on the roadside outside the station, and a flying car like a sightseeing bus drove over and stopped in front of him. He got on the car and entered the location, and the flying car flew directly to his home. There were many people on the road, most of whom were servants or servants serving the Lin family, or companions or subordinates of the Lin family. In the 2nd year of high school, the school would encourage students to form teams to explore the plains, with the strongest student as the leader and several weaker students as the auxiliary to form a team to complement each other. This is also the prototype of the future pantheon. If you have the ability to grow all the way to the god, you will establish a pantheon as a team. The relationship between the pantheons is very close, and in some cases, it is closer than brothers. Brothers will also turn against each other because of disputes over family property, and the interests of all members of the pantheon are combined together. No one dares to violate the oath of the Styx or the will of Gaia. This is also a problem that Lin Xiao needs to consider during the holidays. When the next semester starts, should he form a team, or continue to work alone? He is not opposed to forming a team, but it is difficult for him to find suitable teammates. Chapter 92 Going Home. He had thought about finding Wan Ying before. After all, she was a pretty, cute girl. She was not weak and pleasing to the eye. She had no other shortcomings except small breasts. If they got along well, she might become his girlfriend in the future. But he didn't expect that she would be GG before they had communicated a few times. Fate is so unpredictable. Life. Lin Xiao was lying on the flying car and sighing. He had arrived at the 4-room area of Linjiabeo. He got off the car and prepared to walk into the alley. It happened that a man and a woman came out of the alley. When they saw him, the man was stunned for a moment, then waved and smiled. Xiaolu is back? He nodded, smiled and replied, Yes, my eldest cousin. The man was Lin Kuan, the son of my eldest uncle. I didn't recognize the woman, but seeing how close they were, I guess she was his girlfriend. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but the names of the uncles and uncles of the previous generation were all 3 characters. And their names were all 2 characters, whether they were cousins or peers from other rooms. Lin Zhao's relationship with his eldest cousin is a bit complicated. It can't be said that it's bad. After all, they are cousins. But it's not much better. The reason is still the trivial things in the big family that are not told to others. And it all comes down to interests. Most brothers in ordinary families have to fight for family property. Not to mention the big family. The great-grandfather and grandfather are still alive. The family property cannot be fought for. But resources must be fought for. Every year, the resources harvested from the public land of the entire family are distributed. And who has more and who has less? They have to fight. Especially those rare resources that can be effective for high-level demigods, or even true god-level resources, are the focus of competition among uncles and uncles from all branches and factions. After all, no matter which branch is high-level demigods who hope to be deified, they all hope to successfully ignite the divine fire and hold up the throne to be deified. But there are only so many resources. How to distribute them is a big problem. So they need to fight. Speaking of this, the second house, where the second uncle was located, got the most. The second house of the 5 houses got nearly half of the total. Just because the second uncle had been deified, and was the second true god in the family. He was powerful, and made the most contributions. So he naturally got the most. But the other brothers felt that it was too little, and were dissatisfied. As a result, the family was naturally not very harmonious. Fortunately, the ancestor was still alive, and the family had 2 true gods guarding it. The internal conflicts were still stable within a certain range. With the pressure of external enemies, it was still relatively stable. But even so, the relationship between the houses in the Lin family castle was not very good, and the young people from different houses rarely communicated. Lin Xiao had an average relationship with many cousins in the same house. Not good or bad. They usually called each other when they met, and there was no other communication. Especially as everyone grew up and became gods. The demand for resources became greater and greater, and this relationship became more and more cold. Familiar strangers in the same castle. Sometimes Lin Xiao felt that if a family became like this, it would be better to split up early and live separately, so that the relationship between brothers would be better. Maybe. No one can predict such a thing. It is also possible that the family will really split up. And it is not impossible that the accumulated conflicts will burst out, and they will no longer communicate. Anyway, Lin Xiao does not think that this situation will continue to stalemate. As his generation of young people grow up, this conflict will gradually become more acute. There are only 2 possibilities for the development of the family in the future. One is that the conflict is so big that even the ancestors cannot suppress it, and the family will eventually split up. Another possibility is that the second uncle's strength will surpass the great-grandfather, and the grandfather may be willing to give up power and let the second uncle take charge. Speaking of living too long, it is also a kind of trouble in some cases. The great-grandfather established the family for 2,000 years and has been in charge of the family for 2,000 years. The sons below also want to stand out. Especially the second uncle has been deified for hundreds of years and has been the prince for hundreds of years. He can't bear it anymore. After chatting with the eldest cousin for a few words, he said goodbye. If it was in the past, the eldest cousin would definitely pull him to show off. This time, it is probably because he has a new girlfriend and is a bit busy, so he has no time to chat with him. Entering from this alley, there are all relatives or companions related to the 4th room. They all know each other more or less, and they have to say hello when they see each other. At the end of the alley that is several hundred meters long, there is a back street that is more than 10 meters wide. After crossing the back street, the ground changes from cement to a square paved with stone slabs. Behind a bush, there is a garden surrounded by a high and thick stone wall. There is a villa and 2 small buildings. This is Lin Zhao's home. Standing in front of the gate and scanning, the gate opened silently. As soon as he stepped into the door, a fresh breath hit him in the face, and at the same time, there was a sound of flapping wings behind his head. Looking back, he saw an owl covered with a faint green light glow flew over and landed on his shoulder, tilted its head and pecked his collar lightly, and spoke in a girl's voice. "Little master, you are back. Well, where is my mother?" He smiled and reached out to touch the owl. She half closed her eyes and shrank her head like a kitten, looking like she was enjoying it. This is my mother's pet. A divine owl. A girl with a sweet voice. But because of the terrifying rules of the main world, all the powers cannot be revealed. And it looks like a beautiful owl. In the main world, only demigods can show some extraordinary powers to a limited extent. And all those below demigods are suppressed and cannot show any extraordinary powers. While enjoying his touch, the owl leaned against him and rubbed against him, saying crisply, "The master went to prepare delicious food for the little master and will be back later." Lin Zhao's heart was immediately warmed. Walking in the garden with the owl on his shoulder, he saw fresh flowers and bud everywhere, covered with a light mist. And the air was very fresh, like two different worlds from the outside. There are many statues of strange shapes in the corners of the garden. They are all stone puppets. Wizards from foreign lands like to use them to guard wizard towers or floating cities. Because they are lifeless puppets, the suppression of the main world has little effect on the puppets. They can generally exert more than 70% of their combat effectiveness. Demigods like to use them to guard their homes. At this time, the stone puppets were all in a sleeping state, looking like statues, with mist and rain falling, and flowers and plants under their feet, which looked quite artistic. Mother has two priesthoods: rainy season and growth. Rainy season is the precondition of the 4 seasons and climate priesthood, while growth is the precondition of the 2 powerful priesthoods of abundance and life. It can easily adjust the climate, making the climate of the divine domain more suitable for the growth of life. Combined with the priesthood of growth, it is very powerful in farming in the divine domain. The garden is full of beautiful flowers that are rarely seen outside. Mother usually has no other hobbies, but likes to plant some flowers and plants, among which there are some extraordinary things. This is the main world, and many things cannot be displayed. Lin Zhao heard from his mother that she carefully cultivated a flower bush in her divine domain and raised many flower fairies. One of the flower fairies was given a little divinity by her, and became a divine creature with many very magical abilities. After taking a walk in the garden and admiring the beautiful flowers carefully planted by his mother, Lin Zhao even felt much more refreshed, entering the villa from the side door behind the garden. As soon as he entered the door, a clear light appeared in front of him out of thin air and turned into the outline of his mother, and said to him in a gentle voice, "Son, wait at home for a while. Mom will get you something good." After that, the clear light disappeared, and Lin Zhao touched his chin. If he guessed correctly, it was probably what his mother had said a long time ago, that if he had good grades and could enter the elite class, she would give him a surprise. I think it was that. He was still quite looking forward to it. His mother had prepared for so long. It must be a good thing. But he didn't know what it was. His mother was not at home, and his father was not at home all year round. Lin Zhao didn't know what to do. He took a shower and came out just in time to see Al carrying a fruit basket full of fresh fruits. He picked up a bunch of grapes and bit them, and opened the internet. A light screen as big as a wall unfolded, and he found an entertainment website to browse. It was boring. After browsing for a while, a picture attracted his attention. Well, to be precise, it was the title that caught his attention. The First Freshman Enrollment Guide of the Gods Academy in the Canaan Plain. The first class? He raised his eyebrows and clicked in with interest. After carefully browsing the contents, a look of realization appeared on his face. As he expected, this was a new and powerful pantheon declaring its existence. According to the default rules, any pantheon that can gain a foothold in any main plane of a crystal wall system in a foreign land and rule many subsidiary planes around it will be eligible to communicate with Gaia's will. Open up the channel between the main world and the main plane of the foreign crystal wall, and allow ordinary people in the main world to enter the foreign land for colonization. Of course, colonization is a very broad term and a very time-consuming job. Before colonization, a powerful pantheon will establish a school in the main world and the main plane it rules to recruit students. The school in the main world naturally recruits players who have divine domains. That is to say, high school students will be able to apply for this school in the future, which is equivalent to a new university. This is how all the universities now come from. Each school is equivalent to a huge pantheon, ruling over a huge main plane community. The main plane of the foreign domain that they rule recruits ordinary people who cannot become players of the god realm, and teaches them various foreign power systems, such as warriors, knights, mages, and other common foreign plane power systems. Just like in novels, From the first level mage to the second level mage, to the 6th level senior mage, the 8th level legend, the 10th level demigod, and so on. That's right. If ordinary people cannot open up the God realm and become players of the God realm, it is not completely impossible to go, and they can still take this road. But this road means that a huge price needs to be paid, and the road to growth is also very difficult. It takes countless battles at any time to grow up step by step. Although in theory, it can grow all the way to legend, demigod, and ignite the divine fire to become a true god. But the difficulty is very, very high. Far more difficult than the players of the God realm. After all, the players of the God realm are divine creatures as soon as they open up the God realm, and they are demigods when they accumulate enough divinity. Although it is a bit difficult, it is much simpler than the road to becoming a god for ordinary people. Chapter 93. A child with a mother is a treasure, and as the price of gaining power, he needs to serve the forces that open up the channel between the two worlds for many years. It can be said that it is quite difficult for ordinary people to grow to the limit and ignite the divine fire to become a god. Of course, this refers to pure ordinary people. If they have connections or are valued by big people and have enough resources, the difficulty will be greatly reduced. For regular God realm players, choosing a university in the college entrance examination is equivalent to choosing a camp. Once you choose and pass the exam, it is equivalent to joining a huge god system, which is equivalent to having a big backer. So you must choose carefully. However, this is only considered by senior high school students who are about to take the college entrance examination. People like Lin Xiao who are only in the second year of high school don't need to be so anxious. They can talk about it next semester. Just as he was watching the live broadcast of the establishment of Canaan Academy in the light curtain with great interest, he suddenly heard a faint and crisp singing in his ears. He immediately turned around and saw that there was a light fog in the hall gathering to the center to form a portal. A slender figure walked out of it. The demigod no longer needed a God Realm login device and could enter the God Realm directly. In less than 2 seconds, a pretty girl in a light blue dress surrounded by stars walked out. This was the incarnation of the mother. When she saw Lin Zhao's face showing joy, she flashed in front of him, tiptoed and touched his head, and said with a smile, "Son, you are back. Let me see if you have lost weight recently." It's okay. I haven't lost weight." He smiled and responded, letting his mother touch his head and face affectionately. This feeling is very comfortable. All mothers in the world are the same, whether they are ordinary people, demigods, or even true gods. They all love and love their children from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xiao is very fortunate to have such a good mother in this life, allowing him to feel the feeling of being spoiled. Yes, it is the legendary kind of spoiling that a loving mother spoils her children. To be honest, according to this kind of spoiling, if he was not a reborn person, it would be easy for others to be raised as a second-generation ancestor. In the past, I would grit my teeth when I saw such spoiled supporting roles in movies and novels. But when I personally enjoyed this kind of love, I felt so happy. "Son, come here. Mom has prepared something good for you." Lin Xiao grabbed an unknown red fruit on the table and stuffed it into his mouth. He looked up and saw his mother took out a card emitting dazzling orange light. His first reaction was that it was another legendary card. Jin Yunju was very happy to see her son's surprised expression. She stuffed the card into his hand and said, "Mom heard you say that you performed very well in the final exam this time. This is a reward for you." Hee. "Thank you, Mom." He took the card without hesitation and looked at it. He was quite surprised. This is indeed a legendary quality card. But it is not the 5-star card he expected, but a 3-star card. A 3-star card of legendary quality. Whether it is 1 star or 5 stars, the quality is the same. From low to high, they are ordinary, green rare, blue rare, purple epic, orange legendary, and golden mythical. But generally speaking, low-level cards rarely appear high-quality cards. For example, a 1-star card usually has a small piece of trees, a dozen soldiers, more than 100 fish, etc. The quantity is small, and the quality is generally not high. Anyway, Lin Xiao has never heard of a 1-star card with the quality of purple epic level, and he has never seen even a blue rare quality one. 2-star and 3-star cards are basically the same. Only 4-star and above high-quality cards are more common, and 5-star cards are the most. To be honest, This is the first time Lin Xiao has seen a 3-star orange legendary quality card. Not only was he surprised, but even the things sealed in the card were beyond his expectations. 3-star resource card Flower Fairy Legend. Summon 10 flower fairies. There is a small and exquisite little beauty with transparent wings on her back on the card. Her face is exquisite and cute. She is holding a small basket in one hand and flying among the flowers. Lin Xiao knows that the flower fairy is a kind of elf. Not that kind of elf, but the kind of elf of the spirit. The most common one is a little goblin who likes to play pranks on people. It is very small, usually the size of an ordinary person's palm, and has no combat power. It likes to suck dew, nectar or small insects. Generally speaking, some goddesses who love beauty like to keep them for viewing. As far as Lin Xiao knows, the flower fairies seem to have no other functions except taking care of flowers and plants to make them bloom more colorfully. This is for Lin Xiao's current divine domain. It seems useless. Right? He looked up in confusion, and Jin Yunju said to her son, "Do you think they have no other functions besides taking care of flowers and plants and looking good?" He nodded honestly. The mother smiled and shook her head. "Normally, this is the case. But the one that Mom gave you was specially cultivated by me. In addition to taking care of flowers and plants, it can also take care of other plants for you, whether it is economic fruit trees or farmland. Under their care, the maturity speed of farmland will increase by 1/10, and the yield will also increase by 1/10. How much area can these 10 take care of? Don't underestimate them. 1 can take care of 10 acres, and 10 can take care of 100 acres. No matter how big your divine domain is now, it is enough. Lin Xiao. It is indeed enough. Even if the god's domain is expanded, 1 mu of land is equivalent to an area of 30 meters long and 20 meters wide. And 100 mu is 300 meters by more than 200 meters. Well, his current god's domain land area is much larger than this. Thousands of mu. Even if the area of the god's domain is expanded in the future, can't the flower fairy be increased? Okay. Thank you, Mom. I just put it away. It's a pity that I can't use it now. Speaking of which, he has several things that he can't use now. The Bloody Arena, the Flower Fairy card, and 2 epic quality 5-star cards, 2 rare 5-star cards, and he needs at least 4 slots. The mother and son chatted for a while, and the mother went to the kitchen to cook happily. A demigod, who can call the wind and rain in the outer plane personally cooks for herself. This feeling. Children with mothers are really treasures. In the next few days, he lived a life of idleness, with food always provided for him. After meals, he would accompany his mother for a walk in Linjiabao, and occasionally accompany her to visit and play in nearby scenic spots. 5 days later, Jin Yunju returned home in high spirits, wearing a big sun hat and sunglasses. Lin Xiao followed behind her, carrying a pile of shopping bags that almost covered her body. He was exhausted. As expected, shopping is a woman's nature. Both normal women and demigods have this hobby. Originally, my mother was reluctant to come back. It was rare for her son to accompany her shopping. But there was no way. My father came back from the foreign dimension, and my grandfather would celebrate his 330th birthday in 2 days. After entering the door and putting a pile of shopping bags aside, I saw my mother sitting on the sofa and whispering with a handsome middle-aged man who looked very similar to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took the water cup from a magic hand that flew silently behind him like a cloud, said thank you, sat down in front of his father, and shouted, "Dad." Lin Howling looked up at the young man in front of him, who looked very similar to himself. The majesty on his face eased, and he smiled and said, "I heard that you did well in the final exam this time. Are you sure you can enter the elite class?" Lin Xiao nodded. "If there is no big accident, you can enter." "Very good. Wait until your grandfather's birthday is over, and go to the outer domain with me during the holiday." "Thank you, Dad." Obviously, Dad is going to give me some good things, and going directly to the outer domain can bypass the rules. This is the difference between ordinary people and students with backers. Students from civilian backgrounds do not have this benefit. Of course, don't expect to use this loophole to become powerful overnight. In theory, as long as they are willing to pay the price. Large families can use this loophole to directly promote their descendants to become demigods. But in fact, if they do so, demigods are the limit of life. Countless examples from the hundreds of thousands of years since the advent of the God realm have shown that the growth of new players in the God realm must follow the rule of gradual progress. And the growth rate must be smooth. Small-scale leaps in growth are allowed. But it is absolutely impossible to force growth and increase strength by a large margin all at once. It is not only related to the stability of the God realm, but mainly because the strength grows too fast and the foundation is unstable, which is equivalent to skipping a section on the road of growth. The corresponding growth is not experienced, which will leave loopholes and flaws. The consequence is that when condensing the priesthood and igniting the divine fire, the consciousness of the gods will come into contact with the Gaia, will, and world rules of the main world. At this step, they will be tested by the Gaia will and world rules. If the foundation is not solid and there are loopholes, the success rate can be imagined. Condensing the priesthood may be forced to condense in other ways, but this igniting the divine fire cannot be done by tricks. If the foundation is not solid or there are loopholes, it is 100% impossible to successfully ignite the divine fire. This can be described by the hard demon tribulation of the Mahayana monks in the Eastern fantasy, when they pass the tribulation and ascend. If there are loopholes in the mind, they will definitely not be able to pass the hard demon tribulation. Lin Zhao's current state has reached the short-term growth limit, and he can no longer fuse other cards. But he can obtain some limited non-material benefits, such as experience, which is more precious than simple material. Next, the mother went to cook, while Lin Zhao and his father sat opposite each other and chatted. Basically, his father asked him about some of his school situations, some of his growing problems, or some of his father's past experiences and lessons. Lin Zhao did not tell them all about his current situation. He wanted to wait until the grandfather's birthday party to give everyone a surprise. Well, to be honest, I just wanted to shock my cousins when they pretended in front of me. Who told them to pretend in front of me every time the family gathered before? If you don't pretend after returning home in glory, it would be like walking in the night in brocade clothes. How boring. Strips of lights hung with colorful lights and neon lights extended along the side of the street to the end of the street. The shops on the side of the street were all hung with festive red ribbons today. Today is the 330th birthday of Lin Chunglei, the fourth master of Lin Jiabao. In the streets and alleys, many adults walked with their children on the street, and most of the topics people talked about were related to the birthday party. As the fourth master's birthday, all the properties of the fourth house were closed for 3 days, and all the workers received a large red envelope, which made everyone very happy. When Lin Zhao got up from the warm bed, he was alone at home. His parents had gone to his grandfather's house early to prepare for the birthday banquet. Opening the window, the warm morning sun shines through the window and shines on the body, which is particularly warm. Looking down from the window of the villa, you can see the flow of people outside the high wall, and from time to time you can see a luxurious car speeding towards the manor where the grandfather lives on the other side of the sky. These are all relatives, friends, or heads of subordinate enterprises of this house. Basically have a certain relationship with this house. Chapter 94 Women will affect the speed of my sword drawing. Uncle Lin Chandong and his third brother Lin Haolin stood in front of the gate of the manor to welcome guests. Whenever a flying car landed and saw an acquaintance coming, the two would come forward to greet them. Many visitors were not as prestigious as them, but today everyone was a guest, as the birthday of the legitimate son of the famous True God family in Dongning City. Although it was not as glorious as the birthday of the ancestor, it was also quite eye-catching. Many members of the 4 branches of the Lin family and heads of various industries came one after another, and the scale was quite large. When Lin Zhao arrived, he heard the melodious and pleasant music from afar. It was not the music of the main world, but full of exotic style. The sound was rich and festive, which was quite suitable for the current situation. Entering the manor from the back door, he saw a group of elves dancing on the stage built on the lawn from afar. There was no band or orchestra from the main world. Some invited ladies and gentlemen were gathered in small circles around the stage to chat. Small circles like this are everywhere in the manor now. But the real VIPs were not here, but in the manor. Lin Zhao was looking around curiously, and suddenly heard his mother Jin Yunju's gentle voice. "Son, come to the inner hall." He hurried over and saw his mother, who was more beautiful than ever in a burgundy dress. She waved to him and grabbed his hand and said, "The banquet is about to start. Don't run around. Just follow me later." Then she took out an exquisite gift box and stuffed it into his hand, saying, I have prepared a gift for your grandfather. Have you thought of a congratulatory message? Go search it online. I have prepared it. That's good. Go to the inner hall first. You haven't seen your cousins for a long time. Chat more if you have nothing to do. Okay. Don't think about anything today. Just listen to your mother. Entering the inner hall, the first thing you see is a large retro crystal chandelier on the empty dome of the inner hall. There are gorgeous murals along the edge of the chandelier, and the patterns spread around the dome. Under your feet is a marble floor that is so clean that it can reflect the dome. The lights and the reflection complement each other, casting a brilliant light. Grandpa's manor is a pure Maine world-style manor. It is not carefully maintained like my mother's. He also got some beautiful flowers and plants from foreign lands. There is no extraordinary power in the manor. A dozen handsome and beautiful young men and women in gorgeous dresses are standing in twos and threes on the mirror-like marble and chatting quietly. Lin Xiao's arrival attracted the attention of the two men who were chatting recently. One of them was a handsome man with blue hair. He was slightly surprised when he saw him, and then turned back and said loudly, I was wondering who it was. It turned out that Lin Xiao was here. Long time no see. Lin Xiao bowed slightly to the two of them and said, Brother Jin, Brother Lu. There was nothing wrong with the etiquette. The two looked at him for several seconds before humming and nodding. These two people are not from the fourth room, but two cousins from the first room. As for their relationship, it can be seen from their communication that it is definitely not a good one. Their voices attracted the attention of others. A tall and beautiful woman in a small circle of 3 men and 2 women on the other side of the hall suddenly reached out to greet him. Lin Xiao. Come here. His eyes lit up, and he nodded to the two of them. Sorry. Excuse me. After that, he strode over and stood in front of the 5 people, saying one by one, Brother Kun, Sister Wei, Sister Lin Yu, Brother Zhu, Brother Yi. The 5 people had different attitudes towards his call. The 2 beautiful women were not bad, but the other 3 were a little cold, just humming as a response. Lin Xiao was not annoyed, but just smiled. But there was some contempt in his heart. Although the relationship is bad on weekdays, it should be united when facing other rooms. Even if you don't want to be like that, you can pretend. The emotional intelligence is not very good. The relationship between Lin Xiao and several cousins is really not very good. In the final analysis, it was because Grandpa and Grandma doted on their youngest son, Lin Xiao's father, too much, and gave him more resources than the other 2 brothers. In addition, his father worked hard, and now his strength has surpassed his 2 brothers. Envy and jealousy naturally made the relationship not very good. Lin Xiao couldn't say anything about this. After all, he was a beneficiary. Whatever he said was not good, and he would be accused of being ungrateful. Fortunately, the relationship with the 2 cousins was not too stiff. After all, they were girls and would get married in the future, so they would not care about these messy things. Moreover, he didn't know if he had a talent for soft rice, but he found that he was quite popular with girls since he was a child. Especially when he was a child. He was very handsome. His mother liked to buy him some girls' clothes and skirts and dress him up in women's clothes, which made the women in the family like him very much. Maybe this is also the reason why his cousins don't like him. When Lin Xiao arrived, the 3 cousins were unhappy. He shrugged and said nothing. The tall Lin Wei said, Ignore them. You are not young anymore, and you are not mature at all. By the way, how did you do in the final exam this time? Not bad. According to your previous grades, it is not bad to not be eliminated in the final exam. The eldest cousin Lin Kun hugged his arms and said, Not being eliminated in the first year of high school. At least I didn't lose face for my Lin family. What the eldest brother said is true. At this time, the second uncle's second son Lin Zhu also said, There is no difference in our Lin family's direct lineage. Look at Brother Kun. He was ranked in the top 30 in the school, and was directly admitted to the elite class. Yes. Lin Xiao kept nodding, looking serious. Look at Lin Yi again. He was also. Here they come again. Lin Xiao sighed in his heart. Sure enough, as always, they always pretended in front of him and took the opportunity to scold him. At this moment, he was wondering whether his mother was also fighting openly or secretly with his 2 sisters-in-law like himself. It's a bit imprecise to use this word, or it can be said to be intrigue. Pressing his forehead lightly with his fingers, he let it go in one ear and out the other. Anyway, he just ignored it. Fortunately, There were two cousins around this time. They didn't talk for long before the eldest cousin Lin Wei stopped them. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they simply ignored the three of them, and went to the side to chat. In addition to talking about him, they also talked about their school affairs. Both cousins were senior high school students. With the support of their families, they already had more than 5 points of divinity. Like him, they were not in a hurry to condense the priesthood, but continued to accumulate. Unconsciously, time passed gradually. Suddenly, Lin Xiao heard a noise next to his ear. He turned around and saw a group of young men and women at the door of the hall, surrounded by a red figure. Walking in, it was a very beautiful woman, with a waterfall-like hair piled up, revealing a slender white jade neck that was long enough to make a man uneasy. A bright red fishtail skirt wrapped around her tall and graceful body. Her eyes were as bright as stars, with a faint bright red pupil, revealing a bit of seductive color. But her temperament was completely opposite to her seductive appearance. She was so noble that people dared not look directly at her, and made people feel like they wanted to see her, but did not dare to look directly at her. What a beautiful girl! The one who spoke was Lin Wei. Even though she was a woman, she was attracted by the figure and beauty of the new woman. She patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and asked, "Do you know who she is?" He shook his head. "How do I know who she is when I haven't even seen her? She is from my grandmother's family. Her name is Shen Yuexin, and she came here to celebrate my grandmother's birthday." "How is it? Is she beautiful?" Second cousin Lin Yu asked beside her. "Beautiful," Lin Xiao answered honestly. The eldest cousin covered her mouth and asked, "Do you like her?" Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "No." The two girls asked curiously, "Why? Why? Can Lin Xiao say that this woman is not so easy to subdue just by looking at her appearance, temperament, and the posture of being surrounded by people? Besides, he doesn't have the time to fall in love, which will seriously affect his growth rate. The 3 years of high school are very critical for him." At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered a hard thing in his previous life, and laughed and teased, "Because women will only affect the speed of my sword drawing." Bang! A strong slap on the back of his head made him lower his head. Looking back, he saw his mother's delicate little face bulging, and a pair of big eyes staring at him fiercely. The two cousins covered their mouths and laughed secretly. "What did you say?" My mother put her hands on her waist and looked very angry. Lin Xiao touched his head, and quickly stepped forward to hug his mother's hand and shook it. "I didn't say anything. You heard it wrong." "Humph. Next time you say nonsense, I will beat you so hard that your mother won't recognize you. You are my mother." Lin Xiao was speechless. He was very wise, and could only complain in his heart. He dared not say a word. He held her arm and shook her to coax her, making the two cousins cover their mouths and laugh. Half an hour later, Jean Yunju, who had been coaxed by her son to be happy again, took him to the back hall. At this time, the banquet was about to begin. His father and his uncles were greeting the distinguished guests, who arrived last on behalf of his grandfather. Many guests who came earlier had already taken their seats. Lin Xiao saw that the beautiful and elegant woman who came before was sitting at the top table. Normal juniors are not qualified to sit there. Even Lin Xiao can only sit on the 3rd level. But she is here on behalf of her grandmother's family. Lin Xiao found a table of the 4th room and sat down. Looking back, he saw a table on the 2nd level. The petite and exquisite mother was at the same table with the aunt and the second aunt. It seemed that they were arguing again. But this time, the mother looked very confident and did not show any weakness. Sure enough, beautiful women are also women. Even the most beautiful goddesses have the trouble of pooping. Grandpa's birthday banquet was very ancient Chinese style. A very pure birthday banquet, with a bunch of guests eating together. Lin Xiao knew that many old families in Huaxia district had such habits. Even if young people liked Western-style dance banquets when they were young, they would change involuntarily when they got old. Of course, there would be a family banquet after the formal dinner, and there would be a party outside. But only family members would participate in the family banquet. The gift prepared by his mother for him was also delivered at that time. At the same time, it was also the time for several of them to show their faces in front of their grandfather. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao, who was chatting with his cousin, suddenly felt a strong sense of presence, followed by warm applause, and Grandpa and Grandma walked in surrounded by their children. When his eyes fell on his grandfather, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and his spirit was also dazed and absent-minded, which made him lower his head involuntarily and dare not look directly. So powerful. Lin Zhao's first reaction was that this was not an ordinary high-level demigod. Is Grandpa going to be deified? He had seen many high-level demigods, and many of the class teachers in the school were at this level, but none of them could give him such a strong feeling. This feeling. Lin Zhao's eyes were particularly bright, and he longed for and expected that he would have such power one day. Chapter 95: The Attention at the Dinner. But I am not the protagonist. There is nothing much to say about the dinner. After all, there are too many guests, and the main purpose is to eat. Lin Zhao sat quietly and ate quietly. After his grandfather left the table, he quietly left and went to the manor to attend the family dinner. The so-called family dinner. Of course, only family members are qualified to attend, and only the most direct line can enter, such as the 3 uncles and their descendants, and the direct line of several other rooms who came to celebrate the birthday. However, when Lin Zhao entered the living room, he unexpectedly found that the woman who had amazed him before was also there, whispering to his grandmother. At the same time, he also found that there was an extremely handsome young man sitting on the other side of his grandmother. The most eye-catching thing was his pupils that were shining with a faint golden light. Lin Zhao recognized at a glance that the man's name was Lin Su, the youngest son of the second uncle Lin Changhong, and also the most beloved son. He was not much different in age from Lin Zhao, and seemed to be in the first year of high school. However, he did not study in Dongning City, but went directly to the provincial government No. 1 middle school. Now it is unknown how strong he is. It is said that he is not the descendant of the second uncle and his current wife, but the descendant of the second uncle and an indigenous goddess. As the direct descendant of 2 true gods, he was born with visions. After opening up the divine domain, he initially possessed 4 points of divinity. He is a true pride of heaven. This kind of true pride of heaven is the focus of everyone's attention no matter where he is. Even at this occasion, he is qualified to sit at the same table with his elders, which is very enviable. Lin Zhao found that when many cousins in the hall were chatting, they couldn't help but look over there frequently, either on Lin Su or on that woman. A beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman. Not only them, even the always arrogant Lin Su couldn't help but look at Shen Yuexin frequently at this time, and seemed to be a little moved. Lin Zhao was of course no exception. He stood quietly in a corner and looked at her from time to time. But he didn't have any thoughts. He just admired her. In his previous life, as an old driver, he always stared at beautiful women openly, not like other cousins who peeked at them. I don't know if his undisguised gaze was too fierce. Shen Yuexin noticed that she was looking at him. She stared at him with her wine-red pupils for a long time, trying to make the boy feel ashamed and retreat as before. Then she didn't expect that the man not only didn't retreat, but also blinked his eyes. Flirting with me? No. She noticed that the boy's eyes were clear and pure appreciation, not as salty as some eyes, and her anger could not help but disappear. She smiled and retracted her gaze. Lin Zhao shrugged and retracted his gaze as well. He didn't continue to look. If he continued to look, he would be a hooligan. At this moment, he heard an irrepressible quarrel coming from a table 2 seats away by the window. When he listened carefully, the sound became quieter. He looked up and saw his eldest cousin Lin Kuan standing in front of the table, glaring at the 2 cousins with an angry face. I don't know which cousin they are from. Lin Zhao rarely sees them and doesn't recognize them. Lin Kuan's girlfriend is right next to them. This girl is not an ordinary girlfriend. She should have been recognized by the uncle's family. Otherwise she would not have been brought into the family dinner. Hearing their whispered arguments, Lin Zhao understood the reason for the quarrel. Lin Kuan and his girlfriend sat here first. I don't know if they showed their affection to someone or what, but these 2 people wanted to sit here for no reason. So there was a dispute, and beyond his expectation, many people around heard the quarrel here, including the brothers Lin Zhu and Lin Yi from the second uncle's family at another table. But they clearly heard it, but pretended not to hear it, and faced the other side. If it weren't for the frequent peeking eyes, I really thought they didn't see it. The eldest cousin Lin Wei and Lin Yi were chatting with other girls on the other side, and didn't notice this place. The young people in other rooms around them all showed expressions of watching a good show. Lin Zhao frowned. And at this moment one of the men pointed at Lin Kuan's chest with his finger in an insulting manner. He sighed, stood up and strode over. The footsteps made the man turn his head subconsciously, and he saw Lin Zhao walking in front of him. staring at him, not saying anything, just looking at him. He carefully scanned Lin Xiao up and down, showing a thoughtful look. His eyes lit up as if he remembered, and said with a hint of disdain, "Are you going to stand up for your cousin?" Lin Xiao did not answer him, but just said, "No, just reminding you. Are you sure you want to quarrel in front of so many elders and guests?" "So what?" The man subconsciously looked back at the small hall, and it happened that the grandfather and his eyes were attracted. With the power of a high-level demigod, even the smallest sound can be heard. The man suddenly felt weak, even if it was just an ordinary glance without any expression. He really didn't dare to make a big deal. He glared at Lin Xiao fiercely and retreated with his companions. "Is that Howling's kid?" Grandpa asked with a flash of approval in his eyes. The father sitting below immediately stood up and answered, "It's my son, Lin Xiao." "Not bad." The eldest and second uncles beside him twitched their eyebrows slightly, but there was no strange color on their faces or eyes. This was just a small episode. Not many people paid attention to it. Even my mother was busy with the secret competition between the ants. But Shen Yuexin noticed it by chance and looked at him specially. Lin Kun looked at Lin Xiao with a complicated expression. He didn't expect that the one who helped him in the end was this cousin who he had always looked down on. The corners of his mouth moved a few times as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Instead, his girlfriend thanked him. After returning to the original position, about 10 minutes later, the eldest uncle's voice suddenly sounded. "Children, today is Grandpa's birthday. Do you have anything to say to Grandpa? This is the birthday celebration link. And it is also an opportunity for young people to show their faces in front of Grandpa. If they perform well, they will generally be given some rewards." The first one to take the lead was undoubtedly my uncle's eldest son Lin Kun. He came forward with his girlfriend, holding an exquisite gift box. After a meaningless speech of congratulations, they each received a red envelope in return from grandfather. Then the second uncle's two sons came forward to congratulate, and each received a red envelope. Finally, it was Lin Nao's turn. He took the gift box prepared by his mother and bowed respectfully. "Grandson wishes Grandpa a long life and eternal youth." The congratulatory messages were all searched online. Nothing new. Everyone is the same. And Grandpa didn't want to hear this. It was mainly a formality. Grandpa looked at Lin Xiao with a sympathetic face, nodded after listening, and suddenly asked, "Grandpa remembers that you just graduated from high school. How are your grades?" "Top 3 in the grade." "Well, not bad." Grandpa nodded, took out a red envelope from his arms, and handed it over, saying, "Work hard. The family will depend on you in the future." "Thank you, Grandpa." Next, the young people from other rooms came to congratulate. After all the young people finished congratulating, Shen Yuexin, who was sitting next to Grandma, also stood up. Seeing this, Lin Su next to him also stood up. Shen Yuexin glanced at him, and he smiled and said, "It just so happens that I want to celebrate the birthday of my uncle on behalf of my mother and father. Together?" Shen Yuexin hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. Lin Su was secretly happy and stepped forward to stand with her. The handsome man and beautiful woman looked very well matched. Lin Xiao clearly felt the envy of the cousins around him. Shen Yuexin presented her gift and said crisply, "Yuexin wishes Uncle Grandpa to be as constant as the moon, as rising as the sun, as long-lived as the Nanshan Mountain, never collapsing, and as luxuriant as the pine and cypress. All of you may inherit it." Lin Su wishes fourth Uncle Grandpa to have a long-lasting tree of life, a long-flowing water of life, good health and happiness, and eternal spring glory. "Good." Grandpa happily took the gifts from the two people, handed each of them a red envelope, and said to Shen Yuexin, "When you go back, say H. Lo to the old man for me. Yuexin must bring it." He paused when he looked at Lin Su, and his eyes swept through his younger generations, flashing a trace of disappointment, and said to him with a smile, "I heard that you were in the provincial government #1 middle school." After saying a few words, Grandpa suddenly paused and looked up outside. Everyone was puzzled, and suddenly heard a deafening roar from the sky, followed by a huge noise outside the door. Lin Xiao happened to be sitting by the window, and looked up, and saw that a huge golden vortex appeared in the air outside the manor at some point, and a steady stream of golden light poured out of it. A golden stream of light flew out of it, and quickly condensed into a lower body that twisted into the vortex. The upper body was a huge human-shaped body, and the whole body was blooming with azure light mist, looking like the legendary lamp god. As soon as the lamp god appeared, a powerful pressure descended from the sky. Lin Xiao held the table with a look of shock. This was actually the real body of a demigod. After the demigod appeared, two dazzling golden lights bloomed in his pupils and swept across the manor. He quickly flew down and stood above the manor. At this time, everyone in the hall was shocked by this change. Grandpa came to the door surrounded by everyone and looked at the lamp god demigod standing in the air. In his perception, this was a lamp god who was not inferior to a high-level demigod. Everyone looked at the lamp god descending from the sky with surprise and confusion. But only Lin Su looked normal. He glanced at Xin Yuexin, who was supporting his grandmother not far away, and his mouth curled up slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile on his face. At this time, the uncle walked out of the crowd, bowed to the half-god who looked like a lamp god in the air, and said, "This is Lin Jiabao. Who are you?" The lamp god did not answer him, but swept his eyes over all the people who showed up, and said irrelevantly, "Federal Citizen Lin Su. Citizen number TXWD 544157*******. You have a mail delivery. Please check it." Everyone looked at Lin Su. He walked out with a normal face in front of everyone and asked, "Where did it come from?" Sender official signature, Huaxia District Super Freshman Summer Camp Committee. The lamp god pointed his finger, and a beam of white light flew out and landed in Lin Su's hand, revealing an A4-sized hard card of unknown material that looked exquisite and gorgeous on the surface. "Wow!" The crowd suddenly roared, and many guests who had not yet left gathered together, looking at the exquisite card in Lin Su's hand with a look of shock. One of the middle-aged men wearing glasses said excitedly, "I recognized it. It was the invitation letter for the Super Freshman Summer Camp." And he actually got the invitation letter for the Super Freshman Summer Camp. Oh my god! Isn't that the top freshman event jointly organized by the 5 super universities and 133 key universities in the Huaxia district? There are only 1,000 places in each session. Once you can perform well in it, you will directly get special recruitment from the top universities, which is equivalent to directly falling into the Dragon Gate and soaring into the sky. It's amazing. It seems that he is the first person of this generation of the Lin family. The generation before that was the second master, and this generation is him. Both father and son are heroes. It's really amazing. Various whispers were heard in the manor, and Grandpa's face was not very good. Although these words were whispered, how could he not hear them? But after looking at the handsome and elegant Lin Su, and then looking at his own offspring, he sighed with some regret. Chapter 96. You have a new shipment. Please check it. Please confirm receipt. Lin Su received it. Lin Su smiled slightly, and his handsome face under the halo made the woman intoxicated. He bowed slightly and saluted. "Thank you, messenger. Please take care." At the same time, a blue light suddenly surged in the sky like a tide, and quickly gathered above the manor to form a tall blue human-shaped phantom. A suffocating pressure surged like a tide, causing everyone in the manor to palpitate. But it flashed like lightning. The lamp god messenger immediately saluted the human-shaped phantom before leaving. Lin Xiao looked at the blue human-shaped phantom with shining eyes and murmured, "True god. That is the second uncle. A projection of the only 2 true gods in the family. Not even an incarnation. As a true god, the true body and the incarnation guard the family plane all year round. Walking in the main world is all projection. And it can only be a projection. The main reason is that the true god is too powerful. Mortals cannot look directly at the true god, and they cannot even withstand the divine radiation naturally emitted by the true god. Any non-divine or non-legendary strongman who stays around the true god for a long time will be involuntarily affected by the divine radiation, thus distorting their thoughts and becoming fanatical believers." The second uncle appeared, just nodded to the grandfather, congratulated him indifferently, and said to Xin Yuexin with a sympathetic face, "Little girl of the Xin family, how is the old man?" Xin Yuexin bowed slightly and answered neither servilely nor arrogantly, "The old man is fine." "That's good." The second uncle nodded, and suddenly changed the subject and said, "I heard that you also received an invitation to the Super Freshman Summer Camp. My son and you happen to be classmates. Seeing that the time is almost up, why don't you go together so that you can take care of each other?" Obviously, anyone with a little bit of vision can see that he wants to match these 2 people. The grandfather beside him looked very unhappy. But he had nothing to say. Even though his brother was a true god, the girl was not his descendant. He could only sigh that his descendants were not motivated. If they were motivated, he would have the courage to fight with his brother for a chance for his descendants. This girl was from his wife's family, the Shin family in Fuching. A powerful true god family with medium divine power. Even in Fuching, it was a top family ranked high. If he could, he suddenly sighed and didn't want to think about it. It was impossible. She was a direct descendant of the Shin family and was very outstanding. Unlike his wife, who was only a side branch. There was no outstanding talent among his descendants. There was no such possibility. On the other side, Lin Su looked at Shin Yuexin with expectation, only to see her shaking her head and saying, "Senior, you are joking. This is not appropriate." Second uncle smiled and said, "We are all young people. It's good to study together. Senior, you are joking. This is not appropriate." The same words were spoken, but everyone could hear the displeasure and unwillingness in the tone. Second uncle was stunned, and his face slowly darkened. At the same time, the sky in the entire manor gradually darkened, and the temperature slowly dropped. At this moment, there was a sudden loud rumble, and the gloomy sky suddenly brightened. At the place where the demigod of the magic lamp disappeared before, a golden mist suddenly lit up, and it quickly expanded and opened a huge vortex again, and a steady stream of golden light gushed out from it. To everyone's surprise, the lamp god with blue light mist all over his body walked out, holding an exquisite card exactly the same as before, and his pupils like searchlights swept across the manor, and said in a deep voice, "Federal Citizen Lin Xiao. Citizen number TXWD 542154895147. You have a mail delivery. Please check it." The dazzling beam of light shot straight at Lin Xiao in the crowd, and white flocks flew in the light mist, as dazzling as a celestial being. At this moment, everyone's eyes were cast on him. Most people didn't know who Lin Xiao was. Only acquaintances knew this name. They were all full of surprise, which was far more shocking than Lin Su's invitation to the super freshman summer camp before. "Brat." Jean Yunju covered her mouth and looked at her baby son, tears sparkling in her eyes. Lin Haolin's face, which had always been serious, also showed a smile. He turned around and saw his two brothers with the same disbelief on their faces, and his father with a relieved smile. "Lin Xiao is here." He stepped forward and bowed slightly to the divine messenger. But when he stretched out his hands, a golden light fell from the sky into his hands, and turned into a card of unknown material with exquisite and incomparable details. On the surface, it was written invitation to the super freshman summer camp. It was true. The old principal really gave him this place. He collected the card and bowed to the demigod messenger. "Send the divine messenger." As soon as the demigod messenger left, Jean Yunju ran over holding the hem of her dress, raised her hand, and slapped him on the forehead. "You little brat. You even hid this from your mother." Then she snatched the card from his hand. Lin Xiao shrugged. His mother didn't blame him for hiding it, but for not telling her earlier, so that she couldn't show off in front of her sister-in-law and other aunts. Turning back, he saw his grandfather waving. "Child, come here quickly." He walked over, stopped when he passed Lin Su, bowed slightly and shouted, "Lin Su. Uncle, I'm Lin Xiao." This made him want to complain. It seemed that he was the youngest among his peers. It was rare to meet someone younger than him, but one generation older, and he had to call him uncle. Of course, I believe Lin Su himself wanted to complain even more. Anyone older than him called him uncle, which was very helpless. This was the first time that Lin Su looked at a peer of the same clan seriously. In the past, he never took his peers of the same clan seriously, and looked down on these second-generation descendants, who were still immersed in the glory of their ancestors. If he hadn't seen it today, he really didn't know that there was a second outstanding peer in the family. No, in a sense, he is better than me, because the young man in front of me must not have a better background than me. He rarely put aside his pride and said in a very formal tone, "I didn't expect that the younger generation of the Lin family are not all fools. My name is Lin Su. I'm glad to meet you. We'll talk again in the future." "Okay." Nodding, Lin Su bowed slightly to Shin Yuexin and said, "It's a pity that we can't go together. Let's see each other again in the summer camp." Shin Yuexin just pursed her lips in return without saying anything. She was probably a little annoyed. As soon as Lin Su left, The projection of the second uncle naturally stopped. He looked at Lin Xiao deeply, turned into a clear light in the sky and disappeared. At this time, Lin Xiao came to his grandfather. His grandfather waved his hand to signal him to come forward, reached out and touched his hair, and smiled even more, nodding repeatedly. Good. Very good. He looked up and looked around, waved his hand. Let's all go. Then he lowered his head and took his hand and said amiably, Child, come with me. Lin Xiao immediately felt countless envious eyes shooting at him, but his grandfather couldn't hold him back, so he could only follow his grandfather back to the house. In the room, there were only Lin Xiao, his grandparents and his father, and even his two uncles didn't come with him. Grandpa sat at the top, took a sip of the tea handed over by his father, and asked in a gentle voice, Child, tell Grandpa how you got this super freshman summer camp quota. Lin Xiao did not hide anything, and told him in detail how he got this quota. Of course, he only included what he could say, such as the magic cube of creation. But even so, it was shocking, especially when he talked about creating a new race recognized by the laws of the underworld. He could see the brilliance in his grandfather's eyes. After a few selective words, the smile on his grandfather's face could not be suppressed, and he laughed. I didn't expect that a unicorn child would fall from the sky. My grandson has the appearance of a true god. Very good. Very good. He fumbled around in his arms excitedly, took out a card emitting golden light, and handed it to Lin Xiao. Here. This is a gift from Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Xiao was not polite, took it, and saw that it was a god domain card of precious and unparalleled quality. Fertile black soil, with an area of 4 kilometers * 4 kilometers. It was not much different from the god domain area he had added by swallowing the snake man semi-sacred before. But it was more valuable, because the god domain added by the sanctuary was barren land, and this god domain card added fertile black soil. God domain cards, like divine nature cards, are high-quality cards that are better with more. And no matter how much, he immediately put them away. Then Grandpa and Grandma talked to him for a long time, mostly asking about his life in school, and occasionally telling him about Grandpa's past experiences. His father was waiting by the side, and from time to time, he would brew cold tea again and serve it to Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Xiao wanted to pour tea for his father, but was stopped by Grandpa. After chatting for a while, Grandpa suddenly changed the subject and asked Grandma, Tell me, given Xiao's situation, is it possible for him to be worthy of you, Xian? Grandma shook her head directly. Xian girl is more ambitious than you think. She doesn't even like your second brother's kid. How can she like your grandson? Grandpa was not convinced and shouted with his eyes wide open. That's hard to say. My grandson is so outstanding. He created a mid-level race at a young age. He has the appearance of a true god. How can he not be worthy of her? Anyway, it's impossible. Then you tell me, which one is worthy of her? Grandpa also got into it and asked relentlessly. Grandma didn't seem to want to talk about this issue, but she couldn't help being questioned by her husband. So she had to say, Do you know where Xian girl came from? Isn't she the daughter of a sister you used to play well with? Then do you know who her father is? Who is it? Can't say. Don't know? Wait. Can't say? Grandpa's expression suddenly became solemn, and he looked at Grandma with an inquiring look. And Grandma nodded. Lin Xiao actually heard the sound of Grandpa and Father gasping at the same time. And then, there was silence. He couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, are you okay? After a long silence, Grandpa patted his hand and said, It's okay. Grandson, don't think about this little girl. Grandpa will find you a beautiful one with big breasts and good childbearing in the future. Lin Xiao was caught off guard and was a little amused. Grandpa, you think too much. And besides, I didn't say I like mission. A strong hand patted his shoulder, and the old grandfather gave him an expression that I understand, which made him look confused. Is Grandpa so social now? But it was very real and very good to him. When he left with his father, Grandpa repeatedly told him that he must find a beautiful granddaughter-in-law. Chapter 97 Super Freshman Summer Camp Insider. Home. Living room. My mother hasn't come back yet. Lin Xiao and my father are sitting opposite each other, drinking tea silently with a coffee table between them. After a while, my father took a sip of tea, put down the cup and looked up and said, Since you have obtained a place in the Super Freshman Summer Camp, You don't have to go to the outer domain with me. So, how much do you know about this Super Freshman Summer Camp? It seems to be the top freshman activity jointly organized by the 5 super universities in the Huaxia area and 133 key universities. Then do you know what the significance of participating in this summer camp is? This. Lin Xiao scratched his head and thought for a while before replying. It's equivalent to crossing the gold. I heard that there will be a certain bonus in the college entrance examination in the future. If you perform well, you may directly obtain special recruitment qualifications. This is just the surface seen by outsiders. The father brewed a pot of tea again, and said as he brewed, in fact, this is also a selection of elite reserve forces in the Huaxia military region. Each super freshman summer camp is an activity for each school to select talents. And it is also an activity for the Huaxia military department to pre-select reserve elites. The military department will secretly observe and invite recognized outstanding students to join the military department's elite reserve forces. The so-called elite reserve forces can also be understood as the meaning of reserve cadres. Only elites are selected. Students who agree will obtain a hidden identity of elite reserve forces. They can accept tasks from the military department in high school and even college, and can also directly enter the military department's directly affiliated institutions. In addition, there are many unique benefits, which you will know in the future. I don't know if it's an illusion. He felt that his father's words were full of yearning for this elite reserve force. And he couldn't help asking, Father, do you mean for me to get a place in this elite reserve force? That's right. Lin Howling nodded, but immediately changed the subject and said, but don't have too much pressure. Father hopes that you can get it. But this kind of thing cannot be forced. Just do your best. I will work hard. Lin Xiao couldn't make a promise, but hearing his father's yearning, if there is a chance, he will definitely give it a try. The father and son chatted until noon, and the mother hadn't come back yet. The father and son looked at each other, and finally he said, then I'll go cook 2 bowls of noodles? The father thought for a while, and shook his head. Or order a meal. Lin Xiao was speechless. But in the end, fast food was not ordered because the mother came back. Today, the mother seemed to be in a particularly good mood. The sound of humming a little song could be heard from a distance. Seeing her husband sitting on the sofa and looking at her son, she said with a smug look on her face, you didn't see the envious and jealous expressions of the two of them. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's so cool. The father coughed lightly and didn't answer. Jin Yunju didn't realize anything at all. A gust of fragrant wind blew over from behind the sofa and hugged Lin Zhao's neck, saying, my son is still the best. He beat them all at once. You guys don't have. Ahem. Mom, I haven't eaten yet. Really? Mom looked surprised, and immediately smiled and said, Mom will make it for you right away. Whatever you want to eat. Whatever. Then make your favorite noodles with soybean paste? Okay. Ahem. Father coughed lightly. Add some pickled cabbage. Go get whatever pickled cabbage you want. Lin Howling. Lin Xiao. In the next few days, Lin Xiao enjoyed his mother's more meticulous care than before. He ate and slept every day. And slept and ate like a pig. In less than 2 days, he felt like he had gained a lot of weight. The invitation to the super freshman summer camp was already in his hand. His mother had been showing it off every day a few days ago. But she didn't need to use it recently because everyone in Linjiabao knew about it after her vigorous promotion. She also learned from her that the news that he had received the invitation to the super freshman summer camp had spread. Now he and Lin Su were praised as the Lin family double eagles by the gossipers. This made his mother very happy. Recently, she was very energetic and showed off to others every day. I don't know what material this invitation to the super freshman summer camp is made of. At first glance, it looks like metal, but if you look closely, it looks like a cardboard card, which is very hard. When he unfolded the invitation, there was a clear logo on the header, which was a badge representing the super freshman summer camp. In the upper left corner was his personal name, identity code, and the time the invitation was sent. Further down, there is a very standard official speech. When you see this invitation letter, congratulations. It means that you have passed our strict and fair assessment and comprehensive ability evaluation, and proved your excellence with your own strength. Hereby, on behalf of the official Super Freshman Summer Camp Committee, I hereby invite you to participate in this Super Freshman Summer Camp. I hope that a talent who has contributed to Chinese civilization is embarking on the road to take off from here. After this extremely long congratulatory speech, the specific start time of the Super Freshman Summer Camp, as well as the location and training teachers are introduced. Lin Xiao carefully wrote these down and put away the invitation letter. According to the above, the Super Freshman Summer Camp will start half a month after the final exam of the first year of high school. It is already the 8th day after the final exam, and there are still 7 days left, so there is still enough time. Because the location of the previous Super Freshman Summer Camps was not in the main world, but in the subspace between the main world and the alien virtual sea. He needed to go to the provincial government first, then enter the subspace through a super alien boundary gate located in the provincial government, and directly teleport to the war fortress located in the subspace where the summer camp was located. As we all know, there is a subspace between the main world and the alien world, and the divine domains of all the players in the divine domain are floating in the boundless subspace. Passing through the subspace is the vast and boundless chaotic virtual sea, where countless crystal wall systems of different sizes float. Of course, including many great enemies of human civilization. In other words, the subspace is a barrier that separates the main world from the chaos sea, and it is also a barrier that protects the main world. Human civilization has built many war fortresses floating in the subspace in this shield, with the fortresses as the fulcrum. They continue to attack one crystal wall system after another, and grab endless resources and rules from the foreign crystal walls to strengthen the main world. Especially the rules. God's domain players condense the priesthood to become a demigod, ignite the divine fire to become a true god, and then seize the godhood of the gods of the other planes from the foreign crystal walls, which is equivalent to plundering the rules and origins of the other planes or crystal walls to strengthen the rules and origins of the main world. You must know that the rules of the main world were not so strict at the beginning. At that time, any divine creature could show extraordinary power in the main world. It was just that as generations of God's domain players plundered the rules and origins of the world from the foreign crystal walls to continuously strengthen the rules and origins of the main world. Up to now, the rules of the main world have been so strict that there is no difference between divine creatures and mortals. Even ordinary demigods can't make any waves in the main world, and only high-level demigods can show some magic. With such terrifying rules, if foreign gods dare to invade the main world, the sudden terrifying suppression can turn most invaders into fools. With this natural barrier, and generations of pioneers who have fought for resources in the plane, human civilization can grow from a small ordinary civilization confined to the planet in hundreds of thousands of years to a super fantasy civilization that spans billions of crystal walls and planes. There is plenty of time before the summer camp starts. But Lin Xiao didn't stay at home for long. He was ready to leave on the 3rd day after his grandfather's birthday banquet. Left alone, Miss Shen Yuexin seemed to leave on the night of the birthday banquet. I heard that she was a little unhappy. I don't know if it was because of the second uncle's forced matchmaking that made her unhappy. Lin Su also left the next day and went directly back to the provincial government No. 1 middle school. When Lin Xiao left, his grandfather gave him a card with 10 million faith points, saying it was for his pocket money. He didn't refuse, as he was short of money recently. The currency in reality is the Federation God Yuan and credit points, with an exchange rate of 1 to 100, while the currency used by players in the God realm is faith points and divine power, both of which are hard currencies. According to the transformation gap between faith points and divine power, 1 million faith points are equivalent to 1 point of divine power. This is equivalent to 10 points of divine power, with limited purchasing power. But it should be enough to maintain basic expenses in the summer camp. He took the family's own passenger aircraft to leave Linjiabao, and he needed to cross a distance of about 100,000 kilometers to reach the provincial government. On the way, he contacted the class teacher and reported to him that he was going to leave for the provincial government. Before closing the communication, he suddenly asked, "I wonder how classmate Wang Ying's funeral was handled. Can her family accept it?" Wu Hai sighed and replied, "According to the regulations, the school has a death index, and she was informed of the uncertain dangers before entering the outer realm. Her consent means that she is willing to bear the uncertain risks. In addition, the school saved all the processes of her final exams using the magic of backtracking and gave them to her family for review, confirming that it was indeed an unforeseen accident." Lin Xiao paused and whispered, That. He hesitated for several times and didn't say what he wanted to say. But the head teacher Wu Hai knew what he wanted to say and said, "Don't worry. This matter has nothing to do with you. They can't make trouble for you because of this. And the school won't allow it. If you vent your anger on others because your child has an accident, it will break the rules. Later, the head teacher's tone became stern, and he didn't look at Wei Ning's family at all. Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt much more at ease. Fortunately, it was in school. If it was outside, people wanted to vent their anger. But in school, everything is done according to the school rules. No matter who it is, they have to abide by the school rules. No one will dare to break the rules. Even those top families with powerful divine power. This is not just a school rule. It is a civilized rule. In human civilization, only schools have the authority to allow people to open up the divine domain. Even the top families with powerful divine power do not have this ability, and naturally dare not provoke the school that represents the rules of civilization. Please note that this school representing the rules of civilization refers to a middle school that allows people to open up divine territory, not a university. Chapter 98 Riding My Beloved Motorcycle. Although middle schools are only the most basic level, and their strength is far inferior to that of universities established by major divine systems, they are the foundation of civilization. No matter how powerful the gods are, or even the legendary great divine powers, they must first enter middle schools and open up divine domains before slowly growing to the peak. This is also why the descendants of the most powerful true gods have to go to school. Otherwise it would be better for them to be raised by their true god parents. After getting the confirmed news from the teacher, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and began to appreciate the beautiful scenery below. The aircraft passed over a mountain range completely covered in green, and what came into view was a lush primitive jungle full of vitality. Although it is already a super fantasy and super science fiction era, the legendary spaceship has already become a reality hundreds of thousands of years ago, and the total population of the main world is in the trillions. But the main world is also large. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the original Earth was indeed a planet. But with the emergence of the divine domain, human civilization began to rise, especially with the continuous resources and world origins plundered from the outer void to fill the main world. And the whole world began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The initial change was that the Earth continued to grow with the continuous filling of the world origin, and the planet became larger and larger. Later, with the birth of the first great divine power of mankind, the Earth was shattered with great power, and the world was reshaped with supreme creation means, turning the world from a planet into a round sky and square Earth, which is the common plane appearance of the foreign world. Since then, a continuous flow of world origins have been plundered to fill the main world, and the entire main world has expanded to all sides. Today's main world is so huge that it is unimaginable. Anyway, Lin Xiao doesn't know how big the main world is now. Even his father and grandfather probably don't know. Anyway, the edge of the world is slowly growing every day, and the world is getting bigger every day, and it is impossible to count. Such a huge world, with trillions of civilized populations scattered, seems sparsely populated. It was more than 100,000 kilometers from Linjiabao to the provincial capital, but it only took him 3 days to see a huge vortex suspended in the sky at the end of the distant horizon. It was a huge elliptical light gate standing upright between heaven and earth. The diameter alone was probably several thousand meters. The edge was a chaotic energy that was constantly rotating and shrinking inward. From time to time, you could see huge blood-red lightning exploding at the edge of the vortex, emitting invisible twisted waves. This was the cross-border gate. Below was a huge base and distribution center. Almost every moment, there were light balls flying out of the vortex. And every moment, there were light balls falling into the vortex. There were no guards around the cross-border gate. But if you think there is no one guarding it, you are wrong. In a place where no one can see, there is at least one medium-level god, and no less than 10 true gods hidden. Not to mention that there are more true gods stationed in the war fortress on the other side of the cross-border gate. The passenger aircraft stopped under the huge cross-border gate. Lin Xiao walked out of it, stood alone on the side of the road, and looked up at the sky. The cross-border gate is as big as a city, and its huge shadow covers the sky and the sun as if it is going to suppress the base below. However, when standing below, it is found that the cross-border gate is several hundred meters above the ground. Lin Xiao followed the contact information recorded on the invitation letter and sent his coordinates to the other party. In less than 10 minutes, a pink streamlined car drove silently to his side and stopped. The car door was lifted up, and a tall girl wearing a blue school uniform from an unknown school walked out. The girl tapped the pink wristband on Ning Shuahao's wrist with her finger, and a light curtain popped up. After a brief comparison, the light curtain was closed, and she said to Lin Xiao with a smile, "Is this classmate Lin Xiao? I am Cui Qingqing from the Provincial Government No. 1 Middle School. I will take you to the No. 1 Middle School. I am Lin Xiao. Can you let me see your student ID?" "Sure." The girl took out a card and handed it to him. He just glanced at it and nodded. "Let's go." It is indeed the Provincial Government No. 1 Middle School. According to the invitation letter, all the invited guests in Yuming Province will gather at the Provincial Government No. 1 Middle School. When the time comes, they will collectively enter the cross-border gate through a special channel to the war fortress. Individuals cannot pass through the cross-border gate. In other words, the Provincial Government No. 1 Middle School is the co-organizer of this Yuming Province Super Freshman Summer Camp. 90% of the previous sessions were co-organized by the Provincial Government No. 1 Middle School. The Provincial Government No. 1 Middle School is naturally the best high school in Yuming Province. The most elite students in Yuming Province are gathered here. Students like Yan Renjia and Wan Ning, who are among the best in Dongning City No. 5 Middle School, are not even in the top 100 in the Provincial Government No. 1 Middle School. They are just ordinary students, which is equivalent to the ones who are eliminated because of their low ranking in Class 3. Sitting in Cui Qingqing's flying car, the flying car quietly took off and flew to the other side. On the way, she set the flying car to drive automatically. She supported her head with her smooth arms and looked at Lin Xiao, looking at him with curiosity. Lin Xiao subconsciously looked down at himself, spread his hands and asked curiously, "Is there anything on me?" She smiled and shook her head. "No. I'm just curious about what students outside the provincial government who can get the invitation letter to the Super Freshman Summer Camp look like." "Then did you see anything?" "I saw it. A little cute." Lin Xiao blinked and turned his head silently. My damn charm. He couldn't respond to this. "By the way, you are from Dongning City. Do you know Wu Xinglin?" "Wu Xinglin. I've heard of the name, but never seen him." "What's the matter?" "This name is very familiar. From Dongning City No. 1 Middle School. Known as the city's No. 1 genius. Innate divinity is comparable to Lin Su. After a year, it is not clear how strong it is, but it is certain that it is very strong. Even if Lin Xiao now may still be a little behind him." Cui Qingqing said. "Nothing. Forget it if you haven't heard of it. By the way, how did you get the invitation letter? I heard that Dongning City only has one quota this year, which is in the hands of Wu Xinglin. What connections do you have that allowed you to get one?" "I am from Dongning No. 5 Middle School. Our old principal gave me a place." "Oh, do you have a girlfriend? You are so outstanding. You should be very popular with girls." "Right? Yes." "Then she is. She is dead?" "Ah. Sorry. It's okay. I'm in a bad mood and want to be quiet." "Alright then." Then it was quiet. Lin Xiao lay down and looked out the window and stopped talking, looking at his handsome face quietly looking out the window. She felt inexplicably attractive for some reason and couldn't help but want to take a look. Soon the car left the area where the cross-border gate was located and began to slow down in front of a huge building complex located in the mountains hundreds of kilometers away. Through the car window, he saw a huge and ancient stone gate in the center of a square paved with stone slabs that was about 4 or 5 kilometers long. There were many reliefs of strange beasts on it. 2 giant warrior statues hundreds of meters high stood on both sides of the stone gate, like 2 guards guarding the gate. The square was extremely empty, with only a few figures walking alone. It was a holiday, and even the Provincial Government No. 1 Middle School had few people. The car did not pass through the gate and enter directly, but flew straight to the gate and landed. "We are here. Are we here?" He picked up the bag and pushed the door. Cui Qingqing behind him sighed softly, turned around and saw him and said shyly, "Can I add your contact information?" Lin Xiao was silent for 3 seconds and nodded. "Okay." After adding friends, he waved goodbye and looked at the names in the address book, looking at the sky in silence. Why? I don't really have the talent to eat gigolos. Do I? After a long while, I suddenly heard an impatient voice in my ear. "Brother, you either come to register or find a girl. There is still time now. It's not too late for you to report tomorrow." He turned his head suddenly and saw a man wearing a security uniform standing with his hands on his hips next to a security booth at the gate. Yes, it was a very ordinary security booth, but it was made entirely of marble. At this time, The big man was leaning against the door and looking at him with envy and helplessness. He shook his head quickly and said, "It's okay. I'll register now. First register your name and simple information. Then take out the invitation letter to scan and confirm. This is the key point." After that, the security guard gave him a delicate silver metal card and said, "This is a temporary school card of number 1 middle school, which is unique to students participating in the Super Freshman Summer Camp. It is valid for 10 days. During these 10 days, you will enjoy the same treatment as number 1 middle school students, including the use of any school facilities, such as the library, the public god domain landing cabin, etc. By the way, the card contains 1 million federal credit points for your consumption within these 10 days. You will pay for the excess yourself." As he spoke, the security guard went to the other side of the security booth and drove out a single-person aircraft like an electric motorcycle and stopped in front of him and said, "This is a means of transportation within the campus. 2 credit points per hour." Then, a big boy rode a small red motorcycle and slowly drove into the empty campus under the strange gaze of the security guard. "This is too simple. Not what I imagined." Looking back at the security booth that was already far away, Lin Xiao stopped the motorcycle that felt too small, touched the wrist wheel light curtain with his finger, and downloaded the number 1 middle school campus map to check his destination. After all, it was the Super Freshman Summer Camp, the highest level activity for freshmen in the Huaxia district. Just register with the security guard casually. Lin Xiao felt like it was a child's play. But the fact is that it is so simple. Shaking his head, he looked down at the real-life map he had just downloaded, operated it a few times to close the light curtain, and restarted this motorcycle that could not go any faster. There was also a pink pig sticker and a cute little pendant on it that someone had posted. Could this be a special seat for a female classmate? He rode the pink scooter at a speed of more than 10 miles per hour in the large, complex and quiet campus for several circles, and came to a canyon between 2 peaks. According to the real-life map, he crossed the canyon and entered the building complex at the other end of the valley, which was the temporary gathering point for the Super Freshman Summer Camp. It must be said that it is worthy of being the number 1 middle school of the provincial government. The campus is really big. There are mountains, canyons, rivers and lakes in it. It is more than 10 times bigger than the number 5 middle school of Dongning where he studied. He twisted the handlebars of the pink scooter and prepared to set off. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound behind his head, and then a black shadow passed by his head. He raised his head and watched a gorgeous magic carpet fly over like a whoosh. The magic carpet stopped with a sudden light exclamation, turned a big bend and flew to his head and slowly descended, revealing a familiar beautiful face and star-like bright eyes. Chapter 99: The Elites of the Provincial Government Number 1 Middle School. Mission? Classmate Lin Xiao. The two spoke at the same time, and then laughed. Xin Yuexin gently pulled up the hair hanging by her ears and said, "Classmate Lin Xiao. Just call me Classmate Yuexin. Are you here to report?" "Yes." "Classmate Yuexin too? Then why did you come here alone?" "No one picked you up." "Someone picked me up, but sent me to the school gate and left." "I mean inside the school. Didn't the security guard send someone to send you here?" "No." After a few seconds of silence, Xin Yuexin said, "Then come with me. I'll take you there. It just so happens that I'm not familiar with this place." He twisted the handlebars of the scooter, but the magic carpet didn't move. He looked up in confusion and saw her suddenly covering her mouth. Her big eyes curved slightly, and she suddenly chuckled and pointed at his scooter and said, "You should change one. This is the scooter of Mr. Li's granddaughter in the 2nd grade. Lin Xiao almost swore, and knew something was wrong. Such a small scooter would be ridden by a student. It must be that the security guard was jealous and deliberately made fun of him. He got off the scooter silently and parked the scooter carefully on the side of the road. After looking around, he spread his hands to Xin Yuexin and said, "You go first. I'll walk over. Anyway, I won't lose the map." Xin Yuexin nodded. "Okay. See you later." If he didn't ask for a ride, she would naturally not take the initiative to give him a ride. They only met once and were not familiar with each other. Fortunately, there was plenty of time and no need to rush. Just treat it as exercise. This valley between 2 peaks is only 30 or 40 meters wide. There is a row of unknown trees on each side, a row of gravel walkways behind the trees, a row of stone chairs at intervals, a row of ornamental bushes behind the stone chairs. and a well-kept green lawn that extends all the way up the mountain along the gentle slope. The path is very quiet, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional bird calls, or the occasional whistling. He turned his head and saw a silver-colored missile-like aircraft whistling from the direction he came from, and soon passed over his head, bringing a strong wind and a whistle. Sure enough, those who can study in the provincial government No. 1 middle school are all rich. Although Lin Xiao has a good family background, he is only ordinary among ordinary civilians. Among the descendants of the true God family, he seems very ordinary. He does not have such a product that combines magic and the main world's scientific means. It's not that I can't afford it, but I can't afford such a high-end one. Let's go! He took 2 steps and continued on his way. After 2 hours, he finally crossed the 7 or 8 kilometer long canyon. From a distance, he saw a round archway at the end of the canyon, which was about 20 to 30 meters high. 2 thick crooked trees leaned on the left and right of the archway like guards. Approaching the archway, Lin Xiao discovered that the crooked trees were 2 sleeping tree demons. Their luxuriant branches and complex and thick root systems spread widely, almost covering the entire vicinity of the gate. The 2 tree demons were sleeping at this time, but once an enemy came, they could immediately pull out their roots and branches to fight. On a horizontal branch on the arch stood a crow as big as an eagle, covered with a faint gray mist. Seeing Lin Xiao approaching, the crow spoke in a sharp voice. "Does the kid in front have a pass?" He did not take out the temporary student card given by the security guard. After what happened before, he did not believe that guy anymore. He directly took out the invitation letter for the super freshman summer camp. The crow flew over and circled around him. Lin Xiao felt a faint energy fluctuation. "You can go in." The crow flew back to the branch where it landed and ignored him. When he walked to the archway, his sensitive facial muscles felt a faint film that broke at the touch. It was exactly the same as the energy barrier that my mother had set up at home. Its function was to restrain the energy from spreading, and had no defense function. Entering the door, it felt like passing through another world, and a fresh energy rushed towards him. What surprised him most was that this layer of light film had the function of illusion. Before, he saw only a few small buildings and a garden inside the archway from the outside. But when he came in, he saw a tall building and 3 small buildings, with the tall building on the left and the small buildings on the right. In the middle, a square stretched all the way to the distance. A dozen young men and women were divided into 2 groups and were chatting in the square. When they saw Lin Xiao suddenly appear, they all cast their eyes over at the same time. Another newcomer has arrived. A man with a gorgeous robe, snow-white hair, 2 small horns on his forehead, and an incredibly handsome face, put his hands behind his back and said to a companion beside him, "Tang Ling, go ask the newcomer where he came from." The man named Tang Ling is also a very handsome young man. In fact, these dozen men and women are all handsome men and beautiful women. As descendants of the true gods, there is no ugly one. Even though Lin Xiao is not as good as these, he can be called a handsome guy. However, this Tang Ling obviously had no interest in this. He waved his hand and said disapprovingly, "We already know who in our city has qualified for the summer camp. This kid is obviously not the same as us. So why ask again?" "That's right." Gu Chum did not force it. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked his snow-white hair. He changed the subject and said, "I heard that the content of this summer camp is different from the past, and the danger is higher than before. Does anyone know the details?" After he finished speaking, no one answered for a long time. He looked up and saw several companions shaking their heads, or shrugging their shoulders, or looking elsewhere. Obviously, they didn't know. Just as he was about to ask something else, one of the boys with blue hair and eyes spoke. "I don't know the details. I only know that according to the rotation system, the host of this summer camp is from the military. According to the military style, the difficulty must be higher than before, and it focuses more on actual combat. There is a high probability that there will be death quotas." Gu Chung pursed his lips and said, "That may be a bit troublesome. There is nothing to be afraid of. Even if there is danger, it will be within our ability to handle. We will not be given a task that is beyond our capabilities." "That's hard to say," a yellow-haired boy said. "In the past sessions hosted by the military, there have been tasks beyond our scope of response. Which session has no accidents?" Everyone was silent for a long time, and someone said, "It seems that my 2 spare slots have to be used. Be careful." and the spare slot I reserved must be used. It happened that my father gave me an orange weapon card a few days ago to arm my family. I still need a batch of equipment. If any one of you has a better shield. The number is more than 2,000. I will exchange it with a card of the same level. I have a batch of fine steel round shields. I don't know if it suits you. Sure. What kind of card do you want? By the way, Lin Su, didn't you say you wanted an ecological card last time? I have a small forest ecological card here, including 8 tree species, hundreds of plants and hundreds of insects. Do you want it? Yes. What card do you want? Lin Su came back to his senses and responded to his companions, while quietly sending a message to Lin Xiao. The 7 people gathered together, and soon turned into a small exchange meeting. Not far away, another group of students did not join, but formed a small circle to communicate internally. It was obvious that these were 2 different circles. Lin Xiao looked down at the message sent by his cousin and asked him to wait. He replied with a found a chair and sat down. After a while, Lin Su came over and sat down next to him, saying, I will take you to find the teacher in charge later. But before that, you better think about which circle to join. What circle? All the students in Yunming province who received the invitation letter for the Super Freshman Summer Camp gathered at number 1 middle school. There are 2 circles, the provincial government circle and the circle outside the provincial government. If you are an outsider, you are defaulted to the circle outside the provincial government. But you have to be willing for me to introduce you to join my circle. Are you from the provincial government? Yes. What's the use of joining? Do you have to join? It's up to you to join or not. But if you don't join either side, you will be excluded by both sides. If you join one side, not only will you not be excluded, but you can also exchange basically any card except the divine card internally. And the teacher leading the team is from number 1 middle school. It can be considered if it can save trouble. Lin Xiao nodded and said, I can join, but I don't want to be called as a younger brother at will. I can't guarantee this, but you can show your strength or potential, and you won't be bullied if you meet any of the standards. How to show it? Simulate a fight with projection. It's so damn direct. But it's fair. He likes it. That's fine. In terms of overall strength, he may not be able to match these elites, who have better backgrounds than himself for the time being. But if it's just a fight with simulation projection, he is not inferior. This so-called simulation projection is like the first level of the final exam, projecting a part of the family of the gods' domain to a virtual plane for battle. No matter how big the loss is, it will not hurt the gods' domain at all. It is the most common way for students to test their own strength and the most suitable way to challenge. Lin Xiao did not reject joining any circle. On the contrary, it was inevitable. There were circles everywhere. Wherever there were people, there were circles. It was not easy to get along with people if you could not fit into the circle and were excluded. He would not think that he had to join the circle outside the provincial government because he was from outside the provincial government. He would join the circle that was easier to get along with. After all, he had a cousin who was familiar with him. After the birthday party of his grandfather, he exchanged contact information with Lin Su and talked with him. This cousin who looked extremely arrogant was not as difficult to get along with as imagined. He was arrogant because the Lin family's generation of the same age had not become successful. In his words, they were all idiots. So he naturally disdained to communicate. Like Lin Xiao, who also received an invitation letter to the Super Freshman Summer Camp. He had already been recognized by them. So his attitude was naturally different. As Lin Su went back and talked with his companions for a while, 7 people came to Lin Xiao. Walking in the center was Gu Cheng, who had white hair. He looked Lin Xiao up and down and said, Are you Lin Su's nephew? It's not bad to be able to make a name for yourself in a small place like Dongning City. I'll give you a chance for Lin Su's sake. Pick any one of us to play a simulated battle. As long as you can last for an hour, you'll pass. Lin Xiao was not polite and directly bowed to the yellow-haired boy and said, Please give me some advice. The yellow-haired boy smiled and said, You're welcome. My name is Shang Xiuxue. Follow me. After that, he turned around and walked towards the tall building on the left. Lin Xiao bit his lip with his back teeth and almost couldn't help laughing. Going to elementary school. This name is so unique. Chapter 100 Challenge. Like Lin Xiao's school, number 1 middle school certainly has a public gods domain login cabin. But unlike the personal gods domain login, in addition to the option to enter your own gods domain, there is also a local area network option, which can enter the local area network of provincial government number 1 middle school. That is, enter a public God's domain that belongs exclusively to provincial government number 1 middle school. In fact, the artifact platform belonging to the school that appeared during Lin Zhao's final exam is a small local area network, which can only be entered by those who are allowed. The local area network of provincial government number 1 middle school is a small void city located in the subspace. Only students of provincial government number 1 middle school can enter. And only students in school can enter. Students cannot enter when they go home during the holidays. Therefore, when Lin Zhao appeared on a huge platform, there were only a few figures floating in the distance besides the 7 of them. It is estimated that they are students or teachers who are still in school. In reality, Shan Xiaoxue, who has no other abnormalities except handsomeness and that conspicuous yellow hair, immediately showed his abnormality when he appeared in the subspace. His yellow hair was a blazing flame in the subspace, and his status suddenly increased tenfold. He smiled evilly at Lin Zhao's hands, which were creaking with his bones, and said with a grin, "Come on. Both sides choose 1,000 clan projections of their own, and the hero counts as 100 clans, and you choose the terrain." As he spoke, a light screen popped up in front of Lin Zhao, with a series of settings on it. He had never played this thing before, but he had seen it and knew how to adjust it. But he didn't adjust it, and just clicked random to confirm, and the light screen turned green. Sure, random. Several people watching the game on the side were interested, and Lin Su's eyes fell on Lin Zhao's face. He also wanted to see how strong his cousin who could get the invitation letter for the super freshman summer camp was. After both sides confirmed, Lin Zhao only felt the void suddenly collapse. His consciousness sank into the abyss, and crossed an unknown distance to come to a huge light ball, and slowly landed on one side of the light ball. Inside the light ball is a small plain, not as big as his divine domain. Inside is a barren hill, with small hills and hills only tens or hundreds of meters high covering the entire plain. And the terrain is quite complex. Randomly coming to such a terrain is not very friendly to the Naga fishman. But there is no way. It is his random choice. At this time, he saw a sky of light falling from the sky at the other end of the plain. Nearly 900 centaurs covered with thick armor appeared on a hill slope led by a centaur who was much stronger than his companions. Centaurs are an intermediate race, half man and half horse, good at riding and shooting, and also good at frontal assault. They are a very famous strong fighting race. These centaurs are more than 2 meters long, with a back height of nearly 1.6 meters. Some strong ones are 1.8 meters, and the standing height is more than 2.5 meters. They are wearing a thick layer of armor, a thick layer of steel horns on their chests, holding long-handled sabers, and a javelin barrel behind them. There are more than a dozen short javelins in it. They are armed to the teeth, especially the leading centaur, who was almost twice as tall as an ordinary centaur and looked as strong as an elephant. This seems to be a centaur hero. If you don't see the halo, he should not be an epic hero. Compared with these 900 extremely powerful centaurs, Lin Zhao's subordinates are far inferior. Only the heroic big Murloc Slardar and 400 Nagas are worth looking at. The 500 small Murlocs are unbearable to look at, especially in this dry wasteland where Nagas and Murlocs are not very adaptable. When the subordinates of both sides appeared, the spectators were stunned and looked at each other for a long time without saying anything. In fact, they really wanted to complain about what the H.L. these were. What the H.L. is more than half of the Murlocs. Is there anyone using Murlocs to fight now? But after all, they are also elites who have received invitations to the super freshman summer camp like themselves. It is easy to be slapped in the face if you define them too early before they really fight. Gu Chung pinched a strand of his snow-white hair and said, "Let's take a look first. Maybe these Murlocs are not ordinary Murlocs." But he himself didn't really believe it. He had never seen pork. And hadn't he seen pigs run? No matter how you look at it, it's just an ordinary Murloc. At most an upgraded Murloc. But still a Murloc. At most level 2. How could he fight against a centaur who was averagely level 2 and armed to the teeth? According to the rules, they were not allowed to leave the field for such a challenge, including divine support. But they could command from outside the field. Lin Zhao pondered for a moment, and did not issue a divine oracle, but observed the battlefield. At this time, the hero Slardar had swam to the top of a small hill, raised the huge anchor in his hand, and smashed it hard on the top of the hill to create a big pit. And large pieces of rubble splashed and hit the Naga, who gathered over. He raised the anchor and shouted excitedly. The call from Sebelex. This is a test from the great lord of the sea. Warriors, show your courage. Let the enemy know how powerful we are. And defend the majesty of the supreme creator. Hula! The deafening shouts and the Naga snake tails slapped the ground, shaking the gravel on the ground. The morale of both the Naga and the fishmen was very high. Seeing this, Lin Xiao suddenly dispelled the divine oracle that was about to be issued. Or, they could do well on their own without his command. Especially Slardar. After becoming a hero and adapting to the power of heroes, his power became stronger and stronger. That was the embers of the transition of the essence of life. After all, he was an epic hero created by the essence of most demigods. At the beginning, he was comparable to an epic hero of level 5. But this was just the beginning. And the limit was definitely more than level 5. With continuous fighting to activate the essence of the divine blood in his body, his power will become stronger and stronger. According to the limit of epic heroes, his maximum strength can reach the 9th level of legendary rank. Of course, that was a long time later. At this time, he had just been promoted to a hero not long ago and was still at the 5th level. But he was already the best among the 5th level. And the hero template gave the hero far more powerful strength than conventional soldiers. It can be said that heroes can generally challenge across levels. Not to mention the epic template. Under his gaze, Slardar shouted loudly to let teams of Nagas or Murlocs move their positions. Lin Xiao was very surprised that he could actually deploy troops in a simple way. You know, he had never taught him this. The Murlocs were at the front as cannon fodder. The Nagas were at the back. And there were left and right wings and a reserve team. It was quite simple. But it was indeed a deployment of troops. This was a real-life example of Lin Xiao's command during the final exam. This was a complete surprise for him. A hero who couldn't command could only be a fierce general, while a hero who could command was a talented general. To him, a talented general was definitely more valuable than a fierce general. He felt that it was time to take some time to cultivate Slardar's talent in this area. And perhaps he could give himself a huge surprise. Since he decided not to intervene and let Slardar play, Lin Xiao simply let it go to the end. And didn't even stay here, but flew directly above the light ball to join Gu Cheng and the others. Lin Su frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "Why don't you go to command?" He waved his hand and said, "No need. I have heroes who can command." His words made several people around him look sideways, and several of them showed sneers in their eyes. Tang Ling lowered his voice and said to his companions, "This poor guy is more pretentious than me. Let's see if he can still pretend after he loses. Compared with the centaurs who are armed to the teeth, and the Naga fishmen who are not yet able to have iron weapons in their hands and have no armor. Lin Xiao is indeed a poor guy. He has to prepare a lot of things." Duh. The deafening sound of horse hooves came from behind the hill, and it could be heard from a long distance. Slardar, who was in the middle of the other side of the hill, raised the anchor and shouted, "Stop! Go up the hill! Can you also seize the favorable terrain?" His command reaction surprised and delighted Lin Xiao. It's not just the cleverness of the family, but he saw his own shadow in Slardar's behavior. This proves that the family he has placed high hopes on is walking on the road he expected. The legendary Saints Road. Looking down from the sky, you can clearly see nearly 900 centaurs, led by the centaur hero, lined up in a straight line of more than 1,000 meters long and swept across. The horses' hooves trampled and countless gravels were smashed, and the smoke and dust rose up and could be seen from a distance. When approaching the hill, the centaurs split into two and prepared to bypass the slightly steep hill. But just halfway around, the centaurs on the right wing suddenly heard Shang Shishua's voice. The right wing is ready to fight, and the left wing speeds up to bypass. As soon as the order was issued, the centaurs saw the group of fishmen coming around the hillside behind the hill in front of them. They were stunned and then excited. The centaurs thought it was some enemy, but they didn't expect it to be a group of fishmen, especially the dust rolling on the wasteland. The fishmen were covered with dust and looked so embarrassed. The leading centaur hero pointed at the Murloc with an extra long saber and laughed. "Warriors of the centaur tribe, the great centaur god is watching us from the kingdom of God. It is time to show our strength and let the blood of the heretics add supreme glory to the great centaur god." Raising the sword, "Kill!" He leaped up high like a flash. The gravel under his feet was trampled into flying pieces, and he raised his sword slightly to show his killing posture. The two sides approached quickly. and they were less than 50 meters away from the weak fishman, who was not even as tall as his waist. The centaur hero had already remembered the panic on the faces of his enemies when they saw him charging. Killing any enemy in front of him, and pleasing the great centaur god, was his only belief. He had locked on a target, and took out a javelin from his back, and was about to throw it. Suddenly, the target he locked on flashed in an instant, turning into a shadow that was difficult for him to catch, and flashed in front of him, hitting him hard. With a heavy muffled thud, the bone spurs in the hands of the fishman warrior collapsed into flying bone fragments, and he was also heavily bounced out and fell to the ground. His hands holding the weapon were full of blood, and large scales on his chest were broken and bleeding. He lay on the ground and twitched constantly, and couldn't get up. The fishman warrior was directly killed by the terrifying recoil. However, the centaur hero was not having a good time either. The Murloc warrior with the all-round warrior profession was comparable to a third-level soldier. Not much different from these centaurs. The five-fold critical hit of the salted fish thrust made him feel depressed. But their defense was too strong. The full-body armor was really armed to the teeth. In addition, the Murloc weapons were too poor. A wave of critical hits could not withstand the huge force and broke. The centaur hero only had his armor slightly deformed and suffered some impact. Other centaurs were not as strong as the hero, and some of them were hit by the huge force and had their bones broken, or were knocked down by surprise. As other Murlocs and centaurs entered the salted fish thrust burst range one after another. They jumped up one after another. The dull sound of weapons bursting sounded, and occasionally there was a tragic tearing sound. Some centaurs with quick reactions chopped down with a knife and hit the Murloc, who jumped up in half. In an instant, hundreds of Murlocs jumped up, but only a dozen centaurs fell down, and none of them died. And 1/3 of these hundreds of Murlocs died on the spot, and the rest were all injured. The first round of fighting was a disastrous defeat. Ha ha ha. What did I see? How dare you challenge us? Tang Ling couldn't help it anymore and laughed while pointing at the plane. Gu Chung didn't say anything, but his expression was strange, and his eyes didn't have the same contemptuous look as others. Lin Su didn't say anything, and also stared at the plane thoughtfully, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 101: The First Battle of the Epic Hero Slardar. Take advantage of his weakness to kill him. The centaurs will not be soft-hearted just because the enemy is weak. Nearly 500 centaurs spread out and surrounded the enemy in a half-moon shape. They trampled high and jumped high with their hooves. Their tall bodies and thick full-body armor weighing hundreds of kilograms slammed into the surrounded Murloc warriors. There was a terrible sound of broken bones, and a large number of Murlocs were knocked away, and blood was spilled all over the ground. A centaur smiled and raised his saber to cut a Murloc in half. He jumped several meters high and stomped hard on another Murloc. The fishtail dragged behind the Murloc swung violently and smashed it to the ground. With a muffled sound of boom, a strong impact exploded with the Murloc as the center. The high-jumping centaur was hit by the collision without noticing it for a moment. The whole horse tilted and barely stabilized. The Murloc was about to fight back when he suddenly heard a roar from behind. "Get out of the way!" The surviving fishmen quickly separated, and the fishman immediately turned over and retreated flexibly, revealing the Naga team behind him. Has it finally begun? The spectators on the sky were all in high spirits. It was obvious that the 400-odd Nagas were Lin Zhao's trump cards, and the fishmen were just cannon fodder. On the other side, Shang Xiaoxue was also issuing instructions at this time, ordering his clan to prepare for the battle. Even Lin Zhao himself was looking forward to it. This was the first battle after his clan's comprehensive improvement after the final exam. He wanted to see if his carefully cultivated clan had any gap against the clans of other outstanding students. He didn't care about the fishman's defeat before. With the fishman's current equipment, it was normal for him to lose. It was like the rebels holding pitchforks to attack the fully armed elite Empire army head-on. Even though they were all adults, the equipment was too different. It was a qualitative gap. It was completely normal to lose, and it was unreasonable to win. He considered getting a family who could forge weapons to forge weapons and armor, and equip all the Murlocs with a fine steel weapon. Armor would not be needed, as they were just cannon fodder, compared with the Murlocs, who were purely cannon fodder. The Nagas, under the command of Slardar, formed a not very standard long snake formation and slowly advanced. At this time, the Nagas were taller than the centaurs, and their muscles were bulging and powerful, which made Shang Xiaoxue dare not underestimate them. He commanded the centaurs to form a long snake formation, But he quietly commanded another centaurs to quietly bypass from the other side, preparing to attack from both sides. But Slardar had already known the opponent's movements. The location where they fought was on the edge of a small hill. He had already sent a team of murlocs to the top of the hill to observe and discover another centaurs. So when the two sides were close enough, he immediately raised the heavy anchor and shouted, "Kill them!" The Naga team quickly launched a charge, and the thick snake tail swung back and forth in the wasteland, sweeping the gravel and rolling up a large amount of dust. The centaur hero heard the divine prophecy and raised his sword and roared loudly, "People of the great centaur god, kill the heretics in front of you. Kill!" The two teams approached quickly, and the centaurs raised their sharp sabers and took a killing posture. But just when the distance between the two sides was close to 50 meters, the first row of Nagas suddenly accelerated sharply, and in an instant they crossed a distance of dozens of meters and slammed into the first row of centaurs, causing a large number of people to fall down. After knocking down the first row of centaurs with one blow, the Nagas jumped more than 10 meters high and fell into the second row of charging centaurs. They landed with a boom like a thunderous sound, and a gas explosion was like a bomb exploding. The sky full of broken stones burst in all directions like bullets, and the charging centaurs fell down again. A wave of salty fish thrusts and a wave of thunder shocks. And only 3 rows of centaurs fell down, especially the centaurs in the first row who were hit by 5 times the critical hit head-on. Even if the Naga weapons were not good, even if they were hit by hand alone under the 5 times burst of Naga, they could still smash the centaur's bones and shock them to death. No matter how thick the armor is, it is not effective against huge blunt attacks, which is more lethal than using sharp weapons alone. But then again, good equipment is indeed a great advantage. If this group of centaurs had no armor like the Naga, this wave of salty fish thrusts and thunder shocks would basically wipe out all the centaurs. Instead of the current death of less than 1/3, basically all of them were injured. But they could not be injured again for the time being. The heavy casualties in an instant made the centaur's hero's spirit daze for a moment. And then he was angry, and he took out a javelin from his back and threw it fiercely. The shadow of the spear flashed, and a Naga not far away suddenly bent his body and fell to the ground. A fine steel javelin pierced through his waist, and the bloody tip of the spear was inserted into the wasteland, directly nailing him to the ground. The last row of centaurs did not need to be commanded, and they also launched a counterattack with 1 javelin thrown by each person. Unfortunately, their strength was not as terrifying as that of the centaurs. In terms of reaction, the Naga was stronger than the centaurs. In addition to the basic footwork of dodging, many of them reacted subconsciously, twisted their waists to dodge, and even if they could not dodge, they could dodge the fatal vital points to the maximum extent. After 2 waves of javelins, the distance between the two sides was less than 10 meters, and the centaurs drew their swords and rushed forward. At the same time, Slardar had already targeted the centaur hero, who killed 3 Nagas with 3 javelins in a row. His body, which was 10 meters long, jumped down from a height, and his thick snake tail swung quickly, with a faint white light spurting out. His speed suddenly increased by 50%. Hero's skill, Sprint LV1. Slardar significantly improved his speed, increasing his movement speed on land by 50%, and in water by 150%. When moving at high speed in water, he increased his physical dodge by 30% and skill dodge by 15%, as well as his life recovery speed and mana recovery speed. At this time, Slardar's agility on land was 8 points, and after the bonus, it was about 12 points, which had barely caught up with the speed of the centaur hero. But if it was a long-distance raid, it would definitely not be as fast as the centaur. But at this time, neither side had any intention of dodging. For any melee hero, they would not avoid the battle, and it was impossible to avoid the battle. The centaur hero threw a javelin from a distance, and without caring whether it hit the target or not, he drew out the huge special saber and rushed forward. Slardar simply placed the huge anchor in his hand in front of him, and sparks flew everywhere with a clang. Such a large anchor can be used as a weapon or a shield. In less than 3 seconds, the two sides crossed a distance of more than 400 meters and approached each other. The centaur hero in the distance held the handle of the knife with both hands and shouted softly, and slashed down fiercely. In an instant, a dazzling sword energy split the air, forming a 3-meter-long snow-white sword energy that plowed the ground and pushed towards Slardar like lightning. This is the hero's skill of the centaur hero, which can cut out a sword energy equivalent to 3 times its own strength to attack enemies in a straight line within a range of 40 meters. Each enemy touched will reduce the damage by 30%. After killing up to 4 enemies, the sword energy will disappear. The sharp sword energy made Slarda's eyes narrow slightly, and his hideous face covered with scales became more hideous as he moved. He swung his thick snake tail violently, and his huge body suddenly bounced up 20 to 30 meters high. A 10-meter-long human body snake-tail body crossed the void and smashed into the charging centaur hero like a meteor. Boom! Slarda fell from the sky like a meteor, with a loud bang that shook the earth. A wave of air mixed with thick lightning, like a sonic boom, suddenly exploded and rushed out dozens of meters away. The thick layer of the ground was collapsed into countless rubbles and flew hundreds of meters away. The billowing smoke and dust quickly spread, and the whole earth was shaking. Hero's skill. Thunder Smash LV1. Slarda slammed the ground, causing 1.5 times the strength of the impact damage and 1.5 times the intelligence of the thunder damage to the surrounding targets, and shocked the target and slowed it down. The higher the strength, the larger the shock range, and it will cause double shock effect and slow down the target in the water. Concussion means that the reaction of the drowsy person is greatly reduced, which is fatal in battle. How could Slarda, who had been in battle for a long time, not seize the opportunity and swung a several-meter-long anchor to smash the head of the unconscious centaur hero? However, the opponent was a hero after all, and had a high resistance to negative states. He reacted in a flash and subconsciously raised his saber to block. Ding! The terrifying power combined with a thick anchor directly hit the saber with an anchor, and then directly hit the centaur hero with the saber, knocking him to the ground with one blow. Then Slarda decisively jumped up. Although the power of the salted fish thrust did not change after it became a hero's skill, it was still a 5-fold critical hit. But the conditions for use were wider, and there was no need to charge and just smash the anchor down. Zhang Xiaoxue outside the sky subconsciously waved his hand, but it was too late. Slardar's own strength was higher than that of the centaur hero. The 5-fold burst plus the weight of the anchor smashed the centaur hero's head into a pulp, flattening the thick helmet. Blood and flesh spurted out from the gap of the helmet, just like a ripe persimmon that was crushed by a foot. Slardar, who had landed, looked up to the sky and let out a thunderous roar. A stream of blood flashed from his feet to 100 meters away, and a blood-sucking aura unfolded. As long as the friendly forces in the aura caused damage to the enemy, 25%, or 1/4 of the damage, would be converted into life essence to restore the attacker's physical strength and injuries. What a fierce hero! He is also an epic hero. Gu Cheng put away his disdain on his face and showed a hint of recognition in his eyes. Apart from other things, based on the individual strength of Naga and this epic hero, Lin Xiao is already strong enough to be on par with them. They did not recognize that this Naga was not the Naga they imagined. After all, they were too similar. Only Tang Ling still curled his lips in dissatisfaction. What if he is an epic hero? His clan is so small, and we have accumulated thousands of main arms, and the equipment is so sophisticated. No matter how powerful the epic hero is, it can be piled up. But his companions ignored his stubbornness. Resources can be piled up, but epic heroes are not easy to obtain, even if they don't have one. These people have already acquiesced in their hearts. With the potential strength shown by Lin Xiao now, he is enough to join them. There are indeed many incompetent second-generation ancestors among the powerful. That is, the legendary straw bag rich second generation. But any second generation who is cultivated as a family heir will never be a straw bag. They have resources that ordinary people can't even dream of. But they work harder than ordinary people. They are not the arrogant fools described in novels. Instead, they are more willing to make friends. As long as you have the ability, you can make them look at you differently. I dare not say that all of them are like this, but most of them are like this. In just 2 or 3 moves, a hero was killed by Slardar. It has to be said that Slardar's power after the outbreak is too terrifying, far beyond the tolerance of the centaur hero. One move fell and killed him instantly. As soon as the centaur hero died, the morale of the remaining centaur warriors nearby plummeted. But at this time another centaur had already circled around and launched an attack from behind the Naga. This gave Zhang Xiaoxue, who was ready to end the battle, a glimmer of hope, and he did not surrender directly. Chapter 102, Wu Xinglin, the Peerless Prodigy. Strictly speaking, the centaurs belonged to the cavalry class. With their full body armor, They can charge in large numbers, and almost no one of the same level can stop them. Unfortunately, they encountered the Naga, a race with almost no weaknesses. Their bodies look fragile like snakes. But in fact, their physique and strength are very strong, and their dodge ability is even higher than their peers. Especially the ability to dodge in place. The Naga has a human body and a snake tail. The thick snake tail carries the body. When it is hit, the body bends or falls to relieve part of the impact. Their several meter-long snake tails are horizontal on the ground, which is equivalent to a stumbling block for the charging cavalry. Once they are hit, they will fall out directly. The centaurs who came around from behind fell on the spot in one round of charge, and the rest had to stop and fight with the Naga's head-on with swords, losing the speed advantage. Both sides can only compete with absolute combat effectiveness, and the Nagas are not weak at all. The centaurs have the advantage of weapons and armor, while the Nagas have the advantage of race, profession, and level. They are all level 4 Naga shark hunters. Most importantly, they have the blood-sucking aura of epic heroes. In terms of protracted warfare, they can beat the centaurs by several streets. After falling into a head-on melee, people with discerning eyes quickly saw the advantages and disadvantages. Gu Cheng shook his head and said, "Let Xiaoxue surrender. He is doomed to lose." Turning to Lin Su, he said, "Although your cousin is a little poor, he has good potential and can join us." Tang Ling curled his lips, still a little unwilling, but since the boss said so, he couldn't hit the boss in the face, so he could only mutter in a low voice, "What's so great about this? If there is a full-scale battle, Xiaoxue can beat him to death." Everyone heard this and agreed that it was true. But this was not a full-scale battle after all. Just a test. Compared to Lin Xiao, who sent out all the adult Nagas, Shang Xiaoxue only sent out some centaurs. There were more centaurs in his divine domain, and he did not send out all the most elite centaurs. If a full-scale battle was fought, Lin Xiao would definitely lose. Lin Xiao was very clear about this. In terms of accumulation, he was indeed not as good as the elites of these big families. They used at least blue rare quality or purple epic quality 5-star cards to lay the foundation from the beginning. Some of the awesome ones have at least orange legendary quality cards from the opening of the divine domain to the present. The advantage is too great when they are stacked up. To be honest, if it weren't for the fortune cube, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't catch up with others. After the battle, returning to the platform, Gu Cheng smiled and stretched out his hand to Lin Xiao, saying, "My name is Gu Cheng, Gu of the Eternal, Cheng of the Sincere. Welcome to join our team. My name is Lin Xiao, Shuang Yuan, Xiao of the Cloud." He shook hands with both hands, and then shook hands with other teammates one by one, which meant that they recognized him as joining this small circle. Even Shang Xiaoxue, who was defeated by him, shook hands with him gracefully and said with a smile, "Your epic hero is too powerful. If it happens again, I will let my hero keep a distance and use the kite tactic." It was a bit unwilling, but it was also an acknowledgement of his strength. As for Tang Ling, he said very impolitely, "Although you beat Xiaoxue, I don't object to you joining in, but I am not convinced in my heart. How about we have a one-on-one duel sometime?" Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Sure. This is exactly what he wants." The battle with Shang Xiaoxue made him see how powerful the real elites are. This battle was won quite reluctantly. He just wanted to challenge more and recognize his own strength. Moreover, according to the situation of previous super freshman summer camps, there will be many challenges after entering. Especially the internal ranking of the summer camp must fight with other elites, which is inevitable. Unless he is willing to be at the bottom and then be expelled, he must fight with different elites. Lin Xiao had very little experience in this area, and now he had a ready-made opponent, which he was eager to have. After gaining recognition from the small circle, the next thing would be much easier. Lin Su first took him to find the team leader to register, and then arranged a luxurious dormitory for him. Although the dormitories in No. 1 middle school were luxurious, he was still surprised to live in a small villa with complete facilities. According to the instructions of the team leader, he could move freely in the next few days, even if he left the school to go to the provincial capital to play. But he had to return to school before departure to wait for orders. This was not allowed after the time limit. If he left the team after the time limit, it would be considered that he had automatically given up participating in the super freshman summer camp. This must be staying in school throughout the whole process. Anyway, The only person he recognized in the provincial capital was Lin Su. And there were no other acquaintances. He rested for a night first. And before he got up early the next morning, he received a message. Shang Xiaoxue couldn't wait to play again. Obviously, he was very unconvinced after losing last time and wanted to get back at the place. Shaking his head, he replied, "How about waiting until I finish my meal?" "Sure. Come to the first canteen. I just haven't eaten yet." Lin Xiao. He found the first canteen, according to the map navigation. He saw several middle-aged people talking and laughing at the canteen door from a distance. They were probably the faculty and staff who stayed on campus. The canteen has 3 floors. He found Shang Xiaoxue and Tang Ling on the 2nd floor, as well as another teenager who introduced himself as Bai Zhe yesterday. The 3 of them were chatting. When they saw him, they waved. Young people are like this. As long as they recognize each other, they are easy to get familiar with. He sat down next to Bai Zhe and used the wrist wheel to scan the QR code on the table. A light screen popped up, which showed the canteen menu. He could order whatever he wanted. While he was ordering, Shang Xiaoxue, who was chatting, suddenly asked, "You are from Dongning. Do you know Wu Zhenglin?" Lin Xiao paused, shook his head and said, "I am from number 5 middle school, and he is from number 1 middle school. I have heard of his name, but never seen him. This is the first time someone has asked about this name," which aroused his curiosity, and he couldn't help asking. "Many people have asked me if I know Wu Zhenglin. Is there anything strange about this person?" Shang Xiaoxue took a bite of food and looked up at Lin Xiao with strange eyes and said, "You are in Dongning City, but you are not familiar with Wu Zhenglin. It's also strange. Don't your classmates talk about him?" "No. That's because your classmates are too low level and don't even recognize this person." Lin Xiao was speechless. Doesn't this mean that he is also low level? But he was really ignorant before and didn't know a lot of things. You can search this name on the internet and you will know what's going on. Okay. After ordering, he opened the search engine and searched for the name Wu Zhenglin. A series of information was refreshed immediately. What attracted his attention the most was a news-like title at the top of the search list. "Congratulations to our school student Wu Zhenglin for being listed on the vice list of the Tianjia list." When he saw this title, Lin Xiao's mouth opened involuntarily, his face full of shock. Bai Zhe beside him looked at his expression and smiled. "Are you surprised? Are you shocked?" "Shocked." He admitted it honestly. This is indeed very shocking. No wonder so many people asked him about this name when they heard that he was from Dongning City. He is indeed qualified. Speaking of the vice list of the Tianjia list, we must first talk about the 36 Tianjia lists and the 108 peerless lists, as well as the 3,000 Renjia lists, which include all the young elites of the entire human civilization. That is, the so-called 3 lists of heaven, earth and man. Among them, there are 36 seats on the Tianjia list, 108 seats on the peerless list, and 3,000 seats on the Renjia list. It covers the entire human civilization, including all regions, including the Huaxia region, as well as many elite talents in the outer regions. It can be said that as long as the young generation meets the requirements, they are eligible to be on the list, being listed on the 3 lists of heaven, earth and man, no matter which one. Even the list of 3,000 elites is the supreme honor. After all, with the number of human civilization being counted in trillions, and the number of young elites emerging in each session being counted in tens of billions, selecting these 3,144 absolute elites must be one in nearly 100 million, and must be the absolute best of their peers. As for the difference between the so-called main list and the vice list, the main list only includes college students, while the vice list includes genius high school students, which is equivalent to the real Tianjia candidate. To be honest, Lin Xiao was really shocked and surprised by this. He had heard of the name Wu Zhenglin. In his previous impression, he was a super genius in a middle school, but he never thought that he was so talented that he could be listed on the vice list of the Tianjia list. What is this equivalent to? This is equivalent to him being one of the 36 best people among billions, or even tens of billions of his peers. Well, minus 90% of ordinary people. There are still more than 1 billion peers who have opened up the divine realm. Just imagine how terrifying it is to be one of the 36 most awesome high school students. You know, in his small circle, it seems that there is no one even on the second list of 3,000 heroes. It seems that Gu Cheng, who is the strongest, is not on the list. Not to mention Lin Xiao, who had only heard of this thing before. After all, it was too far away from him at that time, and he had no attention at all, let alone touch it. At this moment, Lin Xiao was more curious than ever about how powerful Wu Xingling, who was ranked on the vice list of Tianjiao, was, and how big the gap between him and him was. His limited thinking could not imagine that he and he were both high school students. Both had just finished their first year of high school, and had only been in the God realm for a year. How could the gap be so big? It is true that Wu Xingling's background is better than his, but looking at the information on the internet, he is at most similar to his cousin Lin Su. So there shouldn't be such a big gap. Right? He was puzzled, and Bai Zhe beside him looked at his expression and laughed. Don't you understand why we are all human beings, and why there is such a big gap? He nodded honestly. I don't quite understand. It's right not to understand, because I can't understand it either. But there is no need to think too much. He also received an invitation to the Super Freshman Summer Camp, and we will see him after the summer camp starts. He also received an invitation to the Super Freshman Summer Camp? Why isn't he here? He. Although he is also from Yuming Province, he is different from us. He has long been specially recruited by the War Throne, which ranks third among the 12 super schools. He will transfer to the War Throne affiliated middle school next semester. After the third year of high school, he can directly study in the War Throne Super School without taking the college entrance examination. Chapter 103 New Church Framework. Damn it! Lin Xiao was so envious that his penis was erect. The third-ranked War Throne Super School was specially recruited, which was equivalent to the special recruitment of Harvard, Oxford, and other world-class universities in his previous life. He could directly study in the affiliated middle school and enroll directly after the third year of high school without any training. If there was no such thing as skipping grades in this world, no matter how evil a genius was, he would have to study for 3 years in high school. I'm afraid he would have been specially recruited to the university long ago. Too strong. Tang Ling and Shang Xiaoxue also showed envious expressions. They were the same in this regard. After eating a few mouthfuls, they got up and went to the public building. They walked through the tree-lined path to the door of the building. Bai Zhe sat on the chair at the door and said, "Wait a minute. The boss and the others are coming." Lin Xiao didn't say anything. He also found a stone bench to sit down and turned on the wristband to search for information. After watching for a few minutes, he heard someone shouting beside him. "Ling Tong, I'm here." Looking up, he saw Tang Ling seem to be subconsciously tidying her hair. He looked up and saw 4 young and beautiful girls with bright eyes and white teeth coming from the other side. He saw at a glance that one of them was Shen Yuexin, and waved his hand as a greeting. Shen Yuexin also recognized him and smiled slightly in response to him. Tang Ling was quite familiar with them. Strictly speaking, he was their pursuer. Tang Ling and Bai Zhe went to meet them, but he and Shang Xiaoxue did not move. He didn't recognize anyone except Shen Yuexin, and even Shen Yuexin was only a 2-time acquaintance. And Shang Xiaoxue turned his head to the other side and didn't even look at him. Lin Xiao asked curiously, "There are beautiful women, and you don't even look at them?" Shang Xiaoxue turned his head with a face full of resentment and said, "What's the point of looking? They won't like me." "How do you know if you haven't tried it?" "Tried it? No. They said my name was childish, and that I looked like a second-rate person with my yellow hair." Lin Xiao, "My condolences." After thinking for a long time, he could only say this, and not laughing was a courtesy. His yellow hair, in the subspace and the outer world, it was a burning flame, which looked very cool. But in the main world, it was not extraordinary and turned into yellow hair, which was speechless. Tang Ling, who was usually sultry, was very active at this time, talking politely and making witty remarks. Not to mention Bai Zhe. He was very humorous, and made several girls laugh non-stop, leaving Lin Xiao and Shang Xiaoxue to watch the scenery. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Lin Su from Guqing and another boy named Xiao Kaiyuan to arrive. And then he saw several people greeted him with visible smiles on their faces. As he expected, Lin Su was indeed pursuing Shen Yuexin, but the girl seemed to have no feelings for him. The obvious alienation and rejection were obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. There is the opposite sex, but no humanity. Shang Xiaoxue saw this and said to Lin Xiao angrily, "Don't worry about them. Let's go first." "All right." After finding a public god's domain login cabin on a certain floor, Lin Xiao returned to his own god's domain before entering the land. At this time, it had been about 10 days since the end of the final exam, and almost 10 years had passed in the god's domain. After 10 years of recuperation, the clans had recovered a certain amount of vitality. Among them, the Nagas continued to give birth under his strong encouragement. And now the total number has exceeded 600, of which about 200 are the new generation. And their strength is far less than that of their fathers, the Nagas who once participated in the battle of the snake-slaying demigod. Fortunately, the lifespan of the Nagas is much higher than that of the fishmen. In 10 years, no Naga died, but thousands of old fishmen who had participated in the war died of old age because of their lifespan. Fortunately, the fishmen have strong reproductive ability, and there is plenty of food in the god's domain. Now the total number of fishmen has exceeded 13,000. It is worth mentioning that although he has not appeared in the god's domain for 10 years, the atmosphere of faith in the god's domain is still very strong. And the key lies in the existence of the fishman hero Slardar. This epic hero, who has embarked on the path of sainthood, has vigorously developed and maintained his faith in the god's domain during his absence. After becoming the leader of all Nagas in the god's domain, he insisted on holding a large-scale sacrifice and prayer event every month, and a small prayer event every 10 days. Under his leadership, a large number of new Nagas and fishmen were guided to the correct faith. Even if his miracles were not obvious, all newborns had a solid faith before they reached adulthood, and once they reached adulthood, they were true believers. In addition, he also directed the fishmen to cultivate aquatic plants, such as kelp and seaweed to store food. On land, the wasteland in the god's domain produced by the devouring Holy Land was reclaimed and grass seeds were sown. Now a large grassland has been cultivated. The batch of wild cattle raised in the god's domain have multiplied under their domestication, and now there are nearly 300 of them. It can be said that this time when he returned to the god's domain, everything in the god's domain gave Lin Xiao a huge surprise. After understanding the changes in the god's domain during this period, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. According to the current changes in the god's domain, a certain plan should be put on the agenda. That is to build a church. In the past, there was no way to do it without a smart believer to lead. He, the god, had to do everything himself, which was a complete loss. Now Slarda is on the right path. Whether it is to liberate himself or cultivate the epic hero Slarda, he has to prepare to build a church. Of course, at this stage, due to limited manpower, he can only build a framework and then slowly supplement it. After a little thought, Lin Xiao decided to temporarily select the hero Slarda as the first pope of the new church, and then select 10 devout believers and 10 fanatics as the first generation of priests. Now it is a literal priest. A real priest needs to consume divine power to change his job and then grant divine arts. It requires pure faith value to do it. He has a lot of faith value now, but not much pure faith value provided by believers. He can only make a name first and make up for it in the future. Then select a group of elites from the Naga and the Murloc as holy warriors to protect the church. Initially set at 100 Naga and 200 Murloc. There is no need for too much of this for the time being. After all, the believers in the god's domain are very devout, and the church does not need too much military suppression. In this way, a church headed by the Pope, assisted by 20 priests, and guarded by 300 holy warriors was set up. Initially, Lin Xiao gave them a task to familiarize themselves with church affairs and baptize the new family members. After doing this, Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction, exited the god's domain, and entered the local area network. Just when he was free, he found Shang Xiaoxue to practice. However, after exiting, he found that there were many people in the local area network, not only by Cheng, Lin Su, Tang Ling and other companions, and 4 young and beautiful girls, but also 11 boys he didn't recognize, all of whom had strange visions, which were very extraordinary. For example, one of the girls had a pair of small dragon horns on her head, and a blue prismatic crystal embedded in her eyebrows. The pupils of another girl were shining with green light, crystal clear like gems. There was another girl whose lower body was a ball of twisted seawater, with a blue light hovering above her head. As for Shen Yuexin, the void around her body seemed to be twisted by an invisible force, with a faint purple-red flame blooming in her pupils, and a blazing purple flame burning on her head. A faint purple gold crown could be seen on her head, which looked both noble and majestic. Speaking of which, This is the correct way to open the school. There were not many good-looking girls in Lin Zhao's original class, which was very abnormal. A young genius is matched with a beautiful young girl, which is very suitable. These 4 girls are girl circles outside the provincial government circle, and the circle outside the provincial government where Lin Zhao is. They have a good relationship with another group of boys. After all, beautiful girls are still very popular, at least in his opinion. There are boys in both circles who like certain girls. Lin Zhao didn't pay attention to who liked whom. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Women would only affect. Well, that was only one reason. In fact, he had no confidence and was not strong enough. He was probably the worst among the boys present. How could he have the confidence and reason to pick up girls? Lin Zhao knew very well that if a man had no strength and ability, even breathing was wrong. Picking up girls at this time was a waste of time in life. He knew even more clearly that no matter whether it was the era before his rebirth or the present era, only strength was the hard truth and women could be talked about. So before he had enough strength, he would not consider other things. He could only say that he had great potential now. In terms of comprehensive strength, no one could compare to him. A single victory could not mean anything at all. He was still far from it. However, this super freshman summer camp is a good opportunity for him. It is a feast for elites from super universities and higher education institutions. In addition to the teachings from senior teachers of higher education institutions, there are also various astonishingly generous rewards. It is said that someone has won a super card that exceeds the quality of golden myth in the summer camp. Being able to participate is an opportunity. He does not have to compete with those top elites. After all, there is a demon-level genius like Wu Zhenlin. At this stage, he can't compete even if he wants to. He just needs to do his best, try to perform better, and gain more benefits. Lin Zhao clearly recognizes his strengths and weaknesses, and has a detailed growth plan. The first year of high school is the foundation-laying stage, and the second year of high school is the stage for his rise. He must make up for the gap between himself and other top elites in the second year of high school. And the third year of high school is the time for him to exert his strength. With the help of the magic cube of good fortune, he can dig out his talents well, and he may be ranked among the top 3 in the third year of high school. It is hard to say whether it is the Tianji list or the peerless list. After all, I have not seen such a genius in my heart. But at least I have to make a hero. This is also 1 in a million. It is very impressive to say it out. Thinking of this, he quietly sent a message to Shang Xiaoxue. Brother, it's okay anyway. Let's go practice. Shang Xiaoxue happened to have nothing to do, so he immediately agreed, greeted his companions, and the two of them walked aside. The two independent and peculiar people really attracted the attention of several girls. But soon the words of others made them retract their gazes. The two of them opened a separate room, which was an independent virtual plane. This time, there was no randomness. Instead, both sides set up terrain that was beneficial to them, and then the system balanced it. As a result, a miniature plane with plains, rivers, and swamps interlaced appeared. Chapter 104 My performance is affected by being too poor. According to the agreement, there is no limit on the number of troops that can be sent out by both sides this time. This is because most of Lin Zhao's clansmen are murlocs. It is okay if there are less than 1,000 troops. If both sides send more than 1,000 troops, it will be a big loss. He did not hide this point, and there is no need to hide it. If it were in the past, Shang Xiaoxue would not even look at this kind of clan, which is mostly murlocs, a low-level race. But after the previous battle, he dared not underestimate it anymore. Although the murlocs were directly crushed by his centaurs in the last battle, he also saw that Lin Zhao's murlocs were extraordinary. If it were not for his centaurs being really armed to the teeth, it would be a bit difficult to say who would win or lose with the same equipment, which made him very interested. After determining the situation on the plane, Lin Zhao directly dispatched 400 Nagas and 10,000 murlocs. Almost all those who could fight went to the battle. They were all murloc warriors of at least level 1, and then loaded with the all-round warrior profession, which made their combat effectiveness exceed level 2. But they were still a little short of level 3 troops. If the second level murloc warrior is equipped with a profession, or the profession level is upgraded by 1 level, it can be comparable to the third level troops. Compared with his almost overwhelming annihilation, Shang Xiaoxue also dispatched a force of more than 2,000 fully armed centaur cavalry led by the centaur hero, to appear on the plains at the edge of the plain. There are nearly 3,000 centaurs, and more than 5,000 kobolds in Shang Shishua's domain. Kobolds are his original race. But after having the new centaur race, kobolds have become a vassal race. And their daily work is mining and iron making. The wealthy Shang Shishua got a set of blacksmith profession cards and trained some kobolds into full-time blacksmiths. Half of the weapons and equipment equipped by his centaur were made by kobold blacksmiths, which made Lin Xiao drool. And he also wanted a set. Like last time, Lin Xiao did not command this time, letting Slarda play freely. After all, it was a simulated challenge, and he would not really die if he died. Since he was like this, Shang Xiaoxua naturally did not want to be outdone. He simply gave his hero a brief instruction and stopped commanding. The two sat in the plain sky and overlooked the earth. The vast grassland was divided by several rivers and swamps. The two armies on the left and right gathered towards the center of the plain under the command of their respective heroes. In less than an hour, the two armies gathered on the other side of a small river that divided the entire plain. The river was shallow and very gentle. The commanding centaur hero ordered an attack without hesitation. But Slarda on the other side of the river reacted faster than him, and ordered the pioneer fishmen to rush into the river first without hesitation, using the salted fish stab. Now the salted fish stab no longer needs to be cast on a target. It can rush into the river first across a distance of 50 meters in an instant and occupy a favorable terrain. The river is more than 10 meters wide. Although the river is slow and shallow, it is about 1 meter wide. The center of the river can reach nearly 2 meters. There is no obstacle for the centaurs to wade directly across. But at this time, there is already a large group of fishmen in the river. At the moment when the centaurs crossed the river, Slardar shouted loudly, "Stop them!" Many murlocs, who had already rushed into the river, rushed out of the river. And with a strong and powerful fish tail, the skill thunderstrike exploded. The river water quickly expanded and twisted with the murloc as the center. And the huge force generated by the release of the skill wrapped up the river water several meters high and rushed in all directions. The strong water pressure brought about the centaurs, who rushed into the river and knocked them all over the place. Many of those who were close were directly shocked and fell into the river. The power was even greater than that released on land. Taking advantage of this opportunity, many murlocs rushed up and dragged the fallen centaurs into the water and held them down. However, the water was too shallow. If it was in deep water, this move would be quite fatal. But in this shallow water, where the center of the river was less than 2 meters, it would be useless. The centaurs could stabilize themselves with 4 legs. But with this time, more murlocs and even nagas came to support, forming a defense line in this several kilometer-long river channel, firmly blocking the centaurs on the other side of the stream. Next, the two sides fell into a stalemate. Murlocs and nagas could not do anything to the centaurs on the shore, and the centaurs could not do anything to the murlocs in the water, even if they had javelins. It is well known that the refraction of light in the water from the outside is not something that can be ignored by experienced fishermen. 2,000 centaurs killed less than 1,000 murlocs with more than 20,000 javelins. After throwing all the javelins, the battle was completely frozen. Fortunately, this is just a simulated challenge. Since it is frozen, there is no need to fight. But in the next, they simulated different terrains to continue the challenge. There are water terrains suitable for nagas and murlocs, flat wastelands suitable for centaurs, forest terrains that are not suitable for both, and volcanic terrains that are blood-killing for nagas and murlocs. Different terrains are used to deploy different forces, which not only increases the experience of the warring clans, but also increases the experience of the two of them. With this experience, we can make more correct responses when we encounter such a bad plain environment in the future. The two communicated 5 or 6 times, and others also joined the communication. Lin Xiao immediately sent an invitation to the others, and someone immediately responded and entered the challenge mode, as if they had been waiting for it. The one who responded was Tang Ling. He showed Lin Xiao a strange smile and entered the virtual plane 1 step ahead. His family is Minotaur. Not the orc Minotaur but Minotaur, a powerful species living in the dark area underground, with a human body and a bull head. More than 2 meters tall. Very strong. A very excellent heavy infantry. Good at attacking. It is estimated that he wanted to defeat Lin Xiao early on, and he sent more than 3,000 fully armed Minotaur in one breath. Full body armor. Fully enclosed steel helmet with only eyes exposed. A 2-handed heavy axe. and a row of palm-sized small hand axes on the waist, also armed to the teeth. This round of battle was a foregone conclusion. The first row of Murloc warriors were instantly flattened by the Minotaur arrayed in formation. No matter how high the morale of the Murloc warriors was, or how strong their will was, the gap in their weapons and equipment was too big. The endless stream of fishmen resisted tenaciously, and refused to retreat. Even if more than half of them died, they still gritted their teeth and persisted. Tangling stood on the plain sky, with his arms folded and overlooking the plain with a proud look on his face. Lin Xiao stood on the other side, sitting cross-legged in the void, with an expressionless face overlooking the earth. There was no disappointment on his face, but he carefully observed the battlefield and Slarda's performance in the battle, almost like he was printed out of the same mold. When he could still remain calm and observe the battlefield, Slarda could still maintain a certain calmness even when his subordinates faced such a disadvantage. Standing on a huge rock to observe the battlefield and observe the enemy with cold eyes. On the plain sky, I don't know when a dozen figures appeared. Seeing the almost one-sided battle situation, Bai Zhe shook his head and said, "This guy is torturing people again." Several beautiful girls looked at the battlefield, and one of them shook his head and said, "The fishmen are hopeless and will lose." No one refuted this point. How could the absolute gap be reversed? At this time, one of the girls with green pupils said, "Shall we make a bet to see how long he can last?" Shen Yuexin frowned and shook her head. "We are all companions. Don't embarrass him." Bai Cheng also nodded and said, "No need to bet. This classmate Lin Xiao is still capable, but his resources are not as good as ours. If he had our resources, some of us might not be able to beat him." At this time, there was a change in the plain. Slardar, who had been observing the enemy, suddenly summoned all the reserves to leave the central army and rush straight to the battlefield. Led by him, nearly 200 Nagas followed closely behind, like a sharp knife piercing the unknowingly scattered Minotaur line. The leader Slarda leaped over 50 meters from the sky, and a thunderous blow lifted up a thick layer of rubble, clearing a space of more than 20 meters on the spot. The Minotaurs in the closest circle were killed on the spot, and the outer circle was shaken away and fell into coma. Then he violently knocked away a large group of Minotaurs in a straight line with a salted fish thrust, and crossed a distance of 100 meters in one breath and slammed into the Minotaur hero, who was exposed to his side at some point. This 3-meter-tall Minotaur hero is an ordinary hero, although his grade is far lower than Slarda. He has been a hero for a longer time, and his current strength is not inferior to Slarda. It's just that Slarda's swift and violent attack was too sudden, and he didn't have time to react. At the critical moment, Tangling directly and accurately gave divine instructions to the guards around the Minotaur hero. A group of guards rushed up one after another, and the Minotaur hero directly grabbed a guard next to him as a meat shield. Bang! As the huge black shadow crashed into them, a group of Minotaur flew up at the same time. The thick snake tail swept away the surrounding Minotaur. Slarda suddenly jumped up and smashed down with an anchor, smashing the Minotaur hero into the ground in midair. When he landed, a large dent was made on the thick armor on his chest. Unfortunately, the Minotaur had already reacted, and a large group of Minotaurs surrounded him and blocked his way forward. On the sky, Tangling's face changed slightly, and he took over the command of all the clans in the plain with a thought. With the god's perspective, he commanded the actions of all the clans and easily resolved Slarda's plan. The Minotaur, which was already dominant, had a combat effectiveness that increased in times compared to before under the god's perspective command. In addition, Slarda was surrounded, and the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. It's over. The equipment is too far behind. The eyes of the crowd looking at Lin Xiao were not ridiculed, but complicated. After this battle, they clearly saw that the combat effectiveness of Lin Xiao's fishmen clans far exceeded that of normal fishmen. The fishmen who were pitifully weak in their impressions turned out to be so powerful, and they were not inferior to some second-level Minotaurs in wrestling. This was outrageous. But what surprised them the most was the tenacity of the fishmen. They still had an extremely tenacious fighting spirit even when the number of casualties exceeded half. It was incredible that they had not collapsed even though the number of casualties had exceeded 70%. They asked themselves that if the casualties of their clan exceeded half in the battle, the morale of the people would be unstable, and they needed a supervisory team to maintain the stability. If the casualties exceeded 70%, even the supervisory team would not be able to hold on, except for a few core members. The others who were not devout enough would basically collapse. Chapter 105 Go to the War Fortress. This battle ended half an hour after Slardar fell. After he was besieged and killed, the remaining Naga fishmen did not collapse. They persisted for nearly half an hour again. In the end, there were less than 800 fishmen surrounded by more than 1,600 minotaurs. He ended the battle. Of course, before the end, he personally came to give the followers, who persisted to the end, the affirmation from the gods, and comforted these fanatics, who persisted to the end and were traumatized physically, mentally and spiritually. Although it was a projection, the battle was real. After the battle, Lin Xiao returned to the artifact city, still thinking about the battle just now. But after summarizing, he suddenly realized that although the gap between him and these top elites was large, there was not much gap in essence, or there was almost no gap in the followers. The only difference at this stage was weapons and equipment. It is obvious in the battle that there is not much difference between the individual qualities of the Murlocs and the Centaurs or Minotaur. After loading the all-round warrior profession, the Murlocs are comparable to the second-level soldiers. They are not good as the main combat soldiers, but they are fully qualified as cannon fodder. If they can be equipped with better weapons and break the opponent's defense, he will not lose, whether it is the previous battle with Shang Xiuxua or the battle with Tang Ling just now. The 2 card slots that can be used in the summer camp stage must have a weapon card, or the blacksmith profession card to update the family weapons. Otherwise they can't keep up with others. He prefers the blacksmith profession card, although the weapon card can form combat power immediately. The blacksmith profession is endless, and the profession can be inherited. After summarizing, he looked up and saw Tang Ling with a bad look on his face, and he was a little confused. What kind of expression is this? Are you not satisfied after winning? Shaking his head, he ignored it. He had long seen that Tang Ling seemed to have a lot of opinions about him. The previous battle was obviously intended to bully him, but he didn't expect the fishmen and Nagas to be so powerful and almost made him fall. But if he gave a cold face because of this, it would be too petty. Of course, he himself was not a very generous person. He was bullied in front of so many people. This account should be recorded first, and he must pay it back in the future. At this time, Bai Zhe came over and smiled. Brother, you are good. You forced him so embarrassed. At the same time, Lin Su also came over, patted him on the shoulder and said, very good. By the way, be careful of Tang Ling. If he wants you to do something or where to go, ask me first. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. I will. At this time, the third person to come over was Xin Yuexin. At this time, she had restrained her own vision. In addition to the faint twisted divine light blooming on her body, both the purple flames in her pupils and the burning purple gold crown on her head had been restrained. But it is precisely because of this that we can see her beautiful face that is extremely delicate and flawless. She smiled and said openly, your family is very good, especially the fishmen. It is amazing that you can train such a weak fishman to this level. Lin Xiao shrugged. You lost, didn't you? That's because your weapon is too bad. If you have better weapons, it's hard to tell who wins. Maybe, but you lose. Xin Yuexin didn't dwell on this point, but just said, you are right to join this circle, which not only expands your horizons, but also allows you to exchange many rare resources that were previously unavailable. Lin Xiao was silent for a while, and silently uttered 2 words. I'm poor. Xin Yuexin. He successfully chatted to death today. He also knew that he could exchange other people's extra rare cards in the circle. But the problem was that he was poor and had nothing to exchange. There were a few good cards, but he wanted to use them himself, so he definitely couldn't exchange them. In the following time, he challenged Bai Zhe and Lin Su respectively. Bai Zhe's main fighting clan is Snake People. The total number is slightly more than Tang Ling, and the key equipment is better than Tang Ling. What made him speechless was that each snake person was also equipped with a small crossbow. Needless to say, a lot of the Murloc cannon fodders were shot dead before they even got close to each other, and the rest were naturally defeated. Lin Su was even stronger than Tang Ling. His main fighting clan was the Grassland Half-Elves. Lin Xiao was quite impressed by this. He had seen it in a certain level of the endless mode of the final exams. And now he had seen again how abnormal the rain of arrows was. Tens of thousands of Murloc cannon fodders were killed by the kite tactics of the half-elves without getting close. The clean and neat crushing made him completely lose his temper. In the next 2 days, Lin Xiao shamelessly dragged Lin Su to try various tactics. Although he was abused badly, he gained a lot. In the simulation challenge, he kept asking his clan to try various tactics, including personally commanding. And the results were the same. A miserable defeat. But the gains were also great. In addition to the fact that his clan had accumulated rich experience in fighting powerful long-range enemies, he himself also clearly knew what level he was at now. As for how to deal with long-range enemies, there was actually an answer long ago. Either the number of cannon fodders is enough to rush over, or the equipment is good enough to withstand it. In addition to these two methods, there may be other ways, such as invisibility, or spells, etc. But none of them are the right way. 2 days of rich and bloody abuse passed like this. On the morning of the third day, Lin Xiao was about to go out to continue to look for Lin Su to abuse him. Suddenly, he received a message from the team leader, who he knew but had never seen before, asking him to prepare and gather after 9 o'clock to prepare for departure. He suddenly realized that the Super Freshman Summer Camp was about to begin. Seeing that it was still early, he went to the cafeteria to eat something and pack up. There was nothing to pack, just some simple personal belongings. He packed a small bag and went downstairs. He saw that other people came out one after another. There were already many people in the square, including a silver-white streamlined aircraft suspended about 2 meters above the ground in the square. There were many magic patterns flashing on the surface of this aircraft, and a faint energy wave surged as the magic patterns lit up. This is a special aircraft built by combining real technology and magic technology. Only aircraft that combine magic technology can enter the subspace. Normal technological creations cannot enter the subspace. As it got closer to 9 o'clock, people came downstairs one after another. 50 or 60 figures gathered in the square. He found that there were quite a lot of people in Yuming province who received the invitation letter for the Super Freshman Summer Camp. As soon as 9 o'clock arrived, the aircraft hatch opened. A middle-aged man stood at the door and counted the number of people. Everyone entered the aircraft one by one, and Lin Xiao found a seat and sat down. Half an hour later, the aircraft trembled slightly and took off, flying directly to the huge vortex 100 miles away. They needed to enter the subspace through this cross-border gate and reach their destination directly through a subspace channel. The so-called subspace channel refers to the channel between the spatial coordinates of the cross-border gate and another coordinate. It is well known that the subspace is almost boundless, just like the vast space. If you enter it without coordinates, you will get lost. Through the subspace channel in the cross-boundary gate, the aircraft can cross the infinite void to reach the destination at superlight speed. This can refer to the hyperspace engine of the spacecraft. It is said that the inspiration of this thing comes from the hyperspace engine in reality. It is different from entering the God's domain through the God's domain login device. But there are similarities. Although you can enter the outer domain, if you enter the subspace through the God's domain login device, like entering the outer domain plane for the final exam, it is not really entering the outer domain, but projected through the school artifact. The student's body is still in this subspace, and through the cross-boundary gate, the real body enters the void fortress in the subspace, also called the plane fortress, the war fortress. That is the real body descending, and you can directly enter the outer domain. To put it more simply, entering the outer domain plane through the God's domain login device is protected, and the God's domain login device will not get lost, and you can return at any time. But if the real body enters the outer domain, if you get lost in the outer domain plane, it will be very difficult to return. Generally speaking, this is a treatment only available in college. College and high school are not on the same level. They face real tests and dangers. The death of college students is not news at all. Do you think it is really that easy to become a god? True gods, with immortal life and supreme power, are not so easy to obtain. They all require life. Human civilization has trillions of players in the god realm, but most of them are between divine creatures and demigods, and only 1 in 10,000 can truly be deified. This may not be very conceptual. To use a simple analogy, there are several thousand elites participating in each Super Freshman Summer Camp, and sometimes nearly 10,000. All of them are elites like Lin Su Baizhe, but in the end, less than 1 in 10 can survive to the end and successfully become a god. It sounds incredible, but it is true. It does not mean that if you are an elite or a genius, you will definitely be able to successfully become a god. Just like the saying goes, you may not succeed if you work hard, but you will definitely not succeed if you don't work hard. It's very realistic and cruel. Otherwise, human civilization would not have developed for hundreds of thousands of years. And the number of true gods would be about 10 million. Maybe there would be more if some hidden ones were not counted. But it would never exceed 30 million. The aircraft soon arrived in front of the cross-border gate. And the voice of the teacher in charge sounded in everyone's ears. The spacecraft is about to enter the cross-border gate and enter the subspace. All students are requested to restrain their own strength later to avoid affecting the navigation. The warning sounded 3 times in a row. And at the same time Lin Xiao could feel a depressing will sweeping over him. The teacher in charge was also a true god. Then, there was a sudden weightlessness. Everything in front of him lost color. And all sounds in his ears were lost in an instant. Just like a moment of loss of voice. The aircraft had crossed the gate and entered the subspace. The subspace is like a vacuum space, but without the various radiation and particle rays that are everywhere in space. However, it is not a true vacuum, but full of subspace energy. The so-called foundation of the gods' domain opened up by the players comes from this ubiquitous subspace energy. But it cannot be touched by non-true gods. This subspace is vast and boundless, without boundaries. And the place they are going to is not to cross the subspace to the boundary of the subspace. In fact, the relationship between the main world, the subspace, and the outer chaotic virtual sea is not what ordinary people imagine. The main world is on one side, and the subspace separates the main world from the chaotic virtual sea. It is not like that. Let's compare the main world and the subspace to an egg. The main world is the innermost yolk. The subspace is equivalent to the egg white. And the subspace crystal wall is equivalent to the egg shell. And the chaotic virtual sea is equivalent to a big pot. And countless crystal wall systems are eggs of different sizes floating in the pot. In other words, the main world is actually just one of the crystal wall systems in the chaotic virtual sea. But it is more special than other crystal wall systems. Chapter 106 Super Combination War Artifact. The Chaos Void Sea is vast and boundless. God knows how many crystal wall systems are floating in it. The main world is just one of the more special ones, which is slightly stronger, but not the strongest, at least at this stage. Among the crystal wall systems discovered by humans, there are some extremely powerful crystal wall systems, including special crystal wall systems like humans. The vast void is boundless, and a stream of light flashes in the boundless void. I don't know how long it took. Lin Xiao was awakened by a crisp reminder sound, opened his eyes, and saw a dazzling colorful stream of light in front of him. At first, I thought it was the light inside the aircraft. But soon I found that the colorful stream of light flew in from the outer wall of the aircraft on one side, and passed through the extremely hard alloy wall of the aircraft on the other side. He quickly turned around and looked out the window, and found that there was an endless sea of colorful streams outside the window. And the aircraft shuttled through this endless sea of colorful streams. At this time, many of his companions woke up one after another. Bai Zhe, who was sitting next to him, saw this and said, "This is the colorful sea." Not far from the Void Fortress, several girls stretched out their hands happily, and strands of beautiful colorful light flowed around their hands, like ribbons. This beautiful colorful light can penetrate everything except divine power. So it can pass through the aircraft but not through them. It is harmless to them. But if non-divine creatures come here, without divine power to protect their bodies, they will slowly be assimilated and eventually turn into a stream of colorful light and merge into this vast colorful sea. This colorful sea is a great beauty near the Void Fortress, and it is also a natural defense system. The aircraft was very fast in the channel, but it took several hours to pass through the colorful sea and enter a clear void again. From a distance, 2 huge whirlpools, one above and one below, were seen across the void. This vortex is so huge that it is unimaginable. Its diameter is probably billions or even tens of billions of kilometers. It looks like 2 slowly intertwined galaxies parallel to the void. From the galactic center of the 2 galaxies, a dazzling beam of light like a pulse beam ejected from a supernova explosion is ejected. One end is ejected to the void of billions of kilometers at both ends, and the other end is gathered in the center of a huge and unimaginable metal disc-shaped sphere in the center of the upper and lower huge vortices. Circles of light rings spread out from the metal sphere as the center. This metal disc-shaped sphere, which is larger than a planet, is the Void Fortress of the Human Federation located in the subspace. It is also a super combined war artifact. The 2 supergalaxy vortices measured in tens of billions of kilometers are part of this super war artifact. When needed, this super combined war artifact can be activated to extract energy from the 2 huge energy vortices above and below to release extremely terrifying power. It is said that this thing can confront the great power head-on under the auspices of powerful divine power. As the aircraft slowly approached the void fortress named Yin Wang No. 5, Lin Xiao was surprised to find that the halos surrounding this fortress, which was larger than a planet, were not the dissipated energy rings he had imagined, but powerful energy defense systems. When you look at it from a very long distance, you will feel that it is terribly large. When the aircraft flies closer, you will find that it is actually larger and more terrifying than you imagined. When you look up at the sky, you will feel that the entire Milky Way is overhead, and you can't see the edge at a glance. The combination of super technology and super mythology has created such a terrifying war artifact. When I first came here, everyone in the aircraft sat quietly in their seats and looked out the window, looking at this powerful war fortress with a pious and pilgrimage mentality. Densely packed aircraft of different sizes flew in from afar, or flew out of the fortress. A busy scene. This is one of the foundations of human civilization, and it is also the guardian of human civilization, protecting the main world from the invasion of other powerful crystal wall systems in the chaotic virtual sea. Although human civilization is powerful, it has not risen for long enough. With a history of less than 300,000 years, it is not comparable to those powerful crystal wall systems that have existed for hundreds of millions of years. After 15 inspections, the aircraft stopped in a certain area of the void fortress named Yin Wang No. 5. The leading teacher clapped his hands to wake up the students who were still in shock, including Lin Xiao, and said loudly, "Everyone, prepare to get off the plane. We only have temporary access when we first arrived, so don't walk around after getting off the aircraft. Wait for the summer camp officials to send someone to pick us up. Now follow me." He turned and left, and the nearest classmate immediately followed. No one dared to make a noise. It would be very troublesome to make a mistake here. Lin Xiao followed behind obediently. When he came out of the aircraft, he saw an extremely flat and unknown silver alloy floor. It was as bright as a crystal. From time to time, he saw a series of signal cursors, like lightning flashing to the distance, under the crystal layer of the floor. The sense of science fiction was even more than the sense of myth. The place where they landed was similar to one of the many platform berths at the station. It was a special platform that was not open to the public. From here, you could also see the magic technology aircraft, and even magic warships flying up and down from other berths in the distance. A group of people on this huge platform were as small as a group of ants in a huge warehouse. They were so inconspicuous that Lin Xiao felt a strong sense of insignificance and loneliness. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait for long. In less than 2 minutes, someone pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look there." A blue stream of light flew from afar, and soon turned into a meteor and fell in front of them, revealing a demigod with a blue twisted vortex in the lower body like a djinn. Exactly the same as the djinn who sent them the invitation letter. This is a kind of god monster, which belongs to the result of magic construction in the mythology technology branch. It was created by the true gods of the main world with the gods, or jinn in ancient legends as inspiration. In order to commemorate it, the name is still called a god monster. It is an artificial demigod. This artificial demigod called a god monster has no divine position. It can only use most of the spells from level 1 to level 9, and a few legendary spells of level 10. What is stronger than a mage is that the god monster has no limit on the spell slot. Its most famous ability is the high-level wishing spell 3 times a day, which can realize the limited 3 wishes of mortals, like the legendary jinn. Most gods and monsters are not as powerful as real demigods, but they are very impressive when used as a facade. For example, when it was used to deliver letters before, it gave people a very powerful feeling, and its status stood up immediately. The god and monster swept his eyes over everyone present, and he didn't know how to confirm it, so he waved his hand. Lin Xiao felt that time and space changed. When he opened his eyes again, he had left the previous position and appeared in a small room. He was alone in the room. Just as he was wondering, the bare wall in front of him suddenly lit up, and a series of messages appeared. "Congratulations to Lin Xiao. You are already a member of this year's Super Freshman Summer Camp. In order for you to have a happy summer camp experience, please remember the following rules." Below is a series of so-called summer camp rules. A total of 6. He checked and wrote them down one by one. The rules are not strict in general. They are nothing more than not leaving the camp, not entering other people's private areas, not trespassing into places where you have no permission to enter, etc. If you violate them, You will be punished according to the punishment written in the rules. The highest punishment is to directly deprive you of the qualification for the summer camp and record a serious demerit in your life file. The consequences are very serious. I memorized all 6 rules in one breath. Before I looked around, there was a prompt message on the wristband in my hand. I opened it and saw that it was an invitation from the team leader. I confirmed to enter. It was a group chat with all the students from Yuming province. At this time, someone was already talking in it. "Where are you? Come out and gather in the hall first." There were a lot of responses behind, including some acquaintances. Lin Xiao casually replied that he wanted to rest and close the group chat. This kind of gathering is meaningless. It is better to go online and check something with this time. In this Yanwang No. 5 Void Fortress, ordinary people cannot connect to the main world network. But there is a local area network. As members of the Super Freshman Summer Camp, they automatically have basic network permissions and can access any ordinary network, including the folk network. That is, the network where the folk adventurers gathered in the Yanwang No. 5 Void Fortress are active. These folk adventurers are mostly composed of students who failed the college entrance examination and those who were eliminated in the 3 years of high school. There are also many folk adventurer teams, companies, or true god families, like the hundreds of students who were eliminated in the final exam of the first year of high school in Dongning No. 5 Middle School, where Lin Xiao was. Most of them joined various folk adventurer teams and came to various void fortresses after dropping out of school, leaving the subspace through the portal here and entering the vast and boundless chaotic virtual sea. Of course, most of them enter the crystal wall system that has been discovered and developed, or receive various tasks issued by the military in the Void Fortress, or enter the crystal wall system in a team mode to explore and search for resources, or are hired by various forces to obtain resources, etc., and so on. Countless adventurers gathered here, so there was naturally a network channel for communication. Adventurers could exchange messages, form teams, or convert the harvested resources into cards and upload them to the trading platform for sale. Lin Xiao had basic permissions and could purchase various cards through the trading platform. The premise is that he has enough faith value or divine power. Here, there is no need for real credit points. The universal currency is faith value or divine power. Of course, if it is a very rare treasure, it can also be exchanged. The 10 million faith points in Lin Xiao's hands seem to be a lot, but in fact they are not very durable. It is estimated that he can't even afford a good epic 5-star card. Anyway, I was bored, so I opened the trading platform to stroll around and take a look at the prices outside the main world. Since I was just strolling around, of course, I only looked at good things. He directly searched for the 5-star setting, legendary quality or above. Click to confirm, and the screen flashed, and suddenly a dazzling orange golden light rushed towards him, almost blinding his eyes. Wow! A whole page of legendary orange light and mythical golden light. Occasionally there were a few crystal lights that he had never seen before, which instantly caught his eye. Chapter 107 Super Freshman Summer Camp begins. 5-star Miracle Card Life Spring Fragment Ancient. A fragment of the ancient life spring can be summoned and placed in the god's domain. Effect 1. Accelerate the recovery of injuries and physical strength of all lives in the god's domain. Effect 2. The lifespan of all clans in the god's domain plus 10 years, slowing down the aging rate by 20%. Effect 3. Obtain a drop of life spring every day. Evaluation. The ancient life spring can give stronger vitality. Gather all the fragments to reproduce the ancient treasure life spring. This is both a miracle card and a fragment of an ancient treasure. It is a usable fragment. Gather all the fragments to resynthesize the ancient life spring. Lin Xiao is not clear about the specific effect and grade of the life spring, but through the effect of the life spring fragment, it can be inferred that it is at least a second-level treasure, or a third-level high-level treasure, which is equivalent to the heyday of the Destiny Judgment scale in his hand now. This kind of good thing. Too expensive. Totally unaffordable. The seller of the item is unknown, and the price is 9999999 points of divine power. That's right. It's 99,999,999. Almost 100 million divine power. Of course, this is not the real price. The seller deliberately marked it like this, because the owner of the item doesn't want to sell the divine power at all, but wants to exchange it for 30 golden mythical quality 5-star cards. It's still a sky-high price, which is far beyond the market price. So this thing is still on the platform and not sold. But Lin Xiao saw a lot of inquiries in the item message, including some wealthy customers who are willing to pay 20 mythical quality 5-star cards. But the owner of the item still didn't let go. Anyway, Lin Xiao didn't want this thing. Just take it as an eye-opener. There are a total of 4 super rare cards of ancient quality on the entire platform, all of which are too expensive or too demanding, and no one can meet them. Otherwise, according to the effect of this grade of card, a lot of people would rush to get it. Lin Xiao browsed through them with the intention of gaining knowledge. He drooled while reading and fantasized that if he had one, it would be so cool. Ancient quality is the highest quality of the cards he has seen. He doesn't know if there are higher quality ones. He guesses that there are probably none. If there are more abnormal ones, they are probably not at the 5-star level. But it can't be said absolutely. After all, he has too little experience. Maybe there are really some. After reading 4 super rare cards of ancient quality emitting crystal light, Lin Xiao wiped his saliva and looked away without any nostalgia. Looking at this thing for one more second will make him lose his will and have reverie. However, although his eyes were turned away, his mind was always thinking about the exaggerated cards one by one, so that he didn't have much interest in browsing the golden mythical quality cards one by one. This is a typical case of people getting rich before they get rich, but their thoughts have become rich first. He didn't even get a few mythical cards before he started to dislike them. He was too picky and had too many skills. Finally, he closed the platform. Lin Xiao felt that he needed to calm down. But it's not that easy to forget. He tried several methods, and finally found some erotic pictures to divert his attention. Facts have proved that erotic pictures are the best way for men to forget their troubles and divert their attention. They are also the best weapon to increase friendship. For example, if you have a conflict with your brother over a small matter, don't be afraid. An erotic picture can solve it. If it can't be solved, send a set of erotic pictures with a license plate attached. Basically, you can reconcile and your friendship will be further improved. Although I still can't forget it afterwards. At least it's not as obsessive as before. When I feel it's about the same, I will browse the trading platform again, which is much better. It has to be said that there are many resources in places like this where a large number of adventurers gather. Even if most of the cards below legendary quality are blocked, there are still quite a lot of cards above legendary. Just what he sees now has dozens of pages and thousands of cards, and it is constantly refreshing. From time to time, a card disappears from the list, which means someone has bought it. And from time to time, a new card appears in the list out of thin air, which means that an adventurer has returned from a foreign land and gained new gains. Lin Xiao looked at these rare and strange cards one by one with great interest, thinking about how to use them if he gets them, and expanding his horizons. As we all know, cards are actually a storage method of human mythology civilization. The storage space is formed into the form of cards, and various resources or species are stored in a small card using mythology technology. So there are almost endless types of cards. In theory, even if a true god is sealed in a card, it can be traded. Looking at these more can greatly expand your perspective and enhance your imagination, which is of great significance. When people are immersed in one thing, it is difficult to notice the change of time. Lin Xiao is like this. He has been watching for almost half a day without realizing it. If he hadn't received the message sent by Lin Su, he would have forgotten it. The summer camp will officially start tomorrow. The opening ceremony will be held in the auditorium at 9 o'clock. Many big guys will come. Remember not to be late. In addition, after the opening of the summer camp, competition is everywhere. You have to be careful of other people's tricks. If you don't understand anything, ask me. I know. Thank you. After saying thank you, Lin Xiao turned his eyes back and searched for the keywords of Super Freshman Summer Camp. Soon a bunch of content was searched out. He looked at the bottom and saw hundreds of millions of related content. Thanks to the fact that it is quite easy to obtain information in civilized society, he quickly searched for a lot of content related to Super Freshman Summer Camp. But after carefully reading more than a dozen articles, he frowned, because there are a lot of content about this on the internet. But there is no valuable content, because the rules of each Super Freshman Summer Camp are changing. Before the opening, no one knows which specific rules will be implemented. But the core of all changes remains unchanged. And the most core one will never change. That is, competition. No matter which session, all summer camp participants will compete with each other to select the best and strongest ones. In the final analysis, it depends on strength. And then be careful not to be cheated. And basically you can adapt to any rules. A day passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Xiao got up early, washed up, and opened the door for the first time and walked out. Outside the door was a large corridor 5 meters wide, with rooms on both sides. At this time, someone had already gone out. Following the signs on the side of the corridor, they came to a hall. There were already many young men and women gathered here, including their companions who came with them. Bai Zhe saw him and waved to him to come over. When he squeezed through the crowd and was about to get close, someone suddenly stretched out his foot. He kicked it hard. The man reacted very quickly and retracted his foot immediately. But Lin Xiao also reacted quickly to remove the force on his foot and fell down. The two looked up at the same time, grinning at the same time to show their white teeth, and turned their heads and sank at the same time. Lost. There was a little action so soon. It was simply. Many people saw this little episode, but no one cared. Bai Zhe laughed and said, "How do you feel? I told you that this is just an appetizer, and you will know how enthusiastic everyone is when the time comes." Bai Cheng, who was surrounded by the crowd, nodded and said, "That's why we have to stick together, so that we won't be bullied if there are more people. This hall is just a transit station. There is a teleportation array at the end. If you stand on it, you will be teleported to the official venue." Groups of students from various provinces in the Huaxia region walked onto the teleportation platform, and groups were teleported away. Soon it was their turn to step onto the teleportation array. There was a slight distortion of time and space, and they appeared in a huge hall in a flash. What caught my eye was a sun emitting soft light in the center of the dark dome, and the stars around it. Looking down, he found that he was standing on a platform that was about 10 meters wide and hundreds of meters long, curving inward like a crescent. Every 1 meter or so, there was a seat that looked exquisite and luxurious, made of bronze, emitting a faint strange color. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Behind him was a half-moon staircase about 1 meter higher than this one, and there was also a row of silver thrones on it, which were much smaller than the one he was standing on, emitting a faint silver aura. Going up, it was the top layer. The small, half-moon staircase shrank, and 9 of them emitted rich golden light, like a throne made of pure gold placed at the top, surrounded by a circle of golden halos behind the seats. Overlooking the bottom, looking forward, below the bronze layer was a row of seats that were even denser, and the black iron thrones that were pitch black and exuded a metallic luster, and the largest circle of C-shaped half-moon layers at the bottom, on which were placed seats carved from stone, gold, silver, bronze, black iron, stone, no matter from the quality or the height. It can be seen that the 9 golden thrones at the top are the most noble. Lin Xiao counted them, and found that there were only 9 golden thrones on the top, only 36 silver thrones on the second row, 72 bronze thrones on the third row, 108 black iron thrones on the second to last row, and 360 rock thrones on the bottom. There were 585 seats in total, but the total number of people he saw now was probably several thousand, which was obviously not enough. So what to do? Someone immediately explained his doubts to him. Right next to him, several people had already found a seat and sat down, including several companions who came with him. While he was stunned, a large number of seats were taken away. When Lin Xiao reacted and wanted to take a seat, there was no seat left. What to do if there is no seat left? Just take it. Although this situation has not occurred in previous years, there have been similar situations. Since there is no statement that it cannot be taken, it means that it can be taken. Many people thought the same as him, and soon there were disputes over seats everywhere, especially the 2 rows at the top, where people were fighting fiercely. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the seats in those 2 rows were definitely more valuable. But all this had nothing to do with Lin Xiao. Being cautious by nature, he would not make a decision without knowing the specific facts. And if he could grab the seats, it would not be too late to do so after finding out the situation. Of course, this also included the fact that he was not sure at the moment, and he could not stand up straight without strength. Chapter 108 Phase 1 Positioning. Papa Papa. The sudden crisp applause was clearly heard by everyone, and everyone stopped, including the many students who were fighting for seats, and turned their eyes to the other side of the C-shaped 5-story stairs. There was also a high platform over there, with only a row of ordinary-looking seats. But no one dared to go there to grab seats, because that row was obviously the rostrum. There was no one there before. But at some point, more than a dozen figures shrouded in divine light and unable to see their appearance were sitting there. And the one who clapped was the only middle-aged man standing on the rostrum. The man looked normal, like an ordinary person. He could clearly see his appearance. But as soon as he looked away, the impression of his appearance that had just been left in his mind disappeared. He forgot what he looked like, how old he was, and even his gender. But he knew very clearly that there was such a person, which was very contradictory. This extraordinary scene made everyone's heart tremble, and they couldn't help but quiet down, quietly looking at the middle-aged man and smilingly saying, "Excuse me, I am the host of this super freshman summer camp. You can call me Instructor Mo. From now on, the new super freshman summer camp has begun." He paused for a moment. Let everyone digest the news first, and then continued, "From now on, you can check the rules and procedures of this summer camp, without waiting for everyone to lower their heads and subconsciously check." He stretched out his hands and waved gently, saying, "Students who have seats, please sit down first. Those who haven't grabbed a seat, stop first and read the process first." Lin Xiao happened to have no seat, so he sat directly on the ground, and the wrist wheel light curtain popped up. Sure enough, there was new information to check. With a light tap of his finger, the new information unfolded, and he checked it carefully. Let's look at the rules first. This is simple. It's nothing more than not allowing to kill people. But there is an explanation clause about the death index later. That is to say, accidental death is allowed in this summer camp. The bloody reminder makes people feel cold. Next, it is the process of the summer camp. The first stage is positioning. The explanation is very simple. The total number of participants in this summer camp is as high as 4,158. But there are only 585 seats in total at present. Only one person can sit in a seat, which means that more than 3,500 participants have no seats. What should we do? Grab. According to the rules, each student has 3 challenge opportunities. After paying the price corresponding to the seat level, challenge the existing owner of the seat. The victory grabs the position, and the failure pays the price to the seat owner, which is equivalent to defending the ring. Among them, the challenge fee of the stone throne is a 5-star card of purple epic quality. The challenge fee of the black iron throne is 2 5-star cards of purple epic quality. The challenge fee of the bronze throne is 3 5-star cards of purple epic quality, or an orange legendary card. The challenge cost for the silver throne is 2 orange legendary 5-star cards. The highest golden throne is naturally 3 orange legendary 5-star cards, or 1 golden mythical 5-star card. If the challenge is successful, the card and the throne belong to the challenger. If the challenge fails, the challenge fee paid will naturally belong to the victorious throne owner. This is equivalent to encouraging challenges. But the high challenge fee will make everyone challenge rationally. And the challenge can not only gain honor, but also gain a lot. The premise is to successfully defend the ring. If you are beaten down, you will naturally get nothing. The way of challenge is naturally a virtual duel in the god's domain, and the comprehensive strength of the 2 gods' domains will be compared. After most of the students read the information, the host said, "This stage will last for 1 week. During this period, you can challenge at will. After 1 week, any student who has not sat on any throne and has not defeated any opponent will be eliminated." Wow! The suppressed shock sounded in the hall. This elimination rate is simply exaggerated, which means that students like Lin Xiao who are ready to get through this level will have to fight for it. And not only do you have to fight for it, you have to hold on to the seat at least once. In other words, not only do you have to win once to grab a seat, but you also have to defeat a challenger. This is really hacking terrible. Lin Xiao looked around. Bai Cheng, Lin Su, Shen Yuexin, Dai Ling Tong, Tang Ling. The 5 of them reacted quickly and were lucky enough to grab a seat early, taking the lead. And then they just have to hold on for a wave. At this time, the host said again, but correspondingly, the students who can still sit on these thrones after a week will receive generous rewards depending on the rank of the throne under the seat. Please check the specific rewards yourself. After saying this, the host actually left. But the dozen unknown projections sitting on the rostrum were still there. But they were motionless as if they were fake. Lin Xiao guessed that it was the projection of some big shots. The projection had not descended here, but could descend at any time. Or it had already descended, but they could not perceive it. He looked up at the stars in the sky, guessing that at this moment, there were probably many eyes cast here to watch their performance. At this time, Bai Zhe and Xiao Kaiyuan came over, and he lowered his voice and said, "Don't challenge first. Discuss it with the boss." Okay. He opened the group chat. But it was quiet in the group chat, and no one spoke. Lin Xiao knew the reason. If it was just a seat, it would be easy to solve. But now it is not only necessary to grab a seat, but also to defeat an opponent, which is difficult. There is a way to exploit the loophole. That is, let the 5 companions without seats challenge the 5 of them who have seats. Surrender once to let the first group complete the task, and then challenge again to successfully sit up. Then find 5 more people to continue the challenge. In this round, the 5 newcomers will let go. Let the second group complete the task, and then let the third group sit up. And so on. But if you do this, there will be a problem. If it goes on like this, everyone needs to pay at least 2 challenge opportunities to succeed. The most important thing is that someone in the last group needs to make a sacrifice. And it takes 3 challenge opportunities to make everyone meet the conditions. Then the question is, not everyone is willing to give up all the challenge opportunities. After all, they are not very familiar with each other. Although they come from the same place, they should help each other. But the premise is that they cannot affect their own future, especially the strongest few in the group. They are expected to challenge better seats. And 3 challenge opportunities are very critical to them. A very simple rule broke their thoughts of forming a group with other circles. The rules allow you to cheat as long as you and your companions are willing to pay the price. The first to break the silence was Lin Su, who waved to Lin Xiao. He came to Lin Su's throne in the envious eyes of others. You challenge me first. Admit defeat. Challenge me again. I admit defeat. I challenge you again. I admit defeat. So that I only have to consume 1 challenge opportunity. And you have to consume 2 challenge opportunities. How about it? The people in the group were very envious. But there was nothing they could do. The uncle took care of the nephew, and outsiders could not envy him. No problem. Lin Xiao immediately agreed. Anyway, with his strength, he had no confidence in challenging others and succeeding. It was worthwhile to complete the task twice. Lin Su was occupying a black iron throne, which required 2 purple epic quality 5-star cards to challenge him. Lin Xiao now had only 1 epic quality 5-star card, but he could replace 3 blue rare quality 5-star cards with 1 purple epic quality 5-star card to challenge him. This does not mean that 3 blue rare quality cards are worth as much as 1 purple epic quality card, but that the exchange value in the summer camp is like this. And 3 cards of the same type can be used as a higher level card. But this cannot be exchanged after the summer camp. After all, even cards of the same level have different values. It's like the divine card and the bloody arena in Lin Xiao's hand are both of golden mythical quality. But the actual value of the divine card is almost the same as 2 bloody arena. Among the golden mythical quality 5-star cards, the divine card is the most valuable, and the divine domain card is second only. The 2 discussed the details in a low voice, and he immediately challenged Lin Su. Lin Su quickly accepted his challenge. Lin Xiao suddenly appeared in front of a virtual plane. Lin Su was on the opposite side. He chose the terrain first. Just like in the simulated battle, he didn't need to observe the plane. He just admitted defeat and let Lin Su complete the task first. Then he and Lin Su immediately took back the card used for the challenge and continued the challenge. This time, Lin Su decisively admitted defeat and ended the challenge without even seeing the virtual plane clearly. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly found himself sitting on the black iron throne that Lin Su had just sat on. Then Lin Su challenged him again, and then admitted defeat. He completed the task. Next, Lin Xiao suddenly found several envious and eager eyes staring at him, and immediately understood what was going on. He had already completed the task anyway, and this position could not be maintained. There must be a replacement. Instead of giving it to others, it is better to give it to a companion. He looked at Lin Su with an inquiring look, and Lin Su shrugged and gave him an indifferent expression. You decide for yourself. I'll go observe others. Obviously, he was not going to continue to sit on this throne. After he said that, Lin Xiao had to make his own decision. His eyes swept over by Zhe and Shang Xiaoxue. He had gotten to know them a little better during this period and felt that they were getting along well. He did the same thing as he did with Lin Su. He asked them to discuss the order and complete the task first. As for who to give it to later, he didn't want to care. He let them decide for themselves. Anyway, he couldn't sit still on this black iron throne. After completing the task, he felt relaxed, regardless of how they divided it. He walked around the venue with his hands behind his back. The venue has 5 levels of thrones. Like a pyramid, the number of thrones decreases as you go up. When he walked to the top level, he saw that all 9 golden thrones had owners. Each of them had a strange look and an extraordinary aura in their gestures. They sat high on the thrones and overlooked the bottom. From another perspective, the placement of each throne in this venue is very particular. From a distance, the lower thrones are placed as if they are surrounding the upper thrones, overlapping layer by layer. It looks like the thrones below are like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the 9 highest positions in the center. Just thinking about sitting there makes you feel refreshed. Chapter 109. Strong men are like clouds. At this time, there are several figures next to each golden throne, each showing extraordinary abnormalities, with a strong aura, and it is obvious that they are not easy to deal with. At this time, the students who were lucky enough to grab the seats were still the first batch of students who were sitting on the golden throne. At this time, they were fidgeting under the watchful eyes of many masters. They were not sure that they could keep the golden throne, but they were unwilling to give it up. Some of them had already negotiated with the people next to them, but Lin Xiao didn't think that anything could be negotiated. You are so weak. No one would be willing to pay any price. Wouldn't it be better to just grab it? At this time, there was no fight here, but there was a quarrel in the group. Lin Xiao hurriedly checked and found that the dispute came from Tang Ling. He checked the previous speech and found out the reason. It was a bit annoying. He and one of his companions had agreed to use nesting dolls to pass the test first, just like Lin Xiao and Lin Su. But when they were ready to start, the girl named Xingjiao, whose pupils glowed green, suddenly spoke in the group and asked for a position. So Tang Ling immediately overturned his decision and gave the opportunity to the girl. Then, another friend in the group who played well with Tang Ling also wanted a position, and he readily agreed. This was not a big deal. The position was his, and it was his freedom to give it to anyone. At first, the man gave up, but what he didn't expect was that Tang Ling actually made a request to him, asking him to cooperate in challenging Xingjiao and another person to lose twice, and then give him the third chance. Of course, the man refused to do it. It was not a big deal to waste 2 opportunities to help others, as long as it was stable. In fact, nesting dolls would become more and more unstable later. At this time, some people in the small circle of outsiders, who were also nesting dolls, were challenged by outsiders halfway through, resulting in failure. This position was not their private one, but they got it first, and outsiders could challenge it. In this case, he must trade 1 or 2 challenge opportunities as a backup. According to this person's situation, he wasted 2 challenge opportunities. If someone intervenes in the 3rd challenge and he loses, wouldn't he be eliminated directly? No one will put all his hopes on others. As soon as he refused, Tang Ling had no choice. But when he was about to turn around, he silently cursed the man as SB, and was seen by the man. So they started arguing. After reading all the news, Lin Xiao was speechless. He had felt that Tang Ling's EQ was a bit low before, and now it seems that it is even lower than he imagined. Sure enough, not all the 2nd generation of gods are elites, and there are also some idiots mixed in. No wonder he always felt that their circle was not as harmonious as he imagined. Now it seems that there are also close relationships in the same circle. At least Lin Su looks down on Tang Ling. Lin Xiao did not participate in this matter, and did not even speak. No one in the group spoke either. Everyone was smart, and did not want to get involved in this matter. It happened that at this time, someone at the highest level finally challenged someone on a golden throne. Lin Xiao immediately followed and applied to watch the game. But what surprised him was that he had to pay a 5-star card of ordinary quality as the viewing fee to watch the game. He had a few cards at his hand, but no ordinary quality cards. He immediately sent a message to Lin Su and exchanged a blue rare quality card for a green rare quality and 6 blank 5-star cards. But when he exchanged it back, he suddenly found that the challenge was over. The person in the original position was driven down in a short time. Why? It was really lucky to grab the position. With this rapid start, the 9 gold thrones all changed hands in less than 5 minutes. The owners all changed from the lucky ones just now to the real powerful ones. It will definitely be a big battle to grab them in the future. At the same time, the battle for the 36 silver thrones of the second stage also began one after another. Lin Xiao was surprised to find that the ancient city they lived in was among them. He dared to challenge the silver position. He went there immediately, but did not apply to watch the game at the first time. With the example just now, he had to wait. In less than 5 minutes, the challenges were decided one after another. 10 minutes later, most of the challenges were decided. Only then did he pay a 5-star card to apply for watching the battle. When he came to the crystal wall of the virtual plane, he saw more than a dozen figures surrounded by divine light around the crystal wall. At this time, more than a dozen people were willing to pay a 5-star card to watch the battle. At this time, the battle in the plane had been going on for a while, and 2 large teams were fighting in a mess. The family representing the challenge was a mixture of orcs and gnolls. There were about 3,000 orcs, each about 2 meters tall, wearing chain mail, 2-handed axes, and small hand axes hanging on their waists. Among them, there were more than 1,000 tall orcs, each holding a Gothic tower shield, with amazing defense. There were about 6,000 gnolls, and their equipment was far inferior to that of orcs. They were equipped with nothing but leather armor and a knife. They should be used as cannon fodder. His opponents, the clans of the ancient city, are a mixture of grey dwarves and underground kobolds. Grey dwarves are a type of dwarves that are only about 1.34 meters tall, but extremely strong. There are about 3,400 to 3,500 of them. They are fully armored, equipped with fine steel arm shields, crossbows, hammers in their left hands, and axes in their right hands. They are extremely well equipped. The difference between underground kobolds and surface kobolds is that their skin is darker than their cousins on the ground. They have dark vision, and their equipment is also leather armor plus hammers and knives. And they are also used as cannon fodder. However, the number of kobolds in the ancient city is quite large, exceeding 10,000. The most important thing is that he cultivated 2 very powerful kobold dragon vein warlocks from these kobold clans. As soon as Lin Xiao entered the arena, he saw a kobold warlock who was taller and stronger than the orcs, and covered with fine black dragon scales. He waved his hands, and a ball of fire spun rapidly between his hands. It soon condensed into a basin-sized fireball with flames all over it, and flew into the enemy crowd. With a bang, it exploded into a blank area as big as a basketball court. Countless residual flames burned the remains on the ground for a long time. Although the casting speed of this terrifying fireball was very slow, the power was really too great. Any one of them could kill a lot of people in the team, and even the orcs could not withstand it. Therefore, the tactics of the ancient city's opponents were very simple. They launched a full-scale charge and engaged the enemy in close combat. At the same time, they sent a team of elite soldiers to attack the location of the kobold warlock, making it impossible for him to settle down and cast spells. In terms of individual average strength, orcs and gnolls are stronger than grey dwarves and kobolds. But the 2 powerful kobold dragon vein warlocks are too powerful. Each round of spellcasting can kill at least hundreds of orcs or gnolls. And the most important thing is that it is a huge blow to morale. It's like ordinary people facing war in modern times. From time to time, missiles fall into the city, and one shot blows up a building. The psychological pressure on ordinary people is beyond imagination. So Lin Xiao entered the scene to watch the game for less than 15 minutes. The 2 kobold dragon vein warlocks only released 30 unknown fireballs or explosions, and they had already defeated the opponent. There was nothing to watch in the next battle. Until the end, Lin Xiao kept thinking about how to deal with the ancient city. The final result is that there is no way. At this stage, there is no way. That is a more terrifying attack than Lin Su's half-elf archer corps. And there is no way to fight it at all. Although the elite archer corps is terrifying, as long as it is not a vital point. Even the fishman can withstand more than 1 arrow. But this spell will shatter even if it is fully armed. After watching this battle, Lin Xiao has a clearer understanding of the strength of the elites in this super freshman summer camp. Everyone is so powerful. It is difficult for him to get by. Even if he can barely pass the first stage, the next stage will only be more difficult. The summer camp will last for a month. According to the time, he can get 2 opportunities to fuse cards. He must make good use of these 2 opportunities to strengthen himself to the greatest extent possible and narrow the distance with these elites. It is not required to become stronger than many people. It is difficult to narrow the gap if it is too big. But you must persist for a few more stages and persist to the end. then wait for a while. And when a battle for a golden throne of the highest level occurs, pay an ordinary 5-star card again to buy a ticket to enter and watch the game. Compared with the silver level, the gold level fighters are much stronger. I don't know how the two fighters were trained. The main battle clans are all over 5,000. And the secondary clans are over 10,000. They are simply powerful. Lin Xiao himself has less than 1,000 nagas, even with the newborn babies. But the fishmen have more than 1,000 and almost 15,000. The most important thing is that these strong men are not only strong in conventional forces, but also have special and powerful subordinates. Just like the dog-headed dragon Vane Warlock in Baicheng. The two strong men who are fighting for the gold throne have a small team of 5 Earth Dragon Knights each. This is a large dragon beast with a head and tail of more than 10 meters. It has a secondary fear aura. After putting on a thick layer of plate armor, it is like a heavy tank. No one can do anything when it rushes on the battlefield. His opponent, on the other hand, has 2 level 6 steel golems, constructed creatures made entirely of steel, about 5 meters tall, equipped with swords and sledgehammers as big as door panels, which can knock down these large dragon beasts head-on. The result of the battle was that the challenger with the dragon beast was killed by the defender with 2 steel golems, and finally won by a narrow margin. After watching this battle, Lin Xiao basically had no desire to continue watching. At this time, he had a certain understanding of the strength of the high, medium and low-level students in the summer camp. His current strength must be at the bottom. He might be able to barely defeat a small part of them, but it was definitely not enough for him to make it to the end, let alone stand out. After saying hello to Lin Su, he left here and returned to the dormitory. This stage lasts for 7 days. You don't have to stay there every day, and even if you have already grabbed a seat, you don't have to stay there all the time. You can leave when no one challenges you, and only respond when someone challenges you. This is only the first day, and the challenge has just begun. It can be foreseen that there will be challengers every day in the future, and those who occupy the position early will have something to do. Moreover, the challengers will become stronger and stronger as time goes on, and it is not certain that you can hold on to the end if you occupy the position now. Chapter 110, Relic Fragments. Changes in the Creation Cube. In the Divine Domain, Lin Xiao was staring at the things in his warehouse in a daze. A broken relic. A huge tortoise SHL. A pure gold spear that was still being refined. 2 mythical quality 5-star cards. 1 for the Bloody Arena, and 1 for the Divine Domain. A legendary quality 3-star card. The Flower Fairy given by my mother. An epic card. 2 rare quality 5-star cards. 1 rare. And 4 blank cards. Well, there is also a trace of destiny. This is where all his wealth is now. Looking at these things, he thought about it, and couldn't figure out how to increase his strength in a short period of time to catch up with the elites in the summer camp. At least to the middle level. Headache. Somewhat upset, he returned from the Divine Domain. It was already the 5th day, and there were 2 days before this stage would end. After 5 days, the competition outside was fierce. Every day, someone grabbed a position, but it was grabbed by someone else after a short stay. Almost everyone in the team experienced this. Only 2 people have been standing firmly since they took the position. One is Gu Chung, which is no surprise to anyone. But the other person is very surprising. It was Xin Yuexin. She challenged a silver throne on the 2nd day and won it. She has been sitting there until now without being picked off. No one here is soft because she is one of the most beautiful beauties in the summer camp. Many challengers come one after another, but she still holds on firmly until now. Even Lin Su was picked off once, and finally gritted his teeth and changed his target from the silver throne to the bronze throne before he could sit firmly. In the entire Yiming province group chat, except for the 3 of them, only 2 unknown students got the position, both of whom were the lowest level of stone thrones. Lin Xiao knew Shang Xixue, Bai Zhe, Tang Ling, etc. all failed to be picked off. Lin Xiao wanted to see Xin Yuexin's strength, but he didn't know if everyone had given up. He waited for half a day, but no one came to challenge her. Gu Chung and Lin Su each welcomed several challengers in the morning. Although they were not defeated, it was enough to show that in everyone's mind, her strength was stronger than theirs. He didn't watch it again in the afternoon. Anyway, he couldn't go online, so he stayed in the dormitory to surf the internet. As he watched, he opened the trading platform again. He couldn't afford the things, But it didn't prevent him from taking a look. This time he didn't look at the cards, but opened the sundry partition. This was the news he accidentally heard when he was browsing the internet before. It said that there were some things in it that were not suitable for conversion into cards, such as the tortoise SH.L. in Lin Zhao's warehouse, the pure gold gun, etc., which were not suitable for conversion into cards. So they were placed in the sundry area for direct sale. There are almost everything in it, and because it cannot be refined into cards, it avoids the restrictions on the fusion of God's domain cards, and can be purchased in large quantities and put into the God's domain. Of course, it is not completely unlimited. After all, the God's domain has limited tolerance. Depending on the size of the God's domain, it will still be restricted after a certain amount of fusion, because it cannot be converted into a card, and the detailed information of the item cannot be obtained. Many unscrupulous merchants like to mix some things whose origins are unclear in it, and mark them at a high price to deceive people. To put it bluntly, this is equivalent to a flea market or an antique market. And buying things depends entirely on your own eyesight. Lin Zhao is not here to pick up bargains. In his previous life, he has read many novels in which the protagonists always pick up bargains every time they go to those antique or flea markets. He is not here with that kind of mind. He just comes to take a look and buy a batch of weapons by the way. What he lacks most now is weapons. If there are suitable ones, he will buy a batch first to deal with them. The current weapons of his family are really too bad. After a wave of viewing, he marked several suitable objects. They are all mixed with swords, guns, hammers, etc. The quality is also uneven, and there are also broken and chipped ones. It is estimated that they are the spoils of adventurers in some plane, and they are all packaged and sold. There are quite a few, about 2,000, and the total price is 5 million faith points. Lin Zhao bought it after a moment's hesitation. No matter what, it can be used as an emergency measure, and it does not take up a spot. After bidding on the item, the seller immediately shipped it to the warehouse he specified. It was provided by the summer camp management committee for their use, free of charge. While waiting, he browsed other sections to see if there were other good and cost-effective items. As soon as he opened the sundries area, something suddenly caught his eye. Well, to be precise, it was the title that caught his eye, Fragments of Relics for Sale. He immediately clicked in, and what caught his eye was a palm-sized thing that looked like a piece of broken iron, which had no shape or origin. And the seller's words below: a completely broken relic, which cannot be repaired and has no effect. 100 million faith points for one piece. And there are 7 pieces in total. Lin Zhao asked immediately, "Can I check the goods first?" After almost a minute, the other party responded, "I have an official appraisal certificate, which guarantees authenticity." "Then wait for me. I've decided." With excitement, Lin Zhao closed the trading platform and immediately sent a message to Lin Su. "Do you have 1 billion faith points? I will mortgage it with a mythical God realm card. The value of a 5-star card of golden mythical quality is between 500 million and 1 billion faith points, among which God realm cards and divine cards are the most valuable, usually around 1 billion. Occasionally, if you encounter something you want, you can get a 10% premium, which is quite valuable." Lin Su asked with some doubts, "What do you want so many faith points for?" "I want to buy something that is very important to me and can greatly increase my strength. But I don't have money." Lin Su shook his head. "Do you have any misunderstandings about us? How can we carry so many faith points on us?" Lin Zhao: "Yes, of course. The value of the card stored on Lin Su must be higher than his net worth. But the actual faith points are definitely not as much as 1 billion. Not only him. Even their team leader Bai Chung doesn't have so much." "Are you really in a hurry?" "A little bit." "Then go ask Shen Yuexin. She might have it." "Is it appropriate?" "You'll know after asking." "That's fine." After closing the communication, he cast his eyes on another contact number, tapped it with his finger, thought about it, and reiterated what he had just said. Soon the other party responded, "No need for mortgage. I'll lend you 1 billion. If it's not enough, there are more. Just pay it back later." "Good guy. She's a rich little woman who doesn't lack money." He tried to ask, "Do you trust me so much?" Shen Yuexin quickly responded with a series of question marks. "My aunt is your grandmother. Do you dare not pay it back?" After that, there was a bloody knife expression. Lin Zhao immediately appeared in her mind with a fake vicious expression. Thinking about it. "Wait. Your aunt is my grandmother? Doesn't that mean you are also 1 generation older than me? Then you know that you have to call me aunt. Lin Xiao. Why am I so young? But I still have to call her honestly. Hello. Aunt? Oh. My good nephew. Lin Xiao. In a room, Shen Yuexing covered her mouth and looked at the long string of dots on the screen, laughing so hard that her body shook. She closed the chat in frustration, but soon put her frustration aside, quickly found the seller on the trading platform, paid 700 million faith points and bought the 7 pieces of the relics. If this transaction is not possible in the main world, but in the subspace, especially in this super artifact fortress, faith points can be transferred online like currency, which is very convenient. After buying this, there are still 300 million faith points left, so he simply made a large purchase. But unfortunately there are too few relics. Even the useless relics are pitifully few, and he couldn't find a second one after searching the market. He once again spent 20 million faith points to buy a large number of mixed weapon packs totaling nearly 10,000. Then, he quickly rushed to the warehouse to pick up the things he bought, especially the jade box containing the 7 pieces of the relic, and couldn't wait to return to the divine domain. First, the divine prophecy communicated with Slada, asking him to hold a large-scale sacrificial prayer and bestow the weapon pack at the ceremony. Then, he sat on the throne of the kingdom of God and gently opened the exquisite jade box. Suddenly, 7 pieces of fragments of different sizes floating in the jade box appeared in front of him. Almost at the first glance, he could feel that these 7 pieces were indeed real relic fragments. And through the subtle connection between the 7 pieces of different sizes, he could infer that before they were broken, these 7 pieces were a whole. In other words, these 7 pieces were made from a relic, but he didn't know whether they were a whole or a part. But this is not the point. The point is that the fragments are there, and he can try to use these fragments to repair the scales of fate. First, summon the creation cube. Then throw all the fragments of the relics into it. With a thought, the creation cube began to rotate. His consciousness sank into the cube's space, and 7 fragments of relics of different sizes floated in the center of the space. As the cube rotated, an invisible force surged out. The 7 fragments of relics trembled violently, and a force that Lin Xiao was familiar with but unfamiliar with surged out. Every time the cube twisted, the fragments of relics were broken into invisible power. As the creation cube continued to twist, the fragments of relics became smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were melted, and the cube space was also filled with rich magical energy. The familiarity was that this power was very similar to the creation energy he obtained by decomposing the card, and the strangeness was because it was different from the decomposed creation energy, as if it was pure. He couldn't tell the specific difference, but he always felt that this new creation energy was more powerful than the creation energy he had obtained before. Yes, just like that. He suddenly remembered that when he first started to synthesize the salted fish thrust skill with the creation cube, when the 3 skill cards were fused, there was a trace of creation energy in the creation cube, which was exactly the same as the current power. After that, the creation energy obtained by decomposing the cards did not seem to be similar to the initial energy. It was because that time, the salted fish thrust, which was obviously just 3 ordinary skills fused, was ridiculously powerful, and many subsequent fusions used cards stronger than the salted fish thrust, and other cards were also decomposed as nutrients. But no new abnormal things were fused like last time. Could it be this? Lin Xiao was confused, and a little excited to feel the increasingly rich creation energy in the creation cube, which was different from the creation energy from decomposing the cards. An idea emerged in his mind. Could it be that this is a kind of energy more powerful than the power of creation? With a lot of thoughts in his mind, he almost couldn't wait to try it. But when he thought that these were used to repair the scales of fate, it was like a bucket of cold water pouring down, calming him down from his enthusiasm. I need to be quiet. After the 7 pieces of the treasure were completely decomposed, Lin Xiao directly put away the magic cube of creation. He needed to think carefully. Chapter 111: The Real Name That Cannot Be Said. This sudden abnormality interrupted his plan. He had to think carefully about whether to continue to repair the relic or use the decomposed good fortune energy to verify his guess. He made a decision in just 3 seconds to verify his guess. Although there were 7 pieces of relic fragments, they were actually only 1 piece of relic fragments. They were not enough to repair the destiny judgment scale. He didn't know how much he could repair, and whether he could repair it to a safe level. Instead of doing this, he might as well use it for something else. At least if it was really as he guessed. It meant that he could try to synthesize a new perverted skill like the salted fish stab. One salted fish stab was so powerful. Wouldn't it be even more perverted if there were one or two more? Do it as soon as you think of it. Take out the good fortune cube again, and carefully sense the rich good fortune energy inside. Well, now he has named this rich good fortune energy that he has only seen when he has just opened the golden finger as good fortune energy. In the future, the power obtained by decomposing the card will not be as good as this one. It is named the power of good fortune to distinguish it. The amount of this good fortune energy is obviously more than the good fortune energy obtained when the golden finger was activated. But not much more. About 1.5 times. Enough for him to make good use of it to synthesize something good. With a wave of his hand, a stack of cards of different colors appeared in his palm, including a mythical quality God Realm card, a 5-star building card Bloody Arena, a 3-star legendary Flower Fairy card, an epic card, 2 rare quality cards, a rare, and 4 blank cards. This is all his current wealth. New attempts to synthesize can only be selected from here. His eyes swept through the most important cards and finally fell on the most valuable God Realm card. He planned to use this card as the main one and other cards as supplementary to see what he could synthesize. First, put the God Realm card into the Good Fortune cube to decompose it. The essence of the Golden Myth card turned into a great chaos that slowly floated in the cube's space, and a trace of Good Fortune energy slowly seeped into it. Then, he also decomposed the rare quality ecological card, extracted the essence, and directly integrated it into the essence of the God Realm card. According to his idea, the God Realm card Fertile Black Soil has similarities with the Environmental Ecology card, and the two should be able to be perfectly integrated. Then, he also integrated another rare quality reproduction card into it, and 2 ordinary white resource cards, a lush grassland and a centuries-old ancient tree, were integrated into it one by one. Finally, Lin Xiao thought about it, and integrated the 3-star legendary card Flower Fairy card given by his mother into it. Strictly speaking, the Flower Fairy card is not suitable for the above cards, but he mainly wants to try to verify how magical this good fortune energy is. If he fails, he will lose at most 10 Flower Fairies, and 1 legendary card will be scrapped as nutrients. But if he succeeds, no less than 10 kinds of operations instantly came into his mind. After doing all this, before he was about to merge them, he suddenly thought of something and threw in the huge turtle SHL left in the warehouse, as well as the pile of various metals obtained from the semi-god temple of the Snake Man. After doing all this, he merged all of them into one, turning them into a chaotic mixture of several colors, like a pile of paint garbage mixed together. Under his control, a continuous flow of good fortune energy converged towards this chaos and merged into it. He did not hold back, and all the good fortune energy obtained by decomposing the 7 pieces of the relic fragments was merged into it. Now that it has come to this point, and so many cards have been merged, there is nothing to say. Just go all the way. With a continuous influx of good fortune energy, this chaos that seemed to be mixed with various pigments began to undergo drastic changes. Like a ball of steam boiling violently, with strands of airflow of different colors constantly gushing out from it. And the colors in the chaos also disappeared. And this chaos was being purified. Lin Xiao stared at this drastically changing chaos with his will. And after a while, he suddenly had an idea in his heart. And his consciousness slowly approached this chaos that seemed to be extremely unstable and ready to explode at any time. And his consciousness was sucked into it with a whoosh. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt that his consciousness was instantly divided into countless parts. Just like a wall appeared in front of him. And the wall was full of TVs, playing different programs, and all program signals were forcibly received. At this moment, his mental thinking was divided by countless consciousnesses. It is amazing that Lin Xiao can clearly feel that he has been divided into countless consciousnesses, and each consciousness can be clearly reflected in his mind. This is amazing. Normal people's consciousness is divided into so many parts, and each consciousness is too small to basically sense every tiny consciousness. But he can clearly sense the existence and changes of each consciousness. In his mind, he felt that the countless consciousnesses he had divided into countless parts, into countless individuals, and were undergoing changes beyond his expectations. A consciousness is attached to a grass, and it quickly regresses from aging to middle age, then regresses to just growing, and then quickly becomes tender into a tender bud. until it quickly retreats back into the soil and turns into a seed. Or it turns into an ancient tree. And as time goes by, it turns into a small tree, and then to the original tree species. Or it turns into a small flower fairy, from big to small, and finally retreats back to a beautiful big flower that gathers the essence of heaven and earth, and finally turns into a little essence. Hundreds of trees, tens of thousands of grasses, 10 flower fairies, countless seaweeds and sea creatures. These are what the fused cards contain, driven by the energy of creation. With the help of the power of the magic cube of creation, Lin Xiao saw everything from the aging of countless animals and plants to their birth, and even before their birth. As time continued to flow backwards, he saw the grass and trees regenerating seeds, and then continuing to retreat. At this moment, he sensed an indescribable law in the dark, which was the underlying basic law for the birth and reproduction of all things in the world. The birth of any life is the embodiment of this underlying basic law. But this feeling disappeared in a flash. It was not that he could no longer see it, but that at the moment of touching it, all the remaining energy of creation was instantly burned out, and it was not enough to support him to continue observing. When all of Lin Xiao's divided consciousness converged and merged into one, he sat silently in the divine domain, and his excitement was beyond words. He never thought that he could actually touch the underlying basic laws at this stage. This was completely beyond his expectations and unreasonable. You know, normally only when the great power reaches its peak will it try to master a basic law in order to go further. Before that, even the powerful power is not qualified to touch it. So now the question is, what changes will happen to him after touching the underlying rules of the birth and reproduction of all things in the world so early? He silently experienced the changes that he could not perceive, but was sure to have occurred, and opened his God interface. Username: Lin Xiao, citizen number TXWD 542154895147. Real name: Cyberlux Meyer IO. God name: Lord of the Sea. God of Naga and Murlocs. Godhood: none. Clergy: none. Divinity: 4+1. Divine fire: not ignited. Divine power: 0. Divine extraordinary power: tide calling. Reproduction: Kingdom of God, Cube Kingdom. Sect: Naga and Murloc Ancestor God. Believers: Black Scale Naga. Grey Mist Murloc. Occupation: All-Round Warrior. Faith value: 10.28 million points. Carefully browsing his deity interface, Lin Xiao immediately felt the difference. His divinity had not changed, but a new divine supernatural power had been added: reproduction. His consciousness fell on reproduction, and he immediately understood its meaning. Consuming the power of faith or divine power, specifying one or more targets must reproduce offspring, and blessing the targets through this supernatural power. This is surprisingly a very powerful divine supernatural power. As long as he is willing, if the conditions are met, he can make one or more targets pregnant with offspring, and bless the offspring that are reproduced. That is, give power. Well, this condition is met means mating first. He can't make people pregnant out of thin air. Of course, he can do it when he is stronger in the future, but it is definitely not possible at this stage. Lin Xiao immediately thought of the use of this extraordinary ability, which is to allow those extremely powerful but low reproduction creatures to give birth to offspring, such as dragons. Dragons are extremely powerful, but their reproduction ability is pitifully low. With this, a large number of dragons can be quickly bred, which are extremely powerful. But I don't have a dragon now. Lin Xiao shed tears of joy. This thing seems a bit useless for now, but it will definitely be very abnormal in the middle and late stages. Shaking his head, he closed the God panel and prepared to check the Rubik's Cube space. But the next second his eyes glared, and he quickly reopened the God panel. His eyes fell on the real name column. His eyes suddenly widened. His mouth opened wide, and his face was full of disbelief. Cyborx Meyer IO? When he read the last two words, he subconsciously didn't dare to say it out loud. Lin Xiao was sure that his real name had only 2 sections an hour ago. One for Cyberlex and one for Meyer. But now it had become 3 sections, with the addition of a new section called IO. IO. Lin Xiao recalled that the Encyclopedia of Gods he had read before had an introduction to this real name. Well, to be precise, there was no introduction. It only introduced that humans had discovered 2 beings with the real name Io. One was the creator of all dragons across many crystal wall systems, the 9-faced dragon god Io. and the other was a very powerful lord of the crystal wall system, who was known as the King of Gods and the God of Gods. In fact, there is no need to introduce it in such detail. It is meaningless. Just look at the name of the god to know how powerful he is. Whether it is the nine-faced dragon god or the King of Gods, the God of Gods, these titles, you can know how powerful he is. They are all supreme beings that transcend great divine power. One word can make mortals deified, and one word can deprive any great divine power of the priesthood of the lower true God and make them mortals. It is simply perverted and has no friends. So now the question is, what consequences or changes will Lin Xiao have if he also has the real name Io? The answer is I don't know. How could he know what consequences or changes there would be? But he knew that he must not tell anyone about this. He was sure of the consequences if this was exposed. Fortunately, as long as he didn't tell anyone about his real name, no one else would know it. Some super powerful true gods can reshape the past lives of others along the timeline. And they can know everything they have done in their lives, including masturbating secretly. As long as they say it, it will be found out. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and didn't say it out loud. Otherwise it would be a hidden danger. Fearful and excited, Lin Xiao closed the panel. He knew that in addition to the golden finger of the creation cube, he had another secret that needed to be kept to himself. Unless he could be promoted to a great divine power in the future, he must not tell this small part of his real name. As for the extraordinary ability of reproduction, there is no problem. There are quite a few gods who can obtain this extraordinary ability, and it will not attract attention. Chapter 112 Ancient God Card God's Paradise. Putting aside the matter of his real name for the time being, Lin Xiao rubbed his hands excitedly and took out a card emitting rich crystal light from the creation cube. Yes, after integrating many cards and all the creation energy decomposed by the 7 pieces of relics, he obtained the first ancient quality 5-star card in his life that surpassed the golden mythical quality. 5-star environment card God's Paradise Ancient. Integrate into the God's domain and transform the God's domain into paradise. Effect 1. Different effects are obtained depending on the terrain of the God's domain. Effect 2. The reproduction speed of all creatures in the God's domain plus 100%. The survival rate plus 100%. And the lifespan plus 20. Effect 3. The energy intensity in the God's domain plus 1, which can give birth to extraordinary creatures. Effect 4. One natural elf is naturally nurtured every year. Note: God's Paradise can ignore the stability of the God's domain, perfectly integrate into the God's domain, and does not occupy the God's domain card position. Evaluation: this is the paradise that all creatures dream of. It is very suitable for life to survive anywhere. The moment he saw this new card, Lin Xiao knew that this ancient quality card was more effective than the ancient cards he saw on the trading platform. At the same time, he was sure that the upper limit of the 5-star card was the ancient quality. There may be higher grade cards, but those are only available for higher level cards. The upper limit of the 5-level card is the ancient quality. The quality of this card is obviously 1 level higher than the 4 cards seen before. If there are higher quality cards, they will definitely reach that level. In any case, the appearance of this card did verify his conjecture. There are indeed 2 types of good fortune energy decomposed by the good fortune cube, and the effects are also different. Ordinary cards or items decompose ordinary good fortune power, while decomposing the relics can obtain good fortune energy with miracle power. Holding this card, Lin Xiao naturally knew the specific effect of this card in his heart. Effect 1. Different effects are obtained depending on the terrain of the God's domain. If it is a plain terrain, it will naturally form fertile and rich land. If it is a mountainous terrain, it will be a lush primeval forest. At the same time, because of the integration of various minerals and metals, various mineral veins will be randomly generated. This is very abnormal. If it is a water area, it will naturally be a high-quality seawater ecological environment with rich nutrients, lush aquatic plants, and rich in microorganisms and other nutrients. It can be said that this effect 1 will include the best environment of any terrain in the world. With this, Lin Xiao will no longer need to fuse any environmental cards in the future. And as the God's domain expands, the increased God's domain land will automatically obtain this effect coverage after a certain period of time. The second effect is easier to understand, which is an enhanced version of the fused reproduction card. The reproduction effect is reduced, but an additional 20 years of life is obtained, and it is still permanent and effective, which is indeed enhanced. Effect 3 is even more abnormal, which means that the energy intensity of the god's domain is increased, and the upper limit of the biological strength in the god's domain is increased, which can accommodate the birth of extraordinary creatures. That is, surpassing level 5 to reach level 6 and level 7 creatures. Normally, only college students and above can do this, and it is extremely rare in high school. Effect 4 is the effect of fusing the 3-star legendary flower fairy card, which naturally breeds a natural elf every year. Natural elves are a general term, including flower fairies, little fairies, elemental elves, goblins, etc., which are naturally bred and have very magical abilities. Lin Xiao felt that it was worth spending 700 million faith points to exchange for this paradise card. Almost without hesitation, he stretched out his hand and threw the crystal card between his 2 fingers, silently saying in his heart, "Fusion! Now, immediately integrate into the god's domain." The god's domain paradise card's special effect can ignore the stability and card position restrictions of the god's domain, and perfectly integrate into the god's domain, which is equivalent to being able to fuse an extra card. When this paradise card shattered into a sky full of crystal light and dissipated, Lin Xiao, who was in the god's kingdom, immediately felt that the entire god's domain was changing. The endless mysterious energy spread out, and a trace of pure energy was born out of thin air in the entire god's domain, growing rapidly, and the land and sea of the god's domain were undergoing tremendous changes. The fertile land became even more fertile under the influence of the mysterious energy. You could almost squeeze out black oil from a handful. The grass grew wildly and became tender and delicious. The trees grew at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. The leaves were green and full of vitality. Flowers of different colors bloomed, and the insects became more active. In the sea, microorganisms reproduced wildly, and various seagrasses and corals on the seabed spread wildly around, covering all the seabeds to the end of the divine domain. In the middle of the sea, in a very lush seagrass and coral clump where countless undercurrent energies gathered. The fine mud and sand moved slightly, and a little turtle with a green back and a head like a giant dragon's head broke through the turtle egg and staggered out. It opened its mouth for the first breath, and a steady stream of energy gathered towards it. The fishmen and the Nandas were stunned by the sudden changes in the divine domain. After a brief shock, they knelt down and called the name of the Lord of Creation. Lin Xiao could clearly feel the changes in faith in the divine domain. There is no change for the fishmen and the Nandas for the time being, but it can be foreseen that as the energy intensity in the god's domain increases, they will gradually gain the benefits of the god's domain paradise. The biggest benefit is the increase in lifespan. You should know that the upper limit of a normal fishman's lifespan is only 20 years. Even if he advances, it is limited. Now it has doubled directly, which means that the faith value provided by each believer can increase by at least 200%. At the same time, as the energy intensity of the god's domain increases, it will be easier for them to improve their strength and advance, not only in terms of professional level, but also in terms of life level. Ordinary fishmen are more likely to be promoted to fishmen warriors. Fusion of this ancient god card may not immediately improve Lin Xiao's strength, but it can be foreseen that from now on, the speed of his god's domain development will surge, and it will be stronger year by year. Moreover, Lin Xiao stretched out his right hand, and countless starlight gathered in his palm, slowly condensing into a golden scale covered with cracks. He looked at this broken high-level relic destiny judgment scale with a flickering gaze, and the hesitation in his eyes slowly turned into determination. The miraculous power contained in the real good fortune energy obtained by decomposing the fragments of the relics opened his eyes, and also gave rise to some thoughts or ambitions that he had never thought of before. 7 fragments of relics that no longer have any power can create an ancient miracle card. What if it is a 3rd-level high-level relics? The grade of these 7 fragments is most likely only a 1st-level relics. The power contained in the 3rd-level high-level relics is more than 10 times that of the 1st level. If they are decomposed, he will obtain a large amount of good fortune energy, which is equivalent to at least 10 times, or even more than 20 times, the good fortune energy just now. 1 can create a God Realm Paradise card, and 10 can create 10 or several more powerful ancient cards. This is much better for him now than a relic that may not be used before the true God. 100 birds in the forest are not as good as a bird in the hand. Something that you don't know how long it will take to be used is left in the warehouse to gather dust. Well, it used to gather dust, and it can't be sold anyway. But now there is a better way to use it. So it's better to quickly increase your strength. At this point, Lin Xiao officially made up his mind to throw this high-level relic destiny judgment scale that had been gathering dust in the warehouse into the creation cube. With a thought, the creation cube trembled slightly, and a far more powerful creation energy than the 7 relic fragments just decomposed surged out. And the golden light of the destiny judgment scale dimmed a little and shrunk a little. As the creation cube slowly turned, wisps of golden mist escaped from the golden scale, and the scale slowly shrank, getting smaller and smaller. And the creation energy also increased, and soon exceeded the creation energy that he expected 10 times more than just now. As the pocket-sized destiny judgment scale that shrank to the size of a finger completely disappeared, 2 entangled golden light spots appeared where the scale disappeared. Destiny. Judgment. This is the embodiment of the 2 rules of destiny and judgment contained in the destiny judgment scale. Lin Xiao pondered for a while, and did not decompose these 2 points, but kept them, and stored them in the creation cube with a trace of destiny power that he had obtained at the beginning. Now that I have not become a demigod, I have no divine power. This thing can only be preserved in the magic cube of good fortune. If I take it out, it will dissipate between heaven and earth in a minute. In the future, when I become a demigod, I may be able to consume divine power and try to comprehend these 2 powerful priesthoods with these 2 materialized rules. I dare not say that I can comprehend them 100%. But there is this opportunity. Judgment is okay. But this priesthood of fate, no explanation is needed. The word fate can explain everything. First, these 2 exist in the depths of the magic cube of good fortune. Lin Xiao set his eyes on the good fortune energy in the magic cube space, which was 34 times stronger than before, and his mouth opened involuntarily. If the good fortune energy decomposed by the 7 pieces of the relic fragments just now is defined as 1 unit, the fate judgment scale decomposed 34 units of good fortune energy. So much good fortune energy. He was a little worried because he had no cards to fuse. A bloody arena is pretty good, and it's not impossible to use it to strengthen and advance. But he doesn't have any cards to fuse in his hand now, and it's a bit of a waste to strengthen this card alone. So, a happy worry is now bothering him. There is enough evolutionary energy, but there is no base material to strengthen. Wait! Lin Xiao tilted his head and looked at the huge light screen in front of him, showing that a fishman in the god's domain was praying before the lobster man's body after killing a lobster man alone. An idea quickly came to his mind. Since there is no suitable base material for synthesis and strengthening, can you make plans on your own family? For example, Fishman or Naga. Can the miracle produced by the energy of creation work on the family? If so, what kind of miraculous transformation will occur? Once the idea came together, it was out of control. The strong curiosity made him unable to hold back. With a virtual hand, a virtual card emerged and quickly condensed into substance. The image of a fishman on the card quickly solidified. For the first attempt, it is safer to use the gray mist murloc as a test subject, and then modify it with the black scale Naga if it works. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the gray mist murloc card that had already been integrated into the god's domain. Although it is just a small card, it is the foundation of all the gray mist murlocs in the entire god's domain. If this card is destroyed, all the murlocs in the entire god's domain will be fine. But from then on, no new murlocs will be reproduced in the god's domain, which means that this species will become extinct. Chapter 113 Comprehensive Strengthening of Murlocs. What Lin Xiao has to do is to strengthen based on this card. However, he cannot use this card to strengthen directly. He cannot do this because it will affect all the murlocs in the god's domain. If he is not careful, the entire species will die. What he has to do is to find a murloc body first and modulate it based on the gray mist murloc. No other cards can be added. In professional terms, he has to adjust the genes of the existing murlocs and change the species from the genetic level. Only in this way can the fused species card be modified without affecting the existing clan. This technology can only be done by the true gods with the godhood of creation. Lin Xiao dares to do this when he is not even a demigod. He has counted the crystal walls of the various elements in the chaos void sea. He is probably the only one. First, he found a devout murloc who was about to die of old age and promised to let him ascend to the kingdom of God. The old murloc, whose faith reached the level of a fanatic, contributed his body without saying a word. He put the corpse of the murloc into the magic cube space, decomposed it quickly, and directly extracted the blood source of the gray Miss Murloc. After doing this, Lin Xiao paused for a moment and left the God Realm to return to reality. He downloaded some information from the internet and brought it back to the God Realm to study for almost half a month. Half a month later, he reopened the creation cube. The blood source of the gray fog fishman was still there. He took a deep breath and consumed a little creation energy to burn the blood source that wrapped the gray fog fishman. His consciousness fell on it and plunged into it. Just like the previous strengthening of the God Realm Heaven card, his consciousness quickly sank into the memory of an old gray fog fishman. And as time went back, he quickly became young, and a baby, until he turned into a tadpole. Then, time no longer continued to flow back, and no longer turned from a tadpole into a substance like water protein. But consciousness suddenly exploded and began to flow back along the gene level of the fishman, flowing back along the genetic evolution history of the fishman race. With the blessing of creation energy, Lin Xiao could clearly see the genetic composition of the fishman, which was very mysterious and abnormal. Regardless of other things, his focus is on the genetic genes of the fishman. That is, the genetic factors that determine the genetic characteristics of the fishman. This thing has the function of storing and transmitting species, genetic information, and replicating cells. It stores all the changes that have occurred during the evolution of the species from the origin to the present stage step by step, and passes them on to future generations. It is an indispensable part of the evolution of life and biological systems. And what Lin Xiao has to do is to use the magical ability of the good fortune energy as a support, and use the power of the good fortune cube to fully analyze the entire gene pool of the gray fog fishman from evolution to the present, and use the gene modulation technology in reality. The preparation for half a month before was to make up for the knowledge about biological genes, which will come in handy. His good fortune cube is simply equivalent to a super sci-fi super biological laboratory. Without any instruments, it can clearly show him the complete gene map and gene library of a species, allowing him to study it. The premise is that there is enough good fortune energy. If there is no good fortune energy, it is impossible to enter the deep level of research like now. It can only be simply decomposed, refined, and fused as before. And it is impossible to strengthen the abnormal things that surpass the grade, like the salted fish thorns and the heaven of the gods. At this stage, the energy of good fortune can only be obtained by decomposing the relics. And the relics are extremely rare. So this strengthening method is destined not to be used frequently, and can only be used to synthesize certain key cards. Through the most advanced biology in reality, Lin Xiao began to adjust the gene pool of the gray fog fishman. First, remove some useless and redundant genes of the gray fog fishman. As we all know, even if most of the genes in the human gene pool are redundant and useless, they are all genes eliminated by evolution over billions of years. Or some useful but inappropriate genes in different eras fall into dormancy and are not visible. At this time, he directly removes all the useless genes, retains only the useful genes, and awakens them. Then, by consuming the energy of good fortune, strengthen these genes within the maximum tolerance range of the fishman's own genes. If you can be sure that you can strengthen it as much as possible, you can strengthen it as much as possible. But the problem is that before the fishman species is changed, its gene carrying capacity is limited, and it can only be maximized and optimized on a limited basis. If the gene cannot be carried by excessive strengthening, it is easy to collapse. How to strengthen it is not for outsiders to know. We only know that it stopped when the endless energy of creation was used to strengthen it to the limit of the carrying capacity of the fishman gene. When Lin Yao's consciousness was withdrawn, he sat on the throne of the kingdom of God for almost a week without moving, except for the time he took to come back to his senses from the vast gene bank at the beginning. He was immersed in memories for the rest of the time, recalling the adjustment of the fishman gene bank just now, carefully experiencing the mystery in it, and remembering it in his mind. This is a means of creation, which has a precious reference value for his future understanding of the rules of creation. It is quite rare, although there are advanced biological gene technologies in reality, whether it is gene optimization, transformation, or redundant gene purification, etc., and they are very advanced. There is a huge shackle in the genetic technology in reality. That is, it is impossible to create creatures that adapt to foreign lands. In reality, there is no shortage of super biological laboratories that use advanced technology to modulate powerful creatures comparable to dragons. But these new creatures can survive in the main world, but cannot survive in foreign lands. No matter how excellent and perfect a genetic creature is, once it enters a foreign land, its genes will collapse. Without exception. I don't know if it is limited by the laws of the main world, or the laws of creation in the Chaos Void Sea do not allow this method of creation. Anyway, even great divine power cannot change it. Over time, this subject can only be used as a reference for true gods who take the path of creation. Lin Xiao certainly has no time to study this problem, and he has never even thought about it. At this moment, he is excitedly staring at the creation cube. The group of chaos representing the enhanced Fishman gene is slowly merging into the Fishman card, replacing the original gray fog Fishman. As the chaos is completely integrated into the card, another layer of crystal light lights up. Yes, it only consumes 5 units of creation energy. This consumption is much higher than the heaven card, but the harvest will be greater. The key is that this thing takes effect immediately. Opening the species panel, a new gray mist Murloc template appeared in front of him. Race interface. Race, Gray Mist Murloc. Category, Subhuman. Level, Low Race. Occupation, All-Round Warrior. Talent, Water Spirit. Skills, None. Specialties, Flexible Movement. Alertness, Water Element Resistance. Constitution, 1.21 point for an adult human. Strength, 1.1 equivalent to the strength of an adult man. Agility, 0.7/1.8 plus 1 on land/in water. Spirit, 1 born with a certain amount of mental power. May become a spellcaster after induction. Evaluation, not a weak aquatic race. Stronger than the Murloc relatives. Flexible movement means that the new Murloc's movement and reaction are stronger, faster and more evasive, which is reflected in the attribute. That is, the agility attribute plus 1. Alertness means higher perception and easier detection of potential dangers. This is the beast instinct from the Murloc's genes, which has been strengthened to become alertness. Water element resistance refers to the enhanced resistance to water spell damage, which comes from its talent Water Spirit. This talent is the sum of all water-related talents in the evolutionary process of the Murloc gene pool. After strengthening, this talent is obtained. With this talent, the Murloc is very flexible in the water and has a very fast speed. At the same time, it has super fast swimming speed and super long diving ability. Most importantly, this talent also gives the Murloc a hidden advancement direction and a level cap. When the Murloc is advanced to the 2nd level Murloc Warrior, the modulated gene can allow the Murloc to continue to be promoted to the 3rd level, namely the 3rd level Murloc Leader and Murloc Warlock. Needless to say, the Murloc Leader is an upgraded version of the Murloc Warrior, and the Murloc Warlock is the Murloc Taunter, a spellcasting profession. After the advancement, 3 to 5 innate spells will be randomly obtained from the spell library of the Murloc Gene Bank, such as Water Arrow, Tide Call, Summon Water Element, Water Shield, Seawater Essence, Water Boundary, and more than a dozen water spells. It is this talent that accounts for more than 70% of the Murloc gene. After reading the Murloc attribute table, Lin Xiao was quite satisfied. These 5 points of good fortune energy were worth spending. Immediately give Slardar a divine revelation, ordering all the clans to gather and go to the seaside. He wants to reload this species card with the same level of ancient quality to promote all the clans. Yes, not only Murlocs, but also Nagas. You must know that the basis of Nagas is Murlocs, and they are also adapted to the enhancement obtained by this card. However, Nagas are synthesized from the blood of 4 or 5 species after all, and the proportion of Murlocs is not high, so the increase is estimated to be not as exaggerated as that of Murlocs. But this is not a problem. After a while, he will study the advanced biological gene technology of the main world more, and start to adjust the genes of Nagas. Try to select suitable genes for enhancement from the gene pool of 4 or 5 species of Naga. If possible, perhaps we can take advantage of the 29 units of good fortune energy we still have, and try to start the first comprehensive species evolution for the Naga to see if we can evolve a race that is more powerful than the current one. When all the clansmen were in place, Lin Xiao gently threw the ancient species card emitting mysterious crystal light and said, "Load." Suddenly, all the clansmen in the entire god's domain exuded a strong attraction, and streams of light blue water elements quickly rose from the surrounding seawater and gathered around them, forming small blue whirlpools. Lin Xiao stood in the god's kingdom and overlooked the god's domain. His eyes fell on one of the fishmen. He saw with his own eyes that after loading the new species card, the fishman's appearance did not change, but his body size was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The initial height of a normal fishman is between 1.2 meters and 1.3 meters. Occasionally, there will be shorter and taller ones, but never more than 1.5 meters. But at this time, all the fishmen who have not yet been promoted have exceeded 1.5 meters in height and are climbing to 1.6 meters. The most important thing is that Lin Xiao saw muscles on these fishmen. Their body lines are more streamlined, and the scales on the surface are finer and more delicate. The overall look is stronger and better looking. But this is not the biggest change. The biggest change is the Murloc Warrior and Murloc Warrior, who have already been promoted. Among them, the Murloc Warrior's body size has increased wildly to between 1.8 and 1.9 meters. And the Murloc Warrior's height has increased to more than 2 meters. Each of them has bulging muscles and strong bodies. And it is obvious that their combat power has increased sharply. Compared with the Murloc, the Naga's enhancement is not as obvious as the Murloc. But after inheriting the water spirit and foundation of the Murloc, the Naga's overall attributes have increased by about a point, which is still stronger than before. Chapter 114, The Last Day of Positioning. Wu Zhenglin is so powerful that he makes people doubt his life. On the high bronze throne, Lin Su frowned and looked at the address book. His cousin had not replied yet. He muttered and confirmed that he would accept the challenge of the new opponent. It was the 7th day of the first stage of the summer camp, and also the last day. A large number of students came early in the morning, but there were also more losers who did not come. After 7 days of competition, people continued to challenge and successfully sat on the steps, and the losers naturally gave up the throne. Those who still had the opportunity to challenge regrouped and chose new opponents. And those who had exhausted all the challenge opportunities naturally left the stage sadly. And they were greeted by the fate of being eliminated after the end of the first stage of the summer camp. After 7 days of hard work, more than half of the 60 or 70 students from Yunming province failed to meet the requirements and faced the fate of being eliminated. Or they who had no chance to challenge had been eliminated in advance. But they could only stay for a short time now. Most of those who could stay had no seats. Now only 4 could still sit firmly on the top. There were 5 before, but 1 was picked off yesterday and had no extra challenge opportunities, so he could not go up again. But after all, he completed the task and could continue to stay. As time went by, there were fewer and fewer challengers, and the seats were basically stable, especially the top gold and silver seats, which had not been challenged for an hour, seeing that it was almost noon. According to the regulations, the first stage would end at 12 noon today, about 2 hours away. Gu Chung breathed a sigh of relief and said in the group, "Time is almost up. Who has a chance to challenge? Act quickly. Otherwise you will have no chance when the time is up." The team was silent for a while, and then 4 figures came out. Everyone saw that they were the bottom few in the team. At this time, Xiao Kaiyuan poked Tang Ling with his finger and whispered, "I remember you still have a challenge opportunity. Why don't you go?" He spread his hands and said, "There is no chance if you go up. Anyway, I have completed the task." "That's right." Xiao Kaiyuan shrugged. He had also completed the task. Without pressure, he was naturally relaxed. The 4 companions only reached the level of the stone throne. Their strength was not much different from Tang Ling. They were also not sure. So how could they dare to go to a higher level? The 4 of them found an opponent to challenge. No one watched the battle. In addition to their low level and lack of interest, it was mainly because everyone had seen challenges of different levels in the past few days. So there was no need to continue watching. After all, a 5-star card was required for the ticket. In less than 15 minutes, the first challenge failed. He returned to his original position in despair and suddenly squatted on the ground with his head covered. 2 minutes later, the second challenge failed. He also returned to his original position and squatted on the ground with his head covered. The third failed in the 21st minute. He came out with a face full of unwillingness. It was probably because he was not much different from his opponent and was somewhat unwilling to lose. Until the 28th minute, the throne challenged by the 4th person flashed, and he appeared on the throne out of thin air, holding the throne's armrest with a happy face, while the original owner of the throne stood in the position where the challenger had just stood, with a look of loss on his face. The 2 sides exchanged positions, and it was obvious that the challenge was successful. "I succeeded. I succeeded." The voice suddenly stopped. Or at this moment, All the sounds in the entire hall were still without any sound. A strong sense of presence attracted everyone's attention at this moment. Whether it was the students below or on the throne. They all cast their eyes on the rostrum opposite the 5th floor throne at this moment. At some point, the host of this summer camp, Instructor Imo, had appeared on the rostrum. But everyone's attention was not on Instructor Imo, but on the 5 handsome boys standing in a row behind him, and a girl whose face was covered by a layer of hazy veil. The 5 young men were all handsome, and except for the girl, they showed no unusual features. However, just standing there, people could not help but look at them, as if they had some kind of magnetic force that attracted everyone's attention. Instructor Imo was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, and he coughed and said, "There is still an hour and a half left before the first stage. Please hurry up and challenge." In addition, he pointed to the 5 men and 1 woman behind him and introduced. They are also invited to this summer camp, and have already arrived to report. But they are here now because of something. They are eligible to participate in the competition. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was in an uproar, and the faces of the students on the top silver and gold thrones immediately darkened and became extremely ugly. The ordinary students below may not know, but they can guess the identities of these 6 people. If nothing unexpected happens, these 6 people are the most promising seeded players in this summer camp, and they are a great threat to them. Gu Chung held the silver throne armrests tightly with both hands, staring at the black-haired boy with a mysterious rune on his forehead in the middle of the 5 men. Took a deep breath and said in the group, "Wu Shenglin." Although it was posted in the group, he was actually talking to Lin Su and Shin Yuexin. In the Yuming province team, he only recognized Lin Su and Shin Yuexin. As soon as he finished speaking, the group exploded, and almost everyone was discussing this almost well-known name in surprise. Lin Xiao happened to return from the god's domain and heard this name. He immediately cast his eyes on the rostrum and swept his eyes over the 5 boys. When he saw the black-haired boy in the middle of the 5, he stopped his gaze. He didn't look at the 2 boys behind him. The strong intuition in his heart told him that it was definitely him. It was him, Wu Xinglin, this well-known name that he had longed for. And now he finally saw it. He looked at it very carefully, but he really couldn't see anything extraordinary on the surface. But the opportunity soon came. After the host finished speaking, the 6 boys and girls smiled slightly and strode towards the 5-step platform. The students gathered at the bottom made way and watched them walk up the stairs step by step. After passing the stone throne and the black iron throne, the students on the bronze throne soon breathed a sigh of relief. The 36 students on the silver throne looked normal and watched them without stopping. They passed the silver layer and came to the highest golden ladder. They lined up and looked at the 9 students sitting on the golden throne. The 9 people were quite nervous. After all, the shadow of a person is the name of a tree, to be selected as seed players by the summer camp. It is obvious that in the eyes of the summer camp committee, these 6 people are definitely stronger than all the students present. If they are chosen by any of them to challenge, they will kneel down 9 out of 9. Fortunately, there are only 6 of them, and there are 9 positions on this floor. So, they all prayed in secret that they would not be chosen. This is going to be a torment. Lin Xiao said something with a smile in the group, which resonated with everyone. Everyone relaxed and watched the development of the situation with interest. Anyway, anyone who challenges a master will have a big show to watch. But Lin Xiao felt that there would be more drama to watch after the challenge was over. The appearance of these 6 people meant that 6 students from the gold ladder were driven down. These 6 people who were driven down would definitely continue to challenge the remaining 3 gold thrones and the next silver throne. If the challenged silver throne was defeated, it would have to fight for a bronze throne on the next level. The eliminated bronze throne was also compatible with the lower level, thus triggering a chain reaction. At that time, there would definitely be a lot of chaos. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Xiao. No matter how chaotic it was, it would not affect him. After all, his challenge target was only the stone throne. Yes, he would continue to challenge. After strengthening the fishman species, the strength of the entire gray fog fishman was comprehensively improved, and there were enough weapons. Although the quality was uneven and the types were messy, they were fine iron or steel weapons after all, which could break the defense of steel armor. He had enough confidence to challenge a seat. There was still one challenge spot left, which could not be wasted. Anyway, the mission had been completed, and he was destined to stay. But before challenging, He had to wait for Wu Zhenglin to challenge first and watch the battle. He was really curious about how perverted this monster, who was already ranked on the vice list of Tianju in his first year of high school, was. Just as he was thinking this, Wu Zhenglin, who was in the middle of the 5 people, stepped forward and stood in front of the most central one of the 9 golden thrones, smiled and said, Yuming Province, Dongning City No. 1 Middle School, Wu Zhenglin challenges you. Obviously, sitting on the tall throne, he should look down on the other party. But at this time, the student on the throne felt like he was being looked down upon. However, he quickly reacted to his own gaffe, adjusted his mentality and said, Huanghe Province, were you in City Tangning? Please. The next second, the divine light covered the 2 people together, and the challenge had begun. At the same time, the other 4 men and 1 woman also challenged their opponents at the same time. The remaining 3 students on the golden throne subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. And the next second, they looked up and looked at each other, frowning again. But he soon put away his worries, and applied to watch the battle of the 6 challengers, like everyone else. Lin Xiao immediately paid an ordinary 5-star card to watch the battle. When he came to the virtual plane where the battle was taking place, he saw the densely packed figures on the edge of the plane at first glance, and a huge pupil in the void outside the plane, shining a faint light on the plane. From the pupil, he faintly felt dozens of palpitations. He guessed that it was the senior members of the summer camp committee who were watching the battle, or the bigwigs from the key universities that held the summer camp. He only glanced at it, and then retracted his gaze. Such existence was not something he could spy on. But with this delay, he saw that the battle in the plane had entered its end, and the challenge had collapsed. Yes, in just this short period of time. It was estimated that it was only a delay of 1 or 2 minutes. And an elite, who could sit on the golden throne, had been defeated and crushed directly. After carefully watching Wu Zhenglin's clan, Lin Xiao, like all other spectators, fell into deep doubt about life. We are all born from the same mother. Why are you so outstanding? Lin Xiao felt that he was a cheat. But he didn't expect that there was a character who was more cheating than him. Wu Zhenglin's clan was beyond his expectations. He had previously guessed that his clan was a powerful intermediate race, or even a high-level race. In fact, what appeared in front of him was not even an intermediate race, let alone a high-level race, but a very common race. The Dog-Headed Man. Chapter 115, The First Battle of the Evolved Murlocs. Yes, he is a dog-headed man like the ancient city family. But his dog-headed man is different from other dog-headed men. First of all, it is definitely taller and stronger than normal dog-headed men. There are more dog-headed men than any of Lin Xiao's peers. There are as many as 30,000 dog-headed men. I don't know if there are any dog-headed men in his divine domain who have not fought yet. But this is not the reason for everyone to doubt life. Dog-headed men are still dog-headed men even if they are stronger than their peers. As long as they have not crossed the rank, they are not strong. What really makes everyone doubt life is a phalanx of dog-headed dragon vein warlocks in the dog-headed army. Yes, not a few, but a phalanx. It is estimated that there are at least more than 200 of them. The ancient city has 2 dog-headed dragon vein warlocks. The combat system based on this can sit on the throne of the silver level. So what is the experience of 200 dog-headed dragon vein warlocks? The challenger Tang Ning was stunned. He had no idea what was happening. 200 explosive missiles, with the power of 500 kilograms warheads fell from the sky. And that was it. Lin Xiao remembered that in his previous life, a 500 kilograms warhead ballistic missile could blow up a huge pit on the ground that was 30 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 5 meters deep. This was larger than a basketball court of 28 by 15 meters. What was the concept of 200 ballistic missiles covering the bombing? Anyway, thousands of spectators spent a 5-star card each to watch the lonely scene. After watching a wave of fireworks, it was gone. It was a comprehensive, thorough, and ruthless crushing. Tang Ning's proud family died, and the number of survivors was said to be in the single digits. After the challenge, no one had recovered from the shock. Countless people looked at the black-haired boy who had replaced his opponent, and sat in the center of the 9 golden thrones at the top with mixed eyes of shock, admiration, and awe. Everyone was convinced. Even Lin Xiao was convinced. This kind of hero lineup is really strong. Comparing his own strength with the opponent, Lin Xiao felt that unless all his clans were multiplied by 10, and he had the advantage of water terrain, or evolved the main battle clan black scale Nada once, he might have a chance to fight. But the premise is that this is Wu Xinglin's full strength. If there is any hidden strength, that's another story. Within 5 minutes after Wu Xinglin's challenge, the other 5 defeated their opponents one after another and successfully sat on the top golden throne. The 6 eliminated people looked at the other 3 golden thrones at the same time, making these 3 people sit on the top. If they have a little pursuit, they will challenge them and try their best to stay on the top floor. The mini silver throne students, who are also on the second floor, are also very nervous. There are 6 more eliminated people on the top, and there is no extra space, so they can only grab the next floor. 6 people must be eliminated on this floor, and no one wants to be the one to be challenged. Everyone was watching these high-ranking elites with great interest, looking nervous and apprehensive, while Lin Xiao quietly walked towards the stairs leading to the first step. Someone noticed his movements and asked in the group, "Lin Xiao, what are you going to do?" "Challenge. I still have one chance. Don't waste it." Everyone was speechless. Only Tang Ling laughed. "Then you are really wasting it. Who can you beat with your level?" Lin Xiao glanced at Tang Ling indifferently. "This guy likes to challenge me so much?" He shrugged and said bluntly, "It doesn't matter if I lose. It's better than some people who have a chance but are too timid to challenge." "Who do you say is timid?" Tang Ling's expression suddenly turned cold. "Who is timid knows it in your heart. Don't take it personally. Anyway, the relationship has always been bad. Lin Xiao is not polite." After saying that, he was not interested in talking nonsense with him, and directly consumed an epic quality 5-star card to challenge a student on the stone throne next to him. It's a pity that he doesn't have 2 epic cards in his hand now. Otherwise he wants to challenge the Black Iron Throne directly. When the opponent confirmed that he was about to be transferred to the plain battlefield, Lin Su's voice came to his ears. "It's okay to challenge. Just think of it as a way to gain knowledge and experience. After all, I can only help you once. It will be difficult for me to help you in the next stage, and it will be difficult to have such an opportunity in the future." He nodded, and his figure flashed and disappeared. Familiar virtual plane. In front of Lin Xiao is the plane terrain setting. But at this time, his attention is on the top of the virtual plane. There is no one watching the battle. Only a huge pupil that is exactly the same as the one he saw before also appeared here. He thought about it, and guessed that it was not that there were big guys observing him, but that all the challenge planes were within the field of vision of these big guys. At the beginning, there was no big guys on the first day because they didn't come. Today is the last day, and these big guys are interested in observing. If there is a good performance, it will naturally enter their sight. However, Lin Xiao didn't have much expectation for this. The focus of these big guys must be on the silver level and above. Those below silver will hardly pay attention, no matter how good the performance is. It can't compare with the elites at the top. There was no need to choose the terrain. In the spirit of fairness, both parties agreed to make it all random. As expected, it was a simple plain grassland, except for 2 small hills and a few trees. The entire plain was flat grassland. It was only half a foot high and could not hide people. There were no rivers or lakes, but the land was not dry, so it was okay. In this battle, Lin Xiao invested a full 14,000 fishmen, 1/3 of whom were not promoted, and 800 grown Nandas, half of whom were not promoted. When the huge team was teleported to one end of the plane, a slight surprise came from a place he could not perceive, and a look was cast over. Mutated fishmen? No. Mutant fishmen? That's not right either. Interesting. Lin Xiushu stood above the sky of the plane, quietly watching the many clansmen deploying their troops under the command of Slaughter. On the other side of the plane, there were about 3,500 werewolves wearing exquisite leather armor, bent over, with a steel claw on each hand. On the left and right of the werewolf phalanx, there were 2 phalanxes of about 3,000 jackals each. But what attracted Lin Xiao's attention the most was that behind the werewolf phalanx there was a group of about 2,000 Knoll cavalry riding tall wolves. As the tall werewolf hero in the lead raised his head and let out a long wolf howl, and waved his claws, the werewolves and Knolls began to move out. The Knoll cavalry went around from behind and kept going around the edge of the plane, probably trying to attack from behind. This person is stronger than Tang Ling, Shang Xiaoxue and others. If it were 2 days ago, he would have been crushed. But today, 2 days later, it was different. The strengthened fishmen can almost be regarded as a different race. It has reached the limit of low-level races. If the all-round warrior profession is added, The two are superimposed, and they are not inferior to medium-level professions with only ordinary professions, such as werewolves, centaurs, grey dwarves, orcs, etc. In other words, his current 14,000 grey fog fishmen are equivalent to 14,000 intermediate races of others. More importantly, after purchasing a batch of weapons, they made up for the last shortcoming. He had no intention of commanding at all, and let the great Nagaslata command the clan to split into 3 wings, left, middle and right, and meet them head-on. Above the sky, Luo Chen looked at the 2 armies approaching, and his eyes swept across the fishmen on the opposite side, who looked slightly different from ordinary fishmen and seemed to be stronger. He folded his hands and smiled. I have 3,500 werewolves and 8,000 jackals, and only 14,000 fishmen dare to challenge me. You really don't know how to live or die. At this time, he had determined that Lin Xiao was the kind of student who had no strength but relied on his companions to barely complete the task. But he still had a challenge opportunity in his hand, and didn't want to waste it and challenged casually. Of course, he despised him in thought, but he still took it seriously in tactics, and didn't take it lightly. As the 2 armies came into direct contact, a smile of victory appeared on his face in advance. However, when the fishmen and the first group of jackals came into contact on the left and right wings of both sides, what appeared was not the scene he expected, where the 2 sides were slightly stalemate, but his jackals occupied the upper part with better equipment and slightly better physical fitness than the fishmen. But the scene where the 2 sides were about to come into contact, with a distance of dozens of meters, the jackals launched a charge first, but the fishmen arrived later and intercepted the charging jackals on the spot and knocked them away. Both sides launched a charge at the same time, but they were defeated head-on, or crushed without any resistance. Luo Chen couldn't believe his eyes. But that's the fact. The charge of the basic warrior profession loaded by the jackals is no match for the powerful skill of the salted fish stab, which is modulated by the energy of fate. Waves of fishmen and jackals charged head-on, and waves were defeated. More than 70% were killed on the spot in the head-on charge. To use a vivid metaphor, the 2 sides fought to death. This result was completely unexpected by the jackals and werewolves. Luo Chen in the sky was horrified and wanted to change the formation and tactics. But it was too late. The 2 wings of both sides had already started fighting. If he ordered a retreat at this time, it would mean a defeat. In desperation, he could only hope that his main werewolf in the center army could defeat these murlocs, and at the same time ordered the wolf riders, who were flanking behind, to speed up and attack from both sides. Perhaps he could save the situation. However, the speed of the defeat of the left and right wings exceeded his expectations. The number of murlocs on Lin Xiao's left and right wings exceeded that of Luo Chen's left and right wings, and they didn't need anything else. Just a wave of salted fish thrusts from each murloc would crush them layer by layer like a dead tree in rotten wood. And large groups of jackals were killed on the battlefield in seconds. In just less than 2 minutes, the left and right wings had collapsed, and the center army had just started to fight. The jackal wolf riders, who were flanking behind, were about to arrive. But what was waiting for them was a murloc warrior that had been prepared for them long ago. Following Lin Zhao's divine prophecy, Slardar did not let the Naga in the center army fight in this battle, but only let the murlocs fight. He wanted to see how the actual combat capability of the fishmen he had strengthened with 5 units of good fortune energy was, and whether it was worth the effort. You should know that the salted fish thrust only cost 1 unit of good fortune energy, and the Divine Realm Heaven card also cost 1 unit of good fortune energy. If it is not strong after 5 times the effort, it will be a big loss, and the plan to strengthen the Naga later will have to be reconsidered. Fortunately, the result made him quite satisfied. After comprehensive strengthening, the individual quality of the fishmen was second only to some weaker intermediate races. In addition to the powerful profession of the all-round warrior, the two were superimposed, and they were not inferior to most non-strong intermediate races. In other words, he now had the equivalent of 15,000 intermediate races, and his strength instantly took a big step forward. However, this was quite limited. That is, the fishmen were only low-level races after all, and even if they were strengthened, the upper limit was only level 3, and they could not be upgraded to level 4 or even level 5 like intermediate species. So they were still cannon fodder. Chapter 116, Beating Tang Ling. But in general, whether in terms of cost-effectiveness or comprehensive strength, These 5 units of good fortune energy are still worth spending. And it also makes him have greater expectations for strengthening Naga in the future. However, the strengthening of Naga will take some time. And he needs to earn more cards first. Unlike strengthening Murlocs. If he strengthens this time, it will be equivalent to the first transformation and evolution of Naga, which will consume the 5 transformation and evolution opportunities of this new species. He must not adjust it casually. He has to get some suitable cards, such as powerful skills, powerful talents, bloodlines, etc., and then extract the advantages of these things and load them in, and strive to maximize the value of this transformation and evolution opportunity, relying on the absolute gap in strength. 14,000 Murlocs directly defeated Luo Yichen's family, including 3,500 well-equipped werewolves and wolf cavalry. The individual strength of werewolves is indeed much stronger than that of Murlocs. But in terms of numbers, Murlocs have an absolute advantage. If they can't beat 1-to-1, they can fight 2-to-1. Besides, every Murloc has a salted fish thrust, which is a trick to defeat the strong with the weak. He will not be stupid enough to not use it. In less than an hour, as the last batch of wolf cavalrymen who were unwilling to surrender were forced to the edge of the plain by the Murlocs, the system automatically determined that the opponent admitted defeat. Luo Yichen shouted unwillingly. You have this strength to challenge the bronze level, and at least the black iron level is sure to win. Why do you come to challenge me? Did I offend you? Lin Xiao scratched his head and said embarrassedly. I also want to try to challenge the black iron throne, but I only have a 5-star epic card in my hand. There is no way. Damn! Luo Yichen almost spit out a mouthful of blood, and shouted in grief and anger. Why didn't you say it earlier? If I said earlier that you would give me a 5-star epic card? As long as you don't challenge me, I will give you 2. Lin Xiao. It's too late. It was a pity that he hadn't thought of it earlier. He scratched his head and left after saying this. When he and the depressed Luo Yichen left, a voice of thought rang out from the huge pupil of the virtual plane dome. Interesting. Really interesting. I didn't expect to see such interesting things in this low level. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes, he knew that he had succeeded in the challenge, and sat on Luo Yichen's seat. Although it was a stone seat, it was still a seat. Much better than the pile of people below who had no seats, and could only stand. He looked around at this seemingly ordinary stone throne. But he didn't know that a small group of people below were shocked. Almost all of the people who knew him didn't expect him to be able to overthrow his opponent and sit on it. After a few seconds of silence in the crowd, they immediately started to talk. Bai Zhe slapped his thigh with a look of regret. Damn. I was wrong. If I had known that this person was so bad, I would have challenged him before. I really regret it. Bai Zhe and Shang Xiuxue also looked regretful and annoyed. But they no longer had the chance to challenge. Most of them had the same expression. Regretful and annoyed or regretful. But among them, several people had their eyes flickering and were ready to move. Above the bronze level, Lin Su's eyes flashed with astonishment. And he immediately asked Lin Xiao, Is this what you got from borrowing 1 billion faith points? Yes. Very good. Keep it stable until the next stage. I'll do my best. At the same time, Shen Yuexin also sent a message. Congratulations. Thank you, Aunt, for your support. This thank you came from the heart. Although it was a bit strange to call a beautiful girl Aunt, he could still say it out loud. After all, he had a mother who looked like a 28-year-old girl, and he was used to it. In the crowd, Tang Ling looked at Lin Xiao, who was still touching the throne with jealous eyes, and said in his heart, This poor guy is far from my opponent, and can beat him up. Doesn't it mean that I can also grab the seat? He looked around and saw several people with the same flashing eyes. His heart was shocked. No matter what, I'll strike first. Thinking of this, while the few people who still had the opportunity to challenge were still hesitating, he immediately walked out of the crowd and headed straight for Lin Xiao. Everyone was shocked and immediately understood what he wanted to do. Bai Zhe and Shang Xiaoxue were stunned for a moment and pointed at Tang Ling and shouted, Tang Ling, you are overdoing it. Tang Ling sneered and said, Anyone can grab the position. Who said that if he sits on it? I can't compete. I don't know him well. Everyone was silent and had nothing to say. But it didn't prevent them from looking at him with contempt. Even the ancient city, who was facing the challenge at the first level of silver, frowned. What a pity. It was indeed a pity. They had fought before, and Lin Xiao couldn't beat Tang Ling. That's the end of it. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao with pity. In their memory, Lin Zhao's strength was definitely not Tang Ling's opponent. He finally got a chance to grab a position, but it was immediately taken away by others. This person is not righteous. Someone suddenly said this, and many people showed expressions of agreement. But some people were disdainful. The complexity of human nature was presented on paper here. Tang Ling strode to Lin Zhao and challenged him without any nonsense. This was exactly what he wanted. His consciousness sank, and he went to the virtual plane again. The real bodies of both sides were shrouded in divine light at both ends of the plane. Tang Ling summoned all his combat-ready family members. More than 3,200 fully armed minotaurs. 200 more than the last time. And more than 9,000 wasteland goblins. After that, he looked up at Lin Zhao opposite and laughed triumphantly. Before the battle, let me say thank you first. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to sit up. The villain succeeded. Lin Zhao had no intention of communicating with such a person. He just looked up at the huge pupil at the top of the plane, stretched out his hand and grabbed it. White light fell from the sky into the plane, revealing a group of fierce-looking fish men holding international brand weapons. The moment the Murlocs appeared, Tang Ling laughed. Those from small places are trash. More than 10,000 are all Murlocs. What do you think? The voice stopped abruptly after he saw the Murlocs clearly, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. How did your Murlocs become? They are still pure straw bags. Lin Zhao smiled and issued a divine prophecy. Kill all enemies. The epic hero Great Nagasada, who was in charge of the Central Army, raised the heavy anchor and roared loudly. Children, the Supreme Creator has issued a divine prophecy. Kill all heretics. Kill! Without any deployment of troops. 14,000 Murlocs formed a long snake formation and charged directly. Tang Ling looked at the Murlocs with a gloomy face. They were taller than he remembered, obviously stronger, and had better weapons in their hands. He felt a little uneasy, but it was too late to get off the tiger at this time. So he had to fight first. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, and began to issue divine oracles to arrange the troops. He was good at this. Although his character was not good, his ability was real. Otherwise, he would not have received the invitation to the Super Freshman Summer Camp. However, under the absolute suppression of strength, no matter how sophisticated the tactics were, they were useless. The super simple long snake formation pressed forward in a row. Any command tactics were useless, and could only resist head-on. After observing for a while, Tang Ling ordered the Minotaur to gather in the center, hoping to gather superior forces to break through the Central Army in one fell swoop. As long as the hero commanding the Central Army was killed, it would be easy to fight later. Slarda, who was in the Central Army, could easily see the enemy's tactics, but he did not change the formation and still killed as planned. When Lin Zhao issued the divine oracles, he had already fully understood the mind of the god he believed in, just like the roundworm in his stomach, knowing what result he wanted. In the huge pupil above the sky, a powerful will that was different from the last time, but equally profound and unfathomable, was observing with interest the two troops belonging to different divine domains that were gradually approaching in the plain. His eyes passed over the delicate figures of the fishmen, then looked at the few Nagas, and finally fell on the epic heroes surrounded by many Nagas, and said to himself, the perfectly developed gene of the fishmen, the new potential species, and the epic hero who is on the road to becoming a saint. I didn't expect to find a dusty pearl in this bottom layer. Then the will changed the subject and showed a hint of joy. It just so happened that everyone ran to look up, and I found this pearl first. Then he looked at Lin Zhao, who didn't notice it at all, and laughed. Boy, put my mark on you, and you will be mine from now on. Lin Zhao naturally wouldn't notice any changes in himself. With his current strength, even the will couldn't detect it. And at this time, all his attention was on the plane, watching his family crushing Tang Ling. Yes, it's a crushing defeat. Just like what Luo Yichen, who was defeated by him, said. His current real strength can secure a black iron throne and may compete for the bronze throne, while Tang Ling is not even sure of the stone seat. How can he fight him? Fight with his head? His strength is not as strong as Luo Yichen. Luo Yichen has at least 8 or 9,000 gnolls, including 2,000 gnoll wolf cavalry, which is much stronger than Tang Ling's thousands of goblins. Facing the frontal push of the fishmen, it is completely impossible to resist. The great Nagasada fully implemented his will and ordered his subordinates not to use the two powerful skills of Salted Fish Stab and Thunder Strike. but to rely on their own hard power to suppress more than 3,000 minotaurs and thousands of wasteland goblins head-on. Although the minotaurs are still far superior to the fishmen and Naga in terms of weapons and armor. The weapons in the hands of the fishmen have been replaced by steel weapons from the original bone spurs and stone spikes. And the lethality has increased dramatically. It was still a little bit worse to fight the fully armed minotaur head-on. But it was a complete crush against the cannon fodder wasteland goblins. Any murloc could easily do 1 versus 3. And that was without using any skills. Above the sky, Tang Ling was stunned. As early as the two clans came into direct contact, the main force of the Minotaur was beaten back by less than 1,000 Nagas and 5,000 murlocs head-on. He began to doubt his life and felt like he was dreaming. Obviously, he could easily defeat him not long ago. Why did the strength comparison completely reverse after just 1 week of not seeing him? And he was crushed. Chapter 117 Positioning is over. Stunning rewards. He couldn't figure it out. And he didn't have a chance to think about it anymore. As the fishmen defeated the wasteland goblins with overwhelming force, 7 or 8,000 fishmen freed up their hands to encircle the Minotaur, who was still relying on the strong defense of the armor. And the outcome was doomed. The battle did not last until the end. Tang Ling surrendered after his family was completely surrounded, and left the virtual plane without saying a word. In reality, with a flash of light, Lin Xiao and Tang Ling's figures reappeared. Bai Zhe, Shang Xiaoxu and others immediately looked over. And then, they were stunned. With unexpected expressions on their faces. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. And Bai Zhe said, "Tang Ling lost?" Shang Xiaoxu also looked surprised. "If I'm not mistaken, he did lose. How is this possible? Isn't he stronger than Lin Xiao?" But the fact is that the one sitting on top is Lin Xiao. The crowd fell into a strange silence until Tang Ling walked down from the stage. But did not join them. But walked through the crowd and left the hall. He was too embarrassed to stay. Everyone ignored him. After this incident, he fell to the bottom in everyone's evaluation. After all, even bad people don't like a person who takes advantage of his companions. Some people may not recognize the companions, but at least they come from the same place and know each other. In this case, it is generally assumed that you can't do this. No one will do anything to you if you do it. But you will definitely be rejected and can't get along with others. After this battle, especially Tang Ling's ugly and dejected departure, it dispelled the restlessness in the hearts of several people. Next, it is to wait until the time is up to the end of this stage of grabbing seats. Before that, the chain reaction caused by the 6 transfer students gradually extended to their level. For students from the first layer of black iron, who were squeezed down from above came to their level with gloomy faces. There are indeed 6 positions that have been taken away, but 2 of them have no chance to challenge. Most of the students in the 360 seats on this floor were quite nervous under the 4 pressure-filled gazes, but Lin Xiao was not one of them. He was able to calmly check the epic quality 5-star card that Tang Ling challenged and lost to him. Feeling a glance sweeping over, he waved his hand and said "Lo." The gaze stared at him for a long time, and finally moved away. Walked to another seat not far away and challenged. In the end, the 4 students who were driven down each chose other opponents, and none of them chose him as the opponent to challenge, which made him a little regretful that he lost an epic card. If the opponent was from the bronze level, he would still be a little worried about a failure, but he was only at the black iron level, and was still confident enough to win. The weapon card that Tang Ling lost to him was an epic quality, and it was pretty good. 1,500 elven longbows each with 2 barrels of arrows. It was probably because he thought he was sure to win, so he gave it casually. If he was not sure, he would definitely not give such a good thing, although it is temporarily unavailable. Bow weapons, especially the elf longbow, are quite valuable and are very popular in the market. They can be exchanged for a very good epic quality 5-star card. More than 10 minutes later, 4 challengers defeated their opponents one after another and grabbed a seat. Only one of the defeated challengers had an extra challenge opportunity. After failing the challenge, he and the other 3 retreated sadly and blended into the crowd standing at the bottom, becoming one of the crowd. Another 7 minutes later, with a deafening bell, Instructor Mo appeared again. He swept his eyes across the entire venue and said loudly with a smile on his face, "The first stage of this super freshman summer camp, positioning, is now officially over." Lin Xiao turned his head and saw a student next to him sighing with relief. Then Instructor Mo continued. First of all, we congratulate the 585 students who won the throne, and the 1,658 students who completed the requirements. Congratulations on passing this stage and entering the next stage. Each of you will receive a 5-star card of golden mythical quality and an extra card slot. As soon as the voice fell, some people cheered, some sighed in disappointment, and more whispered, including Lin Xiao. He whispered to a young man sitting next to him. What does the extra card slot mean? The man replied. Literally. It means adding an extra card fusion opportunity without affecting the stability of the god's domain. So cool. Lin Xiao was quite surprised. It's so cool. Do you think we came all the way here to compete for a few mythical quality cards? At this time, the host continued. In addition, all those who have thrones will receive additional myth cards according to the level of their seats. And the 9 masters of the Supreme Golden Throne will each receive an ancient crystal card. Wow! Even Lin Xiao was amazed at this, and was amazed at the generosity of the organizers of the summer camp. That is to say, all students on the stone throne will receive an additional 5-star card of golden myth quality, 2 black iron cards, 3 bronze cards, 4 silver cards, and 5 gold cards, and an additional ancient crystal card, which is the focus of everyone's amazement. Even elites like them with extraordinary family backgrounds don't often use myth quality cards, let alone ancient quality crystal cards. It can be said that 90% of the thousands of people present have never seen that thing, and there may be only a dozen or 20 people who have used it. Lin Xiao was fortunate enough to see and use it, so of course he knew how perverted this kind of card was. Maybe it's not as good as the 2 he synthesized, but as long as it is similar to the ones he saw on the trading platform before, it's amazing. The naked temptation made even Lin Xiao's heart beat fast. But there was no way. His strength could not support his idea. It must be said that this super freshman summer camp that countless elite talents yearn for is indeed worthy of its reputation. As long as you perform well enough here, you can get a lot of resources and opportunities that are difficult to obtain at ordinary times. As long as you can go all the way to the end. Even if you are at the bottom, the gains are enough to make people reborn and take off. This made Lin Xiao, who held the creation cube and 29 units of creation energy with miracle power, excited. Moreover, he held 29 units of creation energy, and needed a lot of cards to exert the power of these 29 units of miracle energy. He thought that the cards rewarded in the summer camp were all designated cards and not random. He could get a few suitable mythical bloodline cards or talent cards, or even some species cards, and integrate their advantages into the Naga species, strengthening it to the limit that its genes can bear. Apart from anything else, it is not too much to rush into the ranks of advanced species. As the host finished speaking, a light screen popped up in front of Lin Xiao, showing, "Congratulations to Lin Xiao. Please choose 2 mythical quality 5-star cards within 5 minutes. Or exchange 1 mythical quality card for 3 legendary quality cards." Familiar with the interface, he quickly expanded the page, entered mythical quality in the search bar, and added the 3 keywords of bloodline, talent, and species, and confirmed. In an instant, the screen was full of golden light that blinded his eyes. Compared with the number 5 middle school in Dongning City where he studied, this summer camp was quite wealthy. Just for the one he chose, there were hundreds of types in this row, and there were dozens of such pages. Each card was marked with a number, some more and some less. The few were only a few, and the many were marked with 99 plus, which means that there were only a few of each type of card, and the many were more than 100. Enough for a bunch of people to choose the same card at the same time. Just take whichever card you want, without having to fight with others. 2 mythical quality 5-star cards. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, and decided to take 2 mythical quality cards, and not split the 3 legendary cards. The reason is very simple. Quality is more important than quantity. One powerful talent is far better than several not-so-powerful talents. He doesn't want to have a bunch of not-so-powerful talents and skills on Naga's attribute panel. Wouldn't it be better to add 2 powerful talents and strengthen them? His eyes browsed through this long list of golden cards and quickly locked on a card. Adaptation to harsh environments. This is a 5-star talent card of golden mythical quality, which can give species a strong ability to adapt to different harsh environments. This card cannot increase Naga's strength, but it can greatly make up for Naga's shortcomings. Naga itself evolved from fishmen and is an amphibious creature. It has a bonus in water combat power. But once it leaves the water, it will be weakened to varying degrees depending on the environment. Their combat power will be severely affected in some extremely harsh terrains such as volcanoes, deserts, ice and snow. This obviously restricts the Naga's strength. And at the same time, two obvious shortcomings can easily allow the enemy to seize loopholes. With this talent card loaded into the Naga bloodline, arid land, volcanoes, deserts and other harsh terrains will no longer be their weaknesses. The number 4 is marked on the back of this card, which means that there are only 4 in stock even in the summer camp. It is an extremely rare talent card. Lin Xiao immediately decided to put this card away. And then it showed that there were only 2 left, which means that someone had just chosen this talent like him. Then he continued to browse, and soon found a very suitable specialty, called Advanced Toughness. The effect is very simple, but very buggy. A creature with this specialty will remove certain weaknesses and weaken the control, deceleration, poison and other negative states and damage of spells or skills on itself, greatly reducing the impact of injuries on its own combat, which can be said to be quite powerful. In Chinese terms, this skill is equivalent to a hegemony, or in the game, it is a boss physique. The owner can greatly reduce the effect of control skills. Lin Xiao just took a look and decided that this card was it. This thing is very suitable for Black Scale Naga. What's more, it will be strengthened at that time, which will inevitably be more buggy. He made this choice very quickly. Others have not finished choosing yet. Seeing that there is still a long time, he secretly calculated in his mind how to adjust the genes of Naga at that time. This time the adjustment is different from the past. This time, Lin Xiao has a plan in his mind for a deep adjustment. He can use this opportunity to eliminate the influence of other species in the gene pool of Naga. Chapter 118 Naga's Evolutionary Direction. The Black Scale Naga is formed by the fusion of bloodlines of 4 or 5 different species. The advantages of these species have been integrated to achieve the current appearance and the new species with powerful combat power. However, the fusion of different bloodlines has its advantages and disadvantages. That is, the fusion of several bloodlines has seriously affected the further development of Naga. To put it bluntly, the gene pool of the Black Scale Naga now includes the gene pools of those bloodlines, each of which occupies a part. Then, because several bloodlines are fused into one, the appearance, talents, expertise, etc. of the Naga now only occupy a very small part of the gene pool, and most of the gene pool is occupied by useless genes. What Lin Xiao wants to do is to take advantage of this evolution to remove the redundant waste genes in the Naga. To put it bluntly, it is to purify the genes in the Naga, eliminate the other bloodlines except the Murloc, and only retain the Murloc genes as the main ones, a small amount of advantages of other bloodlines, and then supplement them with other talents and expertise to create a pure Murloc bloodline. This idea came to him after he had modulated the Murloc a few days ago. He had not thought about it before, but when he saw that he had finally modulated such a powerful Murloc. But Naga did not inherit much of the benefits because the Murloc blood only accounted for a part of it. He had this idea. If Naga only had Murloc blood in his body, then even if he did nothing, he could perfectly inherit all the benefits brought by modulating and strengthening the Murloc. The blood of the two is unified. And in the future, any genetic enhancement of the Murloc will be fully enjoyed by Naga. And Lin Xiao has an even crazier idea. He wants to establish an evolutionary chain between the Murloc and the Naga. The so-called evolutionary chain. To use a simple example to describe, Pikachu evolves into Raichu, and then evolves into Raichu King. Or caterpillars evolve into butterflies, etc. He wants to establish a complete evolutionary chain between the Murloc and the Naga, so that the Murloc can evolve into the Naga if certain conditions are met. In this way, he can vigorously promote the reproduction of the Murloc in the future, and then let the Murloc evolve into the Naga. The main reason for his doing this is very simple. Because as the Naga evolves again and again, it will definitely become stronger and stronger, and its reproductive capacity will gradually decrease. He doesn't want to evolve a legendary species like humans, which has super high potential but is weak at the beginning. He wants to evolve a legendary species whose individual combat power is comparable to that of a dragon. In that case, the reproductive capacity will be pitifully low. At that time, the growth rate of species reproduction will be too slow. If the fishman can evolve into a Naga, it will definitely greatly increase the growth rate of the species. This will definitely be difficult, but it must be done. While he was calculating in his mind, 5 minutes soon arrived. Everyone made their choice. The host, Instructor Mo, looked at the students in the front row who had no seats and said, "I am very sorry to tell some students that your summer camp journey has ended. Students who have not completed their tasks, please leave. You have 1 day to prepare to leave the camp." It was indeed the military style. They would drive them away as soon as they were told to. If it was the academic school, they would probably say a few polite words. There were a total of 4,158 students, and 1,915 of them were eliminated in the first stage. Nearly half. Only a quarter of the remaining students had seats. Lin Xiao's throne was at the bottom layer, and he sat at the edge. A few steps ahead were the steps, and more than 1,600 students were all standing at the bottom, crowded together. Bai Zhe, Shang Xiaoxua and other 20 or so students from Yuming province were all crowded together, looking back from time to time, with envious expressions on their faces. Lin Xiao held the armrest of the seat and looked down at the densely packed students below. Although his face was serious and expressionless, his muscles were pulled up involuntarily, and he was laughing no matter how he looked at it. I believe many people have experienced this feeling. It's very refreshing. Tang Ling's eyes swept across the thrones on the high platform, which needed to be looked up to see. When he swept across a seat, he happened to look at the owner of the seat. He looked down at the person below and smiled slightly. He quickly looked away as if he had been electrocuted. He was in a very bad mood. "Everyone stand up." The sudden sound of thunder made the venue suddenly quiet. The host said in a deep voice, "Don't make noise or move around. Get ready to receive the infusion of subspace source power." As soon as the voice fell, the stars on the top of the hall lit up quickly, turning into beams of light that fell from the sky, covering each student. Lin Xiao was also hit by a beam of energy light. He instantly sensed that this energy was injected into his divine domain with himself as the center. He almost immediately sensed the changes in his divine domain. The divine domain is more stable, and can fuse another card. TSK. He smacked his lips. He really wanted to have more of this good thing. The so-called subspace source power is the power in the subspace. It is to extract the violent energy in the subspace through the super combination artifact Yin Wang number 5. Transform it into stable source power through the super artifact, and then inject it into their divine domain, which can forcibly stabilize the divine domain and increase the number of cards that can be fused in the divine domain. This kind of thing can only be done by several super war fortresses in the subspace. The 2 huge nebula vortexes like the Milky Way that Lin Xiao saw before he came were Yin Wang number 5 extracting subspace energy. An extra card slot was awarded. Lin Xiao immediately thought of the bloody arena in his hand. Or he could use the energy of creation to strengthen this card and integrate it into the divine domain. Yes. This. He suddenly raised his head and saw that 10 balls of light of different colors on the 10 seats behind Instructor Mo on the rostrum suddenly lit up and burst into dazzling divine light, making everyone turn their heads away and dare not look directly. After a few seconds, the divine light slowly became less dazzling. Lin Xiao turned his head again and saw 10 figures emitting a mysterious aura appearing on the 10 seats. The powerful force distorted the void, making it impossible to see the true faces of the opponents. One could only see circles of halos of different colors blooming under the feet of the 10 figures, interlacing and overlapping each other. While everyone was guessing who these 10 figures were, Instructor Mo's voice sounded again. "I think you should know that this super freshman summer camp is hosted by the military. 2 of these 10 are military representatives and 8 are college representatives. These 10 representatives will serve as mentors for the second phase of the summer camp. They will challenge players from you and form 4 teams." Damn. The summer camp version of China's voice? Lin Xiao's mind was full of question marks. This mentor team, what a familiar routine, made him feel like he was back to the time before he crossed over. Later, the mentor will divide his team members into 3, 6, 9 levels, and then the host introduced the rules of the second phase above, and Lin Xiao felt more and more familiar. The rules are very simple. The mentor selects players to form a team, and divides his team members into several levels according to their strength. First, a group of people are eliminated from the team, and then students of the same level from different teams compete. The winner will get different rewards depending on the level, and the loser will be eliminated directly if there is no seat. If the loser has a seat, the seat will be downgraded to 1 level, such as Bronze Throne downgraded to Black Iron. Black iron downgraded to stone. And stone naturally cannot be downgraded. If you lose again, you will be deprived of the seat. In this stage, each student must challenge different opponents at least 3 times. If there is no seat, you must win all 3 games. Otherwise you will be eliminated. In addition, those who can win 2 of the 3 challenges can get a chance to challenge the opponent of a higher level. After winning, in addition to receiving extra rewards, they will also replace the opponent's rank and seat. If you win all 3 challenges, or win the challenge of a higher level, you can get the opportunity to infuse source power and get an extra card slot. In other words, in theory, you can get 2 extra card slots in this stage. Of course, this refers to the middle and lower levels. If they are at the gold level, they are the highest level and there is no higher level to challenge. But they have gold privileges. As long as they ensure that they do not downgrade after the end, they can get a card slot. This stage can be said to be quite cruel. Just looking at the competition system, it is certain that quite a lot of students will be eliminated in this stage. But the rewards at this stage are quite generous. The minimum reward for the summer camp is a golden myth card. If you win a few more times, you can easily get 4 or 5 myth quality 5-star cards, which is the kind that can make you rich overnight. Next, please invite all the mentors to appear. The host walked to the side, and the 10 mentors behind him slowly converged their mysterious auras and slowly revealed their true forms, revealing 10 men and women who were emitting distorted fluctuations, and whose appearances were still unclear. It's not that they are still pretending, but that their power is too strong. If they show up directly, it will cause a huge mental shock and divine power radiation to all students, thus changing their thinking. This is the passive ability of a powerful true god. Just like any true god will automatically have the true eye, understand language, designate teleportation, fly and other abilities after being deified. It is an instinct that is in effect all the time. The 10 instructors were clearly divided into 4 teams. But it was not as imagined that there were 2 instructors in one team. Instead, 2 of the instructors stood in separate teams. And the remaining 8 instructors were divided into 2 teams. 1 team with 3 instructors, and 1 team with 5 instructors. In other words, the number of instructors in the 4 teams is different. 2 teams have only 1 instructor each. 1 team has 3 instructors. And 1 team has a maximum of 5 instructors. Now, please let the instructors introduce themselves. The tall figure on the far left, who was covered with red divine light, took a step forward, with heavy and powerful steps and a loud voice. Belonging to the Yin Wang No. 5 War Zone, the 2nd Expeditionary Army, the 1st Division, the Deputy Commander of the Wolf Fong War Group, Colonel Hong Yunfei. Then the second tall figure covered with dark golden divine light also introduced himself in a crisp and powerful voice. Belonging to the Yin Wang No. 5 War Zone, the 1st Expeditionary Army, the 3rd Division, the Deputy Commander of the Fury War Group, Colonel Xie Yufei. She is a female colonel in the military. Her voice sounds good, but unfortunately, not only her appearance, but even her figure cannot be seen clearly. Chapter 119 The Voice of China. The 3rd team consisted of 3 mentors, who also stood up to introduce themselves. To Lin Zhao's surprise, these 3 were not from a key school as he imagined, but from 3 different schools, led by Shengjing, which ranked 12th among the 12 super schools, and 2 key schools related to Shengjing. The same was true for the 4 teams of 5 mentors after their introductions. They were led by War Throne, which ranked 3rd among the 12 super schools, and 4 key schools led by War Throne. After listening to the 10 mentors' self-introductions, and combining the information about the summer camp searched online, Lin Zhao already had a certain idea in his mind. Obviously, because this super freshman summer camp was hosted by the military. The military obtained 2 team quotas, and the other 2 team quotas were divided by the college alliance, led by 2 super schools. That is to say, although the super freshman summer camp was jointly organized by the 5 super schools in the Huaxia region, only 2 super schools participated in this session, namely War Throne and St. Crystal, and the other 3 did not participate. This is normal. For super schools, ordinary elite geniuses are not worth competing for. In fact, according to the information of previous summer camps he searched, most of the previous summer camps only had 1 super school participate, and sometimes none, and it seemed to take turns. This time, 2 super schools appeared, probably because they were aiming for Wu Xinglin, a super genius, who was ranked on the Tianjia list in his first year of high school. Sure enough, even super schools have to compete for such a super Tianjia. It is really enviable. Lin Xiao looked back at the black-haired boy sitting in the center of the 9 golden thrones with a calm face, rubbed his face, and yearned for it very much. They are all teenagers. Who doesn't yearn for this feeling of being high above and being the center of attention? Those who say they don't care are incompetent. If there is a chance, how many people will refuse? High above, the center of attention, the most dazzling and handsome boy in the audience, the admiring eyes of thousands of girls, the priority to mate. At least Lin Xiao found that many girls present always looked at him frequently. And this feeling was really great. I want it too. Next, the mentors will select their own team members and confirm the ranks of the team members. Once confirmed, they cannot be changed. The ranks are upper, middle and lower. Now Colonel Hong Yunfei of the Wolf Fang team will start the selection. The host's voice pulled Lin Xiao's divergent thoughts back. He concentrated his mind and watched the mentor's eyes look at the 9 figures of the top gold first level, scanning back and forth several times, passing over Wu Xunlin several times, and finally landing on the first gold throne, and asked, "Student Zhang Guan, are you willing to join my team? It's an honor." A ray of light fell on him from the sky, forming a wolf head mark roaring to the sky. Very good. Zhang Guan has chosen to join the Wolf Fang team. Now Colonel Xie Yufei of the Fury team will select the team members. As soon as the host finished speaking, a figure covered by dark gold divine light spoke. "Student Qin Fengyan, are you willing to join my team?" The person being asked was the woman, who was the last of the 5 men and 1 woman to arrive with Wu Xinglin. She stood up and nodded in response. "It is a great honor." Then, under the introduction of the host, Lu Wuji, the mentor of the 3rd Saint Crystal team, stood up and invited 1 of the 5 men and 1 woman, and he was accepted into the team as he wished. Next, it was Yuan Xingchen, the mentor of the War Throne of the Super Academy. As expected by everyone, he directly invited Wu Xunlin. Obviously, this was something the 4 teams had discussed long ago. Wu Xunlin had been specially recruited by the War Throne and would definitely join this team. The first round ended, and the second round began with the last War Throne to be selected. As expected by everyone, not only them, but the other 3 teams all selected the highest gold level one. The same goes for the next selection, starting with the last selector of the second round, the Wolf Fang team. They immediately selected the last of the 9 gold thrones. The next team, the Rage Flame team, can only select the first level silver. Colonel Xie Yufei swept her eyes across the 36 silver thrones. In the eyes of everyone's expectation, especially the students on the silver thrones, they all wanted to be the first batch of selected people under the gold level, and also the top 3 selectors of each team. If they were selected, it would mean that they were the strongest group under the gold level. She made a decision quickly and chose one of them in the expectation of everyone. "Student Shin Yuexin, are you willing to join my team?" As expected, it is also reasonable. Women naturally give priority to girls. Shin Yuexin is willing. The next selection from the mentor of the Saint Crystal team is very exciting, but it does not include Lin Xiao. After all, they will be considered after the first level silver level is divided. Since it is a group, there will naturally be competition. The instructor's priority choice is definitely the stronger players. Those who rank lower like them are basically selected in batches at the end. The fact is just as he thought. With rounds of selection, the students in the silver seats were selected one by one, and no one invited those below the silver level. The selected students were also very cooperative. No one has refused the instructor's invitation yet. For them, no matter which team they join, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which team has more resources. Basically, the resources are the same unless you have better performance. As the only one in the team who sat on the silver throne, Guqing was selected by the War Throne team. He was very happy. The group congratulated him, and Shin Yuexin, and Lin Xiao was no exception. Soon all the silver level students were selected, and it was the turn of the bronze first level. At this point, Lin Xiao found that the instructor selection speed had obviously accelerated. They no longer had to think about who to choose like the previous level. Now they made a choice in almost 1 or 2 seconds. They quickly selected the 72 bronze players, like a horse. Lin Su was selected by Saint Crystal in the second round of bronze level 1. Then, the instructor selected 108 iron players at a faster speed. Then, It was the turn of the 360 stone players in the lowest level. It happened to be the turn of the War Throne Academy team to choose. At this point, everyone clearly discovered that the St. Crystal and War Throne teams were not selecting the players by the captains of the two teams, but by other instructors in the same team. Obviously, in their eyes, the students behind were basically not excellent and did not need to be taken seriously. The War Throne team instructor casually pointed, and a beam of light fell from the sky on Lin Xiao. The instructor asked routinely, "Lin Xiao, are you willing to join the War Throne team?" He nodded in surprise, not expecting that he would be in the same team with Wu Junlin. But what he didn't see was that as soon as he was selected, a mentor from the St. Crystal team on the other side looked up at the War Throne mentor. On the other side, a figure shrouded in dark gold divine light also frowned. Next, the selection continued, and the students on all the stone seats were quickly divided up. When it was the turn of more than 1,600 students without seats, 10 seats were divided up at a time, and they were divided up quickly. In less than 10 minutes, all the students were divided up, and the marks representing the 4 teams were suspended above the heads of all the students in the entire venue. The Wolf Fang teams is the Roaring Wolf. The Fury Flame team is a Burning Flame. The Holy Crystal team is a blue prism hanging above the head. The War Throne team is a fist tightly holding a burning blood flame. After everyone finished choosing, the host went back to the stage and said, "The second phase of the summer camp has been completed." He looked at the mentors of the 4 teams and asked, "According to the rules, each team has 3 trading places, and can trade the favorite players at a price that the other team is satisfied with. Please make a decision within 10 minutes. What an interesting idea. This rhythm reminded Lin Xiao of the trades under the NBA draft before he crossed over. After the draft was made, the draft players were traded for the players they liked. This operation mixed with the team mentor setting made him wonder if the planner of this summer camp was also a reborn person like himself. But this is just a thought. It is unlikely to be a reborn person. It should be that the planner brought out the previous example. After all, this super freshman summer camp has been held for tens of thousands of sessions. There are not so many new ideas. Most of them are old ideas that have been used for decades. On the other side, the 4 team mentors stood up after almost a minute and said to the War Throne team, "We are willing to exchange a black iron level student for a stone level student from your team. Who do you want to exchange?" Lin Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao suddenly felt as if there were thousands of eyes falling on him at the same time. Almost everyone in the group looked at him in surprise, except Tang Ling. As someone who had personally experienced being beaten up by him, he certainly knew that Lin Xiao's strength was definitely not limited to this level. The 5 instructors of the War Throne discussed in a low voice and said, "We want 2 black iron rank students." Deal. The instructor of the St. Crystal team was delighted, and the 5 instructors of the War Throne immediately felt depressed, knowing that they had suffered a loss. But at this time, both parties simultaneously approved the deal, and it could not be changed. So the loss was certain. They looked up and looked at Lin Xiao carefully with some doubts. But before they could see anything, they suddenly heard a crisp voice from the side. "Wait a minute. I also want to change him." Everyone looked up at the instructor of the Fury team who was speaking, including the instructors of the other teams, especially the instructor of the St. Crystal team, who had a thump in his heart and had a bad feeling. Tang Ling, who was below the stage, looked up in astonishment, and was immediately envious and jealous, shouting in his heart, "Why are so many people vying for it?" He didn't understand it. It's not that he doesn't understand why someone is vying for it, but why the 3 teams are vying for it. This is a treatment that other students, even those at the silver rank, don't have. Not only him, but all the students present were confused. Even the host looked at him with interest and said, "It is really surprising that 3 teams chose this classmate Lin Xiao. In this case, please ask the Fury team and the St. Crystal team to make an offer to the War Throne team respectively." Chapter 120 Shocking Transaction. As for the competition between different teams, the mentors of the 3 teams did not bid for the prize in public, but communicated in private. But everyone could see that the 3 parties were talking fiercely. Lin Xiao, who was sitting on the stone throne opposite the rostrum, was bearing all kinds of surprised and scrutinizing eyes from everyone. Someone in the group even asked directly, "Lin Xiao, are you pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger?" "I want to pretend, but my strength does not allow it." He made a spreading expression and said, "If I were really that powerful, I would have challenged the black iron or bronze rank long ago, which would be 1 or 2 more mythical cards. In fact, he wanted to tell the truth that he did not have enough cards to challenge. But he was afraid that he would be beaten and accused of pretending to be so. Everyone was speechless, and did not know what to say for a while. After all, it was a recognized fact that he was poor. If he really had the ability, he would definitely not give up the opportunity to give more rewards. But they did not expect that he was poorer than everyone imagined. So poor that he could hardly take out the cards for the challenge. Lin Xiao himself couldn't say the reason for being so pretentious. He was afraid of being beaten. In the level they couldn't see, several consciousnesses were arguing fiercely in secret. A mentor from the St. Crystal team said fiercely, "I was the first to discover this person." Someone immediately retorted, "What evidence do you have to prove that you discovered it first? I left a mark on him. And according to the default rules, it should be mine. Where did the mark come from?" After a moment of silence, the voice spoke again. But the voice was obviously not as strong as before. "Then why didn't you say it earlier? You want to quietly choose him with the lowest price. If so, then it's not our fault. Now he is our war throne. And you want to offer better conditions." After a short silence, someone spoke. "1 bronze student in exchange. Not enough. 2. Not enough. How many do you want? 1 silver student. Don't go too far. Then you don't want it? You? I'll offer a silver student." "Colonel Xie, why are you interfering? I saw this first." "Sorry. I saw it a long time ago too." The cold voice ignored one of them, and said to the other, "Yuan Xingchen, do you want to exchange for a silver student?" Now the instructors of the War Throne were stumped. 2 instructors were fighting for a silver student. Normally, there must be something wrong. But they had not paid attention to this student before, and had no idea about his specific performance and potential. So there was no reference at all. You must know that according to the rules between the summer camp instructors, they cannot use magic to replay the previous battle scenes at the critical trading stage. In addition to not being allowed, they can't do it because of the interference of the other party. This is the rule of the summer camp, and also the competition between the teams and the mentors. Students have to compete for the throne, and the teams and mentors must also be ranked. It is impossible to know the specific situation, so we can only choose based on experience. If they can, they don't want to trade. But the rule between mentors is that if multiple bids cannot reach an agreement, the student's own willingness will be the decisive factor. At that time, as long as the student is willing, he can switch teams with the last highest bid as the final price. At this critical moment, the voice of the host sounded. "There are still 60 seconds left. Please ask the mentor of the War Throne to make a choice. If the transaction is not reached within the time limit, the student Lin Xiao who is being competed for will choose which team to join according to the current offer." Damn! This time, not only they are in trouble, Lin Xiao is also going to be in trouble. Let him choose. How can he choose? Not to mention the War Throne. The 2 mentors Shang Jing and Fury look at him with expectant eyes. Who will he choose? It is not that choosing this will offend the other. The mentors will not hate him for this. The main reason is that they are afraid of being envied by others. As the only student who was traded and fought for by 3 parties, this kind of glorious treatment is not even enjoyed by those on the gold throne. No matter which team he joins, there will be a lot of dissatisfied students inside and outside the team who want to test their weight. Then they will have to bear it. Well, the one who hates me the most is probably the classmate who is used as a bargaining chip. I am a silver level elite, and I am used to exchange for a stone level elite. No one will be willing to do so. I will definitely hate myself to death. If there is a chance, I will definitely come to anal him. However, it seems that it is not necessary to wait until then. It has been remembered by others now. He covered his head and dared not look up. He prayed in his heart that the mentors would quickly reach a deal and not let him choose. Maybe his prayer was effective. It took only about 10 seconds for the War Throne to make a decision and said, "If you want to trade, you can. We need at least 1 silver student as the reserve price. You can each make an additional bid. The highest bidder wins. 1 silver and 1 black iron student." This was the offer from the St. Crystal team. After the offer, they looked towards the Angry Flame team and heard the cold voice of the Angry Flame instructor. 2 silvers. Puff! Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xiao himself. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he would have thought it was a joke. Even the host was stunned for a while and asked, "Colonel Xie, Are you sure this is your offer? Any questions? No. The host waved his hands repeatedly. What could he say? But he was really curious about Lin Xiao. A student who just sat in the lowest position actually asked a mentor to take out 2 silver students in exchange. This was very puzzling. Adding 1 silver was enough to exchange for the other 3 gold students besides the 6. Even if they had some private relationship, it wouldn't cost so much. He was very curious about what she saw in him. Shaking his head, he looked at the other side of the St. Crystal Mentor group. At this time, there was a dispute in the St. Crystal Mentor group. 2 of the 3 mentors thought that 2 silvers were already excessive, and 1 thought it was worth spending a higher price. He persuaded his fellow mentors internally and said, although his current strength is only equivalent to bronze level 1, his potential is quite high. There is still more than half a month in the summer camp. Under our training, he will definitely reach a level not inferior to the 2nd echelon. If he develops smoothly, he may go further. But his 2 companions disagreed. I don't deny that his potential is indeed very high, but potential is uncertain. We can't exchange more than 2 third-tier silver students who have proven their strength for future uncertainty. I agree with Lao Guo's point of view. The price at this time has exceeded our expectations. I suggest giving up the bid. But we can. Lao Li, we have decided. The instructor called Lao Li fell silent. The 3 of them were silent for a while. The instructor Lu Wuji, who led the team, said to the host, we give up the bidding. You will regret it. Maybe you will regret it. But at this moment, I think my decision is correct. I hope so. The bidding was concluded by the St. Crystal team giving up. In the surprise of everyone, the Fury team exchanged 2 Silver Throne students for a Stone Seed student from the War Throne team, completing this magical transaction. So, the bloody fist mark on Lin Xiao's head quickly changed to a burning flame. After completing this transaction, the next 4 teams made 1 or 2 transactions respectively, including transactions involving gold-level students. But none of them were as surprising to the students below as the first transaction. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the trading time ended. The host came to the stage again and said, according to the rules of this summer camp, the second stage officially begins. Next will be the internal competition of each team, which will last for 3 days. After 3 days, the 4 major teams will compete with each other. See you in 3 days. After that, the host turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The 4 team mentors also turned into light and soared into the sky. Lin Xiao saw that the space in front of him was distorted and the vision was stretched. And he knew that he had been teleported away from the venue. After about 5 seconds, the distorted and stretched vision in front of him slowly became normal, and the distorted space slowly recovered. When he stepped on the ground, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he saw a head in front of him. There were people everywhere around, and no acquaintances were seen. There was a rough frosted steel floor under his feet, and the empty square extended to thousands of meters away. The ceiling above their heads was hundreds of meters high, and suspended in the air were metal platforms nearly 1 meter thick and as big as basketball courts. There were thick guardrails on the edges of the platforms, and the guardrails were crowded with big men in short-sleeved military uniforms, who were watching them with great interest. Suddenly, Lin Xiao heard a woman's laughter. He turned his head quickly, and saw a group of female soldiers lying on the edge of the aerial platform on the other side, pointing at them with a smile. Obviously, they were taken directly back to the military camp, which was most likely the base of the Fury Flame Regiment. Just as they were curiously observing, a slightly smaller metal platform in front moved over, and on it stood a female colonel wearing a tight green military uniform, with a wasp waist, a big buttocks, and a big chest. She was carrying 2 bars and 3 stars on her shoulders. She was very heroic and looked very pleasing to the eye. Not surprisingly, this should be a saint incarnation of Colonel Xie of the Fury Flame team. Her true body must be a true god. So even the radiation naturally emitted by the incarnation of divine power is not something they can bear. They can only use the saint incarnation, which is what Lin Xiao used before. A trace of divine thought projection descended into a specially selected flesh container to walk in the mortal world, and the real body was naturally hidden in the portable divine domain. In fact, when their true bodies enter the subspace or the outer domain, there is no longer any restriction between the divine domain and the true body. They can summon the divine domain anytime and anywhere, and summon believers from the divine domain. This is the biggest difference from the indigenous gods. And it is also the biggest advantage of new gods, like them over the indigenous gods, compared with the fixed divine kingdom of the indigenous gods, which can only accommodate those who pray. The new gods are the material plane and the divine kingdom. They can carry all believers and the divine kingdom with them. When needed, they can instantly pour out all their strength. At the same time, the divine domain is added to the body, and the divine domain can also be used to offset the suppression of the rules when invading the indigenous divine kingdom. Chapter 121 Cruel Internal Elimination System. Generally, the rules of suppression that are offset by strength vary, but the same level can basically resist almost all the rules of suppression of the same level of indigenous divine kingdoms. That is, the divine kingdoms with the same weak divine power have no effect on the new gods with weak divine power. In this case, the new gods can directly rush into the indigenous divine kingdom, directly open the divine domain to summon believers to attack the indigenous divine kingdom, and go straight to the enemy's core. This is the biggest advantage of the new gods compared to the indigenous gods. It is completely unimaginable for the indigenous gods to be able to easily and casually come out in full force. The metal platform flew above the crowd and stopped. Instructor Colonel Sia stepped out of the metal platform in one step. In a flash, she disappeared and appeared again on a high platform not far away. Her face seemed gorgeous, but gave people a feeling of extreme coldness. Her sharp eyes made people dare not keep their eyes on her curvy body. From now on, you are members of my Fury team. The rules and my ranking of you have been sent to your wristbands when I brought you here. You have 5 minutes to understand. Everyone immediately lowered their heads and made a wrist ring. The light screen lit up, and there was a piece of information that was not there before. Lin Xiao immediately checked it carefully. Congratulations to Lin Xiao for becoming a member of the Fury Flame team. Please read the following information carefully. Below is a long list of rules about the Fury Flame team and its positioning. The rules are very simple. All members of the Fury Flame team are divided into 4 different levels according to their positioning in the previous stage and the instructor's assessment of their potential. They are the lower level corresponding to all students without seats, the middle level corresponding to all stone players and black iron levels, the upper level corresponding to all bronze players and some silver players with insufficient potential, and the top level corresponding to several gold players and a small number of silver players with excellent potential. And Lin Xiao, who was originally rated as a superior, skipped the middle level. His face did not change. This was expected. The beautiful colonel sped 2 silver players to exchange for him. How could she let him stay in the middle level? In fact, he was glad that he was not placed at the top level. That would be miserable. Now it is good. After reading the rules, the second paragraph below is a very critical rule for internal elimination of the team. Not only the Fury team, but other teams are the same. In this stage, a large part of the team members will be eliminated first, and then the remaining elites will compete with other teams. And the elimination rules. Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath. Actual combat. The internal elimination of the Fury team is done in actual combat. The instructor will use the resources of the 1st Expeditionary Force to summon alien creatures to invade the divine domain of all team members. Yes, unlike the academic school's simulated combat, the military team starts with a real invasion, marking the difficulty of the invasion with generous rewards. You can choose the difficulty yourself. If you want more and better rewards, you naturally have to choose a high difficulty invasion, which is quite dangerous. You should know that this invasion is to guide the creatures from the outside world to directly invade the god's domain and attack the god's domain. If they lose the battle, the god's domain will be greatly damaged, which will naturally have a huge impact on their strength. It is possible that a single failure will directly reduce their strength and make them unable to recover. Not only failure, but even victory is not necessarily better. These losses are real losses. Once the believers and their families die, they really die. After reading this, Lin Xiao had only one feeling. It is worthy of being the military. Even a competition is so cruel. They are cruel to the enemy, and even more cruel to themselves. Even Lin Xiao felt a little guilty after reading it. It is estimated that many students now regret agreeing to join the military team. However, while the risks are so great, the rewards provided by the military are also very exciting. There are more than a dozen ancient cards, 99 plus divinity cards, 99 plus divine domain cards, and all kinds of golden mythical quality cards are 99 plus. The most exciting thing is the extra card slot. The reward is also marked as exclusive to the military team. which means that only the military team has it, and the college team does not have it. Lin Xiao believes that this extra card slot is obtained by converting the subspace energy extracted from this super war fortress into source power. And the source power cannot be preserved. It is only available in major super war fortresses, and only the military has it. However, because this thing is converted by extracting subspace energy from the super war fortress, there are not many of them in the major legions of the entire fortress. Even within the legion, the sergeants have to make great contributions to get it. It is worth mentioning that there is no such thing as divinity card in the rewards provided by the last round of summer camp committees or the internal teams. And even the divine domain card is limited in number. According to the online search for information about previous summer camps, the official will not directly provide special cards, such as divinity cards. But during the summer camp, students will still receive rewards for completing some special and difficult tasks. But ordinary students will not have the opportunity to get them. After all, if they are provided, some powerful summer campers can get more than 10 or 20 myth-level cards. It would be too exaggerated to choose all divinity cards. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the clear and powerful voice of the beautiful colonel sounded again. I believe you have read it, so you should have a clear idea now. I will give you 1 day to adjust your own divine domain. After 1 day, internal elimination will begin. Now I will read the names, and those who hear it can come. After a pause, she looked at a slender figure who stood out from the crowd and was surrounded by a small circle of people. And read, Qin Fengyan. This is the only girl among the 5 men and 1 woman who came with Wu Zhongling. Chao Hanyu. This is one of the 9 gold throne contestants. Shen Yuexin. A rich aunt. Du Feiyang. Also a silver player. Gu Qingfeng. Also a silver player. Lin Xiao. Another one. Here. The strange looks around made him react, and he quickly responded. Lin Huan. Another silver player. Then she read a few more names. A total of 7 silver players. 2 gold players. And a stone. A total of 10 people were called out. And several people lined up in front of her. Xie Yufei put her hands behind her back and said loudly. In the team elimination in 1 day. As long as you can stick to it. In addition to the original rewards, each person will be rewarded with 2 mythical quality 5-star cards. If you are fine, disband now. Glancing at the 10 people in front of him, he said, You guys stay. The gathered students left one after another, and soon there were only 10 of them left. Xie Yufei walked in front of them with her hands behind her back, and finally stopped in front of Lin Xiao, who was standing at the edge. Her cold and thorny face was facing him. The strong pressure made him want to avoid her gaze, but he knew he couldn't avoid it. He just faced her under the pressure, staring straight at her pretty and cold face, full of courage but not enough murderous aura. After a while, she commented lightly and looked away expressionlessly. Turning back to her original position, she said in a deep voice, You are the 10 strongest and most potential in my team. I have high expectations for you, and the corresponding tests for you will be stronger. I will assign tasks for you at that time, and I hope you will be mentally prepared. Damn! Lin Xiao wailed in his heart. It is a good thing for teachers to give you special treatment in school, but it is not a good thing to give you special treatment in the army. It is true that this is a special treatment by the head of the department. If you complete the reward, it will be better. But the danger is quite high. He does not believe that the test she assigned will be simple. It is 100% certain that it will be a more difficult task. However, the good intentions of the superior cannot be refused. If she said it, it is basically confirmed. Resistance is useless. Okay. You can also disband. The task will be sent to you tomorrow morning. Prepare well. After she said that, she turned around, and a light gate appeared in front of her. She stepped into it and disappeared. This is the positioning and teleportation ability that comes with the true god after being deified. It does not require any requirements and can be released a certain number of times a day. As soon as the instructor left, the 10 people present relaxed all of a sudden. Everyone looked at each other and did not speak for a while. Only Shen Yuexin walked in front of her, with a hint of curiosity on her beautiful face, and asked, I remember that your strength is very ordinary. How can you make the instructor look at you differently? You even used 2 silver students to exchange. Several people around heard and cast curious eyes at the same time, including Qin Fengyan and Chao Hanyu, the 2 gold players, who were also curious. He scratched his head, thought about it, and spread his hands and said, Maybe my potential caught the instructor's attention. This is the only reason. There is no other possibility. Your potential? She blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Can you show it to me? He shook his head. It's not convenient now. Then when is it convenient? He thought for a while and said, when there's no one around. As soon as he finished speaking, several male students who were listening attentively looked at him with strange eyes at the same time. After a few seconds, the two girls also showed a look of realization. One showed a look of contempt, and Shin Yuexin's pretty face turned red, pinched his waist hard and twisted it hard. It hurts. You dare to tease me. Don't want to live. What are you thinking? I mean, I'll show you when there's no one around. You still dare to tease me? I'll tell your grandmother. Lin Xiao, back to the dormitory, rubbed his aching waist, lay on the bed, and looked up at the sky with a speechless face. But thinking about it, he suddenly smiled again, thinking back to Shin Yuexin's already beautiful face showing a shy look. It was really heartwarming. He couldn't help smacking his lips. His heart was a little rippled. If it were normal, he might have the courage to ask her out. But this time, the time was too tight, and there was no time. After calming down, he entered the god's domain. It was only 1 day of preparation time, which was less than a year in the god's domain. He had to prepare within this year. It was very simple. That is, to modulate the black scale Naga race to make it transform and evolve. This was the only way to make him grow rapidly in strength in a short period of time. It happened that he now had 29 units of good fortune energy, a mythical quality talent card and expertise card, and the experience of modulating fishmen before, combined with modern biological genetics. I believe that I can modulate the ideal direction of Naga evolution. First, send a divine prophecy to appease the Naga, so as not to cause panic in the modulation later. Then take out the black scale Naga species card that has been integrated into the god's domain and throw it into the god's domain. And then take out the mythical talent card adaptation to harsh environments and the mythical expertise card high toughness. Decompose them separately and extract the essence. The two cards were kept in place for the time being. He needed to use the energy of good fortune to deeply adjust the genes of the black-scaled Naga. He had the experience of adjusting the murlocs before. After consuming the energy of good fortune, the magic cube began to slowly rotate, and Lin Xiao's spirit was also integrated into the gene pool of the Naga, and then into the gene pools of the 5 species of murlocs: gnolls, snake men, goblins, and bear goblins, and began to carefully strip off the other 4 bloodlines except the murlocs. Chapter 122 Black Scale Naga's First Transformation. According to Lin Xiao's idea, all bloodlines of species other than the murlocs will be stripped away, leaving only a portion of valuable genes to merge with the pure murloc bloodline. For example, the form of a human body with a snake tail is a characteristic of the Naga and does not need to be changed. Then the talents of advanced strength and regeneration, as well as thick scales, can also be retained, and then strengthened through the energy of creation, or merged with other talents to form a more powerful talent. In addition, there are several specialties that can also be retained, such as fast steps and ape arms, which can be combined with the talents of the murlocs. In addition to these visible talents, he will also explore the hidden talents of the Naga, just like exploring the hidden gene pool of the murlocs to synthesize the powerful talent of the water spirit, and can also explore the gene pool of the blood of the gnolls, snake men, goblins, and bear goblins to find some hidden genetic talents in the ancient evolution of these creatures due to environmental changes. Lin Xiao felt that the previous use of the creation cube was too crude. He could dig deeper into the deeper connotations of the cards, find more suitable card fusion formulas, and maximize the effects of different cards. In reality, 1 day in the divine realm is 1 year, and there is still more than half a year, enough time for him to dig into the gene pools of several bloodlines. Well, the premise is that the creation energy is sufficient. However, Lin Xiao is still willing to give up this point. Although the creation energy is rare, the black scale Naga is now his foundation. As long as he can adjust the transformation and evolution, he is willing to use up all the remaining creation energy. In fact, it is impossible to use up all of it, but it is almost done. As he finished digging the gene pools of bloodlines one by one, he suddenly found that he had used up 12 points of the 29 units of creation energy. However, this is just the beginning. Next, he needs to fuse and strengthen the excavated genetic talents, and finally condense them into a complete new species that conforms to the laws of creation. This will definitely consume a lot of creation energy. First, Lin Xiao stripped all the blood of the black scale Naga except the fishman. At the moment of stripping, he sensed that the overall strength of the nearly 1,000 Nagas in the entire God's domain had weakened a lot, and was only slightly stronger than the gray mist fishmen. But he had heard a divine prophecy before, and many devout Nagas did not panic because of this, and all gathered near the tribal altar to pray. Through the divine prophecy, the Naga's line of faith was still as thick as before, and the pure power of faith continued to flow along this line of faith connecting the believers and the gods, without any fluctuations. Even Lin Xiao admired himself for this. In terms of hurting believers, his talent was indeed very powerful. Devout faith made believers believe in their gods, so that their faith did not fluctuate at all in the face of such a situation. This was extremely rare. The believers believed so much. Lin Xiao naturally could not let them down. He calmed down and started the next stage of fusion. First, he counted the existing talents, which were the water spirit inherited from the Murlocs, followed by the original Naga talents of strange strength, regeneration, thick scales, and the 5-star mythical quality talent card adaptation to harsh environments obtained in the summer camp. The second was the expertise, which were the flexible movement, alertness, water element resistance inherited from the Murlocs, and the Naga's expertise of fast steps and ape arms, and the 5-star mythical quality expertise of advanced toughness obtained in the summer camp. In addition to these, he also selected several hidden talents and expertise from the Naga's gene pool, which were the unlimited growth talent from the snake ancestor of the snake people. It is well known that snakes can theoretically shed their skins and grow up infinitely, as long as their lifespan is long enough. The second was the biological neural toxicity talent, which had 3 types in total, with different effects but all very powerful, all from some kind of venomous snake ancestor. The third talent comes from the most glorious era of the ancient goblins. It is said that in ancient times, there was a goblin empire with very powerful goblin technology. It once ruled a huge main plane and most of the crystal wall system. It is said that the goblin empire even tried to create virtual gods in its most glorious and peak era. It is a powerful body with power comparable to that of a true god, controlled by goblins with powerful mental power, and has power comparable to that of a true god. The goblins' attempt to get involved in the forbidden area of the gods angered all the true gods of the crystal wall system. Overnight, the huge goblin empire collapsed, and the goblins were cursed by the gods, losing their smart minds and wisdom. Over time, the goblins have long been corrupted, forgetting the glory of ancient times, and have become synonymous with thieves and robbers, mean and dirty. Lin Xiao deceived the cursed seal of the gods through the energy of creation, and stole part of the glory of the ancient goblins. Because it is only a part, this talent is called the afterglow of the goblins. The equivalent IBA allows the talent owner to inherit a random one of the 3 talents of the ancient goblins. The 3 talents of the ancient goblins: engineering, alchemy, and magic creation. Note that this randomness is obtained by each Naga randomly. That is, this Naga may obtain the engineering talent, and another Naga may obtain the alchemy talent, which is different, rather than all Naga unified one of the 3 talents. In addition to these talents, there are several talents that feel useless, such as the brutality and cunning of the wolf man, which are useless. Classifying all talents or specialties in the magic cube space, Lin Xiao glanced at these talents and specialties, thought about it, and had a draft in his mind. First, take out the mythical quality talent adaptation to harsh environment as the base material, that is, the foundation, and then put the water spirit talent of the fishman, the water element resistance specialty, the poison talent, and several useless talents and specialties into it. Consume the energy of creation, and start to merge and strengthen. After 10 minutes, the fusion was completed, and the energy of creation was consumed. A full 3 units of fusion were produced. An unknown talent was fused. Unknown talent. This species can adapt to any harsh environment, has a strong resistance to water elements, severe cold and toxins, and is immune to slowdown and sluggishness. After a little thought, he named this talent Son of Nature. After a short rest, he took out the mythical quality specialty High Toughness as the basic material, and then took out the strange power, regeneration, thick scales, and the Snake Man's infinite growth talent, invested in the creation energy, and started the second round of fusion and strengthening. This time, The creation energy consumed is 2 units more than the previous one. And a full 5 units of creation energy are consumed to fuse a new unknown talent. Yes, although it is based on expertise, the fusion is indeed a talent. Unknown talent. The creature with this talent is very powerful. With +3 constitution and +3 strength, it will remove all its weaknesses. Be immune to fatal and lethal. Greatly weaken the negative status and damage from spells. Reduce certain physical damage. And have very strong regeneration ability and vitality. Basically, Lin Xiao had an idea to combine and strengthen the fusion talent. He named this talent Ba Ti with a sense of humor. It means that it has powerful life regeneration and status resistance like the boss in the game. Next, he combined the 3 specialties of fast pace, flexible movement, and alertness into one, consuming 2 units of good fortune energy to fuse them into a powerful new specialty. The new fusion specialty combines the advantages of the 3 specialties and strengthens them. The LV1 level can increase 2 points of agility and greatly increase reaction and perception. As for the last remaining specialty, Ape Arm, it has not been strengthened for the time being, and it is directly used. The main thing is that this specialty itself is perfect. The effect is that it can dual-wield 2-handed weapons at the same time. That is, each hand holds a 2-handed sword or a 2-handed axe or other 2-handed weapons. He doesn't know what this specialty can strengthen. Or in the future, it can be combined with some special specialties to form a new powerful specialty. At this stage, it is enough for the time being, and there is no need to waste good fortune energy. 2 talents, 2 specialties. Few in number, but both are very powerful. As for the afterglow of the goblins, Lin Xiao kept this talent. This talent is obviously a creative talent. It is a complete waste to give it to a pure combat species like Naga. And it can also free up a talent slot. He plans to save it first. And when the God Realm creates the 3rd species in the future, he will consider creating a special auxiliary race. You must know that no matter what species, the talents, skills, and specialties that can be loaded are limited, not unlimited. Otherwise, those children of big families will load dozens or hundreds of skills on a species. And even the weakest species can become super gods. The specific number of talents and skills that can be loaded is related to the specialties and species level. The more powerful the species, the more it can load. That's why Lin Xiao likes to merge these talents and skills. That is, to merge them into more powerful talents and skills. And also to save a talent and skill slot. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After doing this, all preparations are ready. The next step is to perfectly merge the purified Naga blood with these 2 talents and 2 specialties. This also requires good fortune energy. And it is not small. Lin Xiao looked at the remaining 7 units of good fortune energy and estimated that there would be only a few left after using them up. Fortunately, the most critical fishmen and Nagas have been genetically modulated and strengthened. This is his basic base and foundation. These 2 have been strengthened. And it doesn't matter if the other ones don't have good fortune energy. He took a deep breath, and his mind moved. The good fortune cube slowly turned, and the Naga bloodline in the center of the cube began to turn. The 4 streams of light around it slowly gathered towards the center as the cube turned. Strands of good fortune energy gathered from the 4 sides of the cube to the center, and merged with these 4 streams of light to form 4 different colors of thicker streams of light that slowly injected into the Naga bloodline. It was like refining an elixir. Refining slowly with a fine fire, without rushing or being impatient. After about 2 hours, the talents and expertise that were mixed with 1 unit of good fortune energy were successively integrated into the Naga bloodline, turning into a chaos emitting mysterious fluctuations. Lin Xiao slowly closed his eyes, and carefully experienced the laws of creation emanating from this chaos. Every time a new species is created, the law of creation will appear. His strengthening this time is equivalent to rebirth of the Naga species. The law of creation contained is extremely rich. So much so that he has a slight illusion in his heart. No, it is not an illusion. It is real. He opened his own God panel and found that the column of divinity has changed from 4+1 to 4+2, which means that as long as he consumes 100 million points of pure faith value, he can condense a little more divinity. He realized that this is the gift of the law of creation. Every time an unprecedented new species is created, it will receive the gift from the law of creation of the universe. He reached out and pinched a newly condensed card with rich crystal light, and its new attributes jumped out in front of him. Race, Great Naga. Category, Subhuman. Level, Advanced Race. Occupation, none. Talent, Son of Nature. Tyrant Body. Skills, none. Features, Lightning Reflex LV1. Ape Arm. Constitution, 1.5 plus 3. You have the physique of a bison. Strength, 1.5 plus 3. Born with supernatural strength. Agility, 1 plus 2. This is an excellent amateur sprinter. Spirit, 1.5. Your spirit is stronger than that of ordinary people. Combined with excellent talents, you can become a spellcaster after training. Evaluation. This is a new humanoid species that has never appeared before and can adapt to any environment. It is born with powerful military power. Chapter 123, Higher Species Great Naga. This is the attribute table of the newly born Great Naga. As expected, it has really been promoted to a higher creature, so he named it Great Naga to distinguish it from the past. This attribute table does not include the Omni Knight profession. This is only the most basic Great Naga attribute table. But the most basic Great Naga alone is comparable to a third-level soldier. If it is promoted to a Naga warrior loading profession, it will be an elite fourth-level soldier. Unfortunately, the energy of good fortune is insufficient, and his current understanding of creation is not enough. He cannot add an evolutionary chain between the fishman and the Great Naga. He can only wait until he has mastered the laws of creation more powerfully, has stronger strength, and has accumulated enough good fortune energy before trying. He had a hunch that adding an evolutionary chain between the two species would require at least more good fortune energy than modulating the Great Naga. Lin Xiao held this ancient god card with rich crystal light in his hand, kissed it lightly on his lips, and threw it gently. The card shattered into a sky full of crystal light and exploded, directly merging into the divine domain. The next second, the Nagas who were gathered around the tribal altar to pray suddenly trembled violently, and a faint blood light burst out all over their bodies. Their muscles swelled rapidly, and the scales on their bodies flew off one by one. Their skin cracked, and blood flowed out from the cracked skin and stained their whole bodies, just like a bloody man. This is because the blood of other species in the Naga's body has been deprived. When the new card is integrated into the divine domain, it naturally begins to transform the existing Naga and remove the excess blood in their bodies. It seems painful and terrible, but in fact, it is really painful, just like using rough means to peel the skin, cut the flesh, and draw blood, which is extremely painful. For this reason, Lin Xiao personally took action and consumed 100,000 faith points to cast the divine art seawater essence. The sky was full of blue light, which fell from the sky and enveloped most of the tribe and fell on them and the surrounding fishmen to relieve their pain. At this time, Lin Xiao had condensed 4 points of divinity, and his strength was stronger than before. The effect of casting the seawater essence with the same 100,000 faith points was several times stronger than when he only had a little divinity. If he faces the snakeman demigod again at this time, when he only had a little divinity, he would have to consume tens of millions of faith points to condense the golden spear to cause damage to the snakeman demigod. Now he only needs between 3 million and 4 million faith points to cause the same damage as the original 10 million faith points. The stronger the divinity, the stronger the strength, and the efficiency of using power will also be very different. So for the undeified divine creatures, divinity is the foundation and the core of power. After becoming a demigod, divinity and priesthood are both the core of power. When deified, the fundamental core is the godhood and priesthood. As time passed, layers of blood flowed out of the Nagas, but their breath did not decline. Instead, a strong vitality could be felt gushing out of their bodies, and the breath became stronger and stronger, and soon exceeded the state just now. At the same time, the moment the breath exceeded the previous state, the Naga's body shape also began to change, or evolution. The appearance of the evolving Great Naga has not changed much from before. It still has a human body and a snake tail, and its body is covered with scales. But because the blood of the snakemen, goblins and werewolves has been eliminated, only pure fishmen remain. Its body is thicker, and its muscles are more developed than before. When the evolution is nearing its end and new thick scales are about to take shape, the Great Naga at this time has a height of 2.5 meters, and the tail below the waist is about 3 meters long, with a total length of nearly 5.5 meters. This is just a Naga that has just grown up, and the military level is level 3. If it advances to a Great Naga warrior, it is a level 4 military type, about 2.5 meters tall, with a tail of more than 3.5 meters. and a total length of 6 meters. Then it advances to a level 5 Great Naga warrior, with a height of more than 3 meters, a tail of 4 meters, and a total length of more than 7 meters. Generally speaking, the upper limit of the conventional advancement of intermediate species is level 5. The Great Naga is now an advanced species, so it can naturally advance again, surpassing level 5 and advancing to a level 6 extraordinary creature, called a Whale Hunter Knight. When it advances to a level 6 Whale Hunter Knight, its body size can instantly exceed 12 meters and awaken extraordinary power. The newborn Great Naga has a lifespan slightly inferior to that of humans, with a theoretical upper limit of 80 years. Before the 6th level, a promotion increases the lifespan by 20 years. Once promoted to the 6th level extraordinary life, the upper limit of lifespan will instantly reach 200 years. Its pregnancy time is 8 months, 2 years of infancy, 3 years of childhood, about 5 years of adolescence, and the 10th year is considered an adult. The time of adulthood is much shorter than that of humans, but the corresponding reproductive capacity is not only far inferior to that of humans, but also far lower than before evolution. As the creator of the Great Naga, Lin Xiao knows very well that the reproductive capacity of the Great Naga is quite low. Let's put it this way. If the previous 1,000 black scale Nagas can give birth to 200 newborns a year, then the current 1,000 Great Nagas will definitely give birth to less than 100 newborns a year, which is not just half less. If it reproduces from generation to generation, the loss will be calculated in geometric multiples. Fortunately, after the God Realm is loaded with the God Realm Heaven card, a certain reproduction speed is added, which slightly makes up for the defect of low reproduction speed. Moreover, he also possesses the divine power of reproduction. If he uses this power to promote reproduction, he will believe that the reproduction speed will not be too slow. The nearly 1,000 Great Nagas that have completed the transformation are several times stronger than before. 2/3 of the Great Nagas before have been promoted, although not all of them have made the jump according to the original basis. At least, they have not been reset. Those who have been promoted before are basically at level 4 or 5, and not yet at level 6. The one who has changed the most is naturally the epic hero Slarda. He is still in the process of transformation. A huge blood ball wraps him up, and has not come out yet. But as the Lord of the Divine Realm, Lin Xiao knows very well that Slarda's strength is growing rapidly at this time. He has crossed a certain boundary, and jumped to the level 6 extraordinary level. What is extraordinary? Literally, beyond the mundane. To use a popular metaphor, you can refer to the dog-headed dragon vein warlock that Lin Xiao has seen. That is, pseudo-extraordinary. The reason why it is called pseudo-supernormal is that the innate spells of the dragon vein warlock of the dog-headed man have reached the supernormal level, but he himself has not. The reason why the dog-headed man is so powerful is because he has awakened the dragon blood in his body. All his spells are bestowed by the blood. Whatever strength he is after awakening, basically that strength will remain for the rest of his life. The spells of the dragon vein warlock are definitely very powerful, but the physique itself is not strong. The key is that the foundation of the kobolds is here. Even if they are strengthened by the dragon blood, they are not much stronger. Therefore, this kind of pseudo-supernormal is created. They have supernormal spells, but no strong body. The spells they have are also random. Once they get close to the real supernormal creatures, they are basically dead. The real supernormal creatures can already withstand the terrifying spells of the kobold dragon vein warlocks head-on, and the kobolds can't resist the attacks of the real supernormal creatures at all. So just like what Lin Xiao thought after seeing Wu Zhonglin's kobold dragon vein warlock phalanx. If he had 10 times the cannon fodder to resist and rush to the front of the kobold dragon vein warlock phalanx, he might be able to defeat him. 10 times the cannon fodder is definitely impossible to defeat Wu Zhonglin at this stage, but it is possible to strengthen his own family, and it has been realized now. If a large number of 6th level Great Naga whale hunters can be gathered, it is not impossible to compete with Wu Zhonglin. Well, it is possible. Theoretically possible. In fact, even if there are 1,000 Great Naga whale hunter knights, who have all been upgraded to level 6, they may not be able to defeat the opponent. After all, they have a square formation of kobold dragon vein warlocks. A wave of spell bombardment covering several kilometers without dead angles. It is hard to say whether the whale hunter knights can rush through, no matter how weak the kobold dragon vein warlock is. The power of the spell is truly extraordinary. Without any water, even the whale hunter knights of the same extraordinary level cannot withstand a few waves of bombardment. In addition, there is another problem. That is, the level 6 Great Naga Whale Hunter Knight is not easy to upgrade. The extraordinary level must require countless fierce life and death battles to be promoted. He doesn't know when he can gather 1,000 level 6 Great Nagas. Or, get this out? He has a mythical quality 5-star card in his hand. The Bloody Arena, which can summon a bloody arena in the god's domain for the clan to fight in it, and increase combat experience and professional experience. It allows the clan members to fight in it when they are not fighting, and improve their combat experience and professional experience, so as to avoid being idle for a long time, and the clan members in the god's domain cannot grow in strength. It just so happens that there is an extra card slot now. Lin Xiao thought about it, and decided to do it, just in time for Slata's transformation to be completed. Throwing the card into the creation cube, he thought for a while, and consumed 1 unit of creation energy. So far, he only had 2 units of creation energy left, and the 34 units of creation energy obtained by decomposing the Fate Judgment scales were spent. But it was worth it. Quite worth it. In Lin Niao's words, these 34 units of creation energy completely transformed the entire god's domain, from head to toe. His god's domain has gone from having great potential at the beginning to now not only having unlimited potential, but also greatly enhancing its own strength. A few minutes later, the Bloody Arena absorbed a little creation energy and strengthened it. As he expected, it broke through the golden mythical quality and transformed into an ancient god card emitting crystal light. 5-star building card Ancient Arena. Ancient summons an ancient arena and places it in the divine realm. Effect 1, Arena. The ancient arena can provide different sizes of competitive gladiatorial fights, up to 1,000 vs 1,000. Defeating enemies in the arena can gain a lot of combat experience and professional experience, and feedback to the Lord of the Divine Realm. Effect 2, Ancient Power. The ancient arena contains ancient power, which can more easily stimulate the hidden power in organisms, and there is a very small probability that the gladiator will break through the species limit or be promoted to a hero. Note, the opening of the ancient arena consumes 1 million points of faith. This ancient god card has only 2 effects, but its second effect makes Lin Xiao's eyes light up. If effect 1 is just a large-scale arena with a standard distance, effect 2 directly increases the value of this card by more than 100 times. This thing can actually make the gladiator break through the limit. This is quite scary. Even if the probability is small, it is still a probability. If it fails 10 times, try 100 times. If it fails 100 times, try 1,000 times. As long as it is possible, try thousands of times. No matter how small the probability is, it is 100%. As for the consumption of 1 million points of faith value for opening it once, he simply ignored it. It may be a bit expensive now, but when there are more and more followers in the future, this consumption is not a big deal. In addition, as a miracle building, all the skills and experience of the followers in the ancient arena can be fed back to Lin Xiao as the Lord of the God's domain, which means he can also get it. However, this is just pure skill, which is useless to him as the Lord of the God's domain. After all, he consumes the power of faith or divine power when he starts, and it is almost impossible for him to use pure skills to fight against the enemy. Chapter 124 Ancient Arena and Advanced Slardar. This is naturally the first time to put this ancient arena into the god's domain. Lin Xiao's eyes were cast into the god's domain, and he swept back and forth across the entire god's domain for several times, and finally circled a place located at the lower left of the god's domain, which is a high ground on the left side of the clan tribe. Then he issued a divine prophecy and bestowed a miracle on the clan. He pointed at the ancient god card and shattered it. The crystal light in the sky turned into an extremely thick crystal light column that fell from the sky and bombarded the earth. A circle of crystal light like an explosion shock wave quickly spread to thousands of meters away, covering a large area of mountains and forests. The terrain of this area is mainly mountains and forests. After the god's domain paradise card is loaded, lush forests and bushes are formed. Various insects are flourishing, and the ecosystem is already perfect. However, as the crystal light swept over, all of this was annihilated. Where the crystal light swept over, the outline of an extremely huge building slowly emerged. This building looks very much like the ancient Roman Colosseum, but it is more grand and ancient. The weathered rock structure is piled up, and huge stone pillars carved with gladiators surround the entire arena, supporting this huge ancient arena with a diameter of nearly a kilometer. When this ancient arena took shape, Even Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this thing would be so big, with a diameter of up to a kilometer, which has occupied a large area of the land of the gods' domain. Fortunately, the staple food of the gods' domain clan is now mainly fishing, supplemented by cattle herding and hunting in the wild, and picking some berries. There are not many fields to be cultivated and planted, which can still maintain the survival of the clan, and the requirements for fields are not high. At this time, after loading the gods' domain paradise card, the gods' domain has formed a perfect ecology. There are random wild fruit trees, berry bushes, etc. everywhere in the wild. It is a real heaven of abundance, as long as the number of clans in the gods' domain does not exceed the standard. As long as they are not too lazy to move, they will definitely not starve to death, not to mention anything else. Just the resources in the sea of the gods' domain are enough to feed them. Lin Xiao estimated that with the current abundance of the divine realm, the food crisis would only start when the population reaches about 30,000. Now the divine realm races are only about 15,000. So it is still early. A few minutes later, the outline of the arena formed by the crystal light finally took shape. At the moment of formation, Lin Xiao vaguely heard a long horn sound from ancient times. When the ancient arena took shape, many families kneeling on the ground several kilometers away waiting for the miracle prayed loudly. Praise you, the Supreme Creator, the God of Naga and Fishmen. Show great power and supreme might in front of your loyal believers. The might of my Lord is unmatched, and the glory of my Lord is shining on us. For these families, this huge building that fell from the sky is indeed a miracle, and it is the embodiment of the greatness of the gods they believe in. Witnessing this miracle, their faith will naturally go a step further and become more pious. After praying, many clansmen approached the ancient arena curiously. When they came to the edge of the arena, they touched the huge building with a pilgrim look. Lin Xiao did not open the ancient arena for the time being. He was going to wait for Slarda to wake up, and he, the Pope, would control the opening or closing of the ancient arena. Although they could not enter, it did not prevent the family members from being curious about and exploring this huge building. But they could not enter without permission. At this time, after a long wait, the blood cocoon transformed by the epic hero Slarda finally changed. The outer SHL of the blood cocoon had become hard at this time, emitting a faint pressure. With a slight click sound, the blood cocoon cracked. It was like a crack in glass, which instantly expanded and cracked into countless cracks. The entire blood cocoon instantly collapsed into countless fragments, revealing a huge figure curled up in it. As the figure seemed to wake up from a deep sleep, a powerful aura also woke up from its deep sleep. A faint blood light gushed out from the huge body, slowly condensed into a circle of rich crystal blood light, and quickly outlined a complex and mysterious pattern, which flashed and spread out like lightning, extending to 500 meters away to form a blood halo with materialized lines. Epic Hero Slardar. Awakened. Lin Xiao immediately checked its attributes. Hero, Slardar. Race, Great Naga. Level, Epic. Hero Aura, blood-sucking convert 25% of the damage caused to the enemy into life energy and feed it back to itself. The aura radiates a radius of 1 kilometer in diameter, and friendly forces within the range gain half of the effect. Hero General Talent, Epic Hero Constitution immune to instant death damage. Advanced Regeneration. Physical damage reduction of 25%, and overall resistance plus 25%. Hero's Unique Talent, Hero Overlord. Creatures with this talent are very powerful, with plus 30% physique, plus 30% strength, plus 20% agility, removing all their own weaknesses. Immune to fatal and lethal attacks. Unable to be slowed down. Greatly weakening the negative status and damage from spells. Greatly reducing physical damage. And possessing very strong regeneration ability and vitality. Hero Skills, Sprint LV2. Salted Fish Stab LV2. Thunder Smash LV2. Constitution, 31 plus 10 points. You have an extraordinary constitution and a strong regenerative ability. Even broken limbs can grow back in a certain period of time. Strength, 38 plus 13 points. You have extraordinary strength. Your strength can easily subdue ferocious beasts, such as ferocious bears. Agility, 25 plus 9 points. You have extraordinary agility. Speed and reaction beyond the imagination of mortals. Spirit, 20 plus 7 points. Your spirit is beyond the reach of mortals. Even without training, you can sense the existence of magical elements. Evaluation. This is a very powerful epic hero. He is a mountain. He is a rock. He is power. Slardar has been upgraded, although there is no level for heroes. And the template is still an epic hero. His current status is indeed upgraded. If you have to say, it is equivalent to upgrading from level 1 to level 4 or 5. First, the diameter of the hero halo has been changed from 100 meters to 1000 meters, greatly improving its practicality. Second, the talent of hegemony was inherited from the Great Naga race and transformed into a unique hero talent. Third, all hero skills were upgraded by 1 level. Fourth, of course, all attributes increased dramatically. At this time, Slarda's strength has entered the 6th level from the previous level 5. And because of the unique talent of hero hegemony, his strength is definitely the strongest among the 6th level extraordinary level. According to the general classification in civilization, the attributes of the 5th level are between 10 and 20 points. The attributes of the 6th level extraordinary level exceed 20 points, with a maximum of 50 points. Slarda's physique has reached 41 points under the increase of his unique talent, and his strength has exceeded the upper limit of the 6th level extraordinary level by 50 points, reaching a high of 51 points. In addition, because of the Great Naga's Son of Nature talent, the Great Naga can now be regarded as an all-weather species, no longer limited to aquatic species. So there is no distinction between land speed and water speed. Now the Great Naga has the same speed in water or on land. Of course, there is no Son of Nature talent on Slarda's attribute table, but it does not mean that it does not exist. It is just hidden. As soon as Slarda woke up, Lin Zhao's thunderous voice sounded in his ears. My most pious child, an evil is coming in the near future. I want you to lead other children to prepare for the invasion of evil. Slarda held the anchor in his hand and lowered his head. At this time, his body, which was more than 20 meters high, exuded suffocating pressure like a hill. His calm and powerful voice sounded. Supreme Creator, your most pious believer has heard your call. I am ready to defend the glory of my Lord and dedicate everything to my Lord. But this is not enough. You need more powerful strength. I have given you a miracle. You still have half a year to prepare. Entering the miracle battle and training will make you stronger. Lin Zhao's voice was deep and powerful, and the divine power was surging and exuding awe-inspiring divine power, which made mortals dare not look directly at him. I need more elite warriors. As you wish. Slarda solemnly made a promise. So far, Lin Zhao passed the information of the ancient arena to Slarda, and then retracted his divine thoughts. He believed that Slarda could do it. Next, it was waiting. There was still a long time before the internal elimination of the team. It was half a year in the divine domain. I hope Slarda can cultivate a group of elite warriors. And I also hope that this ancient arena can be powerful. He now has more than 280 million chaotic faith powers in his hands. He cannot use them for his own use to transform them into divine power or condensed divinity. But it is still no problem to use them as trading currency or squander them as divine power. And it is no problem to charge the ancient arena. After receiving the divine revelation, Slardar's huge body slowly stretched out, and his extremely powerful aura surged in all directions like a tide, and countless Naga fishmen gathered from all directions. He slammed the slightly smaller anchor in his hand to the ground, and a circle of cracks spread from the deep pit created, and a huge sound spread in all directions. Lin Zhao looked down at the divine domain from the divine kingdom, and saw all the fishmen and big Nagas led by Slarda to the edge of the ancient arena. Under his command, some Nagas entered the ancient arena to start training, and the other part began to clear the dense jungle around the ancient arena, and opened a road in the lush jungle between the arena and the tribe. At the same time, he also mobilized the fishmen to quarry stones and cut down trees from several hills on the edge of the divine domain. He seemed to be preparing to rebuild a larger tribe. However, as a large amount of stones were collected and a large number of trees were cut down and piled up, Lin Zhao was surprised to find that Slarda did not want to rebuild a larger tribe, but actually wanted to build a city. This surprised him very much, and he was very happy. Sure enough, he was his most devout believer, and he was deeply in his heart. Lin Zhao had this idea a long time ago. As the size of the clan grew, the original loose tribal form was no longer appropriate. However, as a god, he could not actively interfere. He could only hint and let them figure it out on their own. Unexpectedly, before he started to hint, Slarda seemed to have guessed his idea and took the initiative to build a city. The emergence of the city not only represents the transformation of the clan in the god's domain from a loose tribal system to an urban settlement system, but also represents a major step in the evolution of civilization. It also means a huge change in the church. Chapter 125, Invasion of the Divine Realm. Blood Legion. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and the Divine Realm had undergone earth-shaking changes. Slardar seemed to have guessed his thoughts. He built a city at the mouth of the river, along the only estuary of the river in the Divine Realm, and then set fishmen and nagas to widen and deepen the river artificially, from less than 10 meters wide to more than 50 meters wide. The extra 40 meters were dug out by force. Fortunately, both the fishmen and nagas were powerful, and with the huge manpower and the short length of the river, which was less than 5 kilometers long, the project was not big. The city was built on the south side of the estuary. The diameter of the first phase was about 2 kilometers. At this time, a rough draft had been built, with only a foundation and a wall less than 3 meters high. In addition, a gravel road was built from the city to the ancient arena. Every day, a large number of fishmen or nagas went to the ancient arena to hone their combat skills and experience. In the past 6 months, Lin Xiao opened the ancient arena almost every day. This thing can only be opened once a day, which means 1 million faith points a day. In the past 6 months, nearly 200 days, a total of 200 million faith points were consumed. Most of the Murlocs were forced to reach the upper limit of level 3 Murlocs, including a large number of level 3 and a small number of level 4 all-round warriors. The combined combat power of the two is not inferior to any medium race. The Great Naga is a little worse, but it cannot be said to be bad. It can only be said to be lower than his expectations. Lin Xiao wanted to see if he could use the ancient arena to train a group of level 6 extraordinary whale hunter knights. But this group of Great Nagas has been trained for so long that almost all of the more than 900 adult Great Nagas have advanced to level 5 Great Naga warriors. But there are only 16 level 6 Great Naga whale hunter knights. However, their professional levels have reached the upper limit of the all-round warrior professional level. Level 5. The combined combat power of these level 5 Great Naga warriors has also reached the upper limit of level 5, which is almost the strongest level below the extraordinary. The ancient arena is indeed magical, but there is too little time. If he is given another year or two, and consumes another 300 million or 500 million faith points, perhaps all members can be promoted to extraordinary. However, Lin Xiao is still quite satisfied with this. 1 or 2 years is only 2 years in the God realm, and only 2 days in the main world. As long as there are enough faith points, you can get a large number of elite warriors. This is such a beautiful thing. How can he not be satisfied? If possible, he really wants to continue to farm slowly until all members are extraordinary. Unfortunately, time is limited. On this day, he was observing a battle between 1,000 level 3 fishmen leaders and 100 level 5 Great Naga warriors in the ancient arena. Suddenly, he felt the movement of the crystal wall of the God realm. At the same time, a light screen popped up in front of him, which read, Lin Xiao. The team elimination has begun. You can choose one of the following 3 tasks to complete. The difficulty and completion of the task will affect the rewards and evaluation you get. Mission 1. Savage Beasts, low difficulty. Mission description. A space rift connecting an unknown savage plane is forming in your divine domain. After the countdown ends, savage beasts from the savage plane will invade your divine domain. Please kill all the invading beasts within 5 hours. Mission reward. 3 5-star cards of mythical quality of the specified type. Tip 1. The number of invading beasts is between 10,000 and 15,000, and 1 to 3 beasts of extraordinary rank are randomly selected. Tip 2. You can surrender and stop the invasion at any time, but surrendering means you will be eliminated. Tip 3. If you kill the invaders in advance, you can choose to invade the wild plane behind the space crack, and you can get extra rewards depending on your performance. Mission 2. Blood Castle, medium difficulty. Mission introduction. A space crack connecting a certain plane is forming in your divine domain. The plane opposite is a castle of a vampire count. The space crack has attracted the attention of the vampire count. After the countdown ends, it will be attacked by the Blood Castle. Please repel the attack of the Blood Army of the Vampire Count. Mission reward. 5 5-star cards of mythical quality of the specified type. Tip 1. The invading Blood Army is composed of blood slaves and blood servants. The number of invading beasts is between 20,000 and 30,000, and 2 to 5 powerful people of extraordinary rank are randomly selected. Tip 2. You can surrender and stop the invasion at any time. But surrendering means you will be eliminated. Tip 3. If you kill the invaders in advance, you can choose to counter-invade the Blood Castle. You can get extra rewards depending on your performance. If you kill the Vampire Count and destroy the Blood Castle, you can get an extra card slot. Mission 3. Undead Scourge High Difficulty. Mission Introduction. A space crack connecting an unknown death plane is forming in your divine domain. The abundant life breath of the divine domain has attracted the attention of a Death Lord. After the countdown ends, the divine domain will be attacked by the undead army. Please repel the attack of the undead army. Mission Reward. 1 designated type of ancient quality 5-star card. 5 designated type of myth quality 5-star cards. And 1 extra card slot. Tip 1. The invading undead army includes undead such as ghosts that are immune to physical damage. It is not ruled out that high-level undead soldiers such as Black Knights and Liches will appear. The number of invasions is uncertain, and the invading extraordinary strongmen are uncertain. Tip 2. You can surrender and stop the invasion at any time. But surrendering means you will be eliminated. Tip 3. Don't dream of counterattack. That's courting death. You are already quite good if you can survive the invasion of the Scourge. The last task prompt made Lin Xiao unable to complain. However, it was precisely because of this prompt that he directly excluded the last task with the highest difficulty. Why? The Death Lord is at least equivalent to a demigod, and the highest is comparable to a true god. There is also a strength bonus in his own territory. With his strength, he still counterattacks. Isn't that funny? Even if the Death Lord selected for the task is not a true god level, even if it is only the lowest demigod level, he can't counterattack. Not only counterattack, even if it is defense. He doesn't have much confidence. The undead don't have much else. But there are many. It is not qualified to be called a legion without hundreds of thousands or millions of undead. Even if most of them are cannon fodder like skeleton zombies. There are too many of them. Even if they can be defended, the divine domain will be scrapped. He is not that stupid. In this case, there is only one choice. That is medium difficulty. Low difficulty is not worth considering. Even if it can be completed, the evaluation from the instructor will not be high, and the reward is not high. Medium difficulty is just right. Not only is the reward good, but if you counterattack, you may get an extra card slot, which is the most valuable to him. But when he was about to choose, he suddenly received a message from Xin Yuexin. How difficult is your task? Lin Xiao didn't say anything. Just screenshot his 3 tasks, and soon received her response. Your difficulty is lower than mine. My lowest difficulty is equivalent to your medium difficulty. And the highest difficulty is the same as yours. Then, he thought about it and replied. Then you should be careful. I chose medium difficulty. High difficulty is too powerful. You are the one who should be careful. I am more powerful than you think. For some reason, he remembered her waving her fists. He smiled and turned off the call. He scanned the 3 tasks and chose the intermediate difficulty. The screen in front of him changed immediately. You have confirmed the intermediate difficulty. You have 2 hours to prepare. The invasion will start in 2 hours. There is a countdown that keeps jumping below the prompt. Children, the war has come. After receiving the divine prophecy issued by Lin Xiao, Slarta quickly summoned all the clans. A total of 14,400 adult fishmen and 921 adult Great Naga gathered near the ancient arena. Under the leadership of Slarta, they ran to the northwest corner of the divine domain, where the space crack appeared. Although the divine prophecy indicated that the invading enemy was very powerful, many clans were full of confidence. After more than half a year of fighting in the ancient arena, they have accumulated a lot of combat experience and strong strength, which makes every clan full of confidence and full of expectations for the upcoming battle. 2 hours passed in a flash, and the spatial fluctuations became stronger and stronger as time went by. Later, it was so strong that even the clansmen scattered on the grassland could see it with their own eyes. Circles of ripples continued to expand outward like boiling water, and a huge vortex was slowly forming. As it began to connect with the unknown plane, the spatial vortex began to slowly turn blood red. Suddenly, the blood-colored vortex shook violently, and a huge human face appeared on the vortex. 2 blood lights spurted out of the pupils and swept around. The huge face took a deep breath and spoke human words. What a wonderful air! Is this the holy land given to Ailman by the great blood god? The voice was deep and powerful, containing a trace of evil spirit, and the blood-flaming eyes swept around, full of greed. Unknown creatures, submit to the blood count ailment. Otherwise Ailment's blood army will tear you apart. In response, a stone like a cannonball hit the face, shattering into powder a few meters away from the face. But it also angered the blood earl named Alaminda, and his angry roar resounded throughout the divine domain. Humble insects, you are seeking your own death. Welcome the wrath of Alaminda. The huge face slowly disappeared and turned into a vortex again, and the vicinity of the portal returned to calm. A minute passed, and there was no movement. The Naga fisherman also did not move, standing quietly in place waiting. 2 minutes passed, and there was still no movement, and the grass was quiet. When it was almost 3 minutes, the blood-colored vortex suddenly shook violently, and a strong blood light suddenly exploded, covering a radius of hundreds of meters. Slardar raised the anchor and shouted, "Children, prepare for battle." The blood light dissipated, revealing a neatly arranged team of human heavy infantry and archers, the number of which was probably as many as 4,000 or 5,000. This was the first time that Lin Xiao faced human enemies. Well, strictly speaking, blood slaves and blood servants. These humans had been transformed into blood slaves by the vampire count. They had stronger bodies than humans, but hated sunlight and loved to eat blood. Chapter 126 Blood Count Blood Knight. As soon as this blood servant phalanx appeared, the front row of heavy infantry in full plate armor held up large shields and marched forward in unison, and the back row dispersed and deployed formations, advancing layer by layer. At the same time, the blood-colored vortex behind was still gushing blood light, and it was estimated that the second wave of blood legions would be teleported over. However, Lin Xiao was relieved after seeing this blood legion phalanx. Although these blood legions were well organized and well equipped, their individual strength was only level 2 and a small number of level 3. Far less than the average level 3 plus the all-round warrior profession that was not inferior to any level 4 fishmen. Not to mention the average level 5 peak Naga warriors. Obviously, the tasks issued to him by the instructor were based on the previous evaluation. If Lin Xiao had not modulated the evolution of the Great Naga and loaded the ancient arena, even the lowest difficulty tasks would have been a huge threat to him. Fortunately, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, sitting on the throne of the Kingdom of God and overlooking the divine realm. As the enemy's vanguard infantry advanced in rows and spread out to form a 1-kilometer-long semicircle to protect the portal, Slarda also ordered the fishmen to start the attack. He divided the fishmen into a battalion of 1,000, named after marine creatures, such as the Flying Fish Battalion, the Turtle Battalion, the Shrimp Battalion, etc., and deployed troops to encircle the front. The Blood Legion's long-range troops defending the portal were commanded by a tall knight whose entire body, including his mount, was wrapped in black armor and could not be seen clearly. Waves of arrows flew out, drawing an arc in the air and piercing the charging fishmen. At this moment, a small part of a large group of fishmen in the rear suddenly stretched out their hands, and powerful mana fluctuations emerged. The air above the fishmen covered by the rain of arrows twisted, and a layer of blue light emerged out of thin air, blocking all the arrows. Seawater Barrier. Murloc Warlock summons a tough seawater barrier to resist damage. The seawater barrier has health points. When the health points are exhausted, the seawater barrier disappears. More than 1,500 level 3 Murloc Warlocks. Only 100 of them cast spells at the same time, and the seawater barrier is enough to resist more than 10 waves of arrow rain. Through the ancient arena, most of the level 2 Murloc warriors will advance to level 3 Murloc leaders when they break through to level 3. But about 1/10 can advance to level 3 Murloc Tundra warlocks. Under the guidance of Slardar, a total of more than 1,500 Murloc warlocks were born, and they came in handy at this time. Unfortunately, the combat effectiveness of this Murloc warlock is far inferior to that of the Cobalt Dragon Vein warlock. It can be said that they are not at the same level. The Murloc Tundra warlock can only be used as a level 4 soldier at most, if the awakened spell is powerful enough, or in some special cases, it may be able to resist the level 5 soldier. But compared with the Cobalt Dragon Vein warlock whose explosive power has entered the extraordinary level, it is just a younger brother. The only advantage is that it can be created on a large scale through the ancient arena, and it is still very powerful to have thousands of them. At this point, Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder if Wu Zhenglin also had an ancient arena like himself. But he immediately rejected it. His ancient arena was formed by the fusion of good fortune energy. Wu Zhenglin did not have the good fortune cube and could not have it. Or, he had a miracle similar to the ancient arena. But this was ultimately an imagination. He did not have time to study it in detail. He quickly retracted his gaze, and saw many fishmen rushing between the two armies under the protection of the sea-water barrier to engage in battle with the Blood Legion's vanguard heavy infantry. This time, they did not hold back. At the moment the two sides came into contact, the fishmen directly knocked all the first row of heavy infantry of the Blood Legion to the ground with a wave of salty fish stabs, and then finished off and killed them on the spot. This is the biggest advantage of his clan. The first move can always easily kill a wave of enemies, as long as the enemy does not have a multiple advantage in numbers. It is not an advantage. The minority surrounding the majority is not a joke to him. It is real. As soon as they came into contact, more than 2,000 heavy infantrymen were killed. The Blood Army's vanguard general was obviously shocked. But those who could become vanguards were all courageous guys. He decisively led the central army to kill and block the fishmen who rushed towards the archers. Bang! 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 Thunders and shocks exploded one after another, and the fully armed blood slaves were knocked unconscious and smashed away. This vanguard general was a 6th-level extraordinary warrior. Seeing this tragic scene, he roared, raised the 3-meter-long blood-colored giant sword in his hand, and pointed it forward fiercely. The whole person flashed with a long blood shadow, and the two fishmen were split in two before they could dodge. The bodies fell down and shriveled, and all the blood was sucked out. The vanguard general killed 2 fishmen instantly. The dark figure was covered with a faint blood light. Like a stream of light, he rushed left and right in the group of fishmen. And the speed was amazing. The fishmen with race and occupation comparable to level 4 couldn't even dodge. In less than 5 seconds, dozens of fishmen were killed instantly. And all of them died in the form of being cut in half, and their blood was sucked out. The dark figure was already covered with a thick layer of blood. When he stopped, you could see that his whole body was covered with a thick layer of blood. As he sucked hard, the blood was sucked into his mouth from the mouth of the mask. What a powerful warrior! Lin Xiao exclaimed. And Slarda, who was sitting in the middle of the army, had an idea in his mind. He stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand and waved them. 2 5-meter-tall Naga whale-hunting knights quickly swam out and rushed to the battlefield. The Naga was promoted to the 6th level, and its body was very tall. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary creature. The 2 Naga whale-hunting knights rushed out, and the huge movement immediately attracted the attention of the vanguard general. The knight who wanted to charge again retracted the blood blade and swept it across. A blood-red half-moon sword energy swept across, and killed more than a dozen fishmen who were close to him, and suddenly turned his head to look behind. After the huge blood-colored vortex accumulated power again, it exploded again, gushing out endless blood light. The 2nd Blood Legion troop was teleported over. Lin Xiao saw a knight in full black armor standing in the center of the troop. 2 extraordinary blood knights. Slarda stretched out 4 fingers again, and the 4 whale hunter knights set off, completely inheriting Lin Xiao's style. Slarda also likes to use his own 6th-level extraordinary advantage in numbers. Not only did he fight the 1st Blood Knight 2 against 1, he also dispatched 4 of the 2nd Blood Knights, and at the same time mobilized another 5,000 fishmen, together with the previous wave of 3,000 fishmen, to prepare to kill the 2 Blood Legion troops in one wave, limited by the upper limit of the space crack. The 2 waves of Blood Legion were teleported about 5 minutes apart, which was enough to defeat them with an absolute advantage. However, the enemy probably had the same idea. As soon as the 2nd wave of Blood Legion appeared, they attacked the 1st wave of fishmen under the command of the Blood Knight, probably wanting to defeat this wave of fishmen first. In this case, Slarda, who was in charge of the central army, immediately roared loudly, and the sound spread throughout the battlefield. Defensive posture. The nearly 3,000 fishmen in the first wave immediately adjusted their pace, and quickly approached other companions and took a defensive posture. This is a new posture obtained by the promotion of the all-round warrior profession to level 3. In this state, it can greatly improve the blocking and parrying ability, increase the probability of blocking arrows, and when attacked, because of preparation, it can often avoid fatal attacks and improve the survival rate on the battlefield. A group of troops with an average strength of level 4 faced a group of troops with strength between level 2 and level 3 and took a defensive posture. plus a layer of seawater barrier, which was really a dead end. Even Lin Xiao in the Kingdom of God smacked his lips, and didn't know what to say. More than 4,000 blood slave heavy infantry, and more than 3,000 archers attacked fiercely. But they couldn't even break the seawater barrier. At the same time, the second wave of 5,000 fishmen had quickly approached the battlefield. And 6 whale-hunting knights with a strong aura were mixed in. The 2 blood knights looked at each other, and had to order to give up attacking this turtle, and retreat to defend. At the same time, they ordered to shrink the formation, and ask for help from the opposite side of the teleportation vortex. Dear Sir Alaminda, the enemies in this plane are stronger than we imagined. And we need more support. In a huge castle standing on the top of the mountain. The dark castle hall was filled with blood. A handsome middle-aged man in a gorgeous robe, with a very pale face, was sitting on the throne in the center of the hall. Below him, there were more than a dozen figures with equally powerful auras sitting on the left and right. In front of the blood Count Alaminda, there was a light screen, which showed the scene near the teleportation vortex, and the voice of the blood knight asking for help echoed in the hall. After a long while, blood Count Alaminda stretched out his sharp nails, and tapped the light curtain with an extremely graceful movement. He looked up at his capable subordinates and said with a smile, "It seems that the enemy behind the door is quite powerful, and even our brave knight Kras can't resist it. My dear subordinates, what do you think we should do?" A young man on the left, also wearing a gorgeous robe and with a handsome and pale face, stood up and said, "I haven't smelled such sweet air and delicious blood for a long time. So let me go." Alaminda glanced at him, nodded, and said, "Then please trouble Master Anselm and your magic group to go, and I will let a knight group escort you there. Another blood knight is needed. Blood Knight Garcia will go with you, and he and his knight group will protect you and your magic group." The young man named Anselm bowed, and saluted to a blood knight on the opposite side. The blood knight on the opposite side stood up, and saluted in return with his hand on his chest armor. Alamin smiled and said, "Let's not delay any longer. Knight Kras is still waiting for your support. I will wait for good news from you two here." Anselm nodded, and without any movement, he turned into a blood shadow and soared into the sky, passing through the castle and disappeared, while the other blood knight Garcia maintained a rigorous pace and disappeared quickly with a few meters per step, with Master Anselm and his magic group taking action. The humble reptiles in the other plane will soon be sent to the underworld. Alamand elegantly picked up the exquisite wine glass and said with a smile, "Everyone, let's have a toast and wish Master Anselm and Knight Garcia a triumphant return soon. Cheers." Chapter 127 Minter's interference increases difficulty. The land is barren, with only weeds and small trees swaying in the wind. 2 fully armed blood-slave legions are ready to go. 2 blood knights riding on thick armor stand in the legion, quietly watching a huge blood-colored vortex suspended in the air in front of them. This blood-colored vortex seems extremely unstable. The blood cloud at the edge of the vortex slowly rotates, like a big hand stirring the void to distort the surrounding air. From time to time, a blood-colored lightning as thick as an arm explodes in the vortex. A group of blood mages wearing mage robes are gathering around the blood-colored vortex, releasing thick blood columns that shoot into the vortex and sink into it. "Sir Andrew, how long will it take to stabilize the space crack?" A hoarse voice sounded in the ear of a blood mage whose robes were more gorgeous than his companions. The blood mage shook his head. "Transmitting an entire knight group at a time will put too much load on the space crack. We need more than 10 minutes to stabilize it again. The situation on the other side of the rift is not favorable. Knight Kras has asked for help. I need you to stabilize the space rift as soon as possible. There is a way to do it. But if you do that, you will not get any support from us in the next 2 blood hours. Can you teleport 2 knights at a time?" "Yes, but the cooling time will reach 6 blood hours. During this period, you will not get any support from us, nor can you return to our world. Let's get started. Then Master Anselm is here." The blood mage suddenly turned around and saluted. The blood knight turned his eyes to a certain direction and saw the blood light falling from the sky, turning into a huge knight group, and a large group of blood mages wearing mage robes floating in the air. "Maybe it's not necessary to do that. Master Anselm's mage group will send you there." The handsome Anselm floated to the portal, floating in the center of the huge blood-colored vortex, pinching his chin and staring at the huge vortex with a sharp gaze, waving his hand, and thousands of blood mage groups quickly floated over and gathered behind him. "How long ago was the last time Knight Crass contacted you? Blood Mage Andrew immediately answered. More than 10 minutes. Then his situation is not good. I hope Mr. Crass can hold on until we arrive. After speaking, he waved his hand, signaling Andrew to step back, and took out a skull made of red crystal from his arms. There was blood flame surging between the 7 orifices of the skull. He pinched the skull and threw it forward, hanging it not far in front of him, closed his eyes, and began to chant. The mage group behind him stretched out their hands together, and an invisible wave surged out, at a level that ordinary people could not see. The spiritual power of all the mages in the mage group gathered on Master Anselm, forming an invisible twisted space with him as the center, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Master Anselm slowly stretched out a finger and pointed at the blood crystal skull. The skull trembled violently in the air, opened its mouth and spurted out a column of crystal blood which sprayed onto the blood-colored vortex. The unstable vortex quickly began to stabilize, and even the vortex began to expand and grow. The rich blood color in the center of the vortex began to fade. Master Anselm smiled and said to a blood knight who had been waiting here, "Okay, Sir Carol, please go ahead." Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. Not good. Dangerous. Before he finished speaking, a golden light suddenly lit up in the twisting vortex, and in an instant a thick golden spear that exuded a suffocating breath shot out from it, hitting Master Anselm in the air. With a boom, the blood crystal skull hanging in the air suddenly exploded. Master Anselm roared, and the gorgeous robes, rings on his hands, pendants on his chest, and even his earlobes all exploded at the same time, emitting more than a dozen magical lights. And layers of tangible or intangible defensive spells of different colors took shape at this moment. However, it was useless. The divine spear was only worn down by less than 1/5, and the remaining power penetrated all defenses, piercing through the gorgeous robes and the skinny body with one blow, and Anselm was blown to pieces with a boom. The golden light in the sky turned into golden flames and spread along the invisible connection between Master Anselm and the mage corps. Andrew was horrified and shouted with a panicked and sharp voice, "Hurry up and disconnect." But it was too late. The golden flames had spread in an instant. More than half of the mages in the mage corps were affected and turned into golden fireballs. The remaining hundreds of members of the mage corps groaned and leaned back together, falling directly from the air. Master Anselm, outside the space vortex. All the Blood Knights were very shocked, and a trace of uncontrollable fear rose in their hearts. As a 6th-level extraordinary existence, how could they not recognize what that golden spear was? It was because they recognized it that they were afraid. Several Blood Knights looked at each other. After a while, Garcia Blood Knight, who came with Anselm, said in a muffled voice, "Stand guard on the spot. I will report the news of Master Anselm's death to Lord Alaminda." The other Blood Knights remained silent, which was considered as tacit agreement. No one mentioned continuing to support. In fact, it was useless for them to support, because at this time, most of the 2 knights on the other side of the plane had been destroyed, and even the 2 6th-level Blood Knights had died. 6 whale-hunting knights of the same 6th-level extraordinary attacked at the same time. How could they resist the situation of 3 against 1? Originally, Lin Xiao wanted to continue to wait for the enemy to come behind the portal, and destroy one knight group as soon as it came in, and first destroy their living forces, and then take the lead. Unexpectedly, when he saw that the other party wanted to rush it all at once, that would not work. So he consumed 1,000,000 faith points to condense a divine spear, and killed Master Anselm who was opening the door, and half of the Blood Mage group in one shot. Although it was only 1,000,000 faith points, Lin Zhao's divinity value was several times higher than before. Now the power of the divine spear condensed by 1,000,000 faith points was comparable to the power of the divine spear condensed by 4 or 5,000,000 faith points. This was a power that could cause damage to demigods. How could a mere 6th-level mage resist it? Unfortunately, the divine spear could not be controlled or locked onto the target after passing through the vortex and entering another dimension. Killing Anselm required a sneak attack, and the opponent was unable to move during the casting phase. Otherwise, Lin Xiao would definitely be willing to spend millions of faith points to kill those Blood Knights first. Now the question is, this mission will definitely not have any problems in resisting the enemy invasion, and the losses will not be great. The key is what to do next. Should I counterattack the Blood Castle? Lin Xiao sat on the central throne of the Kingdom of God, with his hand on his forehead, thinking intently, resisting the invasion. 5 5-star cards of golden mythical quality are in hand, which can be said to be stable. If you can counterattack and destroy the Blood Castle, kill the Blood Count Alaminda, you can get an extra card slot. He hesitated a little. It's not that he hesitated whether he could win or not. Even if his real body didn't dare to rashly go to the unknown other plane, it would not be difficult to break through the Blood Castle with his current family strength. He considered the loss. Before knowing the specific strength of the Blood Castle, it would be too risky to attack rashly. After all, this is a real fight. And once the family dies, they really die. In this case, Lin Xiao personally tends to give up the extra mission and get 5 golden mythical quality cards first. Although the extra slot is rare, he would not risk a huge loss to his clan for an extra slot. According to his current strength, he will definitely perform well in the later stage of the team challenge. There is a high probability that there will be extra slot rewards in that stage, so he does not need to take a big risk now. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao made a decision in his heart. He looked up at the countdown. Only half an hour had passed. There was still an hour and a half. If he guarded 5 mythical quality cards, he would get them. Lin Xiao felt so easy. It was really easy. It felt like there was no difficulty at all. He pinched his chin and leaned on the throne. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but at this time, the great Nanda Slada was also leaning on the edge of a small earth slope, looking bored at the vortex of blood-colored lightning that exploded from time to time. The movements of the god and the Nanda were surprisingly consistent. But outside the god's domain, a pair of eyes were scanning back and forth in his god's domain for several circles, revealing a hint of surprise. But more of surprise. This kid, you have changed so much in just a few days. It seems that this task is too easy for you. The divine mind swept across the huge ancient arena, fell on Slada leaning on the slope, and finally fell on the 17 whale hunting knights exuding a powerful aura. Just now, in a bloody battle, a great Naga warrior broke through the limit and was promoted to level 6. Xie Yufei hugged her chest with both hands, thinking for a while, and stretched out a white jade finger to point. Lin Xiao stood up from the throne suddenly. Just a moment ago, he sensed a powerful external force flashing in the god's domain. After thinking for a few seconds, he cast his eyes into the god's domain and soon found a rapidly expanding space crack. Lost, he immediately understood that it was the Minter who was interfering and expanding the space crack. Obviously, I completed the task too easily, which made the instructor feel that it did not serve the purpose of testing me. So he temporarily increased the difficulty. If only a night group of 4,000 to 5,000 people could be teleported at a time just now. Now 12,000 night groups can be teleported at a time. And the teleportation interval is only 3 minutes. Damn. These 5 god domain cards are not easy to get. Lin Xiao was helpless about this. The Minter wanted to add drama. What else could he do? The portal was in his own god domain, and he couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. In the god realm, Slada jumped up as soon as the portal changed, and loudly ordered the clansmen to prepare for the enemy, although separated by the portal. As the portal stabilized, the enemy on the opposite side could be clearly sensed, and at the same time a very strong breath was rapidly approaching the portal. A bloodlight quickly approached in the gloomy sky, and landed on the ground and turned into the figure of Blood Count Alaminda. Behind him, a huge army was rapidly approaching on the ground. As soon as he landed, the Blood Knight stationed here quickly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "The Blood Mage Ansem was killed by an unknown strongman on the opposite side with a divine spear. I guess there is a noble being on the opposite side." Chapter 128 The Cunning Blood Count. With a faint blood light in his eyes, Elman looked at the transmission vortex intently, and answered his subordinates after a while. "I checked the memory of Mr. Garcia. That was not a noble person, but a being who walked on this road." Then Mr. Blood Knight Garcia looked at the blood count with surprise, and did not continue to ask. He knew that this gentleman knew what he wanted to ask. Blood Count Elman nodded and said, "If that was a noble person, I would immediately close the space crack and leave. But unfortunately it was not, but a being who just walked on this road. So, do you want to kill God?" "No. He is not qualified to be called a god. Only the great blood god ancestor can be a true god in the world. The others are false gods, including the one in the human empire." When he talked about these two beings, his eyes revealed deep envy and expectation. He stretched out his slender white palm and gently grasped. A trace of blood escaped from his fingers. Suddenly, he turned around and raised his gorgeous robe. A circle of blood-colored halo exploded. He shouted loudly to the army that was approaching from behind. Listen to my orders. Attack the other plane. And kill any visible life. Blood Knight Garcia's heart trembled. And he lowered his head heavily. Zhao Qing raised his head suddenly. The blood light in the eyes of the thick helmet surged and sprayed nearly a foot away. He suddenly drew out the huge blood sword and shouted, "Brave warriors, follow me to fight." The fully armored warhorse under his seat raised its hooves high, and the knights under his command roared loudly. The front row of heavy infantry raised their shields and strode towards the teleportation vortex. Here it comes! Lin Xiao resisted the idea of issuing a divine oracle. He believed that Slarta would not let him down. As blood-filled light gushed out of the teleportation vortex, two knight groups appeared at the same time. The moment they were teleported out, Blood Knight Garcia waved his sword and pointed directly at Slarta, who was like a hill in the distance. Tens of thousands of fully armed blood slaves from the two knight groups shouted loudly and charged at the 7,000 or 8,000 fishmen and more than 400 big Nagas in front. At the same time, Lin Xiao saw that the second knight group was already in place on the opposite side of the teleportation vortex. And at the same time, a very powerful and familiar evil aura was floating in front of the teleportation vortex. Blood Earl. This aura was exactly the same as the huge face when the door was just opened. It was obviously the Blood Earl who came in person. This was a 7th level high-level extraordinary. According to the 20-level strength of the foreign land, he was at least 18 or 19 levels. He was only one step away from the 20-level legendary level of the initial rule. It was quite scary. However, Lin Xiao looked at his remaining more than 80 million faith points, and was not worried at all. If it was just a virtual invasion, the Lord of the Divine Realm would not be able to take action. But now it is a real invasion, and the Lord of the Divine Realm can take action. You can't just watch your family die and the Divine Realm be destroyed when you know your family can't win. Of course, since it is a test, the Lord of the Divine Realm can only take action when the family is obviously defeated and has suffered certain losses. If you take action and kill the enemy at the beginning, it will definitely greatly reduce the mission evaluation. So how to make a move, whether to evaluate or to protect the safety of your own family, needs to be weighed by yourself. The Blood Earl did not enter the portal directly, but continued to order the second batch of subordinates to prepare for the teleportation. He personally stabilized the teleportation vortex and reduced the teleportation interval to less than 2 minutes before starting the second batch of teleportation. At this time, the two armies in the God's domain had just fought, and the Murloc Vanguard had just overturned the vanguard of the Blood Knights with a wave of salted fish thrusts, and then knocked down the second wave of enemies with a thunder strike, and the powerful shock wave shook away all the arrows shot from the back. Compared with the single 0.5-fold burst of the salted fish thrust, the Thunder Strike is a group damage skill, and its main function is to control the field, unless the enemy is too weak. It is a cannon fodder low-level race below level 1 and with poor equipment. It is difficult to kill it with a single kick. 8,000 Murlocs fought head-on with the remaining 7,000 or 8,000 fully armed human blood slave warriors, and they gained the upper hand in almost 10 seconds. Slardar ordered the central army to press forward, and the Murloc Warlock group approached the battlefield, releasing various spells to support friendly forces and suppress the enemy's tactics. In particular, more than 1,000 Murloc Warlocks, who can summon water elements, are gathering to summon water elements under the command of a Warlock leader. Every Murloc Warlock will randomly obtain 3 spells from the spell library when he is promoted. Although it is random, there are several spells that are popular spells, and there is a high probability that they can be obtained, such as summoning water elements, calling tides, etc. Just like the Cobalt Dragon Vein Warlock. Although the spells awakened by the Cobalt Dragon Vein Warlock are also random, there is a spell that all Cobalt Dragon Vein Warlocks can awaken. That is, the Dragon Breath Fireball with a power comparable to a 500 kg warhead ballistic missile. The water element summoned by the Murloc Warlock is a medium-sized water element, equivalent to a 4th level soldier, about 4 meters tall, and has water-related spells such as Water Arrow, Tide Calling, Water Creation, and Water Control. Its combat power is also quite impressive, and it is a very powerful summon. The most important thing is that the water element comes from a huge water element plane, and the body is mostly made up of pure water in addition to spell power. It can be drunk directly, so if the caster is trapped in a waterless place such as a desert, he can summon water elements to quench his thirst. If there is no fresh water in the god's domain, water elements can be summoned from the water element plane to the god's domain on a large scale. And then, they can be disbanded. And the water will remain in the god's domain. The operation is a bit tricky, but very practical. Lin Xiao plans to build a large lake on the land of the god's domain in the future, and open more water networks. He will use this method at that time. Thousands of water elementals were summoned to guard the warlocks. The warlocks did not let the water elementals go to the battlefield immediately, but kept them by their side to protect them from continuing to summon water elementals. As a third-level warlock, he can generally control about 4 or 5 water elementals at the same time. Adding up to 4 or 5,000 water elementals is also a strong force. When the warlock summoned the third water elemental, the teleportation vortex burst with energy again, and a new wave of enemy teleportation was about to arrive. At this time, there were less than 5,000 knights left in the first wave, and they were suppressed by 8,000 murlocs and hundreds of nagas. At this time, they had already shrunk their defense line to defend near the teleportation gate. One of the 2 newly teleported knights was led by a blood knight, and the other was led by a blood wizard. He was enveloped in a ball of blood light and soared into the air, shouting loudly, "Lord Alaminda has ordered to defend the exit, and the Earl will lead the Guardian Knights to fight in person later." Oh! The enemy's morale was immediately boosted by these words. Lin Xiao was even happier when he heard them. He pinched his chin and thought about it, and suddenly gave Slada a divine revelation, asking him to slow down and not kill the enemy too quickly, lest he scare the Earl and not dare to come in. Slada, who was slowly approaching the teleportation vortex with the Central Army, paused and ordered the Central Army to slow down its advance and the offensive at the same time. The so-called slowing down of the offensive means taking a defensive posture, not seeking to kill the enemy, but only seeking to defend and save lives, with the protection of the sea-water barrier blessed by the Fishman Warlock. Although it was a fierce battlefield, the damage was not great. Of course, there are still losses, but if it is possible to lure the blood count to come in person, this loss is worth it. The blood count stayed outside the vortex, and he could not do anything to him. The divine power spear could kill his subordinates of the extraordinary level in the case of crossing the boundary, but it was absolutely impossible to kill the vampire count, who was only 1 step away from the legend in the case of crossing the boundary. Only by letting the other party enter the god's domain, he would be 100% sure to crush him to death. With tens of millions of faith points in hand, he would not be intimidated even if he was a demigod in a short period of time. Let alone he was not even a legend. As long as the blood count was killed, and the Knights of the Blood Legion, who entered the god's domain, were destroyed, the blood castle would be left with only an empty SHL, and it would be easy to push it down. Outside the vortex, the blood count Alaminda looked through the vortex to the other side of the plane with a gloomy face. Even though he saw the second batch of subordinates entering the field to stabilize the situation and block the enemy's attack, his face became more and more ugly. There were several blood knights standing behind him. Nearly half of the blood knights of his blood legion were here. At this time, one of his subordinates approached and whispered, "Mr. Count, the portal is stable." He did not respond, and his subordinates did not take action. After a few seconds, he suddenly snorted and said, "Let Garcia and the others prepare to retreat." The subordinates were puzzled for a moment and asked, "Mr. Count, if we evacuate now, at least half of the blood slaves will not be able to evacuate." "Right." Alaminda turned around suddenly. Blood flames gushed out of his pupils, and shouted sternly, "Follow my orders." "Yes." The subordinates immediately nodded in response, and the 2 blood mages immediately stepped forward to control the portal and pass the information over. The 4 blood knights, who were fighting back and forth with the fishmen, had different reactions to the order. The 2 blood knights who entered later were somewhat puzzled, while Garcia and another blood knight, who entered earlier, breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ordered some troops to stay behind and the rest to evacuate quickly. He didn't want to stay in this dangerous battlefield for a moment. Slardar ordered to let the water go, and the blood knights who entered later didn't understand. So how could he not understand? The last wave almost caused his knights to collapse, and the next wave suddenly let him go. How could he not know the huge gap between them? Garcia used this fishing tactic often before. He saw it clearly. The enemy was obviously strong enough to defeat him, but did not use all his strength. It was obvious that he wanted to lure the Earl in. Fortunately, the wise and brave Earl saw through the enemy's trick and did not fall for it, which made him very fortunate. The enemy began to retreat on a large scale. Lin Xiao certainly saw it in his eyes. He knew that his plan was seen through at the first time. He sighed with some regret, stretched out his hand and pointed. And a dazzling golden light fell from the sky like a meteorite, and hit the transmission vortex directly. This wave of blood legions that had entered the divine domain should not leave. Don't even think about it. Seeing this, the blood earl behind the vortex was furious, and his blood flame surged. He stretched out a hand and pressed it into the vortex. In an instant, endless blood gushed out of the blood-colored vortex, and quickly condensed into a huge blood hand pressing on the golden meteorite falling from the sky. Boom! A loud bang that shook the earth exploded, and the terrifying energy crushed the void, forming an invisible space distortion that quickly spread. The bloody hand shattered. The meteor was shattered, and turned into a golden light that disappeared. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. A full 5 million faith points burned, and suddenly his whole body burned with transparent golden flames. He slowly stretched out his palm, that seemed to be made of gold, and grabbed downward. As he pressed his wrist, the void rippled like water, and his whole hand was submerged in it, and disappeared. At the same time, Garcia, who had retreated to the edge of the teleportation vortex, suddenly felt his scalp tingling, and a suffocating pressure fell from the sky. He subconsciously slapped the mount under his seat, and turned into a blood shadow, and shot towards the teleportation vortex. The next second, the blood shadow that shuttled at high speed slowly appeared, revealing Garcia's blood knight with a mask and pupils full of fear. It was not that he slowed down himself, but that a force he could not imagine descended here. The void near the teleportation vortex was like sticky glue under the suppression of this terrifying force. He could not move in it, and slowed down involuntarily. Then, he saw a golden hand descending from the sky and swept it lightly, and he lost all consciousness. In the eyes of Blood Count Alaminda, he saw a golden hand sweeping, and thousands of subordinates gathered near the portal were wiped out like flying ashes. A cold snort passed through the portal and snorted directly in his soul. Intruder, I remember your breath. Alaminda groaned and retreated several steps. The blood flames that surged all over his body fell 1,000 feet, and his face became even paler. Demigod, silently watching the gradually collapsing portal, he stopped in place and remained silent for a long time. In the divine domain, Lin Xiao was in a good mood. He just scared the other party just now. Not to say that he was really angry. And with his current strength, he could not mark a vampire who was close to a legend. But the opponent didn't know that with the help of the power of faith and the home advantage, the power he displayed was not much different from that of the indigenous demigod. It was estimated that the Blood Earl would be frightened for a long time. Chapter 129 Inventory and Statistics. The portal collapsed, but there were still more than 11,000 blood slaves of the Blood Legion who were forced to stay in the god's domain, including a 6th-level extraordinary Blood Knight. There were originally more than 13,000, and more than 2,000 were wiped out by the big move just now. The remaining Blood Legion was forced to surrender under Lin Xiao's awe-inspiring divine power, and all were captured and thrown into the arena for his subordinates to hone. The best way to use them is naturally to be used as coolies to build the city. But the problem is that these are all blood slaves, and they need to suck blood every day to have the physical strength to work. There is not even enough food in the god's domain to feed 11,000 strong men, let alone supply blood. So the end is naturally to be used as cannon fodder. In order to survive, these blood slaves naturally fight with all their strength. Using them as opponents for their subordinates will definitely have a better training effect than fighting each other among their families. After all, it is a life and death fight. Anyway, they are all enemies, and I won't feel sad if they all die. After the battlefield was cleaned up, and all the bodies were buried in a big pit. But the armor and weapons on the bodies could be stripped off, which was a good thing. This Blood Earl looked very rich. He equipped his men with steel armor and weapons. Although the steel was the worst, it was still steel. Forget the armor. The fishmen and humans were too big to wear it. But the weapons and the large steel shields could all be used. In this battle, the Blood Earl invested 4 knight groups with a total of 20,000 men. For 6th-level extraordinary leaders, more than 15,000 of whom were melee infantry, including heavy infantry and spearmen, axemen, hammermen and other special arms. And the rest were all long-range archers, which brought him a large amount of spoils. Collect all the spoils and store them in the warehouse. including several bodies of extraordinary blood knights, which were real blood clans, and could be decomposed into blood clan blood in the future. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, and had a new idea about the Fishman clan. Perhaps, when we get a lot of good fortune energy next time, it will be time to remodulate the Fishmen and make their appearance closer to humans. After all, in most of the crystal wall systems in the Chaos Void Sea, humans are the mainstream race. The enemies we will face in the future are probably mostly humans. If we make the Fishmen evolve closer to humans, we can use the spoils directly in the future instead of throwing them in the warehouse now. Of course, just evolving the body shape towards humans does not mean evolving into humans. A new species must have its own characteristics. If we get closer to humans directly, we can just use humans as our family members. Why bother to modulate a new species? With a good fortune cube in hand, we can continuously modulate it again and again. In the future, we may be able to modify the Fishmen and evolve them into a new legendary species. In the God's domain, Lin Xiao sat on the throne of the Kingdom of God, with his right hand flipped. For blood-colored streamers, like tadpoles, swam back and forth in his palm, seemingly trying to escape. These are the souls of 4 extraordinary beings, the leaders of the 4 knight orders that invaded the divine realm. 3 blood knights and 1 blood mage. The souls of beings below the extraordinary level are not solid enough, and once they die, their souls will dissipate in a short time. Only the souls of extraordinary level strongmen are strong enough, and they will not dissipate immediately even if they die, and they can still exist for a period of time. After the war, Lin Xiao collected the 4 souls. This kind of extraordinary soul is a good thing. In the hands of a mage, it can create various powerful magic puppets, such as the Iron Golem and Obsidian Golem, that are comparable to the extraordinary level, which all require a pure soul as the control center. If it is placed in the hands of a necromancer, it can completely create powerful black warriors, horror knights, liches, and other powerful undead. In the hands of a God Realm player like Lin Xiao, there are 2 choices. One is to use divine power to reshape the body and transform into a divine guard of the extraordinary level, and the other choice is to create believers with unlimited potential. The procedures for both are the same. First, erase the consciousness and spiritual imprint of the extraordinary soul, just like the golden flame rising in Lin Xiao's hand now. The 4 tadpole-like souls in his palm are burned by the divine fire, and the blood light evaporates, and the blood color in the soul quickly fades, which means that the consciousness and spiritual imprint in the soul are being forged. When the original consciousness and spiritual imprint are completely erased, leaving only the purest and purest soul, Lin Xiao paused and chose to create new believers. There is no need to transform the divine guards at this stage. At this stage, he is not even a demigod, and there is no chance to be involved in the divine war. It doesn't matter whether there are divine guards in the divine domain. If there is an enemy attacking the kingdom of God, these few divine guards will be useless. Through the reincarnation function of the kingdom of God, these 4 extraordinary souls are arranged to reincarnate, and they will reincarnate immediately when a great Naga becomes pregnant. As the reincarnation of extraordinary souls, the newly born great Naga has stronger innate potential than its peers, and it is easier to break through the limit and advance to the extraordinary. It is almost certain that as long as they do not die midway, most of them can re-enter the extraordinary level. Entering the extraordinary level, they can serve for 200 years. The faith value provided is nothing. The main thing is that the combat power of the extraordinary level is quite valuable. Besides, if they die, they can be transformed into divine guards again. This is much more cost-effective than directly transforming into divine guards. The 4 extraordinary souls were sent to the kingdom of God to wait for reincarnation. This war is basically over. The final statistics show that there are about 600 dead family members and about 2,000 injured. This loss of war is within his expectations and within the acceptable range. It will not cause serious damage. After the war, Slaughter collected a large number of spoils and the remaining bodies of several blood knights and blood mages, and held a super large-scale sacrificial activity in the newly built city. He personally descended the miracle and led all the believers who died in the battle into the kingdom of God. All the fanatical believers gathered together to pray. At this moment, the power of faith that emerged was as high as millions. Since the re-evolution of Murlocs and Nagas, the faith value provided by these 2 races is also more than before. For example, the faith power provided by Murlocs was only 1/5 of that provided by humans every day. Now, after being strengthened, It is stronger than before. And the faith power provided by Murlocs every day has reached 1/3 of that provided by humans, which is a huge improvement. But the biggest improvement is still the Great Naga. After this transformation and promotion to a higher species, the faith value provided every day has reached the human standard. The faith value that a true believer Great Naga can provide after a standard prayer every day is the same as that of humans. 1 standard faith value. A devout believer can provide 3 standard faith points. A fanatic can provide 10 standard faith points. However, due to their particularity, the faith value provided by devout believers and fanatics is uncertain. The faith value provided by normal believers is 3 to 10 points. And 3 points is the minimum standard. But if it is a believer who has taken a further step in faith, or a believer who has entered the extraordinary level, the faith value provided is different. To give a simple example, some fanatics can only provide 10 faith points a day, but some fanatics can provide 20 points a day, or even 30 or 50 points of faith. If it is a legendary fanatic, the faith value that can be provided at a time may be thousands. The stronger the strength, the stronger the faith provided. Just like the legendary dragon, any dragon provides thousands of times more faith than ordinary humans. The true dragon god has very few dragon believers, and the general faith is not very devout. But it can easily supply the faith needs of a true god to maintain his godhood. Just like the epic hero Slardar, he is now a devout believer, but the faith he provides is more than 1,000 times that of other devout believers. So the believer level is just a basic standard, and some senior believers cannot be measured by this standard at all. Lin Xiao now has more than 14,000 fishmen and more than 900 great Nagas, most of whom are true believers, more than 7,000 devout believers, and more than 1,000 fanatics. This ratio is extremely exaggerated. Among the fishmen, more than 7,000 true believers can provide him with more than 2,000 faith points every day. More than 7,000 devout believers can provide him with more than 7,000 faith points every day. Then, there are more than 1,000 fanatics, who can provide him with more than 4,000 faith points every day. The above are the fishmen believers. And there are more than 900 big Nagas, all of whom are devout believers and fanatics, who can provide him with more than 13,000 points of faith every day. The number of big Nagas is less than 1/10 of the fishmen, but they can provide the same faith as all the fishmen. All in all, Lin Xiao can earn 26,000 points of faith every day. Of course, this is the most ideal state. In fact, it is impossible for these believers to pray once a day, so the actual benefit is only between 50% and 70%. Calculated at 70, just for relying on the clans in the divine domain, Lin Xiao can harvest about 6.6 million points of faith power in an ideal state in a year. 10 years is more than 66 million, equivalent to 66 points of divine power. It has not been 10 years since the readjustment of the fishmen and Nagas, and there were not so many fishmen and Nagas before. But if the accumulation of previous years is added, Lin Xiao's accumulated pure faith value is now more than 85 million. And it will be enough for 100 million in about 3 or 4 days, which can condense a little divinity. That is to say, under ideal conditions, he can accumulate 100 million units of pure faith value in about half a month. Well, to be more precise, excluding various accidents and extra expenses, adding a few more days, about 20 days can guarantee that he can obtain about 100 million faith values. These are the purest faith values, which can be used to transform divine power, condense divinity, ignite divine fire in the future, etc. The pure faith value provided by one's own believers is also the foundation of every player in the God's domain. And this is only at this stage. As time goes by, the fishmen and great Naga in the God's domain will continue to multiply. When the population increases in the future, the faith value provided will increase. Lin Xiao did not convert these faith values into divine power, but continued to store them. He planned to accumulate 200 million faith values first, and condense the 2 points of divinity first. It was strange to see that the 2 points of divinity in brackets were not condensed every day. 6 points of divinity are also above average in the entire summer camp. Even though there are a lot of outstanding students in the summer camp, it does not mean that all of them have more than 5 points of divinity. After all, divinity cards themselves are rare. Chapter 130 Rewards, and the idea of the third auxiliary clan in the God realm. Like Lin Xiao, the school only gives out a few cards for the final exam every year, which is not enough to score points. And only the best students have the opportunity to grab them. Although the descendants of the true gods are not lacking in divinity, it does not mean that they can be easily integrated with divinity. You must know that the divinity that is not condensed by oneself through the power of faith is not pure. And divinity does not appear out of thin air. It is condensed by other demigods, or true gods, through the power of faith provided by their believers. It naturally contains a large number of non-believer spirits, and the spiritual imprints of the condenser himself. It takes time to thoroughly refine the spiritual imprints in it before it can be integrated into oneself. Otherwise, it will be affected by the spirits of different divinities, which will affect the character at the least and the potential at the worst. Lin Xiao previously integrated the divinity of the snakeman demigod because he used the magic cube of creation to directly extract the pure divinity. Saving this step, other descendants of true gods can only slowly refine the extra divinity, which is not fast at all. Anyone who wants to go further will not fuse a large amount of divinity at once to affect himself. After coming out of the divine domain, Lin Xiao received a brief message from his instructor. You can move freely after the challenge, but you must not leave the fortress and must gather on the morning of the third day. There are almost no restrictions, but he has nowhere to go. He just thought about it and sent a message to Lin Su. He didn't wait for a long time without a reply. He ordered a meal first and applied to receive the reward. He should be the first batch of students to complete the elimination task of his team. Since he completed the task, he can naturally receive the reward. After waiting for a while, the meal he ordered arrived. He ate while browsing the trading platform. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao found that there were even ancient-level cards on the trading platform. But it was rare to find divinity cards and divine domain cards. Occasionally, they were found, and they were instantly killed. This kind of card is completely in short supply. Although the 5 mythical quality 5-star cards rewarded for completing the task can be selected at will, they do not include divinity cards and divine domain cards. Just when he thought of this, he received a message. He clicked on the light screen, and it popped up. It showed the reward he had just applied for, asking him to choose the type of reward card. He put down his chopsticks and thought about it. The first card he chose was the Goblin Species card. The mythical quality Goblin card was a full 3,000 goblins, half male and half female. The reason for choosing this species, which was not even cannon fodder, was mainly to prepare for the third race in the God's Domain. Now in the God's Domain, both the Murlocs and the Great Nada are considered combat races. But a complete God's Domain cannot be full of combat races. There must be 1 or 2 auxiliary races, and the goblins were the auxiliary races he chose. Strictly speaking, Lin Xiao could already choose an intermediate race at this time. There were 2 reasons why he chose the goblins. One reason was that the auxiliary race did not need to be very strong, but easy to breed. Goblins met the standard very well. They could eat anything, even grass roots, leaves, and rotten meat, and were quite easy to raise. The second reason is that he has a goblin's talent of afterglow, which is quite cool. He wants to try to use this talent to reproduce the glory of the ancient goblin empire. Well, this is unlikely. The glory of the ancient goblins is to create virtual gods, which is not allowed by any true god, not even Lin Xiao. If they can create gods, can you expect them to keep their faith in you? I'm afraid that the first thing they will do at that time is to overthrow him, the false god they think of, just like the humans in the main world. After they can open up the God's Domain on a large scale and create gods, ordinary people in the main world will not believe in gods. So the players in the God's Domain can only plunder foreign races from foreign lands and then convert them into God's Domain races to provide faith. Unless Lin Xiao can become the legendary supreme god, the king of all gods, the god of gods, maybe he can control these virtual gods. But that would be too troublesome. And if he really becomes the supreme god or the god of gods, he won't care about these. Therefore, it is necessary to limit its growth limit from the source. In other words, do not remove the curse of the gods in the goblin bloodline. As long as the curse is not lifted, the goblins will never be able to reproduce the glory of ancient times. After all, he just needs an auxiliary clan that specializes in forging weapons and engineering machinery for the main war races in the God's Domain. Just know these. Don't think about other things. The task of resisting the Blood Legion rewards 5 mythical quality 5-star cards. In addition to the Goblin card, he selected 2 very suitable talent cards and 2 specialty cards for the other 4. 2 talent cards, Advanced Enlightenment and Advanced Enlightenment. 2 specialty cards, Mental Genius, Dexterity. Enlightenment and Enlightenment are used to develop IQ. Advanced Enlightenment and Advanced Enlightenment are enhanced versions of mythical quality. The current goblins are very ignorant. Without Enlightenment and Enlightenment, they are useless. These are two necessary cards. The spiritual genius is to tap into his spiritual power, which is a necessary talent for making magic equipment. Without spiritual power, it is impossible to make magic props. As for dexterity, it means literally, the mind is more active, and the hands and feet are more dexterous. With these two talents and two specialties, a new species full of potential has emerged in Lin Xiao's mind. After getting the things, Lin Xiao did not use them immediately, but put them away first. He remembered that the instructor said that any student who stayed after the elimination phase of the team can get 2 mythical quality 5-star cards. Although he can stay, the other students have not finished the test yet, so they can't get the 2 cards now. And he didn't have an extra card, so he had to wait. Speaking of it, the organizer of this summer camp is really rich. The mythical quality cards are really counted by the number of hits. This time, the effort of the test got 5 plus 2. A total of 7 mythical quality 5-star cards, which is unimaginable in Dongning number 5 middle school. Of course, this does not mean that this kind of card is not valuable. It is still quite valuable. It's just that the organizers of the summer camp come from more than 100 institutions of higher learning in the Huaxia region. And with the support of the military, there are still some resources. No matter how rare the resources are, they are not rare at a higher level. When I return to Dongning number 5 middle school and wait for the second year of high school to start, I probably won't have the chance to encounter such a good thing again. At that time, it will be back to the stage where an epic card is a good thing, and mythical cards will only be seen in midterm or final exams. Different levels, different experiences. Lin Xiao suspects that after the summer camp is over, he will not be very interested in the rewards provided by the school. So during this summer camp, I have to do my best to earn more resources and narrow the gap in resources between myself and those top elites in the first year of high school. 2 days passed in a flash. This morning, after Lin Xiao finished washing up, he received a message from his mentor. 3 days are up. Go to the playground to gather immediately. He immediately went out, took out a flying skateboard to set a route, and came to the square where he first arrived. From a distance, he saw that many people had gathered there, chatting in groups of 3 or 2. He noticed that everyone's face was generally not very good. Did everyone perform poorly? At this time, he saw a graceful figure among the figures standing on the other side separated from the other students. It was Aunt Shen. There were a few familiar people not far away, but they stood on the other side and did not communicate with Shen Yuexin. He thought about it and did not go over to say hello. In the second stage of the summer camp, everyone basically took care of themselves. Even most of the people who came with Yuming province had been eliminated. The rest were divided into 4 teams. Now, in addition to Shen Yuexin, there were a few people who were not very familiar with the Fury team. Others could not help if they were eliminated from the team. And everyone was not very familiar with each other. So naturally, there was no need to contact them. As for Aunt Shen, he did contact her once during the period, but she was still undergoing the test at that time and did not respond. The flying skateboard stopped beside Shen Yuexin. These people were the ones that the instructor had been particularly optimistic about before. At the very least, they were silver players. Lin Xiao was the weakest among them. Of course, that was in the past. Now he is definitely not the weakest. Lin Xiao self-assessed that his current strength can definitely reach the level of silver players. And he is still among the strongest batch. He is already qualified to compete for the 3 gold thrones. The reason why he said he was qualified instead of being able to grab it was because the family equipment was not good. The weapon problem was solved, but the armor was not. The body shape of the fishman was different from that of humans, and the surrendered armor could not be equipped. There are armors specially adapted to different races on the market. But the problem is that his fishmen and Nanda are self-created races, and their body shapes are different from those of normal fishmen and Nanda. There is no suitable armor, so he could only find someone to tailor it for him. Or there is no fishman armor for sale on the market at all. No one has tailored a set of armor specifically for cannon fodder like fishmen. There is none at all. This is also the reason why he is preparing to create a 3rd auxiliary race, just to be self-reliant. Without armor, it would be a disadvantage to encounter an equally powerful opponent. One has thick armor for defense, and the other relies on the flesh to withstand it. Naturally, the end is miserable. Shin Yueshin greeted him generously, and he smiled and waved. The others just nodded slightly. Some returned the greeting, and some pretended not to see it. It is obvious that these people neither saw nor recognized his strength. If there is no opportunity, some people would probably want to challenge him. Lin Xiao ignored them. Whether they recognize it or not, they will see it with their hands. If they really want to challenge, they will naturally give them a surprise. He ignored them, and stood with Shin Yueshin and talked in a low voice. After chatting a few times, he found that although he had to call her aunt in terms of seniority, she was actually no different from other girls. Strictly speaking, she was indeed a girl. She was not old, but just of a higher generation. They were all of the same age, so they could still chat. When he spoke, he couldn't help but raise his eyes secretly, looking at her charming face openly. Yes, charming. He felt that it was difficult to describe her appearance and temperament with adjectives such as beautiful and pretty. After the transformation of divinity, it was difficult for female gods to be ugly. It can be said that all of them can be goddesses. But for such an outstanding appearance, figure and temperament as hers, Lin Xiao felt that he could only describe it as charming. Chapter 131. The atmosphere is wrong. Chatting with her, I feel very comfortable and very pleasing to the eye. So he always can't help looking at her. And he looks at her openly. Of course, he only looks at her charming face, not at other places. Not because he doesn't want to, but mainly because the review does not allow it. But no matter how openly he looks, the girl will be shy no matter how generous she is. When he looked at her openly again, Shin Yueshin said with some shame and anger, Do you always chat with girls like this? No, because others are not as pretty as you. Do you always talk to girls in this way? No, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, touch it. He put his hands on his waist and puffed out his chest. Shin Yueshin tilted his head with a look of disgust. You are so rude. I'll tell your grandma. Lin Xiao shrugged. Then go and tell it. My grandma will praise me for being good. You? Shin Yueshin was speechless for a moment. This guy is so slippery that there is really nothing you can do about him. However, Lin Xiao said immediately before she could say anything else. Okay. I won't watch it anymore. Don't tell my grandma. It doesn't matter whether to tell her or not. The main thing is to give her a way out. It's enough to tease her with a few words. Don't let her get off the stage and get really angry. Although Lin Xiao is not a love expert in both his lives, he still knows some theoretical techniques. Shin Yueshin is the most charming girl he has ever seen. She is also very outstanding. Any normal man would have improper thoughts if he were to try to pick her up. It is normal to try to pick her up. Whether you can pick her up or not is another matter. At least you won't have regrets in your life. Fortunately, I have a relationship with her because of my grandmother, although she is not my aunt. Strictly speaking, there is almost no blood relationship. Grandma and Shin Yueshin's mother are from the same clan and distant relatives. They are just girls of the same age. They used to play well and call each other sisters. If you take this distant relationship seriously, it's just a relative. If you don't take it seriously, it's just the kind of person who hasn't seen each other for decades. With his relationship with Grandma, and of course his own talent for being a gigolo, he has always been popular with girls. So he can stand next to her and chat with her. If it were other boys, no one would be able to talk to her. The two chatted for a while, basically talking about things related to summer camp. Lin Xiao was very smart and never talked about anything romantic. A beauty like her would never lack experts in picking up girls to show off in front of her. With his level in this area, he didn't need to show off. He just talked about things that she was interested in. Chatting with a beauty. Time felt like it was passing quickly. Students kept coming. Not long after, he heard a cold snort in his ear. Shin Yueshin said softly, The instructor is here. Let's not chat for now. Okay. He raised his head and saw the instructor Xie Yufei's cold eyes sweeping over, quickly sweeping across their row to the back. And the remaining whispers disappeared instantly. She jumped down from the metal platform several dozen meters high and stepped heavily on the floor. Her fitted military uniform showed off her exquisite figure. She strode towards them and said in a deep voice, I am very disappointed. More than 80% of the more than 400 people chose the low difficulty. More than 30% were eliminated. And more than half of the remaining suffered huge losses. Your performance disappointed me. 30% were eliminated. And the remaining half suffered huge losses. That is to say, a total of 65% were eliminated. 30% were eliminated directly, and half of the remaining 70% suffered huge losses. They suffered huge losses in the summer camp and basically missed the next stage. 65% of more than 400 people. That is 260? Lin Xiao took a breath. So many were eliminated? No wonder so many people looked unhappy when I first came here. It turned out to be like this. Sure enough, the military was ruthless enough. Most of them were eliminated in one breath without blinking. After that, I still got scolded. It was so ruthless. However, this kind of thing is completely normal in the army. The army wants absolute elites. The kind of elites with strong practical combat capabilities. These summer camp members can be regarded as genius elites. But this elite is compared to ordinary people. In the army, as long as the practical combat ability is not good, it will not work. The army does not need trash. Only elites. Trash can only be eliminated. Xie Yufei's tone was cold and ruthless. I know many of you are dissatisfied. Don't say I don't give you a chance. Now those who have not been eliminated can stay. In the next team challenge, you can stay as long as you defeat any member of the enemy team. And those who fail will be eliminated. This sentence made most of the students with bad faces feel relieved. Although the chance is slim, it is an opportunity after all. At this time, Xie Yufei turned around and came to the 10 of them, glanced at them, glanced at the crowd behind, and said loudly, as mentioned before, any soldier who passed the test will receive 2 mythical quality 5-star cards of the specified type. In addition, some soldiers performed well and completed additional challenges in addition to completing standard tasks. The military will never be stingy with rewards for outstanding soldiers. Now all the soldiers who passed the test step forward. The crowd paused for a moment, and many people looked at each other. Lin Xiao saw that the first few of his row of 10 people took a step forward. And he also took a step forward. And then a white light fell from the sky. And the familiar light curtain in front of him popped up, with a 60-second countdown on it. He immediately chose 2 cards that he had thought of a long time ago. One called Basic Exotic Mechanical Construction, and the other called Basic Exotic Alchemy, which were knowledge in the fields of engineering and alchemy respectively. When the auxiliary clan comes up, it will be just right for them to learn. For the time being, there is no need for advanced knowledge. The basic subjects alone are enough for the newly awakened goblins to learn for a long time. Of course, he can't come up with better knowledge at this stage. In any world, knowledge is the most valuable. Simple skills are cheap, but systematic knowledge is very rare. Even basic alchemy is a mythical level card. If it is advanced high-level knowledge, it is something that only demigod cards beyond level 5 have. He can't get it now even if he wants to. Only halfway through the second phase of the summer camp, Lin Xiao has obtained 7 mythical level 5-star cards, basically meeting all the conditions required for the 3rd auxiliary clan he envisioned. He only needs to get 1 more card slot to start modulating immediately. 1 minute passed quickly. And after everyone had chosen their rewards, Xie Yufei continued, the team elimination has ended, and 120 soldiers have been eliminated. The rest will go to the main venue later to start the team PK. The PK rules will be sent to you later. You can read them on the way. I hope that after the team PK is over, the remaining soldiers in my team can exceed 150. It's so direct to look down on them, meaning that now these 280 people will be eliminated by nearly half. But thinking about it carefully, it's really hanging. After all, half of the remaining people have suffered huge losses in the team elimination test just now. When they PK with other teams, they will be at a disadvantage. There is a high probability that they can no longer beat the original students of the same level. As Xie Yufei waved her hand, whether it was the power of the true god or the power of the super war fortress, Lin Xiao only felt that time and space changed in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to the original venue, still sitting on the original stone throne. And there was a burning flame above his head representing the Fury Flame team. He subconsciously looked around and found that there were many empty seats around, which meant that the owners of these seats were eliminated in the previous team elimination. However, most of those who were eliminated were from his level, with a total of about 20 to 30 people. There were only 5 black iron thrones above, and no one was eliminated above bronze. The most eliminated were naturally those who had no seats below. There were more than 1,600 people before, but now there are fewer than 1,000 people left. Huh? He was surprised to find that the elimination rate of the Fury Flame team was not the highest. Nor was it the other military Wolf Fong team. But from the two college teams, the elimination rate was more than 50%. After thinking carefully, he roughly guessed the reason. It is estimated that the academic school directly eliminated all the unqualified ones, while the military school generally had a second chance as long as they were not directly eliminated. So the elimination rate was not as good as that of the academic school. This is not to say that the military school is more humane. But for soldiers, as long as they are not directly eliminated, as long as they do not die, as long as they do not give up, they will have a second or even a third chance. This is the belief from the military. As long as they do not die on the battlefield, and as long as their fighting will is still there, they will have the opportunity to create miracles. What Lin Xiao remembers most is the deeds of the special combat heroes that he had accidentally read in his previous life before he was reborn. Those were truly magical achievements. Miracles that even novels dare not write about. I remember that after watching the magical achievements of many heroes, he suddenly felt that the imagination of these screenwriters could be a little bigger when he watched those dramas again. Hello, students. The sudden voice broke his divergent thoughts and pulled him back to reality. He looked up and saw the host who appeared on the rostrum at some point. I'm glad that so many students are still here. Let's stop talking. The second phase of the summer camp team PK begins now. I believe you all know the rules, so I won't say much. Next, you choose your opponents. We will hack. Lin Xiao forgot to read the rules and immediately lowered his head like everyone else. Very good. Everyone forgot to read. In less than 10 seconds, he had a certain understanding of the challenge rules. It's very simple. Before, all the players were divided into 4 levels by their respective team mentors: upper, middle, lower and top. Now, each team student must challenge at least 3 different opponents. Each opponent has 2 wins in 3 games. If the loser has no seat, he will be eliminated directly. If there is a seat, the seat will be downgraded by 1 level. That is, if the black iron seat loses once, it will be downgraded to a stone seat. If the seats of both sides are not equal, they will be swapped. If you lose again, you will have no seat. If you lose again, you will be eliminated directly. It is not possible to say that you can continue to stay in the summer camp if you have no seat. If you win the first challenge, you will get a mythical quality card. If you win the second challenge, you will get 2 mythical quality cards and a chance to challenge a higher level opponent, such as a mid-level challenge to a higher level opponent. If you win all 3 times, you will not only get 3 mythical quality cards, but also an extra card slot. If you win the challenge, you can also get an extra card slot with source power infusion and an optional ancient crystal card, which means that theoretically you can get 2 extra card slots at this stage. Of course, this refers to those below the gold level, because there are no higher opponents to challenge the gold level. They have gold privileges, as long as they ensure that they do not downgrade after this stage. They can get a card slot and a random ancient crystal card for all the above challenges. If the opponent you defeat has a higher seat than you, you will automatically replace the opponent's position. After reading the rules, Lin Xiao suddenly felt that the atmosphere was wrong. Why are so many people looking at him with strange eyes? Chapter 132 Active Challenge. He found that many people around him looked at him with strange eyes after reading the rules. At least more than half of the students on the seats on the left and right, the thrones, and the steps below looked at him with strange eyes. Especially the 2 murderous eyes that almost condensed into substance. He turned around and saw 2 players in the silver layer above staring at him. He is in trouble now. More than trouble. He might be eliminated directly after 3 consecutive challenges. That was also his own fault. Who told him to be so prominent? Several gold players are not as prominent as him. TSK. 2 silver players exchanged for a stone player. He didn't even consider whether he could bear it. If it was me, I would definitely refuse. But then again, this can't be blamed entirely on him. It was the instructor who chose him. And he was also an accidental injury. It doesn't matter if he was injured by mistake or not. In front of everyone, the instructor used 2 silver players to exchange for his stone player, and put those 2 on the fire. He lost all his face. Can he let him go? No. Definitely not. Why? 1 stone seat for 2 silver players. I don't accept it. So, these 2 silver players will definitely challenge him. He is now on the stone throne. If he loses twice in a row, He will be eliminated directly. That's really miserable. This is the price of pretending. Although it is passive, the discussion was loud and soft. Those far away could not hear it, but those nearby could hear it vaguely, and the more they listened, the more speechless they were. But he had no choice, and he couldn't even refute it. After all, he would not accept it if it was him. It really hurts. With his cheeks puffed up, he lowered his head and clicked on 2 messages, which were sent by Lin Su and Shin Yuexin. Lin Su's message was, "You are in trouble this time. Those 2 are as strong as me. It is difficult for you to beat them. I can only block them once. But according to the rules, everyone has 3 challenges, and you can't avoid them." This cousin. He bit his lip and replied, "Don't bother. You can't avoid them anyway. It doesn't make much sense for you to block them once. Find a few opponents you are sure of and try to perform well. I will handle my own affairs." After sending the message, his lips curled slightly. It is a feeling of warmth from the concern of the same race, and a malicious mockery of the outside world. In everyone's mind now. Do I really have no power to resist? Yes, it is true. In fact, I am indeed like this in the minds of others now. After all, the throne he is sitting on is made of stone, which is several grades lower than the silver material. Generally speaking, those who are really optimistic about their strength will never condescend to sit below. It is not only for face, but also for real benefits. But no one ever thought that the main reason why he sat here was not because of lack of strength, but because he was poor and couldn't even get a card to challenge for a higher seat. He imagined with some evil humor that everyone would drop their jaws in shock after he overturned 2 malicious silver players. He lowered his head and clicked the message sent by Shin Yuexin. "Hey, cousin, you are not in a good situation now. Do you want your aunt to help you?" He couldn't help but think of her giggling while sending messages. He tilted his head with a smile and replied, "Aunt, are you going to support me? This way, Guer won't be sleepy." "Hey Tui, it's a good idea. By the way, who is Guer?" "It's my nickname." "Nickname?" Shin Yuexin's delicate little face was full of confusion. "Turn off the communication. This is not the time to pick up girls. Sit quietly in your seat and wait for the challenge to begin." As the host announced loudly, the whole venue suddenly became quiet. All the whispers disappeared instantly. More than half of the people looked at him and the 2 silver players. Everyone was looking forward to who would challenge him first. However, when the 2 silver players were still communicating with each other through their eyes about who would go first, it was Lin Xiao who stood up first and pointed at one of them, saying loudly, "I want to challenge Li Xiangyang." The whole place was silent, and everyone was stunned for a moment. The next second, noisy discussions were rampant. "Damn, too arrogant. Dare to take the initiative to challenge? You are wrong about this. This is not arrogance but self-knowledge. Anyway, he will definitely be challenged. So he might as well take the initiative and win the reputation of being courageous. What a hammer to use. He will still be eliminated." The comments were basically one-sided, and almost no one was optimistic about him. Lin Xiao didn't care, just looked at the other party quietly. Li Xiangyang, who was challenged by him, was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He hadn't challenged before he challenged, but the other party challenged him first. He was immediately furious, and he stood up and said word by word, "I accept your challenge." As soon as the voice fell, the challenge was established, and the 2 people disappeared at the same time. The familiar virtual plane appeared again. The 2 stood at each end. There were no spectators around. In this stage of the challenge, no one could watch the fight of others. However, above the virtual plane, there were dozens of powerful wills in the huge pupils. They were the wills of the observation representatives from various universities. Although this summer camp was hosted by the military, and the military selected the elites. The purpose of the military selecting elites and the selection of outstanding students by various universities did not conflict. Even if they were selected by the military, they would not serve now, but only in the reserve. Before that, they still had to go to school and even take the college entrance examination normally. The task of these observers was to observe these students, evaluate their strength and potential, and then send special recruitment invitations or intention invitations to the students they liked. There is no need to explain the special recruitment invitation. It is the literal meaning. The intention invitation means that the students are quite excellent, but they have not yet reached the standard of special recruitment, so they can only be given an intention invitation. The students who receive the invitation will have priority when applying for this university in the future. For key or top universities, the number of students who apply for admission exceeds the number of students who meet the requirements every year. This means that many students who meet the requirements cannot study and can only be transferred to other universities. At this time, the priority comes into play, and they can enter this university first. Normally, students like Lin Xiao who sit on a stone seat cannot enter the sight of the observers of the top universities. The main reason is that the Fury team used 2 silver players to replace him before, which made them very curious. And it was just the right time to observe the silver player Li Xiangyang. This time, the will of the observers appeared in Tianqiong's pupils without any concealment, and both Lin Xiao and Li Xiangyang could clearly sense it. Li Xiangyang, who only wanted to teach his opponent a lesson, was very alert and decided to show all his strength in the later duel and defeat his opponent with a crushing attitude. But unfortunately, Lin Xiao also thought so. It has nothing to do with the appearance of the observers. He thought so when he took the initiative to challenge his opponent before. 13,000 fishmen and 800 Nagas are all his subordinates who can fight now. Originally, there could be more, but he had consumed millions of faith powers in one breath before, and used the divine supernatural power of reproduction to make more than 100 big Nagas pregnant with small Nagas. So he couldn't fight now. But this is enough. As a silver player, Li Xiangyang's strength is not much different from that of the slightly low-key Lin Su. He has 3 kinds of clans, namely more than 4,000 main battle clan minotaurs, more than 2,000 auxiliary clan rabbit people, and more than 7,000 cannon fodder clan lizard people. This minotaur is a real minotaur, about 2.23 meters tall, with well-developed muscles and full strength. He is covered with customized minotaur armor, and even his tail is wrapped with a layer of iron chain with barbs on it, which can scrape off a layer of skin with a swing. Their weapon is a double-edged axe as big as a wheel, and the lethality is terrifying at a glance. The minotaurs were not equipped with long-range weapons, because only half of the more than 7,000 lizardmen were cannon fodder warriors, and the other half were lizardman archers who had loaded the archer profession and had strong long-range output. As for the auxiliary family rabbit people, each of them had a crossbow for self-defense, and dozens of rabbit people worked together to push a large cart. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at it. He couldn't tell what was inside the tightly wrapped wooden body for a while, but it didn't look like a chariot anyway. This was the first time Lin Xiao saw an opponent with a third family. The strength was quite strong, and he was looking forward to it. The 2 sides didn't talk nonsense, and quickly deployed troops in the random wasteland plain. The will of the observers in the pupils above the plain sky was also communicating with each other. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the other end of the plain. At the beginning of the battle, Li Xiangyang's more than 2,000 auxiliary family rabbit people took out a small hammer and knocked on the body of the car. The joints unfolded one by one with the knocking. The 4 or 5 meter long body quickly unfolded to 7 or 8 meters, gradually assembled into a huge assembly machine. Large crossbow cart? This thing looks like several crossbows put together and lined up in a row. It can fire 15 steel crossbow arrows as thick as a finger at a time. Both its lethality and penetrating power are amazing. Sure enough, those who can sit on the silver level are not weaklings. Now the third clan has developed in a good shape. From this point of view, both Guqing and Lingqiu are stronger than what we have seen before. The strength they showed before is probably only a part of their real strength, and they are not going all out. Similarly, the strength that Wu Zhonglin showed before is definitely only a small part of himself. His real strength is probably much stronger than what everyone sees. As the 2 sides finished arranging their troops, the leader of the Minotaur gave an order, and the huge Minotaur square advanced layer by layer with heavy steps. The lizardman cannon fodder and archers on the left and right wings followed at the same speed, and the assembled crossbow carts behind also moved with it. It is obvious that Li Xiangyang also used the tactic of crushing in one go. Lin Xiao was naturally unwilling to be outdone. With the order of the hero Slarda, all the clans were also divided into the left, middle and right wings and slowly advanced from the front. And the battle was about to start. Above the sky, the 2 looked at each other across a plain, and both were full of confidence. He did not feel guilty because the other side had more than a dozen crossbow carts. And Li Xiangyang was not afraid because he saw 17 great Nagas of extraordinary level. Instead, dozens of powerful wills in Tianqiong's pupils discussed after all the clans of both sides appeared. Chapter 133, So this student is wanted by our Tianqing Higher School. One of the tyrannical wills stared at the extremely tall Nagas in the fish group, and hesitated for a moment before saying, "This Naga, there is something wrong." "Well, I also think it is not right. This is not like a Naga." This sentence is somewhat self-contradictory, but it is amazing that other wills can understand this sentence. One of the wills paused and said, "Although I don't have a Naga family, I also know that normal Nagas will not grow so big. Yes, although the size of normal Nagas increases after advancement, the increase is not so large, and it is not as large as this one. The aura of Nagas of the same extraordinary level should be stronger." He also thinks so. This Naga is too big. He raised his eyebrows, ignoring the flexibility of many big Nagas to avoid trees and stones, and said, "Such a large body can easily become a live target on the battlefield, and the adaptability is not high." "Makes sense," a tyrannical will said in a very approving tone, and changed the subject. "It is a waste for this student to have such a flashy family. I have to find an opportunity to criticize him. So our Tianjin Higher Education Institute wants this student. I will mark him first." "Wait a minute." Someone stopped him immediately. "I won't bother you with this. Everyone knows that I like to instruct newcomers the most. You can easily scare people with your words. I'll do this. Come on. I remember you scolded a female student and made her cry. You are not suitable." "Nonsense. That's my granddaughter." "Isn't that your student too?" "Ah. There are so many people here. Have you asked for our opinions?" The simulated knocking sound of the table sounded, but both ignored it. The first person said, "If you have any opinions, you can send a formal letter to our school later. I am now performing my duties seriously." "Damn. How can you be so shameless? There are so many people here. Can you grab it?" the man said in a nonchalant tone. "Did I grab it? I just marked it. You can mark it if you want. And after the summer camp is over, everyone can grab it based on their ability." As soon as he said it, dozens of marks were instantly marked on his body in a layer that Lin Xiao could not see. Then, everyone fell silent and focused on the two armies that were approaching quickly, especially the more than 800 large, but very flexible Nagas. When the two sides were about 100 meters apart, the 4,000 Minotaurs had already pulled down their visors, with the sharp horns on their foreheads facing the front, and the wheel axes were raised high to take a fighting stance. There were also hundreds of Minotaurs mixed in the left and right-wing Lizardman cannon fodder, and the Lizardman archers behind them began to put arrows on their bows and pull them to the full from a distance. Bang, bang, bang. The bowstring shook and a phantom popped up. The arrow shot up into the sky, and together with thousands of other arrows formed a dense rain of arrows that pierced the front line of the fishmen. Thousands of Murloc warlocks raised their hands at the same time, and the air above the battle line that stretched for several kilometers twisted. A layer of blue seawater essence appeared above the Murloc vanguard's head, and the blue light was blocked by thousands of arrows. "Wow! So many Murloc warlocks?" The many wills noticed the group of Murlocs, who were thinner than their peers in the back. It's not that their vision is not good, but their attention was attracted by the big Naga, and they ignored the Murloc cannon fodder. After all, they are Murlocs. This kind of useless race that is at the bottom even among the cannon fodder races is really hard to be noticed. Even if Lin Xiao's Murlocs are stronger than their peers, they are still Murlocs, and it is normal to ignore them. The forwards of both sides approached quickly, after blocking 6 waves of arrows in a row. When the distance between the forwards of both sides was less than 50 meters, the first row of fishmen jumped up at the same time and crossed 50 meters. Suddenly, a series of muffled sounds were heard, and a large number of lizardmen on the left and right wings fell down. The Minotaurs in the middle army relied on their strong physique and strength, plus strong defense, and actually survived. Although they were overturned by the car, they quickly climbed up and did not have any fatal injuries. Lin Xiao was quite surprised. This was the first time he saw an opponent who could withstand the salty fish stab burst of the fishmen. Obviously, Li Xiangyang's group of Minotaurs were better equipped than the opponents he had encountered before, and their armor defense was higher. If the armor of the opponents he had encountered before was made of iron, Li Xiangyang's group of Minotaurs were equipped with steel armor. Steel is divided into inferior steel, high-quality steel, refined steel, high-carbon steel, magic steel, etc. The higher the quality of steel, the more expensive it is. It is a custom-made tower and equipment. This Li Xiangyang must be a rich man. No wonder he can become one of the 36 silver players. The strength itself is one part, And good equipment is another part. In this class, when the strength difference is not big, the quality of equipment can completely determine the strength gap between the same silver players. Fortunately, Lin Zhao's current strength is different from the past. Although he is a little poorer, his hard power is strong enough. Anyway, it is a simulated battle, and there is no need to worry about war damage. Slardar's command is more unrestrained than usual. He directly ordered the forward fishmen to separate to the left and right, and the central army Naga rushed out from the center of the separated forwards, and directly collided head-on with the Tauren phalanx, who were unwilling to be outdone. It's about to start. Dozens of powerful wills were inspired, and Lin Zhao also focused on overlooking the battlefield. In the center of the Tauren square, a Tauren hero raised a wheel axe and shouted, "Charge!" The Tauren with the warrior class template crouched slightly. The grass under his feet exploded, and he accelerated sharply, dragging his afterimage and slamming into the big Naga with its tail swinging rapidly in front of him. Boom! Slardar slammed the anchor in his hand to the ground. The big Naga in the front row held a fine iron weapon in each hand, either a two-handed sword or a battle axe. The thick snake tail swung violently, smashing a thick dent in the grass. The body flashed and arrived first, and slammed into the charging Tauren halfway. Bang! 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 The Minotaurs, with afterimages left behind, collided with the big Naga out of thin air. A circle of invisible energy spread out with the collider as the center. The grass on the ground was pressed down by the invisible strong wind. After a moment of stalemate, all the Minotaurs were knocked back dozens of meters, knocking down a bunch of companions like bowling balls. All the big Naga stopped in place, with a fist-sized blood hole in their waists and abdomens. Occasionally, the scales on their waists were broken and tore a large wound that was not very deep, more than half a meter long. Then, in Li Xiangyang's shocked eyes, the wound healed at an extremely fast speed. Damn! Advanced regeneration. What a hard body. Li Xiangyang only noticed the super fast recovery speed, and did not have the senior experience and attention of the observers. The dozens of observers were not amazed by the big Naga's recovery ability, but its unexpectedly strong physique. With their eyesight, they could estimate the target's general strength with just one look. They were optimistic about the strength of the big Naga before, but the serious fighting performance was still beyond their expectations. You should know that this group of Minotaurs can charge with axes, and these axes are made of high-quality steel, with such powerful forces of both sides charging at the same time. The lethality can cut a thigh-thick iron pillar in half. In their estimation, this axe will definitely cause huge damage to the big Naga without armor. But in fact, the damage caused by this axe is less than half of what they expected, which is exaggerated. It seems to be only half less. But in battle it is often the difference between life and death. To give a simple example, a knife pierces the chest. The force is not enough, and the tip of the knife is only 1 inch away from the heart. If the force is increased by 50%, the additional insertion depth will definitely be more than 1 inch. This is the difference between life and death. Li Xiangyang's face changed on the spot. With just one try, he knew that these huge Nagas were definitely not silver wax spears. His main battle Minotaur army probably couldn't beat this group of perverts head-on. Even if the number is absolutely superior, the individual strength is too different, and the number advantage is no longer an advantage. But he didn't get discouraged. He ordered his family to slow down the offensive through divine revelation, and wait for the crossbow carts behind to come up. The crossbow cart itself is specially used to deal with powerful individuals. The thick armor-piercing crossbow arrows are strung with a winch, and the force of the shot can penetrate the thick city gates. He didn't believe that these big Nagas were harder than the city gates. But although his plan was good, it would be difficult to operate if Lin Zhao didn't cooperate. While the first wave of injured Nagas were catching their breath, the second wave of Nagas had already passed their companions and rushed up. Especially the 13 extraordinary whale hunters, whose 12-meter bodies were like giant beasts, and whose speed was faster than their companions. At this time, they no longer restricted their speed, and crashed into the phalanx of Minotaurs like 13 tanks. They slammed into the phalanx with the axes chopped by the brave Minotaurs, and swung their thick tails violently, sweeping down a lot with their absolute power. Then the thick and powerful snake body arched and bounced up tens of meters high, smashing down like a meteor, with a deafening boom. And the violent shock wave wrapped in the sky and smashed in all directions. Looking down from the sky, you can see that 13 holes with a diameter of more than 30 meters were blown out in the Minotaur phalanx as the 13 whale hunters struck with thunder. The huge phalanx was instantly messed up and out of formation. The extraordinary soldiers are so domineering, without the same level extraordinary existence to stop them. They basically rushed forward like tanks before being surrounded and killed. Li Xiangyang was forced to mobilize a large number of lizardman archers to gather together. Countless arrows were focused on the big nagas rushing forward on the battlefield. The sound of clanging was endless. Most of the arrows could not even penetrate the scales of the whale hunters. In theory, as long as the bow and arrow are good, even a first-level lizardman archer can shoot through the scales of the extraordinary whale hunters. But there is a prerequisite. That is, do not move and let them shoot, and you must charge up to the full. These prerequisites are obviously impossible to achieve on the battlefield. When moving at high speed, the arrow must have a stronger force to ignore inertia and penetrate the target's armor, which is not something that low-level races like lizardmen can do. So in less than a minute, 13 extraordinary-level nagas defeated Li Xiangyang's central army. Even if the Minotaurs are very brave and did not collapse even when they were at a disadvantage, they still cannot win. This does not mean that an angry slide can defeat the enemy. Chapter 134. The tyrant body talent so strong that shocked all observers. Li Xiangyang looked down at the plain with a look of reluctance. At this time, his family had been completely defeated by the enemy's offensive. The Minotaur corps in the central army was messed up by 13 extraordinary-level nagas. The left and right wings were already defeated, with 2 whale-hunting knights rushing into the formation. The left and right wings, which were mainly jackal cannon fodder, collapsed directly. The Minotaur had thick skin, thick flesh and thick armor, so he could still withstand it. The jackal was swept by the nagas over 10 meters tall, and was crushed into meat paste on the spot. It was a very miserable death. The defeat was already determined. There was no way to be unwilling. But seeing the nagas being unrestrained in his formation, he was full of reluctance. Suddenly, he issued a divine revelation, and ordered the crossbow carts that had arrived to deploy. Although there were no extraordinary level troops, these crossbow carts were extremely powerful, and could cause fatal damage to extraordinary level troops. Seeing this, a super large naga used its strong and powerful snake tail to shake off the approaching minotaurs, and quickly rushed towards the crossbow cart. Ready. Fire! The crossbow strings of more than a dozen crossbow carts were shaken into phantoms with a sudden flicker, and the thick armor-piercing arrows placed on the bed crossbows flashed and disappeared, breaking through the air with a loud sound. And the speed was so fast that even the phantoms could not be seen. Then the body of the large naga, who rushed towards the crossbow cart without dodging, suddenly leaned back. And the body leaned back so much that the back of the head almost touched the ground and turned a big circle. And then stood up again. Impossible. Damn it! Damn it! Borrowing arrows from a straw boat? When Li Xiangyang saw the state of the large naga at this time, his eyes almost popped out. The hack-you sound behind came from the observers, who were watching the battle. Everyone stared at the plain with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. The tall figure kept shaking back and forth, as if he was about to fall down at any time. But he insisted on not falling down. At this time, the extraordinary naga looked like a hedgehog, with thick armor-piercing crossbows stuck in his chest. And blood flowed along the exposed arrow tails, because he was hit by too many arrows. It seemed that his whole body was bleeding. 18 crossbow carts, each with 15 2-meter-long armor-piercing fine steel crossbows. More than 80% of the more than 200 crossbows hit all. And even the head was hit by no less than 10 arrows. What is the concept of this? Lin Xiao didn't know how to describe it for a while. After thinking for a long time, he came up with the illusion of borrowing arrows from a straw boat. However, with such a terrible injury, he didn't die on the spot, and he could still stand. His vitality was simply abnormal. This is not just a simple death struggle. This is really alive. Lin Xiao can see it. How can many observers not see it? That's why they can't help but shout. Talented dominant body. Creatures with this talent are very powerful, with +3 constitution and +3 strength, which will remove all their weaknesses. Immune to fatal and lethal. Greatly weaken the negative status and damage from spells. Reduce certain physical damage. And have very strong regeneration ability and vitality. With a talent like a bug and a strong constitution of extraordinary life. More than 200 armor-piercing arrows hit all of them without dying. This heroic characteristic directly made Li Xiangyang lose the will to fight and choose to surrender. The battle was over. But the discussion among many observers continued. Well, to be precise, It was a struggle, which had just begun after the battle. As well-informed observers, they only needed a few pieces of information to get a rough idea of Lin Xiao's situation. For example, the Great Naga was a newly created species rather than an existing race. The Great Naga was already a high-level race, and he already had the priesthood of creation, etc. It was not uncommon for them to have the priesthood of creation. There were many geniuses in human civilization, and a group of them emerged every year. It was not uncommon for people like him to create new races by themselves. Moreover, the priesthood of creation did not necessarily require the creation of new species to appear. There were other ways. Lin Xiao's possession of the priesthood of creation in the first year of high school could only be considered a plus point. The main reason that really determined the interest of many observers, who had seen many geniuses, was the strength and potential of the Great Naga. Potential alone can only make people optimistic. But if part of the potential has been transformed into strength, then its value is higher than any potential without strength, or strong strength but no subsequent potential, even though they all knew that its potential would be earth-shattering if it was tapped. So, when Lin Xiao just came out of the virtual plane, he received several private chat invitations before he could come to his senses. The sender directly indicated that he was an observer from a certain school. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he knew what was going on. But he did not respond immediately, because at this time everyone in the hall was shocked that he and Li Xiangyang suddenly switched positions after coming out of the virtual plane. Lin Xiao was also a little surprised when he pressed the silver armrest under his seat, because according to normal circumstances, it should be 2 wins in 3 games. He only won 1 game, and he should win another game before changing. There is only one possibility for this situation now. Li Xiangyang thinks he is not his opponent at all, and completely admits defeat. If I am not mistaken, they should have only played once. So why did they change positions? Is it a bug? No one who said this believed it. But apart from this reason, they really couldn't think of any other reason. Or they thought of the real reason, but they didn't dare or want to believe it. Especially another silver player named Huiyaji was a little panicked, and quickly chatted with Li Xiangyang privately to ask, "Xiangyang, what's going on with you?" Li Xiangyang was silent for a long time before he said in a low and weak voice, "That's it. I lost." After a pause, he continued, "If you want to ask me what to do, my advice is not to challenge him. You can't beat him. There is no chance at all." Huiyaji was stunned for a moment, and asked in a low voice, "But everyone knows that we have to challenge him to prove our strength. If we don't even dare to challenge, our evaluation in the minds of mentors and observers will definitely be greatly reduced. If you are not as good as others, you have to admit defeat. Sometimes a wise choice is also an advantage. Don't worry. The observers now know his strength. No one will laugh at you if you don't dare to challenge." Huiyaji wanted to ask again, but seeing his companion's look of great shock, he thought about it and stopped asking. He looked up at the next door, and Lin Xiao happened to look over. He grinned and showed 2 rows of white and neat teeth and asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? I'm waiting." Huiyaji opened his mouth, and then saw that many people were looking at him. He was in a dilemma. His companion's frustration and advice made him want to back out, but the expectant eyes of so many people made him unable to say the word of backing out. If he said it out loud, he would be laughed at by everyone. People don't care how strong your opponent is. They will only say that you are a softie who dares not even challenge, and you can only brag. Wait, whether I win or lose has nothing to do with others, right? He seemed to have grasped something with a flash of inspiration in his mind. He thought carefully, and the more he thought, the clearer his mind became. He suddenly laughed and said to himself, "I was really overwhelmed by anger. Why should I do meaningless things because of other people's opinions?" Moreover, the instructor exchanged us for him because he was optimistic about him. This has nothing to do with him, right? Why should I target him? Huiyaji was able to get to this point and become an outstanding elite in the summer camp not only because of his good background, but also because he was extremely outstanding. He quickly figured out the joints. Of course, the most important thing is that he can't beat him. If he can beat him, he will definitely not hesitate to challenge Lin Xiao and teach him a lesson. Since he can't beat him, he knows the time and chooses to give in. He arched his hands to Lin Xiao and said seriously, "Li Xiangyang and I are not much different in strength. You can make brother Xiangyang admit defeat and be convinced. Naturally, I am not your opponent. You and I have no grudges. It's better to stop here. Lin Xiao looked at him with some surprise and nodded slightly. This is naturally the best. In this way, their matter is over. But those who wanted to watch the fun were very disappointed. Someone said in a sarcastic voice, "TSK. I thought you were so awesome. But you are all cowards. I think you should stop staying there." Lest. The voice stopped abruptly. The man stared at Huiyaji with wide eyes. The other party looked at him expressionlessly and said, "You talk so much and look down on me so much. Then let's have a few moves." Although Huiyaji is at the silver level, and the other person is at the bronze level, they are at the same level in the 4-level division of the lower, middle, upper and top levels of the major teams. So he cannot refuse Huiyaji's challenge. The challenge from a higher level made him regret why he was so mean. And what made him most desperate was the cold look from Li Xiangyang on the other side. Lin Xiao smiled. The mean person tasted the consequences. According to the best of 3 system, Huiyaji and Li Xiangyang challenged at the same time. He was unlikely to win and was basically eliminated. With this example, other people who wanted to ridicule him quickly shut up. They certainly still despised him in their hearts, but they dared not show it. I thought I was so powerful. But I am also a coward. Tang Ling looked away with some disappointment, not daring to let the 2 people notice. Looking around, Lin Xiao confidently met everyone's gaze, without any fear in his eyes. Scanning the ancient city, the apparently strongest student from Yunning province smiled and nodded to him. His attitude was obviously different from before. Seeing Lin Su, this fellow looked very surprised. With a questioning look in his eyes, he smiled slightly and gestured for a while. Seeing Shen Yuexin, the beautiful ant blinked her big eyes, but she could also feel her surprise. Finally, scanning the top layer of the golden layer, it can be seen that they are slightly surprised. Just a little surprised. Not surprised. The kind that doesn't care much. Especially those few. In fact, these geniuses who came from nowhere with Wu Xianglin have always looked down on everyone present except them. Even Qin Fengyan has never taken the initiative to communicate with others in the team. It can be seen that everyone present is garbage in their hearts. At this time, his eyes happened to meet the eyes of the black-haired boy in the center of the 9 golden thrones surrounded by hundreds of thrones on the top floor. The boy smiled at him gently. The smile was gentle and comfortable. He could feel that this was not pretending. And there was no need to pretend. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded in response. And then he had time to sit down and come back to confirm the private chats of several observers and several acquaintances. Chapter 135 Special Recruitment Invitation and Rejection. The acquaintance replied, "Wait a moment for the time being." What he wanted to see most now was the private chats between these observers from different institutions of higher learning about what they wanted to do. First, the observer from Tianqing Institute of Higher Learning. As soon as he answered the call, a voice with the image of a burly man appeared in his mind and said, "Student Lin Xiao, after observing you, we think that your excellence is worthy of our invitation. In the name of Tianqing Institute of Higher Learning, we send you a special recruitment invitation letter. Please consider it carefully." Tianqing Institute of Higher Learning. A series of information immediately appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. When he received the invitation letter for the Super Freshman Summer Camp, he had already memorized all the information of the summer camp organizers. Among the 5 super institutions in the Huaxia region and the 133 key institutions, Tianqing Institute of Higher Learning ranked in the middle. In the main world, there are a total of 12 super institutions and 800 institutions of higher learning, also called key institutions and first-class institutions. Outside of these 800 institutions of higher learning are ordinary institutions of higher learning. There are quite a lot of them. Some are strong and some are weak. The strongest ones are not inferior to the institutions of higher learning at the bottom of the rankings. And some are even stronger than the institutions of higher learning at the bottom of the rankings. But they are all ordinary institutions of higher learning. There are 5 Chinese districts among the 12 super institutions of higher learning, and more than 300 Chinese districts among the 800 key institutions of higher learning. The Super Freshman Summer Camp is the top freshman activity in the Chinese district and even in the main world. Jointly organized by the 5 super institutions of higher learning and 133 institutions of higher learning. In addition to selecting some outstanding students through the summer camp, to see if there are any talents that have been missed in addition to those already famous young geniuses. The purpose is to enhance the reputation of the school. Although all institutions of higher learning can be held, there are so many institutions of higher learning in the main world. plus so many ordinary institutions. And there are some universities whose comprehensive strength exceeds that of ordinary institutions of higher learning. If the school does not maintain its own reputation, it is easy to be surpassed by others. The annual Super Freshman Summer Camp is one of the top freshman activities in the main world. Participating in this summer camp can maintain the reputation of the school. As for selecting elite talents, it is also one of the main tasks. Just like the ancient Chinese era before Lin Xiao traveled through time, many universities were keen on competing for the top scorers in the college entrance examination in various places, and they did not hesitate to use high scholarships to attract them. In ancient times, the competition for geniuses was to increase the reputation of the school, and now the competition for geniuses is to enhance the foundation of the school. In this super fantasy era of gods, every student with great potential and strength is a reserve of gods. Cultivating them into true gods will increase the foundation and real strength of the school itself. And they have no choice but to compete. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao is not interested in this Tianqing higher school. If it were someone else, it would definitely be a dream. But for him, Tianqing Higher School, which ranks in the middle of higher education institutions, he doesn't think much of it. It is not necessary to enter the 5 super universities in the Huaxia region, but it must be one of the top 20 universities. The top 20 universities are all giants. It is enough to have a big backer. It does not matter which backer. Lin Xiao really did not have too many requirements for this. But it was not to say that he had no requirements at all. So he thought about it, and politely rejected the observer. Soon the observer from Tianqing University wrote again, asking again sincerely, and was willing to provide a scholarship. But Lin Xiao still politely refused. The other party had no choice but not to continue the invitation. After all, universities also have to save face. It is impossible for them to come if they are not invited twice. Then look at the second private message. The special recruitment invitation letter from Dark Moon University. The content and format are basically the same. Dark Moon University is not much higher than Tianqing University, and it is also not within his consideration range. So he politely declined. The third private message came from the Eternal Higher Education Institution, which ranked 48th among the 800 higher education institutions. Lin Xiao thought about it, and decided to leave this one for the time being. The fourth private message came from. He saw the 24th private message in one breath, which was also the last higher education institution willing to send a special recruitment invitation letter plus a scholarship. There were dozens of higher education institution observers watching the battle just now, and there were dozens of private messages, but only 24 were willing to recruit him, and the rest only sent letters of intent. In summary, the rankings of the institutions willing to recruit him are not very high, and the highest is the Eternal Higher Education Institution ranked 48th. The ranking of those who sent letters of intent is high, and the highest one is from the Eternal Will Higher Education Institution ranked 4th. But I didn't see any super institutions. Well, super institutions don't have observers. As the main organizers, the 5 super institutions have priority selection rights, and can give priority to selecting the student they like after the summer camp ends. Generally speaking, if the 5 super universities send a special recruitment invitation letter, basically few students will refuse this invitation. And Lin Xiao is no exception. Finally, after reading all the private messages, Lin Xiao rejected them all after considering it. There is no other reason. Just that he doesn't like it. If you want the 5 super universities, or the top 20 higher education institutions to send a special recruitment invitation letter, he doesn't have to consider agreeing. If it is lower than this ranking, forget it. He is only in the first year of high school now, and there is still a lot of time to grow. There will be plenty of time to choose in the future. After dealing with these private messages, he has time to check the messages sent by acquaintances. The first one he saw was Lin Su's message. This little cousin didn't say anything, but sent a series of question marks. He pinched his chin, and a smile appeared on his face involuntarily, and replied, "The previous team elimination test was a real invasion. I got a few big guys, which were very powerful." But Lin Su didn't respond. He looked up and saw that he was being challenged by others, and had no time to respond. He shrugged and replied to Xin Yuexin with the same reason. After that, he closed the private chat because she was also challenging others. Everyone was busy challenging or being challenged. Lin Xiao saw that he still needed to challenge 2 opponents or be challenged twice. But he had just defeated the silver player Li Xiangyang, and now it was estimated that no one would take the initiative to challenge him. He needed to take the initiative to challenge and complete 3 challenges first. According to the rules, if you win all 3 challenges, you can get a total of 6 mythical quality cards, as well as an extra card slot and the opportunity to challenge across levels. If the challenge across levels is successful, you can get an Ancient God card and an extra card. This reward is very tempting, but it is not so easy to get it. It is easy to win 3 times in a row. After all, his positioning is not high. The same level is a part of the silver players and a part of the top bronze players. It is not difficult to defeat them, but it was a bit troublesome to challenge the opponents of higher levels. There were not many options in front of him. He also had to get rid of Shin Yuexin, who was rated as a top-level silver player by each team. Although Gu Cheng was a silver player, he was not recognized as the strongest player of the first level. If he got rid of the 6 gold players, including Wu Zhonglin, there were not many players he could choose. You should know that these players were the ones who sat on the gold throne at first, but were driven down by the 6 players. This did not mean that they were weak, but that their opponents were too strong. He wanted to challenge these players. His eyes swept over these players, and he was a little undecided about which one to choose. He hesitated for a moment, and then turned his eyes back to look down. If you can't make up your mind, don't think about it first, and complete the 3 challenges first. His eyes looked back and forth between bronze and silver, and finally fell on a player in the bronze level who had not been challenged. And he applied for a challenge to the other party. Persimmon, of course, picked the soft ones. Steady! As soon as the application was sent, it was obvious that the man was stunned for a moment. And then he turned his head and saw Lin Xiao, and a helpless expression immediately appeared on his face. The challenge cannot be refused. Although he is silver and the opponent is bronze, they are considered to be at the same level in the team division and cannot be refused. Entering the challenge virtual plane with familiarity, Lin Xiao was relieved after overlooking the opponent's troops from the plane dome, and let Slarda take full command. This bronze player is much weaker than Li Xiangyang, so how could he be his opponent? After only 1 round, the opponent directly admitted defeat and did not continue the second round. But according to the rules, his seat also dropped from the bronze level to the black iron level, and the seat material changed from bronze to black iron. At this stage, there is no limit on the number of seats at all levels. For example, there are 36 seats for silver. If 2 silver players fight each other, one of them fails and falls to the bronze level, which is equivalent to 36 seats for silver becoming 35, and 72 seats for bronze becoming 73. This situation is happening at different levels, with people constantly falling from the upper level to the lower level, or swapping between different levels. But most of them were eliminated because of the failure of the challenge and the players without seats, and their figures disappeared directly from the hall. Lin Xiao noticed that many acquaintances from Yuming province were also eliminated and left one after another, including several acquaintances. He could only express regret for this, and no one could help anyone at this stage. After calming down, he randomly picked another bronze player, whose strength was not much different from the previous one. It also took only 1 round to make the opponent surrender. So far, 3 challenges have been completed, and 6 myth cards and extra card slots have been obtained, which is as fast as picking up money from a sack. Unfortunately, this experience of picking up money has ended here, and the next challenge will be difficult. The opponent must be selected from the top few silver seats, and the gold seats are too difficult. Even the 3 gold seats besides the 6 are not easy to deal with. Lin Xiao is not familiar with these 6 people, except Wu Xinglin. He doesn't know where the other 5 are from, and his specific strength is not clear. He only knows that they are very strong. Although they are not as good as Wu Zhonglin, they are definitely much stronger than the strongest gold player on the scene. He doesn't know whether they are players on the Tianjiao, Peerless or Renjie sublist. Logically speaking, those who can come with Wu Zhonglin are most likely to be players on the sublist. Definitely not as good as Wu Zhonglin. I don't know if they are players on the 108 Peerless sublist or the 3000 Renjie sublist. Such top masters among peers. To be honest, Lin Xiao really wants to test their quality to see how big the gap is between him and them now. But it's not suitable at this time. He still wants to get the ancient card and the extra card slot, so it's better to be safe. Unfortunately, the rewards for the 3 challenges are settled after the end. The main purpose is to prevent someone from completing the 3 levels first and quickly improving their strength before challenging. Otherwise, he wants to get 6 myth cards first to improve his strength. Lin Xiao was not very familiar with the strength of these top players, and did not spend much time thinking about it. He randomly locked on a silver player who had been eliminated from the gold level and initiated a cross-level challenge to the opponent. Chapter 136 Extraordinary Two-Headed Ogre Mage. The player he challenged was named Li Xingyuan. At this time, he had already defeated 3 different enemies, and was considering which gold player to challenge. Although he was a silver player like Lin Xiao, he was positioned as the top player in his respective teams, so he could only challenge gold players. To be precise, there were only 3 gold players. No one dared to challenge the other 6 players yet. After receiving the challenge from Lin Xiao, Li Xingyuan was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of anger arose for no reason. There are so many people to challenge, but you challenge me. Do you think I am easy to deal with? Don't think that you are a big shot just because you beat a silver player. Today I will let you know that there is a huge gap between silver and silver. Lin Xiao looked at the opponent on the other side of the challenge plane with a puzzled look on his face and said something inexplicable. As soon as he entered the challenge interface, the man choked him in the face as if he had eaten gunpowder. God saw pity. He didn't mean to look down on the other party at all. He just picked an opponent at random. He could only say that he was unlucky. What does it have to do with looking down on him? However, the opponent obviously didn't want to listen to his explanation, and quickly began to deploy troops on the battlefield randomly. Lin Xiao shrugged his shoulders to express his speechlessness, and quickly arranged the projected clan on the default plane battlefield, while observing the opponent's troops. But this look surprised him, and the relaxed look on his face disappeared instantly, revealing a solemn expression. Li Xingyuan's main battle clan was surprisingly the famous ogre, which was rated as the top 10 strongest and most useless intermediate races in the high school textbook Exotic Race Genealogy. Ogres are a species with simple minds and well-developed limbs. They are generally about 3 meters and 5 meters tall and weigh 3 or 400 kilograms. They are barbaric and violent, cannibalistic, cruel, astringent, sissy, rotten, etc. They look extremely ugly and have extremely low IQ, although it is rated as one of the most powerful intermediate races. In fact, very few people choose this race as their own family, except for the above disadvantages. The most important disadvantage is that the intelligence of the ogre is too low, and the faith value generated is the lowest among all intermediate races. In addition, due to factors such as large appetite, strong desire for destruction, and difficulty in control, it is difficult for anyone to use this race as the main family and develop it. Of course, there is another very important reason. That is, if the ogre is the main family, as a divine creature believed by the ogre, it will be more or less affected by the family. The most intuitive manifestation is irritability. At this time, Lin Xiao already knew why Li Xingyuan was angry just now. It was probably due to the influence of the main family ogre. The reason why ogres are regarded as the strongest of the 10 intermediate races is that the lowest level of ogres is a level 3 soldier, equivalent to the Great Naga, and can be promoted to a level 5 ogre leader. And there is a very small probability of mutation, or awakening into a two-headed ogre magician, which is an extraordinary species with combat power even more abnormal than that of the Kobold Dragon Warlock. This is a truly extraordinary species, with extraordinary physique, strength, melee combat power, and spell combat power, which is very powerful. And Lin Xiao saw 10 such two-headed ogre magicians among Li Xingyuan's more than 3,000 ogre followers. This battle is a bit dangerous. 3,000 ogres whose strength is slightly inferior to that of the Great Naga. 10 two-headed ogres of extraordinary level. Nearly 10,000 gnolls. And more than 4,000 grey dwarves. This should be an auxiliary race specially made for gnolls, because of their cruelty, bloodthirstiness, and super high vitality. Ogres are generally not equipped with armor, and only need one weapon to exert their strange power. Grey dwarves are dwarfs, and their combat power is stronger than that of gnolls. Good guy. 2 intermediate races, plus 10,000 gnolls. Li Xingyuan's subordinates add up to 17,000, and the lineup on paper has exceeded Lin Xiao. As expected, he was recognized by the mentor as the top level, an elite who once sat on the golden throne, and his strength was much stronger than Li Xiangyang, who was also a silver player. He calmed down and gave divine instructions to all believers, with a majestic voice like thunder. Evil is stronger than ever before. My bravest warriors, hold your weapons tightly and judge evil justice. I am watching you in heaven. All the fishmen and big Nagas knelt down devoutly at the same time and prayed in a low voice. Praise you, the Supreme Creator, the King of the Sea, the God of Nagas and fishmen. Your power is unmatched. Your glory shines on the world. Your most devout believers have heard your call, and are ready to defend the glory of my Lord and dedicate everything to my Lord. I can feel your courage. I am watching you in heaven, waiting for your triumphant return. Woo! The long horn sound echoed in the plain, and the families of both sides at both ends of the plain began to send troops. The equally large troops of both sides slowly expanded, and soon spread throughout the plain. In the pupils outside the plain they could not see. More than a dozen tyrannical wills were observing the battlefield. Compared with the last battle between Lin Xiao and Li Xiangyang, there were more than 50 tyrannical wills. But this time, there were fewer people watching. If he could sense it, he would find that the ones missing were the higher education institutions he rejected. That's the fact. When he rejected the special recruitment invitation letter, the observers of these higher education institutions gave up observing him. This is not a novel but reality. Unless he is a super genius like Wu Zhenglin, who ranked second on the Tianjia list in his first year of high school, he is qualified to let others fight for him after he refuses. Normally, he will not be invited again after he refuses once. After all, he is a higher education institution, and there are many geniuses scrambling for this special recruitment invitation letter. How can he scramble for it tirelessly like in the novel? He doesn't want face. Most of those who continued to watch the game were from the schools that had only given their intentions, but not special recruitment, as well as a few new observers. Compared to the challenge of Li Xiangyang, the challenge of Li Yuansheng this time was more interesting to them. The plain terrain is the default plain terrain, which is fair to both sides. There are almost no ups and downs, and no other terrain. It is very suitable for large-scale battles. It took almost half an hour for the huge team to get close to the vanguards of both sides. More than 2,000 Murlocs and more than 4,000 Gnolls came into direct contact and launched a charge at the same time. As expected, the Murlocs overturned the Gnolls, who were only loaded with ordinary warrior professions, with a salted fish stab car. A wave of cars overturned a large area. After rushing into the group of Gnolls, the thunder strikes that came one after another exploded. The formation of the vanguard of 4,000 Gnolls was messed up on the spot, and they were killed in an organized manner by the Murlocs. Li Shengyuan immediately ordered the vanguard to retreat, and at the same time ordered the ogre department to speed up the charge. The left and right wings and the rear army also accelerated, hoping to launch a full-scale melee with the advantage of numbers. This is exactly what Lin Xiao meant. Both the Murlocs and the Big Naga are suitable for frontal combat. In less than 10 minutes, the main forces of both sides were close to the charging distance. As the saying goes, when there are more than 10,000 people, there is no limit. Looking down from the sky, the two huge armies slowly came into contact and soon became a melee, with heads all over the mountains. A 4-meter-tall ogre leader raised a thick mace and swung it violently. With a muffled sound of boom, a little fishman was smashed into the ground, with broken weapons scattered on his body, and his bones were broken and bleeding. He backhanded another stick and smashed the little fishman next to him more than 10 meters away. His little eyes were full of cruelty and bloodthirstiness, and he roared and rushed towards another little fishman a few meters away. At this moment, a huge black shadow rushed over and knocked the ogre leader away. It was a big Naga warrior. After landing, the thick snake tail swung up and smashed it violently, smashing a jackal next to it into a meat pie. Two two-handed swords were raised and chopped down violently. A sharp metal tearing sound rang out, and the two gray dwarves who rushed over were cut open with armor, and blood splashed all over the ground. Both the ogres and the great Naga are strong creatures with thick skin and flesh. They are killing machines on the battlefield. The Murlocs and Jackals with decent strength are tiny in front of them, and cannot resist them at all. After killing the Murlocs or Jackals around them, the level 5 great Naga warrior and the level 5 ogre leader roared and rushed towards each other. They collided with a bang, and an invisible air wave exploded. The ground under their feet sank at the same time. Both big guys are large creatures. The great Naga warrior is 3 meters tall and 4 meters tall, and the ogre leader is 4 meters tall. Both are monsters with amazing strength. When they fight each other, no soldiers dare to approach, and such battles are everywhere on the chaotic battlefield. The number of ogres is far more than that of great Nagas, with a gap of nearly 3 times. But the average strength of ogres is far inferior to that of great Nagas, all of whom are level 5. Lin Zhao's divine domain has an ancient arena that can be used for training to improve species combat experience and professional experience. But Li Xingyuan's divine domain does not have such a thing. The levels of the ogres and werewolves in the divine domain are all accumulated through professional experience through daily battles with each other. They can only improve their professional levels. But it is difficult to improve species experience. Therefore, the levels of both ogres and gnolls are uneven, and less than 200 of the 3,000 ogres have reached level 5. Moreover, even if they are both promoted to level 5 ogre leaders, they cannot beat the Great Naga, who has been modulated and evolved by Lin Zhao using the creation cube several times. Although they are both level 5, there is still a big gap in strength. On the battlefield, the Great Naga's thick snake tail wrapped around the legs of the ogre and made it fall to the ground. The strong and powerful snake waist was raised, and the ogre was lifted up and smashed with a mace. And two sharp two-handed swords were raised and stabbed down fiercely. And blood flew. But immediately other ogres rushed up and knocked the Great Naga down with a stick. And the ogre below was not dead yet. Instead, he was ferocious because of the injury. He hugged the Great Naga and bit down with his mouth full of messy and fishy yellow teeth, biting through the hard scales on the spot. Although the vitality of the ogre is not as strong as that of the big Naga, it is also famously strong. And these two swords are not enough to kill them. The Naga and the two ogres rolled into a ball and knocked away several soldiers, attracting another ogre to rush over and smash down with a mace, not caring whether it would hit his companions. Chapter 137 Slight Advantage. As a result, it did hit its companions. The Great Naga took the opportunity to bounce the two ogres away. It swung its thick and powerful snake tail to the ground to prop up its body, and chopped down again from a high position. With a crisp sound of crack, a hideous and ugly ogre head flew out, and the two-handed sword also cut deeply into the ground and penetrated into the handle. No matter how tenacious the vitality of the ogre is, it will definitely die if its head is chopped off. After one ogre died, the remaining two ogres roared in anger and pounced on the Great Naga without fear. The combat power is good, superior to the same level. An observer made an evaluation first, paused and said, "I don't know how the reproductive capacity is. I hope it is not too low." Immediately, an observer said, "I feel that the reproductive capacity is not high, and there are less than 1,000 now." The observer who spoke first had his eyes flashing, and said casually, "Then the feasibility should be discounted. Indeed, although the strength is strong, the practicality is indeed insufficient if the number is small. But the flaws do not outweigh the merits, and it is worth carving. I will take a look. If possible, I can give you a special recruitment invitation." As soon as the voice fell, Will immediately said in surprise, "It seems that you either only have 5 special recruitment quotas this year. Are you willing to spend it on him?" The Will who spoke first did not answer, but just asked back, "Why? You holy dragon heart also want it. I have this idea, but I need to observe it again." "All right then." The Will from Ether nodded and turned his attention back to the battlefield. At this time, the battlefield was completely chaotic. From time to time, 2 or 3 or 4 ogres were seen besieging a large Naga, especially with the entry of the extraordinary two-headed ogre magicians and the large Naga whale hunter knights on both sides. The battle entered a white-hot state. At this time, there was basically no need for any command. It was completely up to the strength of each clan. Slarda picked up the anchor and swam quickly to the battlefield. Suddenly, his body bounced up dozens of meters and crashed into a tall figure in front. A huge fireball just bounced up and landed right where he had just landed. With a loud bang, a ball of flames exploded and covered most of the basketball court. Whether it was the Murloc or the Gnoll, they were all shattered to pieces. This was a two-headed ogre that was 5 meters tall and had 2 ugly heads. Although the fireball it fired was not as powerful as the dragon breath fireball of the dog-headed dragon vein warlock, it was not something that the Murloc could resist. In one hand, he held a thick steel shield as big as a banquet round table, and in the other hand, he held a huge mace. The 5 or 6 meter long mace was thicker than an ordinary person's waist, and it was covered with more than 10 centimeters of steel spikes. He took big steps and rushed towards Slarda like a tank. Slardar, who fell from the sky, swung his tail to sweep away the surrounding soldiers, turned his huge body to face the two-headed ogre who was striding towards him, and the thick and powerful giant snake smashed the ground fiercely, creating a big hole. His huge body, which was more than 20 meters long, rushed out like lightning, and in an instant, he crossed a distance of more than 200 meters and slammed into the two-headed ogre. Slardar's salty fish thrust has been transformed into a hero's skill, and the charge distance has been greatly increased. This two-headed ogre mage also reacted quickly, with a cruel and hideous smile on his extremely ugly face. One of his heads uttered an unknown spell, and a layer of red flames emerged to protect his whole body. He strode forward with a huge shield. Boom! The two behemoths collided fiercely, and the huge anchor head hit the center of the giant shield. With a loud noise that broke the eardrums, an invisible distortion exploded like lightning, and the feet of the two collapsed and sank suddenly. A thick layer of broken soil and grass on the surrounding ground collapsed, and was washed in all directions like waves. After a brief wrestling of less than 0.1 seconds, the two heads and four eyes of the two-headed ogre mage opened wide at the same time, and the protective flames covering the surface of the giant shield collapsed. The center of the giant shield sank inward with the impact of the anchor, deformed, and suddenly exploded. Slardar's terrifying power, which was comparable to the 7th level advanced extraordinary level, was amplified 5 times through the hero's skill, giving the anchor a strike to release. In Lin Zhao's eyes above the sky, he saw that after the anchor smashed the giant shield of the two-headed ogre mage, the entire space was distorted, just like hitting a transparent light film, forming a strange image of pulling downwards, forming a series of clearly layered space pressure marks, and hitting the two-headed ogre mage hard with the anchor. Bang! The huge two-headed ogre mage was like an ordinary person being hit in the abdomen by an anti-material sniper rifle, and was directly torn into pieces and blown away, killing him on the spot. Slardar's terrifying violence made Li Xingyuan's eyelids twitch slightly on the sky, and ordered the scattered two-headed ogre mages to gather in the center. The remaining 8 two-headed ogre mages stood in a row and began to cast spells at the same time, rubbing out a basin-sized fire explosion that flew into the enemy formation. In an instant, hundreds of fishmen were blown to pieces. Seeing this, Slardar roared loudly, and the 17 scattered great Naga whale hunters of the extraordinary level began to gather around him, and charged at the two-headed ogre, who was continuing the second round of spellcasting in the distance. The huge body of the whale hunter was like a heavy cavalry, easily knocking away the soldiers on the battlefield and rushing into the enemy formation. Seeing this, Li Xingyuan ordered the two-headed ogre to cast a spell again, and the sky was full of red light. The gnolls and ogres that were touched roared and rushed forward without fear of life and death. This is the bloodthirsty spell of the 2 signature spells of the two-headed ogre magician. It is similar to the violent, but the power is not as strong as the violent. It can stimulate the potential of the recipient, increase strength and speed, reduce certain damage, and increase resistance to mental methods. But the corresponding IQ will decrease slightly, but it will not become as cruel as violent. The ogres and gnolls with bloodthirst spells fearlessly faced the dozen or so whale hunters charging, even if they were smashed to pieces or crushed to death. More and more ogres, gnolls or grey dwarves came, and even Slardar was blocked by this endless resistance. These little guys fearlessly attacked Slardar with their weapons, chiseled their swords into the gaps between his scales, and many even wanted to climb on him. The angry Slardar swung his tail fiercely, and the hero's skill thunder crush smashed down, accompanied by a white gas that exploded like a dust explosion. All enemies within a radius of 50 meters with Slardar, as the center turned into blood mist, and scattered all over the ground. At the same time, other extraordinary great Nagas also followed suit, and thunder exploded one after another. Strong physiques like the ogre grey dwarves can still withstand it, but low-level races like gnolls can't resist the skills of extraordinary soldiers at all, and large groups of them were killed. But at this time, the group of two-headed ogre mages had cast 3 rounds of fire explosions in a row, killing a large number of fishmen, and even dozens of great Nagas. Li Xingyuan didn't want his extraordinary soldiers to fight the opponent head-on. He knew very well that his two-headed ogre mages would definitely not be able to beat them head-on. So he played the advantages of the two-headed ogre mages, and used spells to clear the field. So now they are caught in a weird balance. On one side, they keep using spells to kill the fishmen, and on the other side, they keep using a large number of cannon fodder to resist Slardar and the extraordinary big Nagas. 2 bloody meat grinders are formed on the huge battlefield, and the cannon fodder of both sides are constantly involved in them and strangled. Lin Zhao can't do anything about this. He can't break the situation in a short time. He can only wait for the second round of salted fish stab to cool down after 10 minutes to see if he can break the deadlock with a wave of bursts. But within these 10 minutes, I don't know how many family members will die. As extraordinary creatures, the magic power of each two-headed ogre magician can support dozens of fire explosions. 8 two-headed ogre magicians add up to hundreds of fire explosions, which is enough to kill most of his family members. This is the first time that Lin Xiao has encountered such a difficult opponent. It has to be said that the magic system extraordinary soldiers are indeed powerful. Whether it is this two-headed ogre magician or the dog-headed dragon warlock, they are all powerful. Compared with these two magic systems, his more than 1,500 Murloc warlocks are just little brothers. The seawater barrier they deployed was gone after withstanding 1 or 2 fire explosions. The summoned water elements were no different from the Murlocs. They all scattered after being exploded. Other spells were even more useless because they didn't have such a long range. Lin Xiao touched his chin and was already considering adding a powerful magic family to his domain. Otherwise, other families have such powerful mages. But he doesn't. Wouldn't that be a big loss? It's okay at this stage. When legendary magic units appear in the future, it will be terrifying. A powerful legendary spell can destroy you in one wave. Without the same legendary magic system, you can't stop it. Boom! A fire explosion exploded in the group of big Nagas. Even if the big Nagas reacted quickly and fled in all directions, the aftermath also overturned more than a dozen who fled a little slower. When they rushed out of the flames, their scales were broken and charred, and they were seriously injured. At this time, there were very few clans on both sides on the battlefield. Li Xingyuan's side had only 1,500 to 1,600 ogres, and less than 2,000 gnolls and grey dwarves, including 8 two-headed ogre mages. Lin Xiao's side had only more than 500 big Nagas, less than 1,000 small Murlocs, and 17 big Naga whale hunters. Both sides were cleaning up each other's cannon fodder, and did not attack each other's upper-level troops. But now that the cannon fodders are almost dead, the decisive battle is imminent. Li Xingyuan gathered all the remaining troops and protected the 8 two-headed ogre mages in the center, especially one of the two-headed ogre mages. Lin Xiao was surprised that this opponent had such strength. But there was no hero under his command. If there was a two-headed ogre hero, it would be difficult to fight. Heroes are generally much more powerful than soldiers. His operation was very simple. The remaining clans were arranged in a straight line, and the front line was dispersed to avoid being wiped out by spells. Lin Xiao's expression was normal, and he was not worried. Although there were few remaining clans on his side, 10 minutes had passed. All skills had been cooled down, and the remaining ones were basically elite. So he was not afraid of the opponent at all. Chapter 138, Bad Unspoken Rules and Retribution. The development of the battle was as he expected. Slardar directly ordered a full charge. After losing a certain number of subordinates to withstand the 2 rounds of fire explosions of the two-headed ogre mage and entering the charging distance, a wave of salted fish thrusts directly overturned the ogre car. More than a dozen extraordinary great Nagas approached the two-headed ogre mage. Li Xingyuan sent a large number of ogres to stop them. However, they did not target the two-headed ogre at all. Instead, they took advantage of the characteristic of salted fish thrusts that could charge without a target, and a wave of long-distance charge broke through the interception until they were in front of the two-headed ogre mage. Then, these two-headed ogre mages were out of power. The more powerful extraordinary level opponents were in front of them, and there was no way they could spare their hands to continue bombing the battlefield. So far, although his subordinates suffered huge losses from 2 waves of fire explosions, and the total force was less than a quarter of Li Xingyuan, he still had 17 extraordinary great Nagas in his hands, and the average strength of the remaining main great Nagas was far greater than that of the ogres, and his hard power still exceeded that of the opponent. The situation was basically set, and victory was in sight. Lin Xiao looked down at the battlefield with a smile, occasionally glancing at Li Xingyuan in the distance. Although it was a bit difficult, he finally won. The last melee lasted for 3 hours, mainly because the ogres were too tenacious, especially the 8-headed two-headed ogre magician, whose vitality was no less than that of the extraordinary great Naga, but not as powerful as the domineering body. Even if the whale hunter knight of the same extraordinary level, the salted fish stab, hit, could not kill with one blow. At the same time, Lin Xiao also discovered a weakness of the salted fish stab in this battle. That is, this skill is a piercing damage, which is a magical skill against low-level enemies, but it is a bit useless against large-sized enemies with super vitality. One blow can easily penetrate the body of the two-headed ogre magician. But with the extraordinary physique and vitality of the two-headed ogre magician, this blow is not fatal at all. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, and thought in his mind that maybe he could modulate a powerful skill suitable for slashing, and loaded to the big naga, specifically to deal with large and tenacious opponents. Anyway, there are still 2 units of good fortune energy, so I can try it in the future. Well, I'll write it down as a backup option. He nodded and focused on observing the battlefield. About half an hour later, as the two-headed ogre magician leader with the strongest vitality was surrounded and killed by several extraordinary big nagas who had freed their hands, Li Xingyuan's entire army was wiped out. And Lin Xiao was not doing well either. In the end, there were less than 300 fishmen and more than 200 big nagas left. Even 2 of the 6th-level big naga whale hunter knights died, all of whom died from the fire explosion of the two-headed ogre magician behind them. Although the hegemony is strong, it is not invincible after all. After the battle, Lin Xiao calculated that in the previous battle, Li Xingyuan was indeed the strongest opponent he had encountered, and the difference in strength between the 2 sides was very small. Even though he still had so many main forces left in the end, it was because this time he was facing a field battle on a plain terrain with no usable terrain, and was unable to bring out the opponent's strength at all. If it were in other terrains, as long as there was some usable terrain, it would not be so easy for him to win. After the battle, after a short break, the second round began soon. As usual, Lin Xiao chose the default plain terrain. He looked up at Li Xingyuan in the distance, but saw that the other party's mouth was slightly raised, and he showed a strange smile. He frowned and couldn't figure out what he meant. But he soon understood why the other party was smiling like that. Because when the terrain of both sides was determined, the map that emerged in the virtual plane was a canyon from the lower left corner of the map to the upper right corner of the map. And he knew what the other party was thinking. Yes, Li Xingyuan felt that he could not beat him with absolute strength. So he played a little trick and chose the canyon terrain when choosing the map. According to the default rules in the summer camp, the challenge map is generally the default, starting from the plains, wastelands, and other flat terrains. If each party chooses the terrain that appears is a super complex terrain selected by both parties. It is easy to create some terrains that neither party is adapted to. So everyone defaults to the initial plain wasteland terrain. If one party chooses a favorable terrain in the challenge, it is generally defaulted that they cannot beat the other party. Of course, this is useless. Acquiescing does not affect winning or losing. The challenge depends on the result. Goat Intestine Canyon. Lin Xiao frowned and looked at the canyon full of hills. There was only one goat in the middle diagonal, which was less than 100 meters wide, and only a dozen meters narrowest. There were cliffs on both sides. He looked up at the smug Li Xingyuan and chose to surrender. There is no way to fight. There is no way to fight. As long as they put the cannon fodder in front, and 10 two-headed ogre mages stand in the middle and continuously throw out flame explosions, they can pile up all the way. There is no way to fight. He can't say anything about this. They just broke the default rules, and did not violate the rules of the summer camp. He can only say that he was careless, and didn't pay attention when determining the terrain. After winning one game each, Lin Xiao directly chose the water terrain for the next and most critical third game. Since the opponent does not follow the rules, he will definitely not show mercy, and directly choose the terrain that his family is best at. Both sides confirmed that a stunning terrain soon appeared in front of him. Lin Xiao opened his mouth wide, and looked at the simulated terrain in the plain in front of him. After a long while, the corners of his mouth slowly opened into a long arc. He looked up and saw Li Xingyuan, who was also stunned. Suddenly, he put his hand on his forehead and laughed. This is really retribution. The terrain he chose was water, and the terrain Li Xingyuan chose was probably a mountain valley. So the two sides chose to combine and form a strange terrain with countless broken mountains, waters, and flat lands mixed together. The edges of the hills with smooth cross-sections are surrounded by water. Occasionally, a piece of land is located in the water, or sometimes the grassland is submerged by shallow water, or a large piece of flat land is on one side of the mountain and on the other side of the water. To go to other land, you have to swim. In short, this is a chaotic terrain. Although there is no mountain blocking the different open spaces and grasslands, there is a way to go, but many places are blocked by water and need to swim to get through. So Lin Xiao said it was retribution after seeing the terrain. That is, this terrain is almost a blood counter to Li Xingyuan. Just like the other party chose the Sheep Intestine Canyon to be a blood counter to him just now. Now Li Xingyuan's face is as black as the bottom of a pot. This is one of the reasons why you have to default when choosing terrain. Because different races have different suitable terrains. If both sides choose terrain suitable for their own clans, it is easy to have this pitfall terrain. This is not weird. If one side chooses the terrain of the underground world, and the other side chooses the normal ground terrain, there will be some more outrageous maps. And one side can't play at all. At this time, Li Xingyuan had already sent his clan into the battlefield with a dark face. Fortunately, although the terrain is very weird, there is a large open space at both ends of the plain for the clans of both sides to enter. It is basically surrounded by mountains on three sides, with only a narrow valley exit, and a large area of water outside. Li Xingyuan released all his clans, and sent cannon fodder to block the valley entrance. It seems that he wants to defend here, and play a defensive counterattack. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Following the command of the epic hero Slardar, many Murlocs and great Nandas rushed out of the valley mouth and plunged into the water, cheering as they followed the winding water and land paths and turned around in the plain. This road is super winding. The straight road is not very long, but it becomes long after turning around. It took more than an hour to travel, and the army stopped at a water area not far from the canyon where Li Xingyuan's family was born. Slardar climbed up the mountain to observe the terrain and ordered the Murloc warlocks to start summoning water elements. One by one, the water elements were summoned. After 4 waves, more than 4,000 and nearly 5,000 water elements were accumulated. Then, the warlocks rested for a while and began to call ridicule, pushing the lake water in the nearby waters to slowly surge up. The summoned water elements also have the power of calling ridicule, and together with more than 1,000 warlocks, they gathered the lake water from farther away, and finally gathered into a huge wave of more than 30 meters high and rushed to the valley mouth. There was a sound of amazement in the sky, and someone said with certainty, Li Xingyuan is doomed to lose. He is doomed to lose as soon as the terrain at the beginning is revealed. This hero is quite powerful, and he actually has such excellent command and response capabilities. After defeating Li Xingyuan, the young man is already ranked as the strongest in the second echelon of this summer camp. Both his strength and potential are so outstanding that he deserves a special recruitment invitation. Are you sure you want to take one out? Someone asked in doubt. I remember that you either only have 5 special recruitment quotas this year? Yes. I have 2 in my hand now. But in fact, the second one may not be used. That's right. The 6 have been internally selected. There are more than a dozen people in the second tier. It's very good to grab one. The strength and potential below the second tier are not enough, and they are not worthy of a special recruitment quota. You don't want it? Yes. But I only have 1 special recruitment quota in my hand. I wanted to give it to him, but I just found a good seedling, and the other party also accepted the invitation. That's unfortunate. Who said it wasn't? It's a pity that there are too few special recruitment quotas. Otherwise, I would definitely compete with you. Hee hee. While they were chatting, the battle in the plain was also coming to an end. The Murloc warlocks only summoned 2 waves of tides. The first wave rushed into the valley closed on 3 sides, and directly rolled out most of Li Xingyuan's cannon fodder. Then the second wave rolled out all but 10 two-headed ogre mages. The surging river water formed an undercurrent vortex outside the valley under the urging of the Murloc warlocks and water elements. A large number of Murloc Naga dived into the water, and dragged the enemies rolled out into the water, and drowned them alive. Then, there was nothing else. There were only 10 two-headed ogre mages left. It was impossible for them to turn the tables. They were chopped to death by the dense Murlocs riding the waves into the valley. The battle ended. Lin Xiao's seat rose to Li Xingyuan's, while Li Xingyuan's seat fell to the bronze level. So far, all challenges in this stage have been completed. 6 mythical quality 5-star cards, 1 ancient god card, and 2 extra card slots have been obtained. Well, it has not been settled yet, because there are still players who have not completed the challenge. But he has secured it. Chapter 139. Sudden news of the Ivy League. Then Lin Xiao sat on the Diaoyu Island, sitting on the top silver throne, just below the 9 gold thrones, watching other contestants still challenging each other, and occasionally looking at the rostrum. By this time, most of the contestants had completed the challenge. More than 2/3 of the contestants without seats were eliminated. and there were only 200 or 300 people standing under the 5-story seats. The host, Instructor Mo, had also stood on the rostrum, smiling at the few remaining challenges, occasionally communicating with the observers of various colleges in the void, and smiling from time to time. Suddenly, he tilted his head to one side as if listening to something, and then the smile on his face slowly disappeared. His brows frowned, and he looked up in an unknown direction. Lin Xiao did not notice this. At this time, he was communicating with the observer from the 13th-ranked higher education institution, Ether, or it can be called a top university. Strictly speaking, Ether is also a higher education institution, but people prefer to call the top 20 higher education institutions top universities to distinguish them from other higher education institutions. After the battle with Li Xingyuan, the observer of Ether University sent a special recruitment invitation to Lin Xiao, and stated that if he accepted the special recruitment invitation from Ether, he would not receive special recruitment invitations from other top universities. If he refused, Ether would not send special recruitment invitations again in the future. This is a tacit understanding between top universities. In other words, if you refuse Ether, you will have one less choice. Of course, you can still rely on your own real ability to get into the top universities of Ether, but you will not have the preferential treatment of special recruitment, which is a big loss. Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. This was something he did not expect. This meant that he had few opportunities to choose. There are only 7 top universities in the top 20 in the Chinese region, excluding 2 of them that are not suitable, and removing those that may have already chosen their special recruitment targets and have no extra special recruitment quotas. He has few opportunities to choose, maybe only 2 or 3. In fact, there are not many opportunities to choose. Lin Xiao is not sure whether there will be a super university that will take a fancy to him and offer him a special recruitment quota after all the stages of the summer camp are over. If there is no special recruitment and they are only willing to give intentions, it will be a big loss if he refuses. You should know that special recruitment is not just a name. It is a real resource special supply. Each special recruitment quota comes with a rich resource supply. So even the top universities do not provide many special recruitment quotas each year, just like the resources attached to the special recruitment quotas provided by Ether. First of all, as long as you accept the special recruitment, you will immediately get 2 extra card slots, a suitable ancient quality card, a divinity card, and a golden myth quality god domain card. After that, you will get an extra card slot every quarter and a golden myth quality god domain card every month. Then, every year, you will get a suitable ancient quality card, a divine card, and a golden mythical quality divine domain card, which will be superimposed on the second one. These are all basic resources, and any higher education institution with special recruitment quotas and fixed resources will definitely have them. In addition, there are resources unique to each university. The resources vary depending on the ranking of the university. Generally, the higher the ranking, the richer the resources. Lin Xiao is not sure what they are, but he can be sure that they are not bad. As a top university ranked 13th among higher education institutions, the resources given by Ether for special recruitment will definitely not be bad. To be honest, it has met Lin Xiao's requirements. After all, there are only 5 super universities and 7 top universities in the Huaxia region. Ether top universities have entered the top 10 in the Huaxia region. He has no reason to dislike such a first-class university. So, he replied very straightforwardly, "Thank you for the recognition of Ether. I am honored to be a member of Ether." The observer from Ether immediately replied, "Your ambition is high and your choice is not wrong. See you on campus next semester?" Lin Xiao responded modestly. Lin Xiao also looks forward to the arrival of this day. So far, as long as there is no major accident, he will be a member of the number 1 middle school affiliated to Ether higher education institution after the holiday. Yes, it is the affiliated number 1 middle school. As a special recruit, he will naturally go to the affiliated middle school, just like Wu Zhenglin will go to the super school War Throne affiliated number 1 middle school next semester. All special recruits are like this. This is also a supplementary resource for special recruitment. The transfer application will be sent to Dongning number 5 middle school after the summer camp. After all, if he can be specially recruited by a higher education institution, his strength must be far superior to his classmates, and he cannot keep up with the training in the original school. Dongning number 5 middle school will also be happy to send him there, because this will increase the reputation of the school. Ordinary high schools are supposed to cultivate outstanding talents to supply talents for higher education institutions. It doesn't matter whether it is in advance or not. The reason why we have to wait until after the summer camp to confirm is mainly because the 5 super schools have priority. Even if a student has reached an agreement with a higher education institution, if a super school takes a fancy to him, he can go there first. Of course, it must also be a special recruitment invitation. If it is just an intention, the student's opinion must be asked. Generally speaking, only the intended students will not be considered, even if the invitation letter of intent has certain resources tilted. But how can it be compared with the special recruitment? As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Wouldn't it be better to go to other higher education institutions to be the most valued special recruitment? Anyway, if Lin Xiao is allowed to choose, he will definitely be willing to go to other higher education institutions to be a special recruitment. Even if the ranking is lower, Lin Xiao doesn't think that he can get the special recruitment quota of the super university now. If it takes another year, it will definitely be stable. Now even if he knows it in his heart, he is definitely not qualified. At this time, the second stage of the summer camp is coming to an end. Those who are still left have basically completed the challenge. Those who should be eliminated have been eliminated. Most of those who can stay have certain abilities. At the beginning, there were less than 10 people who came together in Yuming province, including Guqing Linqiu and others. All the others were eliminated, including by Zai Shangxiaxue, and Tang Ling was no exception. There is only one elimination round in the second stage of the summer camp, and there will be no further eliminations. The next third and final stage will most likely be actual combat based on the previous military hosting. It is to let them go to the war zone of the crystal wall system controlled by the military, or even not controlled by the military to train. There is a certain degree of danger, at least more dangerous than the actual combat experience of the academic school, but it can hone them very much. Let them see in advance how the main world attacks the plane in the chaotic virtual sea, and actually operate how to attack a plane under the care of the military. Note that this plane refers to the civilized plane, the plane with civilization and the existence of demigods and above. The plane without civilization does not need to be attacked. In this final stage, no one has challenged Lin Xiao, or the 9 gold players, and the top 12 players of the 36 silver players have not been challenged. These 21 people are now the strongest group of this summer camp. 3 of them were selected, namely Lin Xiao, Gu Cheng, and Xin Yuexin. Although Lin Su is also a silver player, he is not the strongest one. Well, if Wu Zhenglin is included, Yuming province has 5 people ranked above silver this year, which is quite strong. Time passed by minute until a challenge was over. Suddenly, a deafening bell sounded, and everyone knew that this stage was over. Instructor Mo's voice rang in everyone's ears. First of all, congratulations on reaching the last stage. You will receive the reward later. Before that, I will announce the rules of the third stage of this summer camp, which is also the last stage. Lin Xiao listened attentively, and Instructor Mo said in a deep voice, I believe many people have guessed that this last stage is actual combat. It was originally the same as before, but I just received a new message. So there are some changes in the third stage of this summer camp. You will communicate with the winner of the Super Freshman competition of the Ivy League. Wow! As soon as the voice fell, there was a sudden noise, and everyone was very shocked and whispered. Lin Xiao was also stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses, and his heart was full of surprise. Communicating with the winners of the Ivy League Super Freshman competition. Isn't this a competition between the Huaxia district and the younger generation of the Ivy League? This so-called Ivy League is not the college alliance that ordinary people first think of, but a major force in the main world that is comparable to the Huaxia district. Speaking of this, we must first talk about the composition of the forces in the human main world. The main world has 4 giant forces. Huaxia district, a huge force based on the ancient Chinese civilization and united all the friendly ethnic groups in ancient China, now temporarily ranked first. Ivy League, it is composed of the Ivy League of the ancient Earth era, when the God Realm game appeared. The outstanding students cultivated by these top universities could easily stand out and become true gods. Later, the original concept of the country disappeared. These students from Ivy League universities used their alma mater as a link and united other first-class universities to form a new Ivy League. And this name is also the name of this force. Giant Enterprise Alliance, A force composed of giant enterprises, super consortiums, and top capitalists. Capital has huge human and financial resources. With these capitals, some huge giant enterprises, super consortiums, and top capitalists have united to form this huge force. Aristocratic Council. It is composed of large families that advocate the ancient aristocratic system. These large families have ancient history. And there are many super families that originated from the ancient Earth era hundreds of thousands of years ago. Among these four major forces, the Huaxia district is the strongest, followed by the Ivy League. The Giant Enterprise Alliance ranks third, and the Aristocratic Council ranks fourth. However, in the main world, the Ivy League has a very close relationship with the Giant Enterprise Alliance and the Aristocratic Council, and there have been occasional frictions with the Huaxia civilization that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. When facing some powerful crystal wall systems outside the main world, they are united against the outside world. But the internal disputes have always been there, from hundreds of thousands of years ago to the present. And this Ivy League Super Freshman competition is a top freshman activity similar to the Super Freshman Summer Camp in the Huaxia district. And it is also an activity to select the most outstanding talents. Chapter 140 Ancient Card Frost Warlock Occupation Card. This kind of exchange competition often appears in history. Generally, there will be an exchange every 10 or 20 years. Either the Huaxia district will find the Ivy League, or the Ivy League will come. Occasionally, the Giant Enterprise Alliance and the Noble Parliament will also get involved. Basically, any super genius will come once, mainly to show off. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao encountered this kind of competition this time. Knowing that there is a Tianjia Viceless player like Wu Xinglin in this session, he dared to come. Obviously, there are one or even two super geniuses over there. This is interesting. Lin Xiao didn't worry about anything. Let's exchange. If the sky falls, there are tall people to support it. The tall people on their side are Wu Xinglin and the 5 elites who came with him. It is their business to defend the honor. He can only play a supporting role. Looking back at the Golden Throne, the faces of several gold players became solemn. Even those players were like this. Wu Xinglin, who was in the center, looked normal, as if he had heard a normal piece of news. At this time, Instructor Mo said again, I believe everyone knows what this means. Let's not talk nonsense. All the observers have said that as long as you defeat them in this exchange meeting, all the special recruitment quotas held by the observers will be used for you. Even if you don't have special recruitment quotas, you will also receive intention invitations. Wow! Everyone was excited. The summer camp officials are going to use a big move. There are 70 or 80 higher education institutions coming to this summer camp. Each of them holds 1 or 2 special recruitment quotas, which adds up to at least hundreds of special recruitment quotas. Before, they still had to pick and choose. If they were not satisfied, they would rather not send them. Therefore, it is estimated that less than 30 players actually get special recruitment quotas now. Most of the players, including some silver players with average performance, may not have special recruitment quotas. Now, there are more places, and everyone has more opportunities. In addition to the intended places, everyone has a chance as long as they can beat the other party. The exchange meeting is scheduled for 2 days later. Before that, everyone should be prepared. If there are extra slots, try to use them to increase your strength. If there are rewards, claim them as soon as possible. In 2 days, everyone will be sent to the war fortress of the foreign military to meet with the exchange students sent by the Ivy League. Now disband. After that, the host disappeared out of thin air, and the 9 figures on the rostrum also disappeared in light. Without the instructor, the venue gradually became noisy, and many students talked with the surrounding students. Lin Xiao didn't have time to care about these. He called out the panel, and was claiming the rewards for this stage. 2 extra slots, 1 ancient god card, and 6 mythical quality cards. Don't claim the slots yet. You can wait until you return to the dormitory. With a touch of his finger, the interface in front of him unfolded, and cards emitting rich crystal light appeared in front of him. There aren't many types of ancient cards, and most of them are duplicates of the same type. After all, they are the highest quality cards. Even the official summer camp does not have many types. Unlike other cards, which have hundreds of types. He quickly browsed through the dozen ancient cards, drooling and resisting the impulses in his heart, and locked in a card that was temporarily the most suitable for him. 5-star career card Frost Warlock Ancient. Integrate into the Divine Domain and load the Frost Warlock career for the clan that meets the requirements. Tip: the clan must have a basic mental power of more than 5 points to load this career. Evaluation: an extremely rare magic profession. There are 99 plus of these ancient cards. It is estimated that there are so many of them because they are unique to the military. In addition, there are regular Warlock career cards such as Flame Warlock card, Poison Warlock card, Shadow Warlock card, etc. Although it is a regular Warlock profession, it is a magic profession. No matter which plane, the magician has always been high above, and it is inherently stronger and rarer than the kitchen knife profession. Lin shall receive the card and check the specific attributes of this Frost Warlock career card as soon as possible. Occupation: Frost Warlock. Level 6. Occupation bonus: Spirit +2. Expertise: Basic Meditation LV1. Basic Frost Power LV1. Skills: Frost Arrow, Frost Nova, Ice Armor. Evaluation: a powerful magic profession that can control the power of frost for its own use. As the profession level increases, more powerful ice spells can be unlocked. It has to be said that the magic profession is really awesome. Even the regular Warlock profession has a level cap of up to level 6. Which means that relying on this profession, you can be promoted to a level 6 Extraordinary Frost Warlock. But the innate requirements of this profession are a bit high, with a basic 5 points of spirit, which can only be barely met by a level 5 Great Naga. Level 5 Great Naga plus Frost Warlock. Lin Shao pinched his chin and thought about it, and felt that this combination was pretty good. In this way, the Great Naga race has 2 ways to be promoted after level 4. One is to be promoted to an all-around warrior, and the other is to be promoted to a Frost Warlock profession. Let's not talk about the all-around warrior. If a big Naga is promoted to level 5, and a level 5 Frost Warlock is added, the 2 superpositions seem to be stronger than the all-round warrior. If the big Naga is promoted to level 6 Whale Hunter, and the Frost Warlock profession is also upgraded to level 6, the 2 supernatural superpositions will definitely be extremely abnormal. This thing must be loaded first. Next is the choice of 6 mythical quality 5-star cards. There are so many options. Lin Shao spent more than 10 minutes to determine these 6 cards. 1 basic exotic engineering, 1 basic weapon forging, 1 basic armor forging, 1 basic war machinery manufacturing, 1 basic meditation skill card, 1 5-star mythical quality resource card, 1 million tons of rich iron ore. For systematic knowledge cards basically complete all the necessary knowledge of the auxiliary race he conceived. And 1 basic meditation skill card is used to enhance the mental power of the auxiliary clan. Not to mention the resource cards. 1 million tons of iron ore is for the clan to practice, whether it is forging weapons and armor or war machinery, engineering, etc. Iron is needed. The reason why they don't directly exchange iron is that they want to make iron from or by themselves, just starting from scratch. After receiving the reward, he said hello to Lin Su and Shin Yuexin and returned to the dormitory. They were also counting the harvest at this time, and had no time to chat. Directly teleported to the dormitory and received the reward. 2 source light beams penetrated the ceiling of the dormitory and enveloped him. The source power was continuously poured into the divine domain, strengthening the divine domain and increasing its stability. As soon as the 2 extra card slots were obtained, Lin Shao couldn't wait to return to the divine domain. At this time, the divine domain has changed a lot compared to the last time. The most intuitive thing is that the walls of the newly built city are a little higher, and there are many more buildings in the city. The original tribe has been completely moved here, including the huge altar placed in the center of the city. The original tribe has been completely abandoned, and even the houses have been demolished and the materials have been moved to build the city. Looking down at the divine realm, under the effect of the divine realm heaven card, the energy concentration of the entire divine realm has increased significantly. The vegetation outside the city is more prosperous, and more insects and plants are being born. The nutrients in the sea are very rich, breeding a large number of microorganisms to feed the small fish and shrimps at the bottom of the sea, and feed the larger marine creatures, the salmon, black-spotted grouper, and other large fish that Lin Shao had placed in the divine realm before had become more and more prosperous with abundant food. In the deep sea on the far right of the divine realm, Lin Shao found a small community of more than 500 lobster people in a coral reef. These lobster people were dozens of them caught during the final exams before. They did not expect to multiply after decades of neglect. And now they have begun to take shape. What surprised him most was that the divine realm was so large. And a large number of fish people went into the sea to hunt every day. Lobster people had been discovered a long time ago. But these lobster people did not die out under the hunting of fish people, but could multiply and grow. However, after observing for a while, he found that these were all orders from the great fishman Slarta. He ordered the fishmen not to kill or overkill. He asked the fishmen to keep the lobstermen in that sea area, strictly control the small amount of fishing, and control the number of lobstermen within the sustainable growth range. To be honest, this surprised him. But he was also quite relieved. He was very satisfied with Slarta's performance after being promoted to an epic hero. He was a very qualified pope. With him, he basically didn't need to worry about some small things in the god's domain. As an epic hero who condensed the essence of a demigod corpse and was promoted, Slarta's lifespan was very long. 10,000 years, which would be decades in the main world. As long as he didn't die in battle, he would be able to serve him for a long time. Besides, if Lin Xiao really waited for decades, he would have become a demigod or even a true god. At that time, Slarta would definitely not stop at his current strength. Such a capable assistant would definitely be worth it to help him live forever. After browsing the god's domain, everything was fine, and Lin Xiao was relieved and retracted his gaze. An ancient crystal card and 11 golden mythical 5-star cards floated in the air in front of him. The golden light emitted by the 11 mythical golden lights could not cover the crystal light emitted by the ancient god card. There are so many cards, but only 2 card slots. First of all, this ancient quality Frost Warlock Profession card must be loaded now. He pinched the crystal shining card with his fingers, pondered for a while, and finally gave up the plan to strengthen it with good fortune energy. The main reason is that there is nothing to fuse in his hand. From the perspective of the remaining 2 points of good fortune energy, the upper limit can only be raised by 1 level at most. From the 6th level to the 7th level, it feels useless. To be precise, it is not useless, but it cannot produce a qualitative change. If it can be promoted to the 8th level legendary profession in one go, it is definitely not worth thinking about. But it is a pity that it is not. For him, there is actually not much difference between the 6th level and the 7th level. Anyway, the level 6 Great Naga Whale Hunter Knight and Frost Warlock's level 6 occupational level stacked together will not be inferior to the general level 7 Strongman. If the level 7 occupational level of the Frost Warlock is upgraded and the level of the soldiers is stacked, it will only become a level 7 medium, and it cannot reach the legendary level. Card fusion did not produce any abnormalities, but all Great Nagas will have an additional job transfer option Frost Warlock when they are promoted from level 4 to level 5. It is worth noting that this Frost Warlock is different from the job transfer of the Murloc Taunter. The Murloc Warlock is a bloodline promotion, not a profession. So all the Murlocs have a very small chance to be promoted when they are promoted to level 3. If the Great Naga wants to transfer to the Frost Warlock, it must not be transferred to the All-Round Warrior at the beginning. That is, when the Great Naga Warrior is promoted from level 3 to level 4. If you have already transferred, you cannot transfer to the Frost Warlock. In other words, all the Great Nagas who have changed to the All-Round Warrior profession in the Divine Domain are now unable to change to the Frost Warlock profession. And only the newly born Great Nagas can take this path. Don't worry about this for now. Take your time. Next, Lin Xiao summoned the magic cube of creation, and then threw the goblin card into it, decomposing and extracting the goblin's blood essence. Then,